deranged pervert. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. We are live once again, folks. Boys, girls, NBs. I hope it's a fantastic day for you. It's a fantastic day for me. Earlier today, I woke up and I thought to myself, I'm probably not going to go to the gym today because my back hurts and I need to do some deadlifts. And I thought, I don't want to risk it. I don't want to actually mess my back up further. But then I was like, I'm addicted. I have to go. I have to go. I have to go to the gym because the feeling that I get when I work out in the morning before I start my stream, that routine, going back into that routine, being able to be around human beings, even though it is an outdoor gym. Luckily, we're being safe. Always wearing a mask when you're at the gym. Anyway, all of that makes me feel really good. I also can't let you know what's going on right now, but I do have some really good news, like a big surprise that I think you guys are going to appreciate, but I literally can't tell you. I just got off the phone with my agent. That's why I was late, okay? But I have some very, very exciting news. Very excited. It's not related to the podcast. The podcast is already a go. I've already signed off on the contract and everything. The podcast is starting probably sometime around like next week. We're gonna do a kickoff call with the production company, but I do have a really, really fun, really exciting, a totally worthwhile reason for being late right now, because while I was ready on the 10-minute dot, I had to do a quick phone call. So anyway, keep working while your back hurts. Doesn't get better if you don't do that shit. Well, the problem is I just like my muscle distribution on my back is not great. Okay, it's not like I sit around all the time. I'm sitting in like a weird angle all the time, so it's like kind of hard. It's whenever I work out, I'm worried because I don't, no matter how much I lift, no matter how much I stretch, it's probably not enough. So I am always putting myself at risk a little bit. And that's why I got to be careful. So that's why I wasn't going to do it. It's not lower back, it's upper back, actually. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it's debate day. I mean, I think we all know it's debate day. Tonight, Kamala Harris is going to be facing off with Mike Pence, born-again Christian, silver fox, religious fundamentalist, calls his wife mother. Very excited to see the husband of mother go against Kamala Harris. That is actually an incredibly exciting moment for me. Obviously, it's nowhere near as exciting as the presidential debate, except this is the only time that a presidential debate will matter perhaps more than ever in the history of vice presidential debates, considering the fact that both of the presidents might die. We have two presidents that literally could die, one of them in the immediate future. So this is the most important vice presidential debate in the history of vice presidential debates. So we shall see what happens later today. Very excited to cover that, of course. Also, so excited that I forgot to tweet out that I am live. So I will be bringing people in for the news portion. Daycare is now open. Talking news all day, baby. Let's go. I want to give a quick poggers. Oh my god, I almost wrote www.twitter.tv. Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. God damn, I'm having a hard time writing. I'm so riled up. Anyway, there is so much to discuss. There are commentators on our sequence of copium that we need to take a look at, from Brett Hume to Tucker Carlson to Mark Meadows, who's not a commentator, but getting reamed out by Fox News, actually, of all people. There is a new Vice News video on Trump's diagnosis on COVID. We can take a look at that as well, of course. I mean, there's a lot going on, ladies and gentlemen. Derek Chauvin, former MPD police officer, has been released from custody on $1 million bail. He is walking free now. Derek Chauvin, the ex-officer charged with the murder of George Floyd in the George Floyd case, is now able to walk free after he paid $1 million bail. We're, of course, going to do COVID watch as always. The White House is refusing. Some weird reason the White House is, well, not for some weird reason. The White House is refusing to talk about who is the super spreader, or when the super spreader event happened, or when the last time the president tested negative, and when the first time the president tested positive. When did he know that he had coronavirus? But it's becoming increasingly likely that Donald Trump might be patient zero. Now, that is probably the reason why they don't want to mention this. That's probably the reason why they don't want to act on the CDC's better judgment of immediately doing contact tracing, because if it came out that Donald Trump is literally personally responsible for giving COVID to so many people, then that would look really bad. God damn, though. Poetic justice, ladies and gentlemen. Holy crap. So, going to talk about that as well. Trump, of course, is always rent-free in my mind, but he's not corona-free since 93. An update from Dr. Sean Conley, POTUS's doctor. He says, the president this morning says, I feel great. Now, I'm not a medical professional, okay? I barely did well with math. Oh, that's not true. I got an 800 on my SATs in math because Americans don't understand math at all. It's really dumb and really easy, but I'm not exactly a medical professional, but I think I'm qualified to say that this is not a medical diagnosis. This is not a prognosis. This is not a mention about whether the treatment is doing well, whether the treatment is successful, whether Donald Trump is testing negative. This is just saying what the president has said, which is a very weird way of not saying anything. So, while I'm not necessarily qualified as a medical professional, even I, as a dumb himbo, can tell you that this is really weird. A very weird, really pathetic take here. Anyway, is Chris Christie actually at the ICU, or is that just some random tweet that you saw on the internet? Would the Dr. Conley say the president feels nice like sugar and spice? I do love Drew McGarry. I think he's funny, but this is not one of his best jokes. Okay, let's be real. Anyway, tonight, Mike Pence and Kamala Harris are going to debate. They are debating. They are going to debate, and it's going to be a clash. And there is already plexiglass being put up for the debate stage. Does anybody know if what that debate stage looks like? I don't know. We're not going to be doing poll watching until later in the day. Please stop sending me the polls right now. What I want to talk about is actual news, actual factual news, not poll numbers, so that we can jerk off about how Donald Trump's chances look really, really, really terrible. Who, Hasan, who are the people that you're going to have? Who are your esteemed guests that are going to give us the commentary that we deserve, the commentary that we need? Well, thank you for asking, chatter. Let me tell you. I will, of course, as always, have our liberal correspondent, Austin Show. The Austin Show of the Show franchise, Mr. Show. He will be giving us the liberal take. For those of you who don't know, I will also have our esteemed guest, Ryan Grimm, the Washington, D.C. bureau chief of The Intercept. Ryan Grimm is one of the best investigative reporters in the country. Of course, as always, Ryan Grimm will be providing incredible analysis for us throughout the debate. At 5 p.m. Pacific is when we're going to start, as long as he can put the kids to bed. Not Austin, but of course Ryan. And maybe some other guests. Who knows? I have reached out to some other people as well. I won't be naming names. I don't want you guys to go on pressure, but here is a photo of the tiny plexiglass that they're going to have during this debate. Now, Mike Pence, despite the fact that Mike Pence is the leader of the coronavirus task force. Okay, we're going to get to the poll boy with Steve Kornacki in one moment. Last thing I wanted to say on this is Mike Pence was the leader of the coronavirus task force, so he has a lot to own up to. But it's fucking insane that he would turn around and say, we don't need plexiglass during this debate. God damn. What an idiotic thing. Anyway, let's go.
From yesterday,
Yellow,
you've
let's
got
go.
Biden ahead by high single digits in Michigan. These three states.
I like that I just said I'm not going to do poll jerking and poll watching, but immediately we go to Steve Kornacki.
Democratic for 3 decades. All three flipped to Trump in 2016, and all three of them by less than a point. The simplest path to the White House for Joe Biden is just a win over Michigan, win over Pennsylvania, win over Wisconsin. If nothing else changes, he gets to 270.
Very interesting. I want to ask you about down ballot races in a second, but let's go over to Chris Jansing. Chris, usually these vice presidential debates are add-ons, to put it nicely. This one could be different, though. The first debate, many Americans turned off from because they thought it was just gross, all of the interrupting. And the next two debates between the president and the vice president are kind of up in the air. What are you hearing about tonight?
Yeah, I'm not sure we've ever seen anything like this before. Not only are undecided voters telling me that tonight's debate matters, they're saying it could be decisive. In fact, as I've been traveling and talking to undecided voters, one thing I keep hearing more and more, increasing concerns about both candidates' age and health elevating.
Must be nice not to learn from our mistakes. Must be nice not to learn from our mistakes of 2016. Going after undecided candidates. Now, in 2016, there was a larger percentage of undecided candidates, of course, because Hillary was notoriously disliked. Very, very unlikable. Her disapproval rate was really, really high. And Donald Trump was a relatively unknown factor, an outsider in his own words. Now, 2020 is a little bit different than that, so kind of weird. Oh my God, this girl's a cutie. Never mind, I take it back.
Baseline.
The only thing I heard for Harris and Pence is from the ads, YouTube ads, TV ads, and I don't really pay attention to those because they're more often than not biased.
So definitely this is more of like a wild card that they could actually make a point. They could actually get the population.
I think I'm undecided right now too.
For the other.
So could you pick a presidential candidate based on their vice presidential candidate?
Most likely.
Yeah.
Probably. Do you feel confident that people your age are going to vote?
No.
No. Why?
So, like, first time I was voting was 4 years ago.
So, like, I saw this Twitch streamer. His name is HasanAbi, and he told me not to vote, so I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm a Bernie or buster.
Really pick one that I'm like passionate enough about to vote for them.
That's why I think the VP debate might have the potential to change their minds. So for now, I feel like a lot of them are either not going to vote or undecided.
So,
Hey guys, I'm an Antifa Bernie or buster, and of course, I'm still undecided because I don't know. I watch my favorite commentator on the internet. His name is HasanAbi, and he keeps telling me, "Don't vote, don't ever vote. Voting is for suckers." So you know, I've just been like, I really wanted to vote for Joe Biden, but now I just don't know if I should vote. Is what like liberals think is happening in this world. Meanwhile, I cannot believe that there's still undecided voters. We're going to talk about a bunch of shit though in a second. Let's see what...
as a toss-up between Lindsey Graham and Jamie Harrison. I was speaking to a South Carolina GOP longtime member of the GOP there, and somebody very astute in South Carolina politics. I asked him about Jamie Harrison earlier in this season, back in, I guess, February, and they said there is no...
Okay, guys. This notion of like hyper-focusing on the undecideds in this circumstance seems kind of ridiculous. I don't think that they are going to change the outcome.
Battleground Senate races. Red, these are the incumbents that are Republican. There's one endangered Democratic incumbent there. You see Doug Jones, but that South Carolina race, here it is. Lindsey Graham, on average, he leads in the polls right now by 0.6 of a point. Again, here we are a few weeks from Election Day, inside of a point in South Carolina. You know, for Democrats, look, they think over here 4 or 5 seats where they're either looking good in some cases or certainly have a shot to knock off Republican incumbents. But here's one, as we say,
I actually talked to David Dayen of The Prospect. For those of you who are unfamiliar, David Dayen is a brilliant writer who was one of the few people who spoke out against Bernie Sanders early on with the first stimulus package. To have him on the show, he will be coming on, hopefully, if we can figure out how to do Discord with him. But we literally just talked about the Senate battleground races. I just talked to him about that last night, and about the stopping of the negotiation and why Donald Trump decided to openly take ownership of stopping a negotiation of a stimulus package that is pretty much the only pathway, the narrow pathway that he has to electoral success, especially from the point of view of what Mitch McConnell is doing there, and like why he is trying to fucking put his senators in jeopardy. And I believe that it seems unlikely that the Republicans will lose like 13 seats of those elections. So yeah, I don't know. But anyway, David Dayen is great. He's brilliant. He's very smart. Very excited to have him on soon. David Dayen. Surprised Pence didn't ask for more than plexiglass to have a discussion with 2 women. Oh, got him. You might recognize it from the Sam Cedar show as well. He goes on there from time to time. He's a friend of Sam Cedars. And of course, if you're a friend of Sam Cedars, you're cool with me, obviously. Anyway, no, he's not a hashtag resistance guy at all. He's actually fucking very smart. Very, very, very smart. Like I said, he was one of the very few people out there that was like very openly critical of Nancy Pelosi and the Senate Democrats about signing on board with this massive first big stimulus package that the Democrats sent off to the Republicans in the Senate. He was even critical of Bernie Sanders. Are you implying that hashtag resistance people aren't smart? Yes. No. If you are a hashtag resistance person, you very likely are a grifter, and your only intellect comes from being able to grift other liberals. But overall, you have no understanding of American politics or politics in general, and you probably just started paying attention since 2016 because Donald Trump is the worst thing that's ever happened to America in your minds, and that, you know, we must not look beyond 2016 and any of the previous years where motherfucking Republicans were ghouls and the Democrats were conceding cucks. It only happened in 2016 and onwards, of course. So, you know, every single hashtag resistance person is a grifter. Most of them have me on their block list already, so I can comfortably say this, knowing that they're probably not in here. And if you watch those people, listen, it's fine. It's fine and dandy if you want to feel great about your position, if you want to feel great about Joe Biden's chances. They've been telling you for months that Joe Biden is absolutely going to win, but don't get suckered into I tweeted about being in your chat every day this morning. What? Every day I wake up in the morning and do my silly little chores, drink my silly little coffee, and wait for Hasan to get on stream so I can say he said it, Poggies. Thank you. That's awesome. How did Dane criticize Bernie? Dane criticized Bernie for giving a money cannon to corporations in the largest wealth transfer that we have seen thus far in American history. And the implications of the Bernie Sanders vote, nay, Bernie Sanders defending that bill, that is going to be looked back at as another moment where the American economy completely fell apart. I was a little critical of Bernie at that time too, but anyway, okay. 5.6 million people have voted thus far. This number is absolutely insane, and a big chunk of those people that are voting early are Democrat. But this number is absolutely insane. This number last year around this point, it was like 700,000 or something, if I'm not mistaken. So, God damn, people are voting. People are voting like they've never voted before. People are like, oh, God, oh, I'm voting so freaking hard, dude. Oh, my God, I fucking love voting. That's how people are voting. They're literally voting like their life depended on it. They're voting like this is the only way that they can come. Like there's no other way that they can come. Specifically, Democrats. 22 million requested ballots. Republicans, 12 million. And no party affiliation, another 13. So this is pretty much the normal distribution of requests that would happen. I've talked about this multiple times. I've told you no party affiliation and Republicans. Like this breakdown of no party affiliation and Republican versus Democrats, that is totally the same breakdown you've seen thus far. That's part of the reason why. That is part of the reason why a lot of Americans or a lot of Republicans believe that if we had universal mail-in ballots, that Republicans would lose forever. So just remember that. This distribution is like usually GOP voters out-request ballots. This is not accurate at all. No, in areas where they have universal mail-in ballot registration in every fucking study that's done on HBizzle, I'm not talking about requested ballots. I am talking about overall party affiliation in states that allow that kind of data. You and I both know that overall party affiliation in states that allow that kind of data in every single study shows this nearly identical breakdown. As a matter of fact, that's not true. The Democratic distribution is a little bit higher here than what you normally would see, I think. And the Republican is a little bit lower than usual. So this is what I mean when I say, I'm not talking about requested ballots. I'm talking about party affiliation, party registration, and party affiliation breakdown looks nearly identical to this distribution, this weighted distribution. So that's not surprising to me. But overall, still very good. This is precisely why Republicans were terrified of universal mail-in ballots, because people are going to get their mail and they're going to say, hey, what's the fucking, I'll just fucking fire one off and vote for the president. What the fuck? Why are there so many no party affiliation? I thought those people were a small minority. No, independents are an incredibly important piece of the electorate. Independents are the backbone of American democracy. And a lot of those fucking independents are the actual dipshits, by the way. Just remember that, Democrats are cucks, Republicans are ghouls, but the independents are the real freaks, okay? They are the real freaks. The no party affiliation freaks are my favorite. They are my favorite because they are the guys who are like, well, I'm anti-corporatist, which is why I voted for Donald Trump, because he's actually destroying coronavirus vaccination, big pharma, by making sure the coronavirus vaccinations are no longer given to the public or something. So, like, those motherfuckers who are like, I'm a proud independent, I voted for both presidents, like Keemstar, the Keemstars of the world. Those are the actual American. Those are a better representation of the actual American voter than anyone else that you would ever see on fucking MSNBC. Like, these undecideds are not the actual backbone of the American democratic process, but the independents are actually the Keemstars of the world.
There's about 120 patients or so at any one time diagnosed with COVID-19 inside hospitals.
By the way, if you are in Wisconsin, be safe. Obviously, the state of Wisconsin has very obviously kicked it up a notch. Wisconsin is opening an alternate care facility at State Fair Park on October 14th as the coronavirus cases are surging. And the number of patients that need immediate medical treatment is rising. So be safe if you are in the state of Wisconsin. So very cool that Donald Trump is literally fucking murdering people. Isn't Keemstar hella Republican? He is now, but it's the kind of guy who says that they have no party affiliation. They just vote for the best president. Keemstar has also said that in the past. Did you see that MSNBC used fake undecided voters? I'm not surprised because, one, most undecided voters are just fucking literally looking for attention, okay? At this stage, if you're an undecided voter, this is not like Mitt Romney versus Barack Obama, okay? This is a person who has literally been in public office for 47 fucking years, who was the vice president for the past 8 before Donald Trump. Everybody knows who the fuck Joe Biden is and what the fuck Joe Biden represents. No one's like, what? I didn't know who the vice president was. Oh my God. Like, no, that's literally the reason why Joe Biden was seen as the safe choice by so many fucking Democrats. So for them to turn around and be like, oh, I don't know, I'm still undecided. Against what? Joe Biden versus Donald Trump? What, you don't know who the fuck Donald Trump is? He's been president for the past 4 years? Come on. And it's not even like a non-divisive president, or like Barack Obama style divisive president that still was overall very civil. You know what I mean? Like, you had a lot of opinions on Obama if you ran in some circles, you know what I'm saying? Those circles are now fucking all QAnon, but overall, even then, you kind of knew who the fuck Obama was. You might have not known who Mitt Romney was and if Mitt Romney was better or not. Circles banned on Facebook. Luckily, dude. Holy shit. Do you really want your fucking your mom to be one of these like yoga mom, QAnon yoga moms? Like, Jesus Christ, they were literally just brainwashing people with misinformation. It's fucking insane to me that, I mean, we were going to talk about that as well, but like this QAnon stuff is so crazy, dude. Like, of course they were going to fucking ban that shit. It's so wild. Like, the fact that mail-in ballots cast, so you know, in 2016 distribution was 42% Democrat, 35% Republican, and 22% Independent. In 2020 so far, it's 55, 24, 20. Yeah, the Republican weight has dropped, but I wasn't even talking about mail-in ballot casting. I was talking about, I was actually talking about the distribution of party affiliation. And the distribution of party affiliation is pretty similar to both of those things. It's literally the reason why, I mean, I talked about this before. People were like fucking so mad at me and saying that I was an idiot when I tweeted this out like the first time the universal mail-in ballot became a conversation. The first thing I tweeted out was like, well, guys, in states that allow this information, the voter registration breakdown shows that like Democrats greatly outpopulate Republicans, like 2-to-1 almost. And then you have independents that help the Republican vote oftentimes, but like that's like that is a fundamental fact. And everyone was like, you fucking suck, you're so stupid, you're lying, blah blah blah. Even DGGers were like up my asshole about it at the time, because, you know, even if I am completely fucking correct, it doesn't matter for them. Can you go off on Eastern Europe again? I need that humiliation, daddy. No, I don't want to leave. I don't want to lose the like 8 Polish people in my audience. You really think Biden's up by 11 in Florida? No, I don't. No, I don't care about that stuff. No, fuck the polls. Like, come on, dude. We are not going to poll jerk. Okay, we're gonna try to not do that. Sarah Cliff is actually pretty good writer. How much would Trump's coronavirus treatment cost most Americans? Let's take a look at that. Even for those with insurance, surprise bills for things not covered can add up fast. Now, of course, Walter Reed is a fully public hospital, which means that like every single person that works inside of that facility, it's a government-owned, government-operated hospital. So every single person that touched Donald Trump is a government worker. So it is what we want as far as like nationalized healthcare goes. Like it's the closest system that we have to the closest thing that we have to the NHS in the UK. Don't want to scare the 8 Polish viewers, but says fuck the polls. Don't want to scare away the 8 Polish viewers, but says fuck the polls. Yeah, I mean, come on. Come on! Oh. Okay, where were we? Even Trump's favorite pollster, Rasmussen, which usually grossly overweighs Donald Trump's chances, shows Biden up by 12, which is really not a good sign. It's really not a good sign. Oh, earlier today, Donald Trump quote tweeted one of his psychotic supporters who said, I would wade through a sea of COVID-infested water to vote for President Trump on November 3rd. And Donald Trump said, thank you, Heather, for dying for me. Hey man, new listener, have you touched on the Steele dossier shit? Been trying to talk to my friends and family who are voting third party or Trump about how Biden is the best of a shitty situation, and that is the only thing they keep bringing up. What, the Steele dossier? What? Is this a meme? Is someone memeing? Was that... What? In 2020? Are they liberals? Like, I'm so confused. But if they're liberals, why would they not vote for Joe Biden? Like, I thought the only people that cared about the Steele dossier you are just mad Poland stopped Turkey thousands of years. Okay, dude. Fuck you, dude. Yeah. Yeah, fuck you. Don't ever bring that up again. Don't ever bring the Polish up again in relation to how they stopped the Turks. For those gasping this, here were the final 2018 Q polls in Florida. Gillum +7, Nelson +7, final result with DeSantis +4. Nelson +7, final result was Scott +2. 0.4 and 0.2. Yeah. Hey, I'm a new viewer who started watching because of your gaming streams. What are your politics? You know, what was it? What's that fucking famous take? Like, eat shit, do crime. That's my politics. No meme. That's just filthy casual conservative talking point like number 3 fake news. No collusion, Steele dossier. Huh. I didn't know that conservative circles were like... I didn't know that conservatives were actually beefing up the rhetoric on the Steele dossier. I personally think it's a liberal style campaigning. Eat ass, go fast. Yeah. So obviously Donald Trump has a unique way of making really nonsensical things come across as incredibly important to his base because they are psychopaths and they get to make things that are normally not very entertaining actually entertaining, similar to like Rachel Maddow and stuff. But I think that the broader electorate is unfamiliar and does not care about the fucking Christopher Steele dossier. But if there are people who are asking about it, like, who gives a shit? What are you talking about? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And tell them, did you know that Christopher... Ask them, who is the first person that paid for the Christopher Steele dossier? Like, how is this third-party contractor... How did this third-party ex-MI6 agent start investigating this stuff? Oh, God, the fact that I even know this information is so sad. It's like, it's just, I want it out of my brain. Like, I can't wait for all of this stuff to end so we never talk about Russiagate shit ever again. Because it's so fucking silly. Anyway, the reason why I'm saying it is because the answer is it was a Republican. A Republican billionaire who was a never-Trumper, was the original person who got Christopher Steele... ex-MI6 agent to put together this dossier, which was Oppo research that went and found numerous details, potentially Trump's relationship with Russia that extended far beyond what was actually comfortable, even including the P-tape, the notorious P-tape, where Donald Trump may or may not have hired prostitutes to pee in the presidential suite in Moscow. It's really dumb, and it is stupid. I don't think Democrats care about it. Maybe Republicans will act like they care about it because Donald Trump cares about it. He's doing a lot better at fucking getting everybody to he's a lot better at getting everybody like riled up about this shit than the Democrats are. But overall, it doesn't matter. Why is Russia such a nothing lib story to you? I think it's interesting that our president could be compromised and has plenty of security risks as a president. Not quite the hysteria some people think it is, though. It's a nothing story because did Russia actively try to meddle in our elections? Absolutely. But the way in which Russia meddled in our elections beyond like trying to tamper with election devices or literally fucking hacking both the DNC and RNC and only leaking the DNC emails by way of WikiLeaks. And beyond that, beyond those two things, it's all just fucking ad campaigns and shit to take advantage of like ongoing racial strife in this country. So they're basically just doing $3 million worth of ad spend, and that is able to topple the American democratic process. That means that we have a fuckload more problems. But overall, the reason why I hate the Russia stuff is because it is totally a cop-out for Hillary Clinton. That's why I hate it. Do I think misinformation is a gigantic problem? Absolutely. Okay? Do I think that Russia trying to hack our election systems is an absolute is a gigantic problem? Absolutely. The only person who fucking blew the whistle on that shit, by the way, is still in jail. Her name is Reality Winner, just for the record. Just if you want to know how little liberals give a fuck about election security and how little fucking Republicans give a fuck about election security, she's literally in jail. The person who blew the whistle on the only part that is like conclusive and that the FBI and all of our intelligence communities agree on. As far as the Christopher Steele dossier goes, it's idiotic that the FBI would ever in a fucking million years work on outside, like, third party, unconfirmed intelligence. Like, it's so fucking nuts that they would ever touch that. It's so nuts that they would ever go forward with that. I've always been frustrated by that, especially when like some of the intelligence in there literally is like Donald Trump got prostitutes to pee on a bed, and there's a tape of it. Like, come on, dude. Like, come the fuck on. Anyway, I'm gonna run a 60-second ad right now, really quickly, but we will get to more stuff. Hopefully, we'll move away from the Christopher Steele shit. Like, oh, my alerts are off. Yeah. What's idiotic to me here? I turned on the alerts. What's idiotic to me beyond everything else is like, so what's the take here? Like, what's the take here? That like Russia wanted Donald Trump to, I don't know, give Americans gigantic tax cuts and also depopulate the federal agencies. It's just rather suspicious that like Vladimir Putin's agenda is so closely aligned with the Republican agenda as a whole. I guess maybe his like take on NATO.
His name is Hasan.
Maybe his take on NATO is like a Russia back thing to like disband NATO, but Donald Trump didn't disband NATO. He didn't do shit, and he's never going to. And it's like it's a total fucking it is a total nonsensical liberal position to assume that like Donald Trump was going to ever fucking take down NATO. Why don't you do it, pussy? Take down NATO.
His name is Hasan.
Papi Alajan.
He's not going to do that.
Oh, you're such a big man.
Anyway, USA standing in the world is worse than under Obama, especially in Europe and NATO. Yeah, but that's Donald Trump. Like, that's literally Donald Trump. I think Americans are so fucking pathetic and so insanely blinded by American exceptionalism that you cannot comprehend that we could have an imbecile like Donald Trump become the president and like understand and recognize what the American Republican voter base responds to and constantly pump that as a message, the isolationist message that he fucking constantly talks about. A show of force, a weak show of force in a dying empire. Like, that's not Russia, motherfucker. That's Donald Trump. You do not understand what the rest of the country looks like and what they respond to. If you think that this is like Vladimir Putin getting Donald Trump to embarrass America on the main stage, when America has always been embarrassing as fuck. But now we have a president that reflects the values of that 30% that fucking vote, no matter what.
Whores in this house.
I get it.
There's some whores.
It's hard. You don't want to fucking believe that. But wake up, sweaty, okay? That's the reality. And it's not fucking Vladimir Putin. It's Donald Trump. And it's the Americans that you fucking coexist with on a daily basis. Okay? Anyway, while finally speaking the truth, President Trump has always been one to show force in full, not Russia dumb libs. Yeah, I mean, dude, if you think that like I'm on your side as a Trump supporter, you're blinded. I'm literally calling you a hog. I'm saying that you're a hog, and Donald Trump, unlike any other previous Republican, is also a hog that caters to you directly and gives you the slop straight up into your fucking straight up gives you the slop down your fucking throat, and that's why you love him. But that's why liberals cannot comprehend how anyone would be like this in the highest office. Oh my God, what about the civility? We are an embarrassment to our allies. Blah, blah, blah. Like, dude, shut up. I haven't been here recently, but this has really become a daycare. Anyway.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
School demonized NATO so much, and I have no idea why. It's a classic subverting democracy tactic. Oh my God, watch Yuri Bezmenov's fuck me, dude. Yo, I was thinking about this earlier. I really think that if I wasn't constantly having back and forth, I really think that, oh fuck, I missed it. Damn it, I missed it. Is it this the guy? Okay. I really think that if I wasn't... Nope, that's not the guy, is it? Who was the guy who was saying, like, you really have the worst community? And I'm leaving. Fuck. I lost him. Anyway. What I was trying to say is, I really think that if I wasn't... Oh, it's a new... Oh, it's just a troll account. But anyway... I really think that if it wasn't for me doing these sorts of streams every single day, I feel like there would be so many people that believe in like really weird conspiracy theories in here, like liberal conspiracy theories, like Donald Trump is faking COVID. Obviously not true. It literally hurts him. Why the fuck would he do that? Or my favorite one from last night when I was asking people in my audience, like, why do you guys think that Donald Trump, took ownership of stopping the negotiations? And there were people unironically saying he's buying the dip. Yeah, dude. Donald Trump is fucking day trading on a secret account. Okay? He's got a Robinhood account and he's secretly fucking day trading, dude, while he's like literally trying to breathe in the East Wing. Like, none of this shit's true. And I get it. I don't really blame you. I don't really blame you for having a hard time coming to terms with so much misinformation being pumped directly down your fucking throats on the internet everywhere. But you got to be a little bit more critical, guys. Okay, no matter what happens, you have to be more critical. Undying love for the stream. You have the most toxic community on Twitch. It's sad to see you and your community can never criticize themselves. It's really sad. And I can no longer watch you anymore. I agree with you sometimes and sometimes not, but you create bad karma here on Twitch. Please rethink the stuff. What you say outside of your ego, peace be upon you. Aw. I'm going to unban him. I want to see if he's got more. Sorry, Lake McGroove. That was a good snipe, but I want to see what this... I want to pet him a little bit. It's entertaining for me. Anyway, where were we? Do you think that the new wave of progressives in the House and the Senate will get progressive legislation to pass even if Biden is a moderate and still look weak and senile, really force him out to do it? Isn't conspiracy theory based on being critical ironically? What? I mean, yeah. Being skeptical of everything that you see is good. No, that is it, sir. I've watched you for a year. I never comment. Bro, you created your account on 128. Like, you've been following me for an hour and you created your account on January 28th, 2020. No, that's it, sir. I've watched you for a year. Why would you lie about something so easily disproven? You criticize everyone, lol. That's why I watch you. I love you on your platform. Yeah. Like, to say that I'm like unconditionally and uncritically in support of one person, one politician is fucking insane when the person that I love the most in American politics is Ilhan Omar, and I even criticize her from time to time when I disagree with her. It's nuts. Like, ridiculous to say this when Republicans come here thinking that they're in good company because I shit on liberals all the time. And liberals come in here thinking that they're in good company because I shit on Republicans literally all the time.
This is a deranged...
Yeah, I criticize even our biggest resident lib, Mind Drive, says you criticize the fuck out of Bernie during the primaries. Yeah. Anyway.
His name
unless
is
it's Obama.
Hasan.
Wait, you think I don't criticize Obama? What are you, fucking nuts? What? Okay, anyway. Okay, that's fucking insane bait.
This is a deranged pervert.
Anyway, okay. Okay, let's keep going. Take off the beanie. That's Tim Pool's thing. You have the hair. Take off the beanie. Tim Pool doesn't have hair. He deserves it
This is a
more than you. No, I want to wear a
pervert.
beanie today. I'm a beanie baby today. This reminds me of you when you were malding about. Yeah, I saw this earlier. A lot of you just want a president that will do fascism and imperialism in private. That way you don't have to acknowledge it and it shows. I mean, yeah. I wonder if this guy has anything else to say. Bro, you should try to become a Buddhist. I don't lie. I follow and unfollow. Depends on how toxic the stream is. Bro, you should try and become a Buddhist. You and your community have so much hate in their heart. Hate spreads hate. And you spread hate.
Oh, you're such
Spread
a
peace,
big
bro. You have a good
man,
amount of
Hasan.
opinions, but spread them with love.
Happy.
Man, shut the fuck up, you little bitch. There you go. Now I banned you. Suck my dick. Okay? There you go. Bro, spread... Yeah, dude, let me deal with fucking Nazis and Republicans who want, like, who literally want to turn poor people into biofuel by, kissing them and hugging them and stuff. Yeah, let me be more of a fucking... He ain't lying, though. Bitch, you're a Republican, shitty. Shut the fuck up. We pet you on a daily basis. It's more than you can expect from any other community that's political. At least we keep Republicans half the time. If they're entertaining, we keep Republicans as like little pets in the chat. Like, what do you want? What more do you want? Guy tries to tell you your community is toxic and then you prove them wrong, you ban them? Yeah. No, I'm saying, like, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I'm toxic. I mean, if you want, like, civility in broadcasting, you've come to the wrong place. Like, I mean, I curse all the time. I shit on everyone all the fucking time. I shit on myself. Like, why would you ever think that there is going to be civility here? Like, if that's your expectation, like, you're wrong. I mean, that's part of the reason why people come here and watch me is because I don't do that. I sound like a normal human being that you can have a conversation with. Because I am a normal human being that you can have a conversation with who looks at things honestly, okay? And notices when something is fucking stupid. I don't do that thing that both parties do where they look at something that's like fundamentally broken and act like it's not that big of a deal or try to heighten the importance of something that's fundamentally not that interesting or not that important. Funny watching you grow more and more viewers have no idea where you stand politically. I am a fucking hardline leftist. Pence will have the family of Kayla Miller as guests at tonight's debate in an attempt to focus on terrorism to draw a contrast with Biden. Yeah. Lincoln Project Feller going after Trump this morning. Yeah, they suck. Steve Schmidt, you've never beaten me at anything. This is our first stance. Real Donald Trump. Do you like hashtag Covita Project Lincoln, the Rick Wilson? We are so much better at this than your team of crooks, wife beaters, degenerates, weirdos, and losers. dude, don't ever send me this fucking IPA and Adderall infused rant by some fucking dipshit Republican loser who is now a part of the loser Never Trump coalition. Let me tell you something. Lincoln Project and the Never Trump coalition are fucking losers, okay? At least there is something I respect about the ghouls on the Republican Party, on the Republican side. They want to fucking win. These guys are fucking losers, okay? They're absolute fucking losers. They are non-representative. In the grand scheme of things, they are not a large enough percentage of the actual voting block. They're not a voting block that is a necessary voting block that you need to focus on at all. They are still fucking Republicans, okay? It's like overall,
Excuse me.
if you like the Lincoln Project, you are not a swing state voter. If you like the Lincoln Project, you are most likely just a liberal that loves Joe Biden anyway. If you like the Lincoln Project, you might be a bit of a fucking bicoastal elite. Even if you live in Ohio, you still have that bicoastal elite mindset. And that's precisely why they run their fucking ads in DC, New York, and mostly just tailor all of their marketing initiatives to Twitter to get fucking retweets for themselves and their stupid project as they line up their pockets with idiotic liberal money. Okay? Their ads don't run in swing states. Actually, this is incredible because I was going to talk about this. I was going to talk exactly about the Lincoln Project and how stupid they are. Half of them are fucking war criminals that should be in jail. Okay? First of all, let me just start there. They are Bush-era Republicans and therefore jail for you. And I know I joke about that when I say like, oh, ketchup on pizza, jail. Like, no, this is like, I'm being serious. Okay? No prison abolition. Jail for you if you participated in the bloodthirsty Bush regime that destabilized the fucking planet. Okay? Jail for you. Actual jail. You get thrown under the fucking Hague. All right? You don't get like a 6-figure salary from a bunch of hapless libs who think, oh my God, look, like Republicans even like Joe Biden now. That's how bad Donald Trump is. All they're doing is basically what Tim Pool does to soothe all of the already Republican voter base that feels comfortable hearing from a beanie-wearing dipshit who claims that they are a centrist or even a vice journalist who is actually a leftist at some point, but, you know, the left went too far. It's just to make you feel better, okay? It's not about actually bringing over a coalition. It's literally just to make you feel better about your pre-existing biases. That's pretty much what the fuck Tim Pool does, and that's pretty much what Lincoln Project does, except, of course, unlike Tim Pool, the Lincoln Project is literally a multi-million-dollar wealth transfer to a bunch of like Bush-era Republicans who are still Republicans. They're still just as racist as they used to be, but now, you know, because Donald Trump kind of went mask off about the Republican Party's inherent flaws, or rather their campaign strategies, now they have to be like, oh God, we can't be around other liberals at the dinner party. So we have to avoid talking like we care about Donald Trump or that we like Donald Trump. So
this is a deranged.
I don't really care about them, but the reason why I'm going on this fucking rant, the reason why I'm going off this like crazy rant is also because they're not even trying. Like, they're not even actually trying to have a measurable impact. They only want to trigger Donald Trump, and they only want to get retweets on Twitter. And here it is. This is not just me. This is King Lib Dave Wasserman.
Love you, Azuni.
Okay, this is King Lib Dave Wasserman, the U.S. House editor of the nonpartisan Cook Political Report and NBC News contributor. He is Mr. That's it. I've seen enough. I'm calling it. He is the permalib talking about them. This slide from David Shore hits the nail on the head of why direct messaging against Trump in the way that Project Lincoln does is ineffective in swing states. Them messages that actually move votes, talking about education and majoritarian economic policies. Ooh, what an interesting take. Wow. So it turns out that actually fucking the salient issues are Medicare, Social Security expansion, bipartisan mental health, and just like literal fucking policy positions, even if you are vaguely referencing those policy points. Kind of weird, man. Kind of weird, dude. Wild that like Dreamers and Impeach has backlash messages more than like sex work decriminalization. Why aren't leftists more vocal about the electoral party? You might roll me and say they literally are. I don't really hear it much at all. What? Anyway, that's why the Lincoln Project people don't run ads on like swing states, and they mostly just focus on Twitter. And they mostly focus on Twitter, and they mostly focus on like fucking triggering and owning the cons, or at least the Republicans. All right, catching COVID has boosted Trump as new poll has him beating Biden, says Tim Pool. 375,000 views in 6 hours. Poll: Biden notches a 16-point national lead with less than a month until election day.
Humans simply
no,
can't
it's great.
Consuming at the level we are if we want the planet to survive another 100 years. The economy needs to be radically rebalanced to help society and Earth over corporations.
It's awesome.
Keep fighting the good fight, Has.
Trump campaign is leaving a ticket to the debate for Tupac because of Kamala law. What the fuck? Really? Is this real?
His name
it's the Spectator.
is Hasan.
This is not a joke and was confirmed by a Trump campaign advisor, Jason Miller, on a press call. Yo, yeah, what if he fucking shows up, dude?
Pervert.
Yeah, what now, libs? I can't believe that's like real. What if he shows up, bitch? Yeah, guess what? Fucking Trump rolls over the entire country. Every state votes for Donald Trump. Do polls even mean anything anymore? One will show Trump by X amount and one will show Biden by X amount. Yeah, no, there are ways of looking at polls. I'm not the #1 poll guy, but like even the Rasmussen national polls show that Donald Trump is losing by 12 points, and that's like the only poll that favors Donald Trump, or at least amongst like legitimate polls, and not like fucking polls that Donald Trump blasts out to his own campaign, like own people that are signed off on their campaign messaging, like me. I see them all the time. Polls that say stuff like, "Is Donald Trump's dick 12 inches hard or 9 inches hard?"
I love the
like
system.
that's like the type of polls that you get, and those are the only polls that you'll see Donald Trump reference. Not legitimate. Anyway, here, let's take a look at what they're saying here. Miranda Devine, New York Post columnist. Isn't this the lady who said like psychotic shit?
He's delivered a message of hope through experience, and he's sent the message that we can get back to work. That's what everybody wants. And I think it's just incredibly selfish of, you know, older people or neurotic people who are timid and afraid and won't come out of their basements to consign children and young people to miss out on the most important parts of their lives, on schooling and on the prime of youth.
When you talk about people that are older people that...
Bro, when you flub, when you throw a Fox News pundit on a loop, like when you're that outside of the realm and boundaries of like of normal rhetoric and normal human being brain functionality, that like you get fucking Dana Perino to be like like you get her brain to have like a brief moment. Like Dana Perino sits across from Greg Gutfeld and fucking Jesse Waters, okay? Like she literally fucking she herself says a bunch of insane shit on a daily basis. How the fuck are you so far outside of like normal conversation that like even she's like, okay?
When you talk about people that are older people that are, you think they're being, I'm sorry, I just want to clarify that they're being selfish or they're being afraid?
I do.
She's like, hey. She's like, Dana Perino's like, hey, you fucking cunt. Do you know who's buying a fucking My Pillows on the ad break? How are we going to sell fucking pillows, you cunt? Oi, bruv. Do you know what our fucking midday audience demographic profile looks like? What are you fucking out of your mind, yeah? I'm gonna get a phone call from Mike Lydell in a brief moment after I'm done. You fucking cunt.
Perfect.
It's like going on Fox News and shitting on old people for being afraid of dying, which is literally like boomers are the most selfish motherfuckers on the planet. Okay, like I cannot imagine a worse thing to say to old people than you're too afraid of dying, you old bitch. That makes you selfish. It's literally, that's it. Old people will fucking survive, motherfucker. They literally love living, okay? They love living a lot more than millennials do, who are constantly talking about eating hot chip and having depression and wanting to die. Old people are the exact opposite, okay? They don't even eat hot chip because they fucking love to live. And they live with the will of Allah. I don't know how the fuck they survive so much, okay? They will literally do anything to survive. And I think that that's part of the reason why in Michigan you saw a 22.5 point swing from Donald Trump to Joe Biden in a matter of 2 weeks. Because Donald Trump's messaging literally just harms boomers, harms the 65 plus demographic. And they were like, fuck you. I love to live, you bitch. As a matter of fact, that's the only thing I love outside of wealth hoarding. So fuck you. How dare you tell me I'm fucking selfish and I should die? You're a piece of shit. Old people love living. Never, ever, ever even bring up death around an old person. They love living. They vote like a motherfucker. They vote like they're going to live for the next 25, 30 years when they're probably going to die immediately after voting. Okay? This literally happened with the Brexit vote. This is a universal fact. Old people love to fucking live. They hate dying way more than younger people. They literally are fucking insane. They vote, they love to vote, and they love to live. And they vote to live, and they vote like they're going to live throughout the entire next 4 years after they vote, even though they're probably going to die.
I think that people in power who are insisting on keeping the economy shut down, insisting on keeping Americans just as frightened as they were 6 months ago of the coronavirus, which has receded as a threat, I think they are selfish. And I'm particularly pointing the finger, if you want to know, at the Democrats and at Joe Biden. Shut down, insisting on keeping Americans just as frightened as they were 6 months ago of the coronavirus, which has receded as a threat.
I wonder why Americans would be just as frightened, because they weren't. They were actually thinking that America was turning a corner on coronavirus. But I wonder if there was something that was like, I don't know, so significant that it like brought up the same fears
His name is
about
Hasan.
coronavirus. Like, I don't know, maybe the guy who denied it over and over again and caused 200,000 people to fucking die, maybe he contracted it and is literally a super spreader. Basically, he is like a toxic person who's giving COVID to everyone around him. Could that be the reason why people are maybe afraid of coronavirus again? I don't know. Who knows?
Threat. I think they are selfish. And I'm particularly pointing the finger, if you want to know, at the Democrats and at Joe Biden.
All right. It's an interesting point of view. Miranda Devine, love having you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dana.
Yeah, that's a good line. That's good. That's good stuff. The Texas Supreme Court just ruled that Harris County, one of the largest in the country, guess which way they vote, by the way, cannot mail out applications for absentee ballots to all of its 2.4 million registered voters. The deadline in Texas to turn in applications to vote by mail is October 23rd.
We're going to follow you right back to mama.
I wonder what the reason is for why they're doing that.
Welcome to Harris County, Texas. There are 2.4 million registered voters in this county. And if you're one of those voters who is skeptical of voting in person because of the coronavirus pandemic, or you're concerned that the Postal Service won't get your ballot to the elections office in time, county officials here had set up 12 satellite drop boxes where people could drive their mail-in ballots and then drop them off at these 12 locations across the county. But the governor of Texas has ordered all counties across the state to close all of those down and that they can only have one of those satellite drop boxes open in the weeks leading up to the election. So this is the story of what it will take to get to that ballot box in Harris County. It's just after 9 o'clock in the morning. We are in the far northeast corner of Harris County. The only drop box now available in this county is at Energy Football Stadium, which is 45 miles away. But one of the locations...
Bro, motherfucking Banana Republic, dude. Yo, this is like... By the way, a similar story could be told about everything that American like liberals in Texas want to do. Like, I don't know, get an abortion. Texas is famous for doing shit like this. It's pretty much the same fucking concept as like trying to get an abortion. And they're using the exact same ways of like restricting access to abortion as they are restricting access to voting. Like they aren't even fucking like we haven't even gotten to the purging of the mail-in ballots yet. This is like access to even trying to get a fucking ballot.
That was closed down was just over 20 miles. So it's kind of along the way. So we're going to drive by that location first. Harris County, which includes the city of Houston, is nearly 1,800 square miles, much larger than Rhode Island. This county building is one of the 11 drop sites that was shut down by Governor Greg Abbott. It took us about 31 minutes to get here. It's where we met Peaches Sullivan, who was dropping off voter registration forms for nursing home residents.
People are still worried. Why would you risk having people come out even more when they don't have to, especially...
Well, I wonder why. I wonder why they're doing this in Harris County. I can't seem to put my finger on why they would do this in Harris County. Very interesting to consider. I would love to find out what the distribution of poll places versus number of voters, like what the density is in Harris County, which is blue, in comparison to other rural parts of Texas, which votes, of course, red. I would love to find out how many locations you have, how many polling locations you have in a place like Harris County with 4.7 million people. We have one versus every other fucking rural part of Texas. How many they have everywhere else? No, not just the population density. I want to know how many poll locations you have, how many places you have to be able to drop off a ballot and shit per person in all the other counties. By the way, if they did this to every county, it still doesn't matter because ultimately you're still getting like, when you get one per county, that's not what I'm asking. You're missing what I'm saying. What the density is for 4.7 million people. 4.7 million people will have to drop off their mail-in ballots in one location. That in any other fucking county in Texas is dramatically reduced. Do you not understand what I'm trying to say?
Just dropped off my ballot for Joe Biden, feeling like I got cucked by Lib Sag.
It's a logistics nightmare. Can people round up a bunch of ballots, or is that like considered harvesting? I think it is, yeah. There's a county in Texas, Harris, that has the same population as Oregon. They have one drop-off location. You have 4.7 million. A lot of counties is like 1 per fucking 200. In Harris is 1 per 4.5 million. Texas closes hundreds of polling sites, making it harder for minorities to vote. Yeah. Number of people per polling station in Texas. Less than 1,000 people per polling station. More than 10,000 people per polling station. This is back in 2012. Oh, very interesting. How is this not illegal? Because of a Supreme Court decision that allowed states to do whatever the fuck they want as far as like destroying the Voting Rights Act. Like, states could now have no federal jurisdiction thanks to the Supreme Court decision. Thanks to the Supreme Court decision where they could literally fucking do whatever they wanted as far as restricting access to the vote. And they've been doing this for years, and they will continue to do this for years to come. Now, there is a counter proposal in Congress. We've talked about this like so many fucking times at this point, but there's a proposal in Congress that actually now deceased Representative John Lewis was pushing for, which would re-implement and readjust federal regulation for states that were taking advantage of no control, taking advantage of the lack of federal control over whatever kind of fucking voting restriction protocols that they're implementing. And that is, of course, on the floor. That never touched the floor of the Senate because Mitch McConnell absolutely refuses to touch it. And there is a reason for why they refuse to touch it, because this is the only pathway to victory for them. This is why I always say Republicans just want to win. And the reason why you don't know about this, unless you watch me every day, because I talk about it at least once a day almost, the reason why you've never heard about it is because Democrats are fucking cucks and they don't talk about it enough. They don't fucking constantly mention this. You have QAnon supporters talking about nonsensical shit like school choice because Republicans love to win and they fucking brainwash all of their different AstroTurf or grassroots organizations with every single legislative agenda item that they have as a part of their like ideological project that wants to destroy America. They get every fucking dumbass Republican that is idiotic enough to even believe that there is a deep state conspiracy to also simultaneously advocate for school choice. But Democrats can't even fucking show a strong unified front against restoring the Voting Rights Act. How crazy is that? That most liberals don't even know about this shit or think about this shit. We just hear like voter suppression is happening. Voter suppression is happening. Next, you're going to tell us the Brooks Brothers protests were AstroTurf? They, of course, were. Yeah, once we save the children of the Democrat deep state cabal, they should be able to attend the school of their choice. Hasan Pecker.
This is a deranged pervert.
Do you really think there isn't a deep state who hates Trump? Are you fucking stupid? Like, are you fucking dumb? All of those motherfuckers that are in the FBI, like nearly all of them are straight up Republicans. You know that, right? Like, they are all psychopathic neocons. What is this deep state? I hate that like all of these proud Republicans who have voted Republican their entire lives, from James Comey to Robert Mueller to John Brennan, who was a fucking CIA director under Obama, like These guys who have personally done war crimes or have covered up actual fucking torture and war crimes and shit are now running around talking about, oh my God, I'm such a hashtag resistance guy. I hate Donald Trump. Ooh, it's so scary. Donald Trump's so terrible. Don't we hate him, folks? Please give me more money. Like, fuck off, dude. Like, that's the deep state, brother. Honestly, it's probably a good thing. I think we really need to step up our game on fighting illegal immigrants voting in our federal elections. There's been so much evidence pointing to the fact that if you or a loved one has been diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled. Fuck you. Thank you, bum dude, for the 10 tier 1 gift subs. You son of a bitch, dude. Hello, King. Just stopping by to ask what you trained at the gym today. I worked out. I did deadlifts. I worked out my back earlier today, and I also did abs today for the first time. Do you think the White House is against contact tracing because Trump is patient zero? Or do you think it's simply because they are COVID deniers? Bit of both. Why not both, brother? Why not a bit of column A and a bit of column B, you know? Why not both? Anyway. I need to know if you can deadlift more than me. I'm at 315. Yes, of course I can deadlift more than you.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores.
QAnon supporters were very disappointed this morning at the DOJ briefing. They thought Hillary was going to get arrested, but then it was only ISIS. Yeah. Deadlifts are legs. Changed my mind. Of course they are. Deadlifts are legs. They're lower back and legs. But your legs are the most important part of your lower back. Like they're more important they're more important to build muscle in than your actual fucking lower back. How the fuck would you focus just on your lower back alone? You would literally injure yourself. Targeting your lower back just on its own without targeting your legs is a surefire way to injure yourself. Don't be an idiot. I'm sure it didn't feel like a big deal to you or anything, but you actually reacted to a song on LSF that I sang for you, Wonky Eyes, the one about E-Rob. I'm a big fan, and it was honestly surreal. Thank you for enjoying. Oh, you're welcome, lesbian. It was great. You're great. A bunch of celebrities got naked to try and inspire to vote. Wait, what? Okay, that's something I'm going to click on the other side here. What?
I'm naked.
I'm like naked.
There isn't a man behind me. These are my hands.
Why you want me to be naked?
I know what you're thinking. You're thinking Ruffalo.
Can I show this?
Oh, you're such a big...
Dude, what are they doing? What are they doing? Are you trying to lose?
I'm naked.
I'm completely butt-ass naked. I'm naked.
I'm like naked.
There isn't a man behind me. These are my hands.
Why you want me to be naked?
I know what you're thinking. You're thinking Ruffalo. Put your clothes on.
To be honest, I wish I could cover my hands with my boobs, but here we are.
I'm here to talk to you
No, it's censored. Like she puts her hands up in the air. I watched it already.
about voting.
Did you know that ballots could be naked? And if you don't do exactly what I tell you, your ballot could get thrown out.
This is my ballot. Just got it.
First of all, when your ballot comes, you're supposed to read the instructions.
Read and follow the instructions that come.
Dude, I'm not going to go back to Sarah Silverman. Like, that will actually get me banned if I, like, spend time on Sarah Silverman holding her boobs or whatever, but doing the hand bra. This is the most psychotic thing I've ever fucking seen. Why would they do this? It's literally just like, oh god, Sarah Silverman is very hot though. Holy shit. But this is overall like the most psychotic thing I've ever fucking seen. What are they doing, dude?
The American people are tired of women.
I really appreciate the channel and everything you do. Thanks at HasanAbi.
His name is Hasan.
Is Sarah Silverman single?
Are tired of women. The American people are tired of women.
Can you believe those juices have been around for 49 years?
God damn, dude. Okay, I already tweeted it out. I literally tweeted it out. I said,
His name is Hasan.
I said, okay, the naked liberal go out the vote is so goddamn awful, but unrelated to that is Sarah K. Silverman single, and I literally added her.
The American people are tired
Sam
of women.
Cedar dated Sarah Silverman?
With your ballot.
If they say to use a black pen, use a black pen.
I know that's like literally the least sexy thing a completely naked person could say, but...
But I have crumb like can of Pepsi. Is problem?
Number 2. In some states like Pennsylvania.
What are they doing? Like, this is so bad. Why do they think this is good? Except for Sarah Silverman. It's literally the only part of this that's good. Every other part of this is horrible. Except for Sarah Silverman.
His name is Hasan.
Who is overall pretty base, too. I think this is about the naked ballot thing in PA. Why are you doing this? Don't do this. This looks so stupid.
Wet ass P word.
He's almost 50.
Pull out game week.
They're celebrities. They need to be the center of attention or they die. I think it will actually get libs to make sure their ballots are submitted properly. You're crazy. You're literally out of your mind. If you think that this is like in any way successful, this just looks so cringe. This literally looks so insanely fucking cringe, dude.
You should vote. WTF does that mean?
Are you cosplaying as Tim Pool today? I mean, this is... I'm glad that they were able to one-up themselves. I'm glad that they were able to one-up themselves to outdo the fight song that they did last time around, last election cycle. That was really bad. I don't know why Mark Ruffalo does this stuff. And Sarah Silverman, too. Both of them are like leftists. Stop embarrassing yourselves, man. Why do you do this? You're like actually a fucking activist who gets arrested at protests and shit. Like they need like an advisor to like show them not to be cringe. Like, listen, if you or anyone you know works with Mark Ruffalo, just let me fucking I will guide you, okay? I will tell you not to be cringe. You are otherwise a fucking awesome dude. But you do this cringe shit so often. Don't find yourself in these cringe circles, okay? Separate yourself from the rest of the fucking cringe shit that makes everyone else point to you and say, oh, he's just another member of the liberal elite. When he's not. And same with Sarah Silverman. Please hit me up, Sarah Silverman. Unrelated to the cringe liberal stuff.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this
It's
house.
actually sad that their sincerity is misdirected on this clown shit. I mean, yeah. I think someone was just brainstorming an idea that will get views. You just at Sarah Silverman before 1 p.m. on a Wednesday. Don't you dare talk to me about cringe, you horn dog. Okay, did you not see the same video that I saw? Are you fucking insane? She's 50 years old. Come on. I think you guys are missing the point. I love how the left paints the Proud Boys as white supremacists, even though it's multiracial. Yes, dude. Black and brown people can never actually work alongside white supremacists or become instruments of white supremacy. Good take. I have never heard of Candace Owens. I don't live in a world where Jesse Lee Peterson exists. I don't know anything about, I don't know, the dynamic amongst like black and brown people that personally play a fundamental role in advancing white supremacy. Thank you. I'm like scared to unpause because I'm worried that there's going to be like some shit in here that I didn't catch. Anyway.
The American people are tired of women.
Pennsylvania. There are 2 envelopes you have to stuff your ballot in. Otherwise, it's called a naked ballot.
Naked ballots. And you don't want to have one of those.
Number 3, mail your ballot in as soon as you can.
Don't sit on them. Get those things out ASAP.
Like now.
Do it.
Get it in as soon as you can.
I gotta get my ballot to the motherfucking post office. Let's go.
Please vote.
Take your clothes off and vote.
Vote, vote, vote.
Everyone's voice matters in this election.
Please vote. America needs you.
Like, it's actually censored, but still. Okay, this is such an insane, and I mean insane campaign, except
His
for,
name is Hasan.
seriously, Sarah Silverman. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. My Lord. I mean, it's, yeah, out of touch celebrities being cringe and all. And yeah, if you like this, you very likely are. Hold on. I'm going to actually text Sam Cedar. Is that inappropriate? God, Sam Cedar is so fucking cool, dude. It's crazy. It's nuts. The man just keeps getting fucking cooler. I don't know how he does this. Wow, dude, I saw your ex-girlfriend's tits. They were great. I mean, she's 50 and so is he. And I don't know when the fuck they dated, but like, it doesn't matter. It's awesome. I'm giving him props.
This is a deranged pervert.
As Pog.
Another reason Texas is so messed up politically, gerrymandering. I know. I can't even think of anything else. Holy shit. Every little bit that nudity gets normalized helps, I think. Feels dank, man. Leave me a message, comment, anything. Wait, hold on. I don't want to. Speakpipe.com widget? What the fuck is this? Anyway. Respect. Major props and major respect to Sam Cedar. And also major respect to Sarah Silverman. My God. They recorded a show together like 20 years ago.
Mummy milkers, mummy milkers, mummy milkers.
Oh my God. What a baby. Guys, for those of you who don't know, this is Sam Cedar. He is my honorary uncle, not my fake uncle like Uncle Jank, but Uncle Sam Cedar of the Majority Report. For those of you who don't watch Majority Report, you should. He's fucking dope. He has no bad takes. And he's also friends with H. John Benjamin as well, who's also great. Just Perma Chad, Sam Cedar. Anyway. Alex was right, you deranged pervert looking at nude celebs on stream. Please invite him to the post-debate show. Sam Cedar for post-debate. No, they do their own broadcast, so I can't do that. Proud to call Sam Cedar my honorary uncle once again. There's actually a movie scene where Sarah Silverman is naked, just so you know. You'd like this one? Don't show on stream? What is this? It's cool. Anyway. Let's move on from this. He's also on Peacock now, yeah.
This is a deranged pervert.
He's my cousin's step-on, and this is so fucking weird, man. What? Wait, doesn't that mean that she's your stepmother?
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Wait, did Sam Cedar date Sarah Silverman, or did they get married? Were they married? Libertarian's worst nightmare, Uncle Sam Cedar. Okay.
Whores in this house. There's some whores.
Okay, I
in
gotta
this
stop.
house.
I gotta
There's some
stop.
whores
I gotta
in this
stop.
house.
I gotta stop. I gotta stop. We gotta stop. What am I doing? Oh my God! Everyone's getting in on this. They are making an announcement about a cop killing a teenager in Wauwatosa. Okay. Do you think this election will be as bad as the hanging Chad and trigger a recount due to the fraud? I mean, look at what the fuck's going on right now. Your Okay, let's move on from this. Let's see what MSNBC is talking about.
Of his tax records. What happens next for this president and this issue of his tax returns that have already worked their way all the way up to the Supreme Court, and he has yet to comply with that decision?
He's appealed again to the Supreme Court. I think he has less of a leg to stand on this time. The first time he went to the Supreme Court, he was claiming some sort of special.
Okay, I don't care about this. Hold on.
Do a deal.
Brian Kilmeade says Trump's tweet blowing up COVID relief negotiations handed the advantage to Nancy Pelosi. Of course it did. Anyone who denies. So we were going to talk about this. I already gave you my thoughts, and the latest video is actually going to be up in literally 4 minutes about if you want to see more my immediate reaction to Donald Trump blowing up the negotiations, and more importantly, taking ownership over why the negotiations won't continue, about the second stimulus package that is an absolute necessity and backed by numerous people within his administration, talking about how there is no way that you could undersell this negotiation. You should absolutely give as much money as possible to make sure that the economy doesn't fucking crash. So,
oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
So Donald Trump blew that up yesterday, and my speculation was after seeing Jeff Stein's reporting on it. Mitch McConnell probably had a conversation with Donald Trump. This is speculation, backed by at least some credible reporting. That Mitch McConnell, who's already been the only hurdle in front of the negotiations continuing, the second stimulus package coming in, that's been around for a moment now, that Donald Trump desperately wants to push through. Mitch McConnell is the only hurdle in front of that. And I think that Mitch McConnell had a conversation with Donald Trump where he said it's not happening. And the timing of that is suspicious because Donald Trump immediately after that blasted out in a tweet that he is, he is stopping the negotiations. And I think the reason why he did that is because he's an idiot who He's an idiot who wanted to make it seem like he's in control, as always, which is idiotic. It's totally idiotic. Absolutely idiotic. Really fucking dumb for him to take ownership of this, especially because the majority of Americans, nearly 70% of Americans, believe that what should be done right now is this stimulus. Majority of Americans believe that the stimulus is good. An overwhelming majority of Americans believe that we should be focusing on the stimulus before we focus on Amy Coney Barrett's appointment. This includes Republicans as well. Trump's own administration, Jerome Powell personally said earlier in the day that we absolutely need to go high and not low with the stimulus. Don't try to be measured with your stimulus spending. And the stock markets reacted, of course, in the understandable way, because they did not think that Trump would blow up the negotiations in the way that he did, while simultaneously talking about the importance of the stimulus package and how much people needed it, by literally saying, hey, we're going to stop the negotiations, and then immediately after I'm elected, then we'll push for a stimulus. Idiotic. A complete self-own. So dumb. And that's precisely why Donald Trump was like, oh, just kidding. And he started backpedaling immediately. I think it was to show strength, to make it seem like in the most Trump way possible that, like, you know, Mitch McConnell isn't the one in control, but Donald Trump is the one in control. The art of the deal, even though it's one of the most idiotic things that you could do. A show of force, while simultaneously, a show of force that comes along with the admission, because in the art of the deal, you got to be able to back away from a deal, okay? You got to be able to show that you're strong and you can back away from a deal. Yeah, well,
this is a deranged.
Okay, you know what? I'm actually going to run an ad, and we're going to take a break. Everyone that mods, you can nuke Sarah Silverman. Anyone that mentions Sarah Silverman, you can nuke them for like 10 to 15 minutes. I literally cannot pay attention, and the fucking children in my audience are like constantly fucking spamming this. Here's a fucking 60-second ad break. Shut the fuck up!
What do you think tap water is? It's a gay bomb, baby.
Oh my God. What is this? Someone is raiding me? Oh shit. Barry0314, thank you for the raid. Sorry that you just got hit in the face with an ad if you just raided, but I did not know that was happening. Dude, stop fucking saying Sarah Silverman, please. Jesus Christ.
Pervert.
I love ad breaks. I haven't felt this level of power over my fellow man since AMC Alist.
Anyway, where was I? Okay, let's keep going. So, as I was trying to say, Donald Trump did a completely idiotic no-no, because the only area where Donald Trump is strong on is the economy. Okay? And even there, he's actually losing. Even there, he's actually losing support.
Love it.
So it was insane for him to do this. And it was even more insane that he didn't act like it was Nancy Pelosi that was the reason why the deal couldn't follow through, but it was actually in his own hands. So now he's turning around and trying to fix it. But of course, every Republican, it's impossible for Republicans not to think that this is fucking
versus the more rural county.
It's impossible for people to not, dude, I don't care. Please stop donating money. It's impossible for people not to recognize how fucking idiotic this was, no matter how big of a sycophant they may be. This was an awful thing for Donald Trump to do. So much so that even Ben Shapiro was like, what the fuck are you saying? And so will the Fox and Friends people.
Meetings with Steve Mnuchin and
the speaker. Both have indicated that they both want to do a deal. For the president to come out with a tweet like that with the market still open, just crash the market and cost people a lot of money, knowing that an hour before, Federal Chairman Jerome Powell put out this statement. They're warning that failing to inject more federal help into the economy would risk weakening the tenuous recovery. Yeah. The country needs stimulus checks. Airlines needs help. And, of course, you have 30,000 people who are about to lose their jobs and be furloughed through no fault of their own. The tourist industry, the hospitality industry have been destroyed. If you work in a hotel, you don't need me to tell you that. So get the PPP program financed again. They have to find a way to work out this thing behind closed doors, because riding the markets, it does nothing but have people lose money and gets people extremely stressed. And with the market closed, the president says, let's do this again. I understand negotiating tactics, but not at this point. I actually think the president now has more pressure on him now than he had before his first tweet.
Exactly. It's so fucking dumb. It's such a tactical mistake. It's such a tactical mistake to fucking point this out. Like, to take ownership of, like, stopping a negotiation while simultaneously talking about the necessity for a stimulus package. Like, even these assholes have to admit that. That's when you know you have really, really fucked up. When you have the #1 program that literally operates to have the president's ear. It's not a decent take. It's the only take. That's what I'm trying to say.
Because Nancy Pelosi clearly could turn around and say, well, it's not my fault. I was having talks. So it looks like the president's the one to blame now. But I don't know how he has leverage.
Yeah, but he is willing to, people really want those $1,200 checks. And he is very specific. I will write the checks. Nancy, pick up the phone. Let's do a deal. We will keep you posted. Who knows? Maybe he'll be tweeting this morning during our show.
Yes, it was ad time already. I did an ad already in the top of the hour. Have you seen this insanely informative video about the role of China in geopolitics and Trump fucking it up again? No. Are you fucking insane, dude? You think I'm going to watch an hour-long Kraut video? Get the fuck out of here, dude. The $1,200 checks, or rather, like any sort of stimulus, whether it be direct cash infusions to the airlines that are that have mentioned that they're going to be laying off hundreds of thousands of jobs, or at least tens of thousands of jobs in the short term, without any sort of secondary recovery efforts. Okay, the fact that these guys are openly talking about this. The fact that everyone is like expecting some sort of recovery here, some sort of concession from the Republicans, and the Republicans are the only ones who are holding these efforts up for months now. It's the only way that Donald Trump has a narrow pathway to victory. His narrow pathway to victory goes through making sure that people get money right before the election and are reminded that Donald Trump is the guy that gave them money. That is the only way. That is the only way that Donald Trump could ever etch out a narrow pathway to victory, and it's not going to happen. Why won't Pelosi agree to the $1.6 trillion offer? Why would she, when they've already reduced it by $1 trillion to $2.2 trillion? Why? Why would she do that? Why would they go all the way down? Why would they go all the way down to fucking $1.6 trillion? Why won't Republicans say yes to the already reduced number at $2.4 trillion? It's not like this is lighting money on fire. This is necessary funds for states. This is necessary funding for people to have protective gear. This is necessary funds for testing. Okay? These are funds necessary to make sure that the U.S. Postal Service gets the appropriate funding it needs to ensure that everyone's ballots fucking arrive on time. It's idiotic. And you aren't just disagreeing with me, a communist leftist with no understanding of the economy. You're literally disagreeing with Jerome Powell. And at that point, if you don't agree with fucking Jerome Powell, then where? Like, who do you agree with? Like, I don't get it. Like, there is no one in America there's no one in America that even fits the neoclassical economist consensus here that would agree with you. You are outside of the spectrum. I'm fucking outside of the spectrum on the leftist side, and even I'm like, no, this is a necessity. Right? Who the fuck? What kind of fucking psychotic world do you live on? Like, oh no, we should abolish the Fed immediately. Maybe go back to gold standard, brother, or at least the silver standard, because I got a lot of big supply of silver and colloidal silver, of course, to defend myself from coronavirus, which is fake. Like, no one agrees with Donald Trump in this issue. Even he doesn't agree with himself. That's why he fucking backtracked. It's so obvious that McConnell's taking the same shroud as 09 to 10, where he's just trying to do as much damage to the economy as he can to make things harder for Biden and improve Republican chances in 2022. Yeah. I think that the only reason why Mitch McConnell will do this for months now is because he already got away with the biggest wealth transfer to corporations. He already fucking got the public to buy out ExxonMobil's debt. You know what I mean? He already gave a fuckload of money to the airline industry and numerous other industries. He already padded his constituencies that he actually cares about, right? So now that he did that, what's left? Well, nothing. Now he can just sit back, enjoy the show, and blow up the fucking economy. Blow up the economy and hurt the American public, because he needs to lose 13 Senate seats, pretty much. Like, he needs to lose all the seats that we were looking at earlier today for him to be for him to jeopardize his position in 2022. So he's in a good position right now to fuck up the economy as best as possible and improve his chances in 2022. Senate Republicans have already talked about, if you follow this stuff as closely as I do, you would know that Senate Republicans have already talked about how they are open to working with Joe Biden. That is yeah, Sam Cedar said yes and still a close friend. Anyway, sorry. Will you be covering the Golden Dawn trial at all today? It's a big issue in Greece and in Europe in general. Maybe. I don't know if we'll get to it. Even though, yes, fuck Nazis, and I'm glad that, like, they're taking legislative action or using the court system against Nazis, and that's great. But I don't know if we're going to be talking about that for the time being. I spent way too much time on Sarah Silverman here anyway. Okay. I talked about Derek Chauvin, who made bail for $1 million and is now functionally a free man who is able to walk. Okay? What do you want from me? What more do you want to cover on that story? Oof. Wait, okay, did you cover Instar's story that has been covered repeatedly today? No, Golden Dawn I haven't covered yet. Golden Dawn was banned because they were in charge of murder, possessions of weapons, and operating a criminal organization. Nazism is still legal, sadly. I mean, a lot of those fuckers do that, though. No, I got into Project Veritas yesterday. Amy McGrath having a chance versus McConnell? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It is yet another pathetic display of the Democratic Party just wasting fucking funds away, lighting cash on fire in a race that is definitely a fucking wash, that Amy McGrath will definitely fucking lose. But of course, it is to be expected by the Democrats. Instead, they could be focusing on, actually, this is really interesting. Something I retweeted last night from a Democratic Party operative that I do follow, that I think is one of the good ones, one of the smart ones at least. He is he's a DCCC guy. He's worked for PCCC and also Media Matters for America and the DNC. It's Jameson Fozer. So Jameson Fozer, I don't know how to fucking say his name, had this to say, which I thought was very interesting. He said, you need like 150,000 votes to win a Senate race in Alaska. It's always been a highly underrated opportunity to steal a seat because the cost of taking a shot is low. Now, I think that I find this to be really interesting. Now, this doesn't happen usually. We are in a unique circumstance. We are in a unique circumstance right now because the president is so unfavorable, even in a place like Alaska. The obvious battleground Senate races are going to be well-funded, both small dollar candidates and big PAC spending. If I was a liberal billionaire, I'd drop some money in low-cost states where, with a president at like 39%, you might get lucky and steal a seat. The first $1 million in Alaska is going to have a lot more marginal impact than the 51st million in Colorado. And given that the Senate is rigged against us, and that's only going to get worse, short of adding a bunch of states, which we should do, we got to take a shot at some non-traditional wins when the possibility, even if slim, arises. So, right now, Pod Johns Get Mitch or Die Trying is a good campaign. No one of the funds go to McGrath, just other close Senate races. Good. I'm glad that they're doing that. So I find it really interesting. I think this is really good. This is how Republicans operate. Ladies and gentlemen, I like this guy. I like this idea. This is how fucking Republicans operate. Marginal victories that are possible in non-sexy positions, okay? Like an Alaska Senate steal is not necessarily a sexy one, but it would be it would be incredible if that was, if we could pull that off. Okay? Holy fuck, that clip did break chat. I know, I might literally fucking turn off the stream and then come back in like a couple hours. Y'all are being fucking really annoying. It's really weird. Maybe it's because I have 25,000 people in here, but like, just fucking reel it in, guys. Last time he did this, I deleted Hasan. Okay? You know when the horniness gets out of control, I take action. Don't make me do that. Okay? God damn, I can never have fucking fun because it's like every time I try to coom responsibly, it turns into irresponsible cooming because everyone just goes balls to the fucking wall. I feel like you guys are just like sitting there with your dicks hard, waiting for the opportunity so that you can also be fucking horny. And like you always take it too far. Way after we're like, I'm talking about a fucking Senate race in Alaska. And there's still people in the chat talking about like Sarah Silverman's tits. Holy shit, guys. Please, fucking chill. Like, I'm nuking. I'm trying to do everything I can. Stop being fucking weird. Jesus, dude. I mean, seriously, men are fucking trash. Holy shit. Myself included. My God. I mean, I make fun of, like, generalized statements like that half the time, but we are literally trash, dude. We are. I mean, you fucking chill. Holy fuck. We can't even have fun. Ever. For anything. You just, like, lose your fucking mind. You're like, I can't control it! Anyway, let's keep going. Okay. Jameson is right about the Senate being rigged against us. We can't resign ourselves to there only ever being like 52 plausible Democratic seats in the Senate, and thus only having a majority when everything breaks exactly right. I'm not talking about turning Alaska or Kansas or whatever solidly Democratic for years to come. Fluke one-term wins happen and can have huge value. Prior to Scott Brown, Massachusetts hadn't had a Republican senator since the 70s. Then he won a fluke with big consequences. Since 1981, the only Alaska Senate Dem was the 1 6-year term by Begich. That's what wave elections are. They aren't elections in which you sweep the topmost 5 likely states. They're elections in which you win improbable seats if you prepare for the possibility. And this could be that kind of year if you have anything close to free and fair elections. I think that this is a really good fucking take. I love shit like this. We do need to do some big things to restore democracy, stave off climate disaster, and then he goes on to like the regular stuff. But there are some marginal victories that you could etch out in these different races that could be the difference between, could be the difference between even having a conversation about Amy Coney Barrett. Arizona is, of course, expected now. I was going to talk about that. That's actually a good segue into the conversation about the Arizona Senate race between Martha McSally and, right? Or what the fuck was her? Why am I forgetting her name now? Yeah, Martha McSally versus Mark Kelly. And it is so bad. Is there a highlight reel that I can take a look at? Because, my God, Martha McSally is hated, okay?
Senator...
is absolutely fucking hated, despised in Arizona. All right? People don't like her. She didn't fucking win. She was appointed to that position. People usually don't like the... And this is true for Republicans as well as Democrats. People often don't like appointed people into Senate seats. So this is the same with Loeffler, Kelly Loeffler as well, by the way. Like nobody likes appointed congressional races. So she really showed her ass. It's telling that this is the first legit time I've heard a D strategist discussing flipping a seat like Alaska's. Yes, she was appointed after leftist hero John McCain died. You should explain that she lost her race, then got appointed anyways when McCain died. Exactly. Like, she has never won she hasn't won this race. She lost the race, and she was still appointed after John McCain, and people in Arizona don't like her. Actually, this is one of the few areas where there are legitimate Never Trump Republicans because of John McCain. It's like one of the few areas that like the Never Trump Republicans have had significant electoral impact. So while I admit that they suck dog shit everywhere else, Arizona is one of the few places. But then, of course, on top of that, you have a Hispanic voting bloc there too that is potentially turning the state blue. We shall see what happens there, but who knows? But I know you love John McCain for this, right? No, I don't. I hate John McCain, except for the fact that he was a revolutionary hero who took down the American military personally, 6 fighter jets in his own hands, and also put in, after dying, appointed a horrible senator like Martha McSally, who's just fucking despised by Arizona and Arizonans. So great for him to do that. Good job, John McCain, for dying like that. Okay, let's keep going.
You have consistently supported President Trump. You supported the administration's policy.
This is one of the best moments I've ever seen in a fucking Senate debate like this, where the moderator just very clearly, this is the moderator, very clearly goes, okay, fuck you. Watch.
You voted policies, I should say, and you have voted not to convict on impeachment. Are you proud of your support for President Trump?
Well, I'm proud that I'm fighting for Arizonans on things like cutting your taxes.
Interesting, Martha McSally. Why can't you say that you're proud of your support for President Donald Trump? Now, she literally can't say that. she can't say that she's proud of Donald Trump because she's going to lose a bunch of those like never Trump Republicans that I was talking about that fucking despise her already. Okay? So she needs to come across as like a little bit more moderate. But if she says she isn't proud of Donald Trump, then she's fucked because then you lose the rest of the Republican Party that's already like voting for her. So look at this answer.
Passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and on average, Arizona middle-class families had their taxes cut by $2,000. We had such a strong economy before this first-in-a-century pandemic hit, and so we fought to cut your taxes. We fought to rebuild our military after the Obama-Biden administration decimated our military. 25% cuts when deployments were going up. We had a hollow force. Voted to secure our border. Border security is national security, and that means something here in Arizona. We see the cartel activity. And as your senator, I've got the most bills passed than any other senator, tied for first.
Isn't that kind of funny that that is an admission, by the way? I often love to look at what Republicans say and what they don't say to find a conclusion about what they often say elsewhere that she's not saying. She said that actually means something here in Arizona where we see cartel activity. That is a tacit endorsement of something I say all the time, which is the reason why motherfuckers in like Oklahoma or even worse, like in fucking Iowa, care about cartels is completely made up. Okay? It's a completely made up, nonsensical position to have. You live in fucking bumfuck Iowa and you're like, yeah, the cartels are coming here to fuck my corn and only I get to fuck my corn cob. Like, okay? Like she literally, that's what that is. That she's admitting that she's like, well, we have actual cartel activity here in Arizona, which is basically just an admission that like all of those other people that fucking freak out over the cartel activity in their bumfuck parts of the country are completely just horny because of all the racial agitation that Republicans engage in. Okay, so I love that. It's almost as idiotic and self-centered as like, again, people from fucking bumfuck Iowa and Ohio thinking that if aliens were to come to this planet, they would go to their stupid fucking cornfield and not immediately to an area like a metropolitan area where like most human beings congregate. Yeah, dude, they definitely came there. Yes, Hank, they definitely caught you in the fucking cornfields, okay, with your pants down and put something in your butt. Certainly, that's what aliens would do. And not necessarily hit, an area where there's like an area that's densely populated when you yourself and your family members don't even want to fucking live in Ohio, but aliens are definitely going to come down there. Anyway, so I went on a tangent there, but it's like one of the most ridiculous self-centered fucking takes that I hear from Midwesterners all the goddamn time. It's just so silly. And it's exactly the same as like cartel activity and just like alien invasions happening there. Let's keep going.
For most bills signed into law out of any of the 100 senators, and was the sixth most bipartisan senator. That's my record. Fighting for Arizona, putting legislation on the president's desk. I put legislation on President Obama's desk when I was in the House. I put legislation on President Trump's desk. I go to Washington, D.C. with an AZ on my jersey to fight for Arizona. But this is what's at stake here. My opponent says he would support Bernie Sanders at the top of the ticket when he was surging. And we now have a situation where this is going to decide the Senate majority. And if Biden, Schumer, and Pelosi are in charge, they're going to abolish the filibuster. They're going to ram through the most radical agenda that we've seen.
Bro, ma'am, this is a Wendy's. All I did was ask you if you're proud of your support for Donald Trump. What are you doing?
So Counterfeit Kelly says he's an independent and a moderate and lots of platitudes here, but the stakes could not be higher. If you want your tax cuts, I'm your girl. You want the largest tax increase in history? You got somebody else over here.
Senator, the question was, are you proud of your support for President Trump?
I'm proud to be fighting for Arizona every single day.
Is that a yes or a no for President
Trump? Putting legislation on President Trump's desk.
So you're proud of your support for President Trump?
You look at the legislation we put on.
This is my favorite thing that this moderator has done, which every moderator should do going forward. You ask a yes or no question 3 times, and then you go with the yes answer because they can't say no. Or whichever is the most uncharitable answer for her, you just go with that. Because then she has to say no.
on his desk, it's to cut Arizona taxes.
It sounds like she is proud of her support
I'm
for
proud
President
to be fighting
Trump.
for Arizona. The question is, why was he wanting to support Bernie Sanders?
Hey, guess what? Bernie Sanders, quite popular. Donald Trump, obviously not so popular that you literally have to say you're not in favor of him so that you can even etch out a marginal victory there in Arizona.
Do you, regarding President Trump, your overall impression of his behavior and his actions in office? Your opponent just basically said she's proud of her support. Would you support such a person?
No, not acceptable. And but what really concerns me are the things that matter to everyday Arizonans, like their health care, like a $1.9 trillion tax cut that he passed that went to the biggest corporations and the wealthiest Americans. And after that tax cut was passed, twice as many companies paid $0 in federal income tax. That's not leadership. That's not what we need. I think that was a mistake. That didn't help middle-class taxpayers and working-class folks here in Arizona. So I have major concerns. But we have an election in 30 days, and America has a choice to make as to who the next president is going to be, who's going to serve in the Senate, the House. There's governor's races around the country.
If you want to know how bad, by the way, Mark Kelly's pretty good overall, but if you want to know how bad Martha McSally was, on top of like Mark Kelly being like an overall decent guy and telegenic and like popular, so Martha kept saying you are in support of radical groups, radical leftist groups. So I don't know if you have the video for what I'm about to say here because it's so fucking funny. If you want to understand how bad she is at politics, this is the perfect example. She kept saying, well, Mark Kelly is in support of radical leftist groups. And finally, when faced with the question of like, who are you talking about? Oh, you have the video of it? Oh, dude, this is so fucking...
Mr.
Please.
Kelly, these endorsements...
So the organization that Senator McSally is referring to is named after my wife, Gabby Gifford.
She kept saying you're a part of extremist groups, radical leftist groups. The organization that she was fucking talking about is Gabby Gifford's organization that he started with her husband. For those of you who are unfamiliar with this, Gabby Giffords was shot in the fucking head! And it's a gun control, it's a common sense gun regulation advocacy group. After she got shot in the fucking head!
It's named Giffords. Gabby was injured, shot in the head in 2011. The issue of gun violence is personal for Gabby and me. And I'll never forget, what she went through for that year and a half in the hospital for 6 months, a year of significant rehab. Today, she still does physical therapy and speech therapy. It's an incredible challenge. So we formed an organization to try to make communities and help communities become safer, safer from gun violence. I'm a supporter of the Second Amendment. I'm a gun owner. Our rights and traditions are so important. The Second Amendment is so important. But we can never let a bunch of kids in the classroom, get killed and think there's nothing we can do about it. Common sense things like background checks.
Can you be any fucking worse at politics? Can you be any worse at politics than to just give a fucking layup to this guy? Like, you're basically serving this victory to him by giving him an opportunity to remind everyone that his wife got shot in the fucking face by some psychopath in an assassination attempt and survived and put together a common sense gun legislation advocacy group. And he's already a fucking pro Second Amendment guy anyway. He already has fucking guns. It's so bad, dude. It's like a conversation that you're never supposed to have. God, she's so bad. She's so fucking pathetic, dude.
For all gun sales, red flag laws. These are common sense things that most Arizonans support. Apparently, Senator McSally does not.
He is leading in the polls. Yeah, former astronaut, wife got shot in the fucking face. Like, good luck, GG's. Like, you're intensely disliked, partially for your literal support for Donald Trump in the aftermath of a popular senator dying whose seat you were assigned to, you were appointed to, okay? The people of Arizona liked fucking John McCain, so there is already like an actual never Trump Republican constituency there. It's just, you just are throwing, like you're literally throwing the fucking you're throwing the election. Look how easy it is to dunk on Republicans when you aren't Joe Biden, LMAO. I mean, this guy's winning on background too, though. Like, would you rather have Mitt Romney or Joe Biden as a Dem candidate? What a fucking psychotic take. Yeah, I'd still prefer Joe Biden over Mitt Romney. Like, I would prefer Joe Biden over Michael Bloomberg too. How are the stupid people the ones who are able to get so far in politics? Because she fills a role. She's rich, she fills a fucking role, and that's it. And she's a party loyalist. He's a living Bruce Springsteen song, and he's against the woman who never got over 40% approval in an office seat that she did not win. If the Dems can't win this race, they deserve no wins at all. Exactly. Like, the previous person that Martha McSally lost to, okay? The previous person that Martha McSally lost to in Arizona is an ex-communist lesbian who has blue fucking hair. Okay? Even though I hate new Kristen Sinema. Like, old Kristen Sinema, very based. New Kristen Sinema, worst and most annoying fucking like middle ground neoliberal, but still with blue hair. She was asked about Trump shitting on John McCain, and her response was, "I told him to stop it." I'm just saying, like, imagine losing to a like blue-haired bisexual woman in Arizona, like, who used to be a fucking commie, like, straight the fuck up, by the way. Straight the fuck up. Like, it's not the blue hair and being bi. It's literally the fact that she was also like a hardcore, like, dumpster diving fucking crusty ass commie. Anyway, have you talked about California's Prop 22 on stream before? Not, I haven't, but I will. Oh, wow. Okay, let's watch this one. Let's watch another one. This is so good. Martha McSally says, it pisses me off when Trump attacks John McCain. Says, let him rest in peace.
The president has reportedly, by way of the Wall Street Journal, the Atlantic Monthly, CNN, Fox News, all reporting that he referred to members of the military as, quote, losers and suckers. You are a military veteran. Your thoughts on this?
Well, I'm not going to comment on anonymous sources, but what I can tell you is I'm proud to have been able to serve in the military, and we're working to rebuild our military after Obama and Biden decimated our military, giving our troops everything they need in order to fight tonight. I mean, we had our units where they were not ready to go. They were decimated in a readiness crisis. We had more people dying in training accidents than they were in combat in the end years of Obama and Biden. So I'm working with President Trump to rebuild our military, to save the A-10, by the way, something I did when President Obama tried to cut it, then President Trump tried to cut it, and I just saved it again. This is critical for Tucson and Davis-Monthan, and the troops are on the ground. So I'm always going to have the military's back. But what's at stake here, should we lose the White House, the Senate, and the House, which comes through Arizona, this race will decide the Senate majority. And Chuck Schumer is so proud to have recruited Mark Kelly. He's bankrolled his campaign. He's trying to ensure he has power. And if they get power, the radical left agenda is going to cut our military to pay for the green bad deal, the government takeover of healthcare, and all the other ideas careening towards socialism. So I'm going to stand every single day with our men and women in the military and fight to give them everything they need. That's what's at stake here.
Senator, the question remains, have you looked into the reports? Have you looked into the anonymous sourced reports? Does it concern you? It concerns a lot of people and a lot of military families. Does it concern you?
I get up every single morning fighting for Arizona. That's what I spend my
I can't get over how terrible she is. Like, she's just so bad on camera. Like, she's so fucking bad on camera. She can never answer a fucking... She's like a liberal. You know what? She literally presents like a liberal. She does. Like, she's so... It's so bad. It's so robotic. It's like... You can't pin her down on a position. Like... It unironically seems like one of those like fucking boring centrist libs. It's just like, I don't know. It's really bad. Are you wearing the Yankee with no brim? Yeah. Worse Amy Klobuchar? How fucking dare you? Amy Klobuchar is my mommy, dude. Are you kidding me? Amy Klobuchar has the most charisma. Especially when you get her fucking angry. Oh my lord, dude. She will staple your dick shut, dude. Are you kidding me? I love Amy Klobuchar. How dare you? How fucking dare you?
my time doing. I listen to Arizonans, hear what they need, and then I deploy to Washington, D.C. to fight for them. You pundits can look into those anonymous allegations, and I'm just telling you, I'm fighting for our military. I'm fighting for our veterans, but they will cut our military again if they gain power.
Mr. Kelly, does it concern you?
Absolutely. He's the commander-in-chief of our armed forces. And to say that about deceased veterans who died on the battlefield, calling them losers and suckers. What also concerns me is what he said about Senator John McCain repeatedly on more than one occasion, especially after when he passed away. And those comments are just uncalled for. You know, Senator McCain was a hero of mine from my earliest days in the United States Navy as a Navy pilot. He's the guy we looked up to. He's the guy that, in the unfortunate situation that you...
I mean, just kidding. People in Arizona do like John McCain a lot, so of course he's going to say that. And he probably does actually like John McCain a lot. Like, that's why I was saying, like, Mark Kelly is not exactly a fucking, you know, hardcore leftist himself. But still, oh, dude, I will take any victory over... People always say that I am an unrealistic communist leftist who doesn't understand electoralism. And yet they constantly and consistently glance over the reality that I love etching out marginal victories for the Democratic Party, even if they don't fucking advocate for my agenda, because I know that it's still better off in the long run than having a Republican in that seat of power. And it's also more controllable from my point of view. I can yell at Democrats and I can pressure Democrats. You can say I'm a vote pig all you want, but it's a perfect example. If this seat had been taken over by Mark Kelly, you would have one less vote to vote for Amy Coney Barrett. Okay? It's just the fucking truth. It's literally the truth. Like, that's now it's all that harder for Mitch McConnell, especially when, like, a bunch of his fucking senators are getting sick. Yeah, if Joe Manchin votes for Amy Coney Barrett, I can't say what... I don't want to say anything, actually. I'm not going to say anything. All I'm going to say is I wish the whips actually had real fucking whips. That's all I'm going to say. And the energy and enthusiasm to use actual fucking whips. Okay? I often hear you use Ohio as a derogatory term. Can you at least substitute that with Indiana until we vote Comrade Pence out of office? Looking forward to tonight's vaccinations. Sure, brother. Yeah, fuck Indiana. What's a vote, pig? It's what idiotic, contrarian, edgelord Twitter morons consider people who don't... people on the left who don't, like, immediately shame you for voting for Joe Biden. Manchin is the only Dem that could be elected in West Virginia, though. Trump won by like 40 points. I don't even want to talk about West Virginia. I think we forget. By the way, you want to know something? First of all, you're wrong. You want to know why you're wrong? Because right now, do you want to know what the fucking lead Trump has? Trump won West Virginia by 42 points. Do you want to know what West Virginia lead that Trump has right now? 12, motherfucker! Donald Trump in the Mountain Mama region of America is only leading by 12 fucking points. Does that imply to you that we should have literally a actual Republican who is a Democrat in name only in that seat? Huh? Does it seem like Mountain Mamas want that shit? Are you fucking nuts? Is it 17? Did I get the number wrong? Is it not 12? It's 17. Who cares? 42 points. But also on top of that, it's like literally worse than Florida. I'm sorry. It's an entire fucking state that is like, it is the perfect representation of a group of individuals who fucking vote against their best interest. Like, it's literally just like all of these fucking poor people who constantly vote for Republicans who do not give a fuck about them. So much so that they have to like helicopter in non-government organizations to come in and like do dentistry on everyone in the Appalachian, however the fuck you say it, mountains for people who need care like they live in the fucking third world. Literally. Like, this is a real thing that happens in Appalachia in West Virginia, where they medevac fucking dentists for free to give people dental care inside of stadiums. Because that's the fucking conditions in West Virginia. And those motherfuckers then turn around, they're like, hell yeah, brother, I'm gonna go vote for Donald Trump extra fucking hard. I don't know how to save that part of the South. McSally's gonna be the reason AZ has 2 Democratic senators by losing in 2018 and 2020. I hope she keeps running for office here. Yeah, no, it's very liberal of it's a huge Democrat move to run a fucking horrible loser in an otherwise totally winnable fucking seat over and over again. That's like some shit that Democrats would do. I'm so shocked. Speaking of which, what is John Ossoff up to? I don't know. We'll see. Is he doing... Hasan, where'd you get your mask on Insta? It's really cool. It's my friend Capstagram. It's his mask. It is really cool. It's not the South. It's literally East Coast lumberjacks. West Virginia nominee for U.S. Senate, Mountain Mama and coal miner's daughter fighting against the corrupt political machine. Unite our fight, union strong. Oh yeah, Paula Jean Swearingen. Yeah, here you go. This is the fucking Mountain Mama, baby. Here, let's give her.
Who lost?
Give her some clicks right here.
I was born in these hills. So was my grandfather, who lost his life to black lung disease. Coal miners today are still risking their lives to feed their families. They fight over pay, their health care, the ability to even retire at all. And it's not just them. It's teachers, nurses, small business owners, farmers, blue-collar citizens, fighting for a right to live in this state that we call home. Those decades of abuse are showing their effects with every business that closes its doors, for every child that we raise to leave.
She's the one who famously cried when Bernie Sanders, like, she's the one who was crying when Bernie Sanders was talking about, like, when Bernie Sanders visited West Virginia.
Heels.
She's awesome.
Not because they want to, it's because they have to. We're rolling back environmental regulations that were written by the blood of Appalachians. The same water that baptized us is now giving us cancer. Our system is broken. How long are we going to sit back and take it? How long before we actually take it? This moment is about all of us. It is time to have a campaign for U.S. Senate in West Virginia ran by the people. We are shutting down career politicians by not accepting corporate PAC money and never hiding from a debate. This campaign is funded 100% by small contributions, grassroots efforts that will build a movement for all of us. We will have Medicare for all. We will have the clean environment that we deserve. We won't back down until our workers are paid and protected. Our public schools will be fully funded and supported. Big Pharma will be the ones paying for the devastation they caused in our communities. That is why we need you, West Virginians, to join us to put our state where it needs to be. I am Paula Jean Swearingen, candidate for United States Senate, and I approve this message.
So they refused. So she wanted to have a debate. She wanted to host a debate against the person that she's running against, of course, Shelley Moore Capito. If I'm not mistaken, is Shelley Moore, this is West Virginia too, right? I think it's yeah, she's the Democratic candidate for U.S. Senate District 2 in West Virginia, and the incumbent is Representative Republican Senator Shelley Moore Capito, and this is the same district that Ojeda lost in, right? Now, it's fucking insane. This is Ojeda, right? If I'm not mistaken, I don't want to fuck this up. Is she claiming that the environmental regulations are poison in the water? What? No, she's saying the environmental regulations that are being undone are poisoning our water that baptized us. More capital. Oh, no, this wasn't. No, use House Senate, not congressional district. Oh, no. Okay, you're right. It's a Senate seat. Ojeda ran in. Yes, she beat Ojeda in the primary. So the problem is we have fucking awesome candidates like this. It's just that, like, West Virginia is West Virginia is one of those areas where it's hard. Like, I don't know what to do. I thought Ojeda would be a good candidate. I thought Ojeda would be able to, I don't know, change people's minds. Fucking, like, you know, military guy, big lefty. Time to bring our troops back home. But, like, they just really just like have party loyalty above all else, dude.
Happy we're back Wednesday.
It's that neolibs get in the fucking way because they hate us. The enemy isn't the red states and red voters. The fucking neolib fascist fucks to ruin good things for us. Dude, you're being crazy if you don't think that, like, West Virginia isn't a great example of how Republicans routinely vote against their best interest. And that, like, this is not necessarily about neoliberals in this circumstance. I mean, these guys are living in a developing nation. Like, more so than some of the other places that we're talking about. It's like Alabama. You know what I mean?
Pog.
Wait, let me just see something here. Yeah, okay, exactly. West Virginia is like Alabama, but without black people. That's it. That's what it is. So it's just like, so Alabama. I think you guys keep forgetting that there are there are black people in southern states. West Virginia is not one of those. The entire state, I'm looking at it right now. It says the entire state has 60,000 African Americans. Clinton won West Virginia over Dole back in 96 by a margin of 15 points. What changed the last decades? Look up, I don't know if this is real or not, but look up Clinton Dixiecrat pins, and maybe you'll see what the difference was back then in West Virginia. People say it was fake news or it wasn't personally affiliated with the campaign, but I'll show you. It's a Snopes controversy, but is this a 1992 Clinton Gore Confederate flag campaign button? Campaign buttons for the 1992 Gore national ticket bearing a Confederate flag. They say it's uncertain. They don't say that it wasn't officially related to the campaign. In July 2015, in the midst of a national controversy over continued flying of a Confederate flag of South Carolina House State, blah, 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 who cares about that? Heritage, not hate, brother. Also, I don't know stop talking about politics and show cock. How many? Yeah, I was going to say there's probably a lot more union coal miners back then that were voting. West Virginia wasn't a part of the Confederacy. Yeah, neither was Ohio. Do you know how many fucking Confederate flags get waved in that state? Like, have you met America? Have you been to America, or are you fucking telegraphing your lack of knowledge over how Americans operate from like, I don't know, the UK or something? Just if you only look at history and assume that like these people are still like representing the Union or something over the Confederacy. Lots of Confederate flags in rural New Jersey. Like, yeah. You forgot you're supposed to mention Indiana instead of Ohio? Oh, fuck. True, I fucked it up again. They fly them in upstate New York. Yup. Anyway, I'm going to school in rural Penn. I see Confederate flags everywhere. Of course. Because the Confederacy isn't about fucking the Mason-Dixon line. It's about the preservation of slavery. Okay? And that's why it is still a call sign for racist dipshits all around the world. That's why in Germany, for example, some people will wave the Confederate flag as a substitute for the Nazi flag because Germany has laws that revolve around not being able to wave the Nazi flag. Now, they've changed that to like older versions of the Weimar flag. Now, I think that's what they use now. The German Nazis and the fucking the AFD now have changed their methods, but they use regular U.S. flags now. They fly the Reich flag as this.
People are tired of women.
Pogo.
This is a deranged pervert.
New Hampshire, according to Wikipedia, has only 25,000 black people. Yes, New Hampshire is white as fuck. And so is Iowa. Not Weimar flag, imperial flag. Oh, sorry. Important distinction. My friend saw a Confederate flag in Norway last month. I think ignorant people do think that it's a symbol or a rebellion over racism. Yeah, they think that it's a flag that you can wave when you want to be a racist, but also cute at the same time. As a Brit, I only assume that Confederate flags flew in Confederate states. Yeah, you would be mistaken, my friend. They wave it everywhere. They love waving that shit everywhere that there are racists, okay? Anyway, feeling cute might secede later. Whew, okay, Trump loves voting by mail now. That's cool. 2 hours ago, Donald Trump posting early voting in vote by mail starts today in Arizona. Cast your vote early in person or request your vote by mail ballot now. We want all eligible voters to vote. If Republicans could literally make it a law that if you are registered as a Democrat, you don't get to vote by mail, and also we close up all the polling locations to you, and only Republicans are able to vote by mail, they would do it. But because they can't literally do that, because that would be illegal, they try to figure out which districts are Democratic.
Man, Hasan.
And even then harm their own constituents as well. Put their constituencies in harm's way as well, just to fuck over Democrats by a larger margin. Okay. You can easily tell when it's Trump tweeting and when it's not. Dems would probably still vote that law through.
This
probably.
Is a deranged pervert.
3.
I stole a Confederate flag from my house in Sweden when I was 16 in a small town of around 6,000 people. So yeah, they're everywhere. Yeah. Dude, what Chief Keef's knows is not a credible source of news. Anyway, what do you think of CA Prop 22? I think no is the right position. CA Prop 22. Okay, do you want me to actually talk about California Prop 22? Okay. California Proposition 22 is app-based drive. It turns app-based drivers into contractors and puts them under labor policies. A yes vote supports this ballot initiative to define the app-based transportation and delivery drivers as independent contractors. A no opposes the ballot initiative, meaning California Assembly Bill 5 could be used to decide whether app-based drivers are employees or independent contractors. So, are you ever going to address what happened? With what? Address what? Okay. What would app-based drivers be classified as for employment? Proposition 22 would consider app-based drivers to be independent contractors and not employees or agents. Therefore, the ballot measure would override Assembly Bill 5, signed in September 2019, on the question of whether app-based drivers are employees or independent contractors. Now, app-based drivers should be regarded as employees over independent contractors so that these companies can or are forced to give employees benefits and more protections, especially because the fundamental role that Uber plays and Lyft plays is pretty much exclusively to subvert the labor regulations that normally would force them to actually take care of their employees.
Wet ass P word.
Okay?
Make that pullout game.
But of course, it would destroy their business model, and Uber knows this, and Uber and Lyft and everyone else and Postmates and everybody else. I mean, every fucking person is literally talking about tried at least to do a boycott, not an employer-backed boycott, by the way, like not a labor boycott, not a strike, but actually a boycott to act like they were going to go out of business and refuse to operate in California. I believe that Lyft or some of the other companies that do rideshare were like, yeah, fuck no, we're not going to do a fucking boycott. We don't give a shit. We want you to stop Proposition, or we want you to vote yes on Proposition 22 instead of a no vote, but we're not going to fucking actually boycott. So that was a big lie. They posted all of these fucking billboards all around town saying that they were going to do a capital strike, saying that they were going to stop operating in California, and then they didn't do it.
This is a
deranged
pervert.
The Assembly Bill 5 is establishing a 3-factor test to decide a worker's status as an independent contractor. The 3-factor test requires that 1, the worker is free from the hiring company's control and direction in the performance of work. 2, the worker is doing work that is outside the company's usual course of business. And 3, the worker is engaged in an established trade, occupation, or business of the same nature as the work performed. Responding to AB 5, Tony West, the chief legal officer for the ride-sharing business Uber, stated, because we continue to believe the drivers are properly classified as independent, and because we'll continue to be responsive to what the vast majority of drivers tell us they want most, flexibility, drivers will not be automatically reclassified as employees. The real reason why they don't want to automatically classify these workers as employees is because that would come with an additional multitude of labor protections that they have to offer. And right now, their entire business model relies on being able to subvert pre-existing labor laws as best as they can, and also numerous other forms of restrictions and regulations that actually will put and has consistently put the riders in harm's way, as well as the drivers as well, to buy time for themselves until they can inevitably have artificial intelligence run these cars for them. That's what their business model is, okay? Their entire business model relies on how poor people are in general and how desperate they are to be able to put their own capital forward in the form of their own car and work these insane fucking hours with no labor protections whatsoever, so that they can turn around and keep making, like, I mean, they're not even making profits. Tell me how to vote. Vote no. Not yes. Whatever your fucking app tells you, when you sign on to Uber or when you sign on to Postmates,
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
if they're telling you to fucking vote yes, then you clearly should vote no.
For a food delivery startup that from its foundation paid drivers hourly and gave benefits. They had to switch to contract because they were literal months from bankruptcy. Based out of Southwest Louisiana.
His name is Hasan.
Hassle.
Don't listen to Hasan, who isn't a driver. Yes, listen to multi-level marketing drivers instead. Not the drivers that are actually behind the initiative to vote no, but listen to the drivers instead who are like fucking multi-level marketing influencers on YouTube that all of these fucking corporations and their consultancy firms have given fat checks to advocate to vote yes for Prop 22 and make it seem like they are representative of all the fucking drivers. You're right. Anyway, having said that, I'm going to run a fucking 60-second ad that's probably going to be an ad to vote fucking yes on Proposition 22. There it is. Uber and Lyft are buying labor laws. California's Prop 22 could set back labor standards, particularly for non-white workers for decades. It's really long of an article, but I mean, Megan Day and I briefly talked about this on that fucking. I mean, we talked about the methods that they were using to intimidate people, but.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
I don't think they are circumventing pre-existing laws, though, are they? Like, the taxi industry was always a contractor-based industry. We never felt this way about Yellow Cab, did we? Curious, not debate lording. with yellow cab drivers, there is a level of regulation that Uber is able to subvert. That's part of the reason why yellow cab driver companies constantly have fucking attacked Uber and have even even done work stoppages in certain areas. Like, there's a reason why you don't have Uber in certain cities where cab drivers actually have like stronger, I guess, unions or some form of unions, stronger organizing. Well, in Turkey, they literally beat the shit out of Uber drivers. That's the difference. Cab drivers will literally just like pull you out of fucking your Uber and beat the shit out of you if you're an Uber driver. That's a little different. The way that they do it in Turkey is a little bit different. Anyway, tell people to look at their local DSA website as they have good voting guides. Absolutely. Yes, DSA voter guides are pretty good. Anyway, that happened in Greece too.
We're gonna follow you right back to mom.
What is your hairline right now? I don't know,
My
man.
dad
A
today stood
fucking
me up
normal
because I
hairline.
didn't respond to a text he sent last night about something unrelated, so he thought I didn't want to show, so I waited outside for 25 minutes, but at least I can watch the full stream.
My date today stood me up because I didn't respond to a text he sent last night about something unrelated, so he thought I didn't want to show, so I waited outside for 25 minutes, but at least I can watch the full stream. Oh, Sarah, I'm sorry to hear that. Do you know what happens if you get in a car accident while working for one of these companies? I'm not entirely certain. Uber is $7 billion in debt and loses $4 billion every year. Their business model doesn't work for anyone but the executives. That's also true. Anyway, black car company is literally behind on on 22. You've looked at one side of the argument. Now look at yes on 22 benefits. Yeah, I know what the benefits are, dog. The benefits are that independent contractors get to stay independent, right? And that these businesses get to stay in place so that you know, if they were to actually offer more benefits to their drivers and actual labor protections to their drivers as though they are employees and not just independent contractors, then it would not be profitable at all, despite the fact that they already are losing, as someone else in the chat pointed out, $4 billion a fucking year. So that's the counter of that argument. That's the counter of every anti-labor union argument, every kind of labor organizing argument. The counter to it is always the same. Uber, just like every other company, operates on a loss, but their entire business model is to, one, subvert pre-existing rules and regulations, okay? And you know, that's what they consider to be disruptive. And then what they end up doing is they try to fuck over the rest of the competition and push them out of the marketplace with a much cheaper alternative, and that's how they do it. And then ultimately that's how their margin of loss gets smaller and smaller, and then inevitably they turn profit. With Uber, there's also a secondary reason, because a lot of these tech companies in Silicon Valley aren't just exactly what they're selling you. Uber isn't just a ride-sharing app. Uber is also a technology. Uber is also an application with the ultimate goal of focusing on AI-driven cars, okay, self-driving cars, so that inevitably they can have self-driving cars that they have funded the technology for, that may or may not ever fucking happen, and then inevitably they will allow you to make money off of your fucking car in the long run. if you own one. That's it. That's the whole point of Uber. And they circumvent the taxi medallion system as well. In places like New York, the taxi medallion system is also relatively corrupt and literally costs millions of fucking dollars to even have a medallion. A massive amount of upfront capital is necessary if you want to be a cab driver in a place like New York. God damn, this I feel like is such a boring fucking topic that like literally 4,000 people left while I was talking about this, but
Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak.
under this bill, you would have to hire editors and pay benefits for anyone on the for the stream.
This is something
you
I can
couldn't
speak to.
just pay them up
Did a
front for
report
work. This
about
bill hurts
VC
entertainers and
firms
small
like
content creators
SoftBank,
based in LA.
which is one
Fuck
of the
Uber, but the
huge
law makes
firms
no
that
sense for
invested
anyone
in
that
Uber.
isn't a massive
VC
corporation.
firms pump these unprofitable
I'm not entirely
companies full of
familiar with the
money until they
carve-outs,
have
but
a monopoly on the market.
I'm not entirely familiar with the kinds of carve-outs they have for corporations, the market cap that's like less than $1 fucking billion. But I'm certain that they usually will offer. They will 100% offer like some kind of fucking immunity from this law. It would be psychotic to treat companies like Uber, or it would be psychotic to treat like fucking independent content creators in the same capacity as a company like Uber. I think you are probably caught up in. I think you're probably caught up in the classic fucking counter initiative that you hear from a lot that have a lot of money and just lie and purposely misrepresent. Like, this doesn't destroy contract working in its entirety. Anyway, dude, that N-word retweet is from years ago. Okay. Can you look at Florida Amendment 3 and 4 to see how fucked Florida is? Jungle primary, basically no more amendments. Fuck DeSantis. No, we're not going to do amendment hunting right now, okay? We're not going to look at ballot measures in every single fucking state. I'll do that later. Let's take a look at some of the... Oh, here.
I'm hoping Mark Meadows will use his words. He is the White House chief of staff and maybe the MVP of that current White House, and currently one of the few without the coronavirus. First off, on the president, Mark Meadows, the word is, going into today, he had no COVID-19 symptoms. What about him? What about you?
Yeah, he's doing real well. We actually spent some time together yesterday working very hard from the residence, and I can tell you that he's fully engaged and feeling great. You know, his heart continues to go out to the millions of Americans who have struggled with this virus, having not only gotten it, but having gotten treatment from the great folks at Walter Reed. I continue to test negative, but at the same time, we know this virus has a way of reaching out and getting people when they least expect it. And so the president is already been on the phone.
Why is Mark Meadows the only person who will consistently say what everyone is thinking as far as like the likelihood of Donald Trump potentially dying? Like, he's the only person. He is the one who, like, off the record wanted to go against the message that you heard from the doctors. And he's the only one who's like, yeah, things are going great, but, like, you know, he could die at any moment.
This morning, talking to Secretary Mnuchin, the secretary and I have been talking about what we could do with standalone bills to help airlines, small businesses, and the American people with stimulus checks. So hopefully we can convince Speaker Pelosi to do something on a standalone basis.
Well, since you mentioned that, Nancy Pelosi was apparently on a phone call yesterday, and there's a quote from Bloomberg News that says Pelosi earlier told House Democrats on a conference call that Trump's thinking might be affected by the steroids he's taken to treat his coronavirus infection, according to a lawmaker on the call. So, Mark, Nancy Pelosi is suggesting that the president is making some crazy decisions because it's like roid rage.
Well, Speaker Pelosi continues to throw out all kinds of reasons for the failure on the negotiations, other than looking in the mirror, because we know that consistently she.
Hey, by the way, guys, if you see this going around, on the COPS voter guide, a yes vote supports the constitutional amendment to repeal Prop 209 from 1996, which stated the government and public institutions cannot discriminate against, grant preferential treatment of persons on the basis of sex, sex, color. A no opposes the constitutional amendment. So you're not repealing Prop 209. So the no vote is actually a good thing rather than a yes vote. If I'm not mistaken. God, they make this shit so... No, it's not. It's not what you think. It's the opposite. It's the opposite of what you think. Also, fuck. These propositions are always so fucking confusing, dude. It's like they do Yeah, the Prop 16 is literally the affirmative action killer, okay? Yeah. Wait, what? Am I getting it wrong? I mean, they do triple negatives on purpose. They're saying vote no for racial equality. Wait, do I have it backwards? Oh my God, I hate this shit so much. No, you're right. No, you're right. Prop 16 saves affirmative. Yeah, voting no on Prop 16 saves affirmative action, doesn't it? A no vote opposes the constitutional amendment, thereby keeping Prop 209, which stated the government and public institutions cannot discriminate or grant preferential treatment. Sorry. Prop 209 is anti-affirmative action. Sorry. Oh, Jesus Christ. Prop 209, a no vote is anti-affirmative action. A yes vote amends Prop 209, which would mean that you can have affirmative action. Fuck, I was wrong. Oh, these things are so confusing! I'm a fucking political commentator, and I have a hard time. This is why voter guides are better. Bro, I just voted in that 3 seconds how you said. Okay, shut the fuck up.
This is a deranged pervert.
Oh. This is why I say voting is not easy. Okay? This is literally why I say voting is not easy. This shit is confusing on fucking purpose, first of all. It's purposely obtuse. That's why I always recommend DSA voter guides. They're usually very good. And you can also look at who the fuck is allowed diversity as a factor in public employment, education, and contracting decisions. Legislative constitutional amendment.
I love the system. I can now remove the tinfoil
The
hat.
support, the Opportunity for All coalition, known as Yes on Prop 16, is leading the campaign in support of Proposition 16 in the California State Legislature. Chairpersons of Yes on 16 include Eva Patterson, President of Equal Justice Society, Vincent Pan, Co-Executive Director of Chinese Affirmative Action. Wait, okay, so the unions that are in support of Yes on 16 are Tom Steyer, as you guys remember, AFSCME, California Labor Federation, California Teachers Association, California Federation of Teachers, organizations, all the ACLUs, ADL, and the DSA, even though I don't think the DSA is in here. I wonder why they didn't add the DSA in here. The opposition is Republicans, individuals, and organizations like the American Civil Rights Institute, Chinese American Civic Action Alliance, American Freedom Alliance, and Students for Fair Admissions. Yeah, a yes vote allows affirmative action. A no vote continues with no affirmative action in public institutions. What? The oral anal sex children thing? Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Please don't make me do this. Please don't make me do this. Not only is this so fucking boring. Why is your face red, dude? I don't know. I have like I have a headache too. I don't know what's happening. No, there are voter guides for every locality, okay? There are absolutely voter guides. But this is also why I tell you that voting is not fucking easy.
Pervert.
Now, not gonna lie, I'm even more confused since you covered it. Okay, I'm telling you what this is. Okay. What do discrimination and preferential treatment mean within the context of Prop 209? A yes vote supports a constitutional amendment to repeal Prop 209. Prop 209 is, of course, written in a way that makes it seem like it's a good thing when it's not. Prop 209 is an anti-diversity initiative, or rather, sorry, an anti-affirmative action initiative. Like, anti-affirmative action initiatives are written in a way, and that's where your confusion is coming from. Anti-affirmative action initiatives are written in a way that says public institutions are not allowed to discriminate based on sex or ethnicity. And what that discrimination, in that sense, what they mean is no affirmative action. This is, I think, part of the reason why the UCs, for example, cannot factor in affirmative action into their admissions. So what this does, what the yes vote does, is repeal that 1996 amendment that would then allow for affirmative action initiatives to be put in place. Do you understand? That's what they're doing. That is the difference between yes and no. And I also got confused at first as well. What do discrimination and preferential treatment mean within the context of Prop 209? Discrimination means to make distinctions in treatment to show partiality in favor of or prejudice against, and preferential means giving a priority or advantage to one person over the others. What they're talking about is black people. What they're talking about is brown people. What they're talking about is women. They don't want women and black people and brown people to get preferential treatment over white people. That's what the affirmative action, that's what the affirmative action thing is. That's why the DSA wants to vote yes for Prop 16. And that's why the ACLU wants to vote yes for Prop 16. Because this will repeal Proposition 209, which will allow there to be... Dude, your explanation is so fucking confusing. Dude, I can't explain it to you easier than this. Yes to affirmative action. If you vote yes for Prop 16, it means you can allow affirmative action initiatives to take place. If you vote no, that means you continue with no affirmative action in public institutions. And okay, that's it. Just vote yes, you stupid fuck. How about that? Is that a better way to describe it for you? Affirmative action hurts Asians too, but I can understand why, since we are overrepresented in some fields. Yes, that's why white people love using Asian people as the tokens in their never-ending conquest to abolish affirmative action, which is overall a fucking band-aid on a gaping wound, okay, of racial inequality in this country. And white people love using Asians against all of the other fucking marginalized communities whenever they try to make it seem like they actually are putting forward this anti-diversity measure by offering more diversity in these institutions. I mean, come on, you're giving preferential treatment to the black and brown people that didn't deserve to be there. Most Asian people are also aware of this, unless they're fucking stupid Republican dipshits who are willing participants in this, like the student union that we looked at just now, that are voting along with Republicans trying to vote no.
Benefit the most.
Here it is, the Chinese American Civic Action Alliance. Anyway. LMAO AA, affirmative action is a tried and tested way of getting minorities without college-educated families into the fray of upper middle-class incomes, but when are we watching 90 Day? It's the only thing we have, and Republicans won't even let you have the one fucking Band-Aid. No, I'm not going to do Prop 22 again. I just did Prop 22. I'm not doing it anymore. I'm a UCLA Asian, and so many of my dumbass friends think affirmative action is anti-Asian. Okay, we're done. Biden campaign is resuming negative ads. Good. Okay, we'll do propositions later.
She's been at the 2.2 to 2.4 trillion, depending on what day you talk to her. She's failed to budge. She's not negotiating in good faith. And a number of us yesterday were on a call with the president as we looked at the progress that had been made, or I might say that had not been made. And the president felt like it was better to be transparent with the American people on the prognosis of whether we would be able to get it. He's still fully engaged. I will say this, Secretary Mnuchin and the president have offered 1.6 trillion, willing to look at, they were willing to look at a little bit more than that because they had given money for
Dog, they went down by 1 trillion. I mean, art of the deal, but holy shit. They went down by 1 trillion. What the fuck do you want? But like, Republicans won't budge up. Like, Republicans are like, no, we're not gonna fucking go up. You gave 1 trillion, and that's it. That's now you need to give another trillion.
Schools, they'd give money.
And it's like, this isn't money going to like Nancy Pelosi's pocket. Like the way that Donald Trump has talked about this, and the way that Republicans are talking about this, as though like Republican voters don't live in fucking blue states, is so weird to me. And if you are a Republican voter in California, you are such a pathetic cuck that it doesn't even matter if I say I have no respect for you, because you have no respect for yourself. It's very clear. If you are a Republican voter in a blue state, you do not respect yourself. And there is no reason for me to even say that I don't respect you, because you have no respect for yourself. And I'm directly talking about Huntington Beach Republicans and Orange County Republicans in general, but more so the rural Republicans in California. Anyway, it is wild to me. It is wild to me that they keep saying that it's like Democrat states and Democrat-run states are sucking up the funds, when in this country, most of those Democrat-run states absolutely run on a surplus, and red states, Republican-run states, are the ones usually not under like pandemic-style circumstances. Republican-run states are the ones who are actually getting money from the federal government. So without those Democrat-run states, you wouldn't have shit, okay? I'm sorry, with the exception of like fucking Texas and shit, Democrat-run states run the country. Ridiculous. Now, having said that, Donald Trump makes it seem like Republican-run states are not suffering tremendously as well. What, you think sales tax is only down in Democrat-run states, but not in Republican-run states? Are you fucking stupid? Anyway, so weird.
money for small businesses, money for childcare, money really for the airlines and a number of the other places that are hurting right now. And she continues to say that it's not enough. And so she'd rather spend zero than $1.6 trillion. And I don't know that the American people will accept that.
I know that Stephen Miller tested positive. He's a speechwriter and one of Trump's senior advisors. What precautions is the White House putting in place now?
Yeah, we've actually had a number of precautions in place. Obviously, with Stephen Miller, we knew that he had a potential exposure. He's actually been working from home since that time, and we've actually been testing him each and every day to make sure that that when he turned positive, we would know.
If you tell me to stop chewing my nails, I will ban you. Like, easy.
That just because he had very close contact with Hope Hicks, and so as the news came out yesterday, we kind of had anticipated that. The good news is the contact tracing for him was really zero because he hadn't been in contact with anybody in the West Wing. We've actually also done some additional protocols in terms of cordoning off different working groups to try to not only stop it but also understand how we can put in additional protocols to make sure people are safe.
Mark, as you know, when you come out in business hours and with the tweet the president came out with, it tanked the market. I think it lost 400 points. And this an hour before really the federal Fed chair, Jerome Powell, says he warned failing to inject more federal help into the economy would risk weakening.
If this is the video I think it is, like, this is pretty funny. Like, he's going to literally scold Mark Meadows.
Tenuous recovery. Country needs stimulus checks, many people would say, that you want to give. Having said that, being that the Fed's saying that, he's not saying Republicans or Democrats. It's to the president's advantage and the country's need to get something in there. Why can't you work something out, being that Steve Mnuchin had 2 long meetings yesterday? Did he come back, throw up his hands and tell the president, do me a favor and tweet? Did you ask the president to tweet? Could you bring us inside that process?
Well, I'll bring you inside the process. I think I was sharing that we actually had a phone call there. We can continue to have conversations that don't lead anywhere, Brian. And when you do that, we were on with Leader McCarthy, Leader McConnell, the president, myself, and as we were talking about the progress there, the numbers they were talking about are just incredibly.
Why in the fuck would you let this happen? Look at his answer, dude. Look at the answer. He's like, McConnell did this and that. It's like, dude, that wasn't the question, motherfucker.
High in terms of bailouts for states, blue-run states. The numbers they're suggesting are much higher than what the real need is. Additionally, when we look at, there was a bipartisan proposal that put out by the problem solvers. Almost at every turn, the proposal that the president put forth was actually better than that proposal. You know, there comes a point where you understand that the other side is just playing politics.
It literally doesn't matter. The question is not how much Nancy Pelosi fucked you over. The question is, why would you let Donald Trump take ownership of stopping negotiations? Like, why would you ever do that? It is the dumbest thing you can do. Is there no one around you when you are doing, when Donald Trump's making these decisions? Like, is there no one to just like stop him from doing this?
Politics.
You can lie and yell about the other side's playing politics all you want, and Fox News won't actually check you on that. They're not going to turn around and be like, if that's the case, then why is Mitch McConnell not pushed for a counter proposal for months when the House had one up and ready to go? That was and that they also fucking lowered that proposal and lowered their asks to 2.4 trillion, lowering it by 1 trillion. Why won't the Republicans go higher, or why won't the Republicans even put together a counter proposal? Like, why is the only bill right now being held up by Mitch McConnell? Like, these are questions that you're not going to hear from Fox News. These are very legitimate questions that you should be asking in an honest, if we had an honest media, this is what they would ask Mark Meadows. Mark Meadows, your White House has routinely stated how important it is for them to get a stimulus proposal, a secondary stimulus proposal, because it seems like that's the narrow pathway to victory that Donald Trump has. It absolutely is the only way that Donald Trump could even etch out a victory for himself, an electoral victory. So why is this being held off by the Senate? Why is this being held off by Mitch McConnell? What is the White House doing to stop Mitch McConnell, or to at least force Mitch McConnell's hand to go out and whip votes for this proposal so we can get it done, so he can sign it? That's the real question. That's not a question that they're going to ask. This is the bare minimum that they can fucking ask. The bare minimum they can ask is like, why are you letting Trump take ownership of this? Don't you recognize how stupid it looks?
The real thing is Speaker Pelosi didn't want those checks to go out to the American people before November 3rd. She felt like it would help the president, and so she's been negotiating in that manner. Right. And so, we're still willing to be engaged, but I'm not optimistic for a comprehensive deal. I am optimistic that there's about 10 things that we could do on a piecemeal basis if the Speaker is willing to put it before her members.
One of the other tweets from the president, I think it was in the 6 or 7 o'clock hour, Mr. Meadows, was the president announced that the declassified documents from Mr. Brennan, formerly at the CIA, and others.
This shit's so whack. It's so dumb. It's so stupid. Imagine this being your October surprise when you got COVID and it was revealed that you only paid $750 in taxes, and then the next day the New York Times the next day it was revealed that Melania Trump was like, fuck Christmas. I hate Christmas and I hate fucking kids. Like that's the triple whammy. And your counter is, Christopher Steele document was wrong. Democrats were spying on me on Babagate. It's like, well, why don't you arrest them, you cuck? Huh? If I was Joe Biden, or if I was a surrogate for Joe Biden, what I would simply ask is, why is Hillary Clinton not in handcuffs right now? You stupid, silly, wet bitch. Why the fuck is Hillary Clinton not in handcuffs right now? Why have I not seen Hillary Clinton in a prison jumper? Isn't that what you ran on? Why don't you fucking lock up Obabe? I thought Obabe spied on you. Lock him up. Of course, this is precisely why I am not a surrogate for the Biden campaign. Also because I don't really like Joe Biden. But seriously, what's up? He actually wants to arrest them? Oh, I love this. I would love that. It'd be so sick. It'd be so sick if he tried to do that. That'd be so great. It'd be great. Yeah, if he wanted to lock up Hillary Clinton, he'd probably have a better shot having her arrested if she worked for him in any meaningful capacity, considering the track record of all of those who have worked for Donald Trump and what they've done under his administration. If you really wanted to see Hillary behind bars, you probably should have had her work for you. Anyway. Please said the president of arresting former presidents and cabinet members. Oh, it'd be so tight. It'd be so fucking tight. Anyway, like I'm saying, it's fucking bullshit. It's bullshit. He's just tweeting. All he's got is fucking Twitter fingers, okay? That's all he has. He has nothing. He's not going to get fucking any of these people arrested. And it's bullshit. And no one actually gives a crap about I don't know, motherfucking Christopher Steele dossier this far out. Phantom from the 5, thank you for the gifted subs. How are undocumented immigrants paying taxes without Social Security? Also, what do I tell Chuz when they say Obamacare was failed social democracy? What? Immigrants pay this lesser known tax. I don't know if you're familiar with this, called sales tax that they still pay for. That's one way that they do it. And also the way that they voting without
his name is
they have an individual taxpayer identification number. But the way that they also can vote, like the payroll tax is something that people take off of your wages regardless. So even if they don't have a fucking Social Security, they can have an individual taxpayer identification number, which doesn't allow them to go out and vote. You can't vote with that, but you can still pay into Social Security with that, and they do to the tune of millions. And money can be deducted from their salaries as well, ahead of time, and often is ahead of time. The man is going to create AI to tweet for him in the afterlife. That'd be great. Please don't ask Hasan to explain taxes. Why are you saying that? Undocumented immigrants pay Social Security if they're using fake IDs. They can never claim benefits upon retirement. It's estimated up to 30% of the money in the Social Security Trust Fund is due to this. Yeah, but they can't fucking vote with those fake IDs. Yeah, undocumented immigrants also often pay into Social Security to the tune of $7 billion a year under an SSN that isn't theirs, but the government gets their money anyways. Yeah.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
Hey Hasan, thanks for all the good times. I've been feeling pretty sick recently, maybe COVID, waiting on test, and the streams and chat are the only things keeping me sane. Love y'all, hassle.
In Maryland, undocumented immigrants can get real licenses, but they don't need fake IDs. They still pay in taxes, but can't get benefits. Yes, they have. There's different processes everywhere. Do you believe that housing is a right? Yes, I do. I do believe that housing is a right. Okay, let's keep going.
Had been released last night, and essentially what it looks like, the note from CIA Director Brennan, looks like Hillary Clinton and their campaign ordered a campaign plan to stir up a scandal by linking Trump to Russia in 2016 to deflect from her private email server that, you know, everybody was afraid was not secure enough. This goes back to your days in Congress. Nobody knows more about this than you. This is not surprising.
Well, it's not surprising to me, but it is surprising to the American people when you see Brennan's notes. And one of the things he puts in there is to vilify Donald Trump. I mean, when you look at a coordinated effort and now you see it in his own handwriting, why is this just now coming out to the American people? Why, after $45 million, did Mueller not put any of this in his report to say there could have been a different narrative? There are more documents to come. The president wants transparency on all of this, and hopefully we'll see documents in the coming days.
What did Dan Coates do for
Enfield 1, hope you don't have COVID.
2-3 years?
Well, obviously, Dan Coates did not allow these documents to come out. I want to applaud Director Ratcliffe and his willingness, and Director Grinnell before him, in terms of trying to make sure that the American people understand the truth. The president's been saying it from day one. Now, all of a sudden, we have the documents to support it.
The only
Oh, here's Don Jr. on Russia, declassified Russia docs we knew all along. I just don't, like, it's such a fucking sleeper fest.
God, those communists are
I
amazing.
don't know how people would, like, how people are running with this as though it's a real story. Like, and if it's a real story, why aren't they going to jail? Fucking lock them up. You can't do that to, you can't touch Joe Biden, but lock up Obama. Lock up Hillary Clinton. Go after him, you fucking pussy. Because it's not a real thing. That's why you can't go after them. Because it's not a real thing. Okay?
Trump Jr., Executive Vice President of the Trump.
And also, what are you going to do? Are you going to go after fucking the original Republican funder of the Christopher Steele dossier? Like, opposition research is illegal now? Like, what are you talking about? Like, this is so dumb. Like, the only thing they can say is that the FBI fucked up by using uncorroborated sources from a third-party intelligence briefing that is from an ex-intelligence officer from MI6, Christopher Steele. And that wasn't enough evidence for them to open up an investigation. But then again, it's not like they fucking it's not like they revealed that investigation during the campaign or leading up to the election in the same way that they did with Hillary Clinton twice. So what do you want? Like, what are you going to say, that the FBI was biased against the Republicans when the FBI played a bigger role in Hillary Clinton losing than, like, then the FBI is playing a bigger role in Hillary Clinton losing than, like, Russia did? Yeah, and beyond that, like, there is already a Senate report that shows Russia's involvement, a bipartisan Senate report, a Senate intelligence report that shows Russia's involvement in meddling, or at least actively trying to undermine American elections and meddling with American elections. So what do you want? Like, we know what the fucking truth is. I don't know. I don't understand.
This is a deranged pervert.
I don't understand what the fuck, like, what the fuck more you want. If the FBI are a bunch of fucking libtards, one, why are they lifelong Republicans that we're talking about? And two, why did they undermine Hillary Clinton's campaign twice? I'm so confused.
Organization and author of the brand new book. It's called Liberal Privilege. There it is right there. It says Joe Biden and the Democrats' defense of the indefensible. Good morning to you.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good morning. We're doing well. So what can we
God, he's so ugly.
expect tonight?
Listen, I think you're going to see a great debate. I mean, I really do want to get out there talking about the facts, because the number one fact as it relates to COVID is that Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, they all wanted to keep our borders open between China, the epicenter of a viral outbreak, guys. That was their response. They couldn't help themselves but go to the PC response of, well, it's racist and xenophobic to literally shut down travel from the epicenter of a deadly viral outbreak. That's what Democrats do. Now they have.
I know I constantly repeat myself, and I couldn't even go pee because I heard him go China, and I had to run back here. But hey, guys, hey, the travel ban from China wasn't a real travel ban and was ineffective, especially because a travel ban is only a time-saving measure. And if you don't follow any other spread mitigation protocols in the aftermath of that travel ban, then that's functionally an ineffective travel ban and didn't do shit. Also, secondly, our biggest viral clusters came from Italian travelers and travelers from Europe and not from China. So all you did was be a racist dipshit by talking about not eating Chinese food, or talking about how Nancy Pelosi went to fucking Chinatown in San Francisco, because Chinatown, last time I checked, is not in fucking Wuhan, but in San Francisco. Sorry.
The media that will carry their water for them and do their campaigning and their work for them. But those are the facts. The number one thing we could have done to slow the spread of COVID-19 is exactly what my father did, where he shut down travel on January 31st from China. The Democrats for 6 weeks wanted to keep...
These fucking idiots, man. All they say is China, 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 China. Shut the travel ban from China. Are they that fucking dumb? I mean, why am I asking this? Of course they're that dumb. Of course they're that dumb. If you're a Republican, you are that stupid. And if you're a Democrat, you don't know how to effectively shut down this argument. So I feel like I'm constantly stuck in a never-ending battle, an uphill battle, where I have to educate idiots and hope that at least the Democratic Party or the Democratic representatives will, like, do their best to educate the fucking idiots. Yes, we're going to watch the Trump video in a second. Oh my God. It's so fucking stupid. Like, a guy who literally undermined, very openly in front of our eyes, undermined and minimized the impact of this disease, calling it a fucking hoax and shitting on mask wearing literally 2 days before he got COVID. Like, he's been shitting on mask wearing. He shat on Joe Biden wearing a mask 2 days before he got fucking COVID last week. And this motherfucker's still talking about China this, China that. He didn't do shit. It doesn't mean anything if you don't. Shutting down travel doesn't mean anything if you don't have any other spread mitigation measures set in place. Shutting down travel is just a time-saving measure, okay? It's nothing if you don't have any follow-up. Jake came from China. Jake and Bake Lively, Twitch streamer, came from China, and no one asked him to fucking quarantine. Nothing. Like, he just came to America, and he did not fucking like, in the middle of all this. And he didn't have it. He obviously didn't have fucking, like, COVID or anything, luckily. Don't say snitch. But it's so dumb. Like, there was no measures. I think he said he self-quarantined. Yeah, but I'm saying the government didn't fucking do that. He went from China to Japan and then from Japan to America. Sorry.
The borders open, which would have flooded the country with sick people. It would have overwhelmed our systems, and you would have read all the horror stories that they were trying to pin on the administration. That never happened because of the way they reacted properly.
Well, you know, Mike Pence, I think, is ready for a big night. He knows these issues so well. He's done so much for the COVID-19 virus and providing all this information for the states. So let's move on and talk about how your dad's feeling. Word is the symptoms have decreased, no sign of fever, shortness of breath. And what about the other story that I saw in the Jerusalem Post, Washington, Vanity Fair, that, Don, you were concerned about your dad's behavior in the hospital and the drive-by? Is that true,
yeah.
that you had this battle with your sister and brother about trying to intervene?
Not even a little bit. I'd spoken to my father over the weekend. He was doing great, and I hadn't spoken to anyone else in my family until basically that story broke. So we all sort of got a big laugh out about it. But, you know, it's Vanity Fair. They do these sort of hit pieces. They don't have to source anything. They don't even check with my team to see if it's accurate. They just print it because it's convenient to be against Donald Trump. So there's exactly zero.
I bet you were crying like the little wet bitch you are, okay? You greasy fuck. I bet you were like, oh no. Daddy's gonna die. Oh no, he's gonna die before he says he loves me. Oh no, fuck you. Okay, I can't watch the rest of this. I hate him. He's like not even entertaining. At least Donald Trump is like such a fucking freak that he's like interesting to look at because he looks weird and also is entertaining. You wouldn't say that shit to him IRL?
This is a deranged.
Are you stupid?
pervert.
You think I'm afraid of fucking Don Jr.? This chinless fuck? Get the fuck out of here. That is pure projection, my friend. Pence versus Harris is seen as a reset from the chaotic presidential debate.
Let the truth of your kingdom bring us.
In good hands.
Oh, yeah, there was a new Trump video that we're supposed to watch. Sorry about that. Before we look at the debate predictions, which I'm going to get to, that I didn't even get to. I was so fucking geared up early.
Favorite president, and I'm standing in front of the Oval Office at the White House, which is always an exciting place to be. I got back a day ago from Walter Reed Medical Center. I spent 4 days there and didn't have to. I could have stayed at the White House, but the doctor said, because you're president, let's do it. I said, fine. You tell me what to do, and I'm going to listen. These are great professionals. They've done a fantastic job. And by the way, not only at Walter Reed, all over the country, we have the greatest doctors in the world. We have the greatest nurses, the greatest first responders, law enforcement, by the way, incredible. Firefighters, everybody. They're just great. We have great people. This is a great country. But I spent 4 days there, and I went in, I wasn't feeling so hot. And within a very short period of time, they gave me Regeneron. It's called Regeneron. And other things too, but I think this was the key. But they gave me Regeneron, and it was like unbelievable.
No, it's the dexamethasone that is unbelievable. It's literally not the Regeneron. The thing that is kicking his ass into high gear is the fucking horse steroids that he's on, okay? The Regeneron stocks are doing well, blah, 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 whatever. It doesn't matter. The real reason why he's shifting the focus over to Regeneron is so that He doesn't talk about the actual thing that's kicking him up, and it is the fucking horse steroids that he's on right now. Okay?
Was pure gold.
Dexamethasone, not methazine. Sorry. It's literally that. Thanks, Dr. Hasan. Lol. You don't need to be a doctor. You can just listen to other doctors. After all, this is a dumbass who lies all the time versus another dumbass who's at the very least listening to fucking doctors. The Regeneron might have boosted his immune response, but what is kicking his ass or kicking him up is the fucking horse steroids, okay? I'm not assuming. There's a difference between making shit up and making assumptions and listening to fucking doctors who are like, that is a fucking steroid that makes you feel good. Okay? Makes you feel really fucking good.
Felt good immediately. I felt as good 3 days ago as I do now. So I just want to say we have Regeneron. We have a very
also makes your pee-pee pretty hard, is from what I've heard. Makes you horny as a motherfucker.
Similar drug from Eli Lilly, and they're coming out, and we're trying to get them on an emergency basis. We've authorized it. I've authorized it. And if you're in the hospital and you're feeling really bad, I think we're going to work it so that you get them and you're going to get them free. And especially if you're a senior, we're going to get you in there quick. We have hundreds of thousands of doses that are just about ready. I have emergency use authorization all set, and we got to get it signed now. And you're going to get better. You're going to get better really fast. This is things that nobody even thought of a few months ago. The job that the scientists, the labs, everybody have done is incredible. Then in addition to that, you have various other
look at these cuts.
Drugs that help a lot, but these, I view these, I know they call them therapeutic, but to me it wasn't therapeutic, it just made me better, okay? I call that a cure. So I want to get these things done. So we have.
Why is he not talking about Dex? Why do you think he's not talking about the steroids?
Incredible. Then in addition to that, you have various other drugs that help a lot, but these, I view these, I know they call them therapeutic, but to me it wasn't therapeutic, it just made me better, okay? I call that a cure. So I want to get these things done. So we have to get them.
He's literally it's so funny. He's like, I call that a cure. Bro, he sounds and looks literally like shit. Look at this.
Help a lot, but these, I view these, I know they call them therapeutic, but to me it wasn't therapeutic, it just made me better, okay? I call that a cure. So I want to get these things done. So we have to get them done, we have to get them approved, and I want to get them to the hospitals where people are feeling badly. That's much more important to me than the vaccine. But on the vaccines, we have many companies that are in final stages for the vaccines, Johnson & Johnson, Moderna, Pfizer.
Do you hear his voice is breaking because he's having a hard time breathing? I love this. Okay, listen. This is great. All the fucking idiots are like, oh yeah, he's so strong. My president, he's so fucking strong. Those idiots don't believe that, like, those idiots don't fucking believe that COVID is real anyway.
Has Chud mustard.
It doesn't matter. Ultimately, like, I want him to get better so that he can fucking sit in a little bubble like Bubble Boy in the next debate, in the upcoming debate, and we'll debate Joe Biden. I really do. I want him to sit in a bubble and debate Joe Biden.
I've been watching your stream since about July. In my second month as a subscriber. I enjoy your takes. Keep it up, bro.
He sounds completely normal, Lol. Stop imagining things. I treat Trump as much as the next guy. Okay, brother. Who cares? I want him to do the debate. I want him to be able to, I want him to go out. Okay? I want him to go out and fucking run around the country. I don't give a shit anymore. Go kiss and hug every fucking Trump supporter, you stupid fuck.
His name is Hasan.
Trump's recent tweets indicate that he actually might try to declare that Biden is too corrupt to run. Yeah, that's not happening.
They're all great companies, but many of them. And we're going to have a great vaccine very, very shortly. I think we should have it before the election, but frankly, the politics gets involved, and that's okay.
Yeah, no, this guy wants to believe that Donald Trump has beaten COVID in one fucking day, okay? So if you truly want to believe that Donald Trump sounds like he has one lung now. Like, if you truly want to believe that, like, Donald Trump actually beat COVID in like 3 days, then go ahead, go off king. Like, I want to be there for you, okay? To me, it seems like he just slapped on like 8 coats of paint on his face to be like, come on, everything's great. We're doing all right. He lost a fuckload of weight, though. At least he looks good from that point.
They want to play their games. It's going to be right after the election.
They want to play their games. Like,
He did it.
It'll be
Nobody
right
else.
after the election.
Nobody else would have been able to do it. The FDA has acted as quickly as they've ever acted in history. There's never been a time, and no president's ever pushed them like I pushed them either, to be honest with you. But the FDA is approving things.
Boris Johnson also beat COVID in 2 to 3 days. Yeah. You know, he went into the ICU, right? You're like wrong. Boris Johnson is also like 30 years younger than Donald Trump. I don't know if you're aware of this, but like, not only is Boris Johnson a fuckload younger than Donald Trump, he also literally had to be, he almost got vented. I don't think he got vented, right? No, he was in the ICU, but they didn't vent him. Like, he almost died, dog.
In a matter of weeks, it used to take a matter of years. So we have these drugs, Eli Lilly, and the others that are so good, but they are, in my opinion,
first minute, look at his speech pattern versus now where he's like, his voice is breaking. And the reason why his voice is breaking is because he doesn't have fucking enough breath left in him.
Remember this, they're going to say that they're therapeutic, and I guess they are therapeutic. Some people don't know how to define.
Like somewhere around here, it gave out. He's like, I don't have enough breath left.
Therapeutic. I view it different. Nobody else would have been able to do it. The FDA has acted as quickly as they've ever acted in history. There's never been a time, and no president's ever pushed them like I pushed them either, to be honest with you. But the FDA is approving things in a matter of weeks that used to take a matter of years.
I can now remove the tinfoil
So
hat.
we have these
Real
drugs,
footage of
Eli
Trump in
Lilly,
Oval
and
Office moments
the
before
others
this video
that
was
are
released.
so good, but they are, in my
Here, let me raise the volume a little bit so that some of the fucking idiots in my audience can also hear like exactly what I'm talking about. Eli Lilly. You were trying to be funny and talking shit. Yikes to anyone who knows comedy. Good one. Eli Lilly.
My opinion, remember this, they're going to say that they're therapeutic, and I guess they are therapeutic. Some people don't know how to define therapeutic. I view it different. It's a cure. For me, I walked in, I didn't feel good. A short 24 hours later, I was feeling great. I wanted to get out of the hospital. And that's what I want for everybody. I want everybody to be given the same treatment as your president. Because I feel great. I feel like perfect.
Why does
So
the Cheeto look extra cheesy
I think this
today?
was a blessing from God that I caught it. This was a blessing in disguise. I caught it. I heard about this drug. I said, let me take it. It was my suggestion. I said, let me take it.
Bro, Trump is doing so well. That's why you only get to hear him in like 1 and 4 minute pre-recorded. Like, Trump is doing so well that like 2 days ago, he only did a hand wave. And then yesterday he had 1 minute and 30 seconds of pre-recorded video. And now he's able to do 4 minutes. That to me is a clear indication that my man is doing well. Like, there is no other way. There is no other way that I think that the most televised president is doing well when he puts out a 4 minute video where he's like, Eli Lilly. That's how you know that the president's doing well. When he goes from having media opportunities, being in front of the camera every single day to being in front of the camera for 4 minutes on Twitter on a pre-recorded video. That's how you know he's doing well. Thank you. by the way, for all of the lefties who are saying that this sounds like I'm a QAnon conspiracist for saying that the president is probably not doing well because he went from 1 minute and 50 seconds in a pre-recorded video to 4 minutes of a pre-recorded, or 5 minutes of a pre-recorded video, when, you know, I never would ever allow Biden to get away with that shit, and never did.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm out
You
of
can say
control.
Hasan
I
is
apologize
coping
for that.
all you fucking want, but when Biden was very clearly, very fucking clearly hiding from the media, I told you exactly why he was hiding from the media. Just like Donald Trump is doing this exact same shit now because he's not doing as well as he wants you to feel like he's doing. And even in these pre-recorded opportunities, he's still having a hard time. But if you're a dumb fucking idiot with a lizard brain who responds to like a very clear show of force like this, then you will like it.
I'm out of control. I apologize for that.
I'm doing so well. That's why I'm not calling into Hannity, because of how well I'm doing. Right? You're going to tell me that this motherfucker is doing well when he hasn't been on Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Fox and Friends for like an hour at a time? He could literally call him from the bed and we wouldn't know. He could call from the pooper and we wouldn't know where he is. We wouldn't even need to see him. So why isn't he doing that? Hi. I'm doing well. It's 5 minutes. Yeah. I always think about how well people are doing when the only time I see them, after literally seeing them every single moment for every single day where they travel around the country, the only time I ever hear of them is a 4-minute fucking 4-minute pre-edited video. That's when I know someone is doing really well.
And it was incredible.
Because they plastered on shit coat of paint on his fucking face 4 times.
The way it worked. Incredible. And I think if I didn't catch it, would be looking at that like a number of other drugs. But it really did a fantastic job. I want to get for you what I got, and I'm going to make it free. You're not going to pay for it. It wasn't your fault that this happened. It was China's fault. And China's going to pay a big price, what they've done to this country. China's going to pay a big price, what they've done to the world. This was China's fault. And
not
just remember,
mine. China's fault, not mine. Remember, this is China's fault. Please do not think it's my fault. It's China's fault. I promise.
remember that. So we're going to get you the drug. It's going to be free. We're going to get it into the hospitals as soon as you can, as soon as we can. And you'll see some amazing things happen because we have our military is doing the distribution. It's called logistics. And they deliver hundreds of thousands of troops in a matter of days. This is easy stuff for them. Our general's all ready. We're waiting for the emergency use authorization. And the drug companies.
You think it's Trump's fault? Keg W dumb? If it's not Trump's fault, why are you voting for a president? There's no reason to vote for him then. If he's going to take no responsibility and he's not going to protect you, then you shouldn't vote for him anyway. Well, shitty, you're probably 14, so you can't vote, but because you sound like you're 14. Or at least intellectually you are at that age group. Maybe, actually, I'm being a little generous. Maybe like 12. But
this is a deranged
then don't vote for him.
Pervert.
Then you shouldn't vote for him because it doesn't really matter one way or the other.
Have just made a lot of it. So hopefully this is going to be not just a therapeutic, it's going to be much more than a therapeutic. You're going to get better, you're going to get better fast, just like I did. So again, a blessing in disguise. Good luck.
I swear it was good that I got COVID. I swear it was good that I got COVID after undermining it. This is awesome. I mean, it doesn't get any better than this. It's pretty funny. I take it back. I think it's pretty funny, and I am happy that he. I mean, I already thought it was awesome that he got COVID, but now I really think it's funny that he got COVID because now you have all these fucking idiots trying to trying to fucking like defend him. What do you mean 10-7? When have I thought that this is, he's saying it. He's the one who's saying it's a blessing that he got COVID. Yeah, me too. Me too. I think it's a blessing too. It's the mental gymnastics, dude. It's so funny watching. Right back to mommy. It's funny watching Republicans try to engage in the mental gymnastics to justify how it's actually good that our president got fucking owned, and totally got fucking owned. Like, made light of a serious fucking disease and then got it himself, and now can only speak in like 5-minute increments on Twitter. And that's the only way that I can claim that he's doing really well. I love that. It is the funniest fucking sequence of events. It's so awesome. It's so great. It's great. You literally cannot. I think it's disgusting that you're making fun of a president who's very sick and really only leaves me with one question. Why don't you got the Tim Pool beanie? Makes you look reactionary, kind of cringe. Yeah. What are Republicans going to say? What are they going to say? Are they going to say that like Donald Trump is getting owned by COVID? No. He's doing so well. He's doing so well, right? So I can make fun of him. It's fine. Another incredible video I watched, and I just want to see like just a piece of it. I don't know if this is on here. Tucker Carlson's defense. Oh, you don't have it. I just want to show you one part of like this is going to be the last. Oh yeah, fuck. Did I run the ad? It's ad time, by the way. Jeff Bezos' daddy. I'm going to run an ad, and I'm also going to show you this really funny Tucker Carlson defense where Tucker Carlson saying like Donald Trump's dick is so hard and he's so fucking powerful. I love him. Okay, here. I'm running the ad right now, and then I'm going to show you.
They call themselves.
Yeah. The long-term damage of COVID is significant. We'll look at that in a second, but before that, I need to show you the Tucker Carlson defense.
His name is Hasan.
Hold on. It's so good. No. You have to watch this, Tucker Carlson. It's so funny.
This is a deranged.
Okay, here it is.
Pervert.
No ads for me, Dad.
Oh, is this a compilation? Oh, this is great.
As
here.
The coronavirus killed more than 200,000 Americans, he arrived by helicopter transport.
I don't care about the CNN I just want to hear the Fox News part.
When the general gets wounded by the invisible enemy, goes and gets patched up, and then gets right back to the front line.
Jesse Waters says that Donald Trump getting COVID is like a general being wounded by the enemy.
Hasan.
Yeah. If the general also was telling everybody that you don't need a gun against the enemy and was forcing his troops to run ahead of him without any guns, rushing the enemy that had all the guns, and then got fucking owned by one of those guns. He was like, no, there's no bullets. There's no bullets. The enemy has no bullets, folks. Believe me. Just rush them. And then he got shot too. Okay? So, yeah, miss me with that shit. That's really funny, but that is nothing. And I mean nothing in comparison to what Tucker Carlson had said.
Trump hasn't.
All right. I don't care. Just show me the good shit. Show me the good shit. What?
A person.
What? No! Please give me the. Oh,
we don't
there
need
it
to
is.
be a Trump partisan
yeah,
to
this is
feel good about the president's recovery.
Oh, here
you
it
just
is.
need to be a decent person. The moment you find yourself rooting for another man's illness or death is the moment you need to stop immediately in your tracks, pause, and take stock of your soul. You're the
Tucker Carlson is such a pathetic fucking person, and routinely roots for the awful things that happen to immigrants.
one
But
who's
hey,
sick and badly in need of help. You're rotting from within. But the media are not stopping. They're not even pausing.
Tucker Carlson's main writer recently got popped for being a white nationalist, openly a white nationalist in a Republican blog, that very same head writer for Tucker Carlson also used to openly write for the Daily Caller, which is Tucker Carlson's website, not to be mistaken with Ben Shapiro's Daily Wire. And that same writer, Blake Neff, would write compilation articles, would make compilation articles as he was an editor at the Daily Wire about celebrating people running over protesters, okay? I just want to point that out. So when people like this try to say, like, oh, you're wishing death upon our innocent president, like, no. In the words of Rick from Rick and Morty, your boos mean nothing to me when I've seen what makes you cheer. Okay? Your boos mean nothing to me when I've seen what makes you cheer.
Too angry. Donald Trump is alive. They were hoping that wouldn't happen. Worse, Trump walked out of the hospital under his own steam after just 3 days.
I love
74 years old, and the virus didn't really slow him down. In fact, he looks fine. These are dangerous facts. If you're allowed to think about them too much, you might draw the wrong conclusion.
Dude, Democrats are terrified of Donald Trump's. They're terrified of how mighty Donald Trump is. I love that. I love that. I absolutely love that, dude. It's so good. It's so good. Democrats are so worried that Donald Trump is doing incredibly fine by what? Putting out 1 minute of content a day? That's what we're terrified of?
You might conclude the coronavirus isn't quite as scary as they're telling you it is. You might regret giving up your constitutional rights in a panic last spring, or letting them destroy the American economy in response. You might find yourself enraged that they're keeping your kids from getting an education and have for 6 months. And above all, you might stop believing the news media. Why are we watching this crap? It's not news. It's propaganda. They're lying to us.
I can't. Okay, this is projection. I can't. This is not the one I was talking about. Where Tucker Carlson, you know how he does? You know how Tucker Carlson does this thing where he's like, he's like acts like he doesn't know what a certain word is? He did that again when he was talking about Donald Trump. And I need to find that video because it's the funniest fucking video on the planet. I got this fucker on low volume. It's still loud. Old audience. I need to find this video, please. I don't think this is the one. God damn it. Maybe it is the one. Hold on.
As the coronavirus. No wonder we're so terrified. You have comfort to get period 8 years old.
To this virus.
Is Hasan.
What is obesity?
The median age of death for coronavirus in this country is 78 years old. As it happens, 78 is also the life expectancy for all people in this country.
His name is
In other words,
Hasan.
it's dangerous to be an old person who has the coronavirus. It's also dangerous to be an old person, period. At some point, we're all going to die. Dying is the central fact of life. Unfortunately,
this is great. I wonder if it's this one.
All weekend, they told us Donald Trump was going to die. He had a pre-existing condition called obesity. Trump wasn't merely overweight.
Guys, like, he makes it seem like he doesn't know what obesity is.
He was, quote, clinically obese, grotesquely overweight, sideshow fat. His silhouette blocks the sun. Thanks to decades of cheeseburgers and Three Musketeers bars, Donald Trump would never make it home alive.
But there are, of course, these concerns. He has these comorbidities. He's 74 years old. He's clinically obese.
He has all of the risk factors.
Okay, I don't care about this part. Yeah, everyone called him obese because he is obese.
Clinical obesity. Clinical cure. Clinical obesity. Clinical obesity. Clinical obesity. That is the single worst insult your average news anchor can imagine. And that's exactly how they meant it, by the way, as an insult. As a medical matter, being overweight is, in fact, a significant risk factor for dying from the coronavirus. That is a problem. There are a lot of overweight people in America. Since they made us all quit smoking, it's become a pretty fat country. But notice how none of the TV health experts ever mention that, except in the specific case of Donald Trump.
I love that. Oh, Jesus Christ. Tucker Carlson is mad. Tucker Carlson is mad that they're fat shaming the president. When he, in fact, Tucker Carlson is mad that they're fat shaming the president when he, in fact, is the sexiest, hottest president.
I love
okay?
the system. I can now remove the
He is the hottest president to have ever graced the White House.
Laughing, but I care about you, brother, and watching you cope so hard is absolutely hilarious. Your insane takes are pure comedy, and while I enjoy laughing at you mauled, it's such a bad look, brother.
Thank you, Donald the Bull Trump. Hey, try not to die, all right? You fucking obese 74-year-old fuck. Have fun when you come off that. Have fun when you come off the horse steroids that you're on. That is keeping you alive currently. That's gonna be fun. Also, good luck in the next 5 days when the second peak of your recovery hits. So there's that too. So. Anyway, yes, since they made us quit smoking, that's why Americans got fat, because smoking, it keeps you skinny. I love this. Trump is literally the third fattest president in U.S. history. Oh, wow, I didn't even know that. Whew. At least I know I'm not the only one who can't believe the shit you say. What, like about Donald Trump being obese and also Donald Trump being in a high-risk category for getting absolutely cumstered and dumpstered by coronavirus? Yes. You are not the only one who can't believe I'm saying that. But also, you know, that is the truth. Anyway, can you turn up noise gate? No. It's great. My man's got a good dumpy. And Republicans are talking about how strong he is. Guys, my president is so fucking strong. He's so strong. You guys, you libs, you're the ones who are coping. He's so strong. Look at him. He was able to walk to his car. Guys, he's so strong. I promise, bro. Please, bro. Please believe me, bro. He did a 4-minute video, bro. Come on, bro. Please, please believe me. Please believe me. I need to believe me. I need to believe. Let's watch how serious Trump's COVID diagnosis is now by Vice.
The president has spent the last 24 hours trying to project the image that he's all better. But science says it's way too soon to know if he'll stay that way. It takes an average of 5 to 8 days after symptoms first appear for patients to develop breathing problems. And if those problems get serious and land you in the ICU or on a ventilator, that can take an average of 8 to 12 days to show up. Again, these are averages, not absolutes. And they don't mean the president is necessarily headed for trouble. But patients commonly have initial symptoms, then they feel better, and then they get hit by a truck. The truth is, we don't have any clear idea of what kind of patient Donald Trump is because he won't let his doctors talk about his chest scans. They can show whether the disease has spread to his lungs and damaged them.
Pneumonia or any inflammation in his lungs at all?
So we've done routine standard imaging.
Guys, he's doing so well that his team of doctors constantly have to obfuscate and even directly lie about the treatment that he's undergoing. That's how well my bulbous, rotund president is doing, okay? That's how well my greasy, pale, dog shit president is doing right now. It's actually a sign that he's doing really well when he's the only person on the planet that has gotten the Regeneron treatment, which is like available to 10 people in the country right now, including dexamethasone and also just everything but hydroxychloroquine, by the way, and also remdesivir. Like, that's why he's the only person, because he's so powerful. He's too powerful that they're doing that, and also lying about his condition in press briefings. After all, I know a president is fucking healthy when he can do 4 minutes on Twitter. A standard that I would never, ever in a million years, allow Joe Biden to get away with. But of course, for Donald Trump, I make this sort of compromise for him.
I'm just not at liberty to discuss.
The bottom line is that Trump hasn't even really entered the danger zone yet, much less cleared it. If it's true that he first had...
Yeah, Trump is so sexy, and he's doing really well. I promise, bro. I promise. And also, Hillary's going to go to jail, bro. Promise, bro. I swear, dude. The day of reckoning is coming, bro. Please, bro.
Symptoms last Thursday. That means the 5-day post-infection period starts today, and he's likely not out of danger until the middle of next week, when he's insisting he'll be debating Joe Biden.
His name
But again,
is
we don't
Hasan.
even know the timeline of Trump's infection because the White House and his doctors won't say when his last negative test was.
Do you remember when he had his last negative test?
I don't want to go backwards.
That bit of obfuscation, that makes it impossible to know how many people Trump and his entourage might have infected. And there's something else to know.
Another sign of strength is when you refuse. Another sign of strength, and also taking ownership of your own failures, is when you refuse the CDC's best practices in contact tracing. That's also another incredible sign of strength by Donald Trump.
Trump's doctors
And
have
good
him
leadership.
on a steroid called dexamethasone. The studies show it can help patients with severe COVID-19 by tamping down on inflammation that can overwhelm them. But there's no proven benefit for patients who are less sick. Is Donald Trump sicker than we've been told? Or are his doctors giving him some kind of VIP treatment? Again, we don't know. But we do know that steroids like this have some potentially dangerous side effects. And experts caution that some of them are a real concern for a president.
The psychiatric effect of dexamethasone can be on a pretty broad spectrum. It can cause acute hallucination, an acute change in mental status, psychosis.
Bro, he's literally doing this to make it harder, okay? Oh my God, Republicans. Dude, Republicans are so stupid. Shit, he's like, it's a conspiracy. Yes, talking about the common side effects of a steroid that's given to like patients in need of critical care is actually a conspiracy. Also, another thing I was going to say here, of course, is no, actually, Donald Trump is taking all these drugs because of how powerful he is, because he wanted to make it harder for himself to recover. That's why. Yeah.
Depression, and those can be noted pretty rapidly and dramatically after the use of high dose of dexamethasone.
Is him being on this drug a concern?
I think that we need to have a lot of transparency, which we
Okay, this doctor's Brown. That's why she's, of course, against Donald Trump, our beautiful president, who is the least racist president ever. But brown and black people think he's racist, so they can't fairly deliberate on matters that pertain to the president. Oh, by the way, that's not me saying that. Remember when Donald Trump literally said that about a Mexican judge, a judge of Mexican heritage? That was like fucking a year into his presidency, by the way. Just remember.
are lacking of right now. We need to have an honest discussion with his physician team and be able to be apprised as far as what is going on when it comes to the impacts of COVID, as well as the drugs on his mental status and his ability to lead us.
Is the president being on a drug that has these psychic side effects a concern to you?
If somebody is having hallucinations and psychosis on dexamethasone and they're not honest about it, that is a big problem, specifically when you are making decisions when it's with regards to the status of a country and having really...
Okay, let's be real. It's not like Donald Trump was making sound decisions when he was of clear mind either. So that's the one part that I actually separate myself from the rest of the liberals who are like, oh no, like what if he makes terrible choices because of the drugs that he's on?
This
It's like,
deranged pervert.
yeah, that would be a total change of pace from what he normally does. You know, Trump is known for making the right and sound decision in every circumstance. So this will truly change the situation, the outcome.
Significant impact on the world politics and international level.
Anyway, man, I wish I was less racist. I feel like if she was white and older, I would trust her more. I don't know why. At least you recognize that you're racist. Now you should fucking do something about it and stop feeling that way. Especially because, like, there is no evidence that, like, white doctors are better than fucking brown doctors in any meaningful capacity. As a matter of fact, that kind of racism will hurt you in the long run when you're like, oh, I need to have a white doctor. Anyway. Yeah, can you imagine fucking saying no to like just like any doctor because of their race? That's so strange to me. These are the activists fighting for Latino representation in Nevada.
Good afternoon. Quick question. Are y'all already registered to vote?
Activism to me means helping our community, whether it's like registering them to vote, which to me is...
Actually, the only distinction to that rule is like black people having black doctors because, or at least according to studies, white doctors oftentimes think that like black people have a higher pain tolerance than they actually do, than their actual pain tolerance, and the treatment does vary for black patients. Racist in the chat, lol. There's 30,000 people in here on fucking Twitch. Anyone can be in this chat. Of course there's race. There's probably one Nazi. There's probably more than one Nazi in this chat. This is actually taught in many med schools still, by the way. It's fucked up.
It's like one of the most important ways of getting them out there and getting them civically engaged. My name is Jasmine Gomez. I'm 21 years old and I live in Las Vegas, Nevada. When I was 17 in high school, we didn't have folks coming and speaking to our class about like why registering to vote is important or like why we should go out and vote. So I wasn't even aware of what I was really missing out till I started getting involved into the movement. It turned out like my perspective changed and I had the opportunity to change other people's perspective on voting. Mi Familia Vota is an organization that helps our community in basically different ways. Our Latinx community is underrepresented and we are trying to change that. Hola, buenas tardes. By voting and we help people register to vote. So we help people with the process of becoming a citizen, like filling out the application, answering any questions they need. We also make sure that they go out and vote and have their voices heard. I'm the voter registration organizer. So my main focus is working with high schools, colleges, and universities. We would tell them about like the new bills in Nevada. We would tell them the requirements of registering to vote, and then we would walk them through the form of actually registering.
Listen, don't be a fucking idiot. When someone who is Latinx says they calls themselves Latinx, then don't get fucking triggered by that. That's just normal. That's a person that wants to. That's a person that considers themselves Latinx. Okay, you're being ridiculous. Like I always say Latino myself, and I know that in America and also overall around Latin American countries, that the preference is towards Latino or Hispanic, and there is like. There's basically no one that wants to be called Latinx. That's not a designation that Latino people care about. But who gives a fuck if people were to use Latinx? If you're correcting like a Latino person or a Latinx person saying it, then you're being ridiculous.
To vote. Prior to COVID, I would go to the high schools and do the presentations in person.
I'm Hispanic and brown from Texas my whole life. I never heard of a Latinx before your stream.
Transition to virtually. So it's our first day back since March. So it's completely different. There's definitely a lot of
Latino and
things
Hispanic
to
are a
learn.
different thing? Whoa, dude. Really? Latino and Hispanic are a different thing? That's crazy. Well, I know, but in the fucking studies conducted, they ask both the Latino and Hispanic population what they prefer, and they say that they prefer, both of them prefer Hispanic or Latino more than Latinx.
How'd it go on the field? Did you get people registered?
Yes, we did.
How many did you get?
I got 7 and she got 11.
For this year's election is, even though we're in a pandemic, we still want to have youth turnout, Latino turnout. And more than anything, to see those results and to see that happen, we need to make sure we have voter education. So we need to make sure we're informing our community about how vote by mail is gonna impact this election and what vote by mail looks like. Because at the end of the day, the goal is to get the youth vote out, and it doesn't matter what color they are or what their background is, just that they are informed of what's going on and that they can have all the information they need to go out to the polls and vote. I know I can have the power, and even if I just change one perspective, it's amazing. Because it's kind of like a chain. I change one person's perspective and then they go and talk to someone else, and next thing you know, you have so many people voting.
Latino is Hispanic, but Hispanic is not necessarily Latino. Latino just means that you are of Latin American descent. Hispanic means that you have you're Spanish and can be Latino on top of that. Of Spanish descent. Spanish speaking. What's the difference between Latino and Hispanic? A Brazilian person is Latino, but they are not Hispanic. A lot of people use it. A lot of people use it interchangeably anyway, but yeah, Hispanic is Spanish, Brazil is Portuguese. But if you are indigenous like I am, it's really frustrating to be called Hispanic. Oh, so yes. So due to colonization and slavery, of course, as is the root of like every fucking culture in the West, whether it be in the global South or North, it doesn't matter. There is, of course, a heritage issue there as well for indigenous populations. Like the reason why there are white Mexicans and like very, very dark Mexicans is because of how much the colonizers in that circumstance that came from Spain interacted and actually breeded with, is that the right way to say it? Miscegenated? I don't fucking know. I don't know how to like use normal terminology that revolves around like consensual sex as without using like really racist terms. You know what I mean? You make it seem like you're talking about like dog breeds or something. But also raped as well. Mixed, literally mixed. Oh, true. Mixed. Mixed, intermingled, and integrated with the indigenous population. Yeah, Latino is Latin America. Hispanic is Spanish descent. There is a large overlap, but not 100%. That's why, by the way, that's why there is also always, that's why it's always fucking hard to exactly pinpoint like how Latinos or how Hispanics are going to vote. Because there are white passing Andes in the Latino community or in the Hispanic community that are 1000% like fucking, they're Latino, but they're pro-Trump. And they're white passing as shit, for example. White passing Andres. You have Cubans, for example. Anyway, I'm half Filipino and that's technically Hispanic. Use Latina and not Latinx. Yes, Latina is a non-colonized version of gender neutral. If you want to use a gender neutral way of saying like Latino or Latina, you want to use gender neutral version of that rather than what most commonly is used as Latino, then you can say Latina instead of saying Latinx, because Latinx is just the fucking Yale and Harvard social justice warrior Americanized version of like trying to fucking add a gender non-binary, gender neutral terminology to a otherwise gendered language. Which is why I always say I always use my gender neutral term for a plural Latino, which is Latiner with an ER, because I think that that is both funny and also because it sounds like a chud, and also you don't know if I'm saying Latino or Latina or Latine. Yeah, American white people telling me how to call myself. Well, exactly. Most
pervert
and most Latino and Hispanic people fucking look at Latinx and feel that way. But then there's also non-binary and young and non-binary Latinx people who do want to popularize that. So that's why I am thoughtful whenever someone fucking uses. If someone is of Latino background and they say Latinx, then I'm not gonna be like, lol, lol, you said Latinx, like fuck you. It's like, why would I do that?
There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
Anyway. I didn't know you put that much thought into Latina or LMAO as a Puerto Rican. I really appreciate that, honestly. I just, you know, I speak for fucking 13 hours a day. I want to make it funny and entertaining.
Evangelical Christians
on
pray
here?
for their country with the certainty it can only be saved by God, Trump, and his loyal disciple, Vice President Pence.
I love Mike Pence. Totally different personalities, for sure, but I think that Trump is God's man for right now, and I would love it if Mike Pence is God's man next time.
In him our hearts rejoice.
On the very day coronavirus was spreading like weeds in the White House Rose Garden, 8 blocks away, thousands of Christians crowded together on the National Mall. Few masks, plenty of faith. Pence has brought to the ticket a powerful bloc, willing to forgive Trump's sins to get what they want through Pence.
Well, he loves the Lord, and I think any man or woman that loves the Lord is always a good candidate, because if they love God, they're not going to kill babies, they're not going to put 2 men together and 2 women together in marriage, and they're going to be for prayer in our schools and everything else.
So in the lead up to the most important VP debate in decades, Pence is there praising his boss and their faith.
And President Donald Trump has observed many times that America is a nation of believers.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Mike Pence, 61, a former Midwest governor, takes the stage tomorrow against his complete opposite.
I need you to make sure your adults vote, okay? Okay. They're really good things.
Kamala Harris, a California Democrat, the first black and South Asian woman on a presidential ticket, a former prosecutor with a sharp attack. Senator Harris is known for pointed questioning.
Can you think of any laws that give the government the power to make decisions about the male body?
I'm not thinking of any right now.
We feel very sorry for Vice President Pence because he has to debate you. We're not sure how he's going to hold up because we have seen you, young lady, in action.
Responsibility.
She wanted to be president and ran for it.
And I'm prepared to fight, and I know how to fight.
But dropped out early.
Kamala, the floor is yours.
Reappearing as the nominee, many expect a bid for the top job next time.
I think it's quite transparent on her part that she does see herself as the successor. I think that the Biden campaign is very sensitive about the idea that he might be giving the impression that, in fact, this will be the Harris administration.
With Joe Biden 77 and Donald Trump 74, part of the calculation, their VPs could be next up.
So I don't necessarily think you have that level of rank ambitiousness that, you see with Kamala Harris. That's just.
Come on, dude. Is this a joke? Why did they do this, dude? Oh, God. Oh, I love log cabin Republicans. Oh, for those of you who don't know what log cabin Republicans means, it's out and about gay Republicans. That's what that is. It is a it's a special breed of self-hating gay that is like, honestly, I kind of fucking love racism so much that I don't really care if I'm surrounding myself with homophobes. That's what that is.
That's not Mike Pence's style.
But Harris brings what Pence never can, says Teresa Dudley, an educator and head of a local teachers union.
She knows what it's like to be black. There is a difference in how people are treated. And she sees that. She knows that. She's very well aware of that. And she knows there are different.
It's the kind Gorby always seems to simp for, thinking he can change them. Oh my God, I don't even think he thinks he can change them.
Having that lens is important when we have someone in the White House right now who refuses to reject white supremacists in our country.
Dudley's true blue, eager for the debate against Pence, whom she says she can't trust.
I have to think he has to be embarrassed by a lot of the president's behavior. And for him to defend that publicly, he's going to have to tell a whole lot of lies.
Everybody knows he's a liar.
After last week's bruising debate, Harris versus Pence is a reset.
We have to be very careful because women get tagged as being too much of a barracuda or to being too sharp. I think she's going to be just fine.
I think that he needs to do what he does best, which is show resolve, experience, charm, and stability.
This VP debate like no other, with 12 feet and a lot more separating these two as America gets ready for another showdown.
Okay. Excuse me, says you didn't negotiate with Twitch to play less ads? Yes, I did. 1,000,000% I did. And I didn't personally negotiate. My agents did.
Okay, Susan, so given the COVID situation at the White House just behind you there, surely there are going to be safety precautions at tomorrow's debate.
You bet. As with everything, now plexiglass.
Did you just say so you didn't?
Pervert.
Well, who the fuck do my agents operate at the behest of? Me, motherfucker. So, I'm not the one who's writing the legal language. I'm the one who's telling my agents to, and I'm the one who has a final say on how many ads get run, or at least what level of ad density that I would sign off on. I absolutely did.
Is part of the politics. The Harris team wants partitions. The Pence team says, quote, if she wants to surround herself with a fortress, have at it. We don't. They are both aware of the...
Libertarian man, imagine thinking your sexuality defines your political opinions. Why wouldn't your sexuality define your political opinions, you dummy? If one party is literally running to curb back civil liberties on the basis of your sexual identity, then yeah, of course your sexual identity in that circumstance would probably be a part of which way you lean. Unless you would vote for a guy who is not expressly against gay conversion therapy.
The optics of this, and that what happens tomorrow night could set a precedent for the next presidential debate, which is still scheduled for Florida next week. Trump said today that he'll be there. Biden said it should only go ahead if the president has no more virus.
All right, Susan, thanks very much.
The vice presidential debates are always interesting because it's sort of the two understudies, people who could potentially become president of the United States.
The vice presidential debate is happening under the umbrella of a general political consensus that the president objectively struggled in a debate performance that he needed to succeed in.
I think the developments over the past couple of days certainly raised the stakes for the vice presidential debate, where you have President Trump having contracted the coronavirus.
Pence has tested negative for coronavirus after the outbreak at the White House that, of course, led to these dramatic images of him being taken to Walter Reed Hospital on Marine One, doctor briefings all weekend, and White House aides reporting that the president wasn't doing well. I mean, there's just a lot of drama.
You also remember that Mike Pence was the head of the coronavirus task force for President Trump. Coronavirus and the Trump administration's response is really front and center right now.
The coronavirus is the #1 issue that Republicans and Trump's campaign don't want to be talking about right now. They'd rather be talking about the economy. They want to be talking about the Supreme Court nomination.
Harris has really sort of drawn this reputation among Democrats for her prosecutorial style. And at times, as we saw her kind of prosecute the case against her now teammate, Joe Biden, she was quite effective in landing the attack.
And she was bused to school every day. And that little girl was me.
The vice presidential debate could actually be a mirror of the presidential debates.
President Trump did a phenomenal job.
Mike Pence is somebody who tries not to get ruffled, who likes to just dig down into policy and not get into political brawls. On the other side, you have Kamala Harris, who loves getting in political brawls. We saw that in the Senate when she was sitting on the Senate Judiciary Committee and asking President Trump's Supreme Court nominees really tough questions.
The only difference is that you have been accused of sexual assault.
Kamala Harris has been in Salt Lake City for a day or two. She's been preparing for a while. Pete Buttigieg, one of her former Democratic rivals, has been playing Mike Pence. Of course, Buttigieg and Pence both come from Indiana. They themselves have had interactions in the past. Buttigieg sort of knows Pence quite well.
Your quarrel, sir, is with my creator.
Democrats certainly are kind of salivating at the prospect of her and Mike Pence going up against one another, thinking that she will get the better of him. But Mike Pence has also been, an effective debater in his own right. 4 years ago, probably most people gave him the win against Tim Kaine.
I want to say thanks to everyone that's looking in tonight, who understands what an enormously important time this is in the life of our nation.
This vice presidential debate was something that kind of got overlooked, as it often does in presidential campaigns. But all of a sudden, you have someone who is first in line for the presidency while the president is potentially sick with a deadly virus, traveling to another state, debating in an indoor room with an audience, and then having to defend why the president got sick and how the president's policies may have led to that in a way that underscores how vulnerable Republicans are in this election to coronavirus. It's tough to underscore how high those stakes are, especially for Republicans.
It really does say a lot when all the fucking videos where we're watching have more Kamala Harris than they do Mike Pence. Because Mike Pence is boring as fuck. And while there are Mike Pence supporters out there that are like deep in the throes of evangelical Christianity, who are excited for him, they are not necessarily the... You genuinely hate America? They are not necessarily the winning Trump coalition.
As we stand here today, we're developing new medicines that are saving lives every day. And I'm proud to report to you that we are on track to have the first safe and effective coronavirus vaccine before the end of this year.
Develop and deploy rapid tests with immediate results. Make sure testing, treatments, and ultimately a vaccine reach all Americans, including communities of color who have historically been left behind.
The American people had to struggle under the disaster known as Obamacare. And while we were, while we were busy cutting your taxes, President Trump made good on a promise to working families. It gave him some relief from that failed law when he repealed the Obamacare individual mandate. It's gone. It's off the books.
Just days after the election, the court will hear a case that could strike down the Affordable Care Act in its entirety.
The candidate wanted to extend Medicare to everyone over the next 10 years. Previously co-sponsored Bernie Sanders' single-payer bill addresses maternal death rates among black women. So one of the biggest issues that is going to happen with Kamala at the debate stage, now that we're talking about like what our predictions are and what's going to happen, one of the biggest problems is that Kamala Harris did actually co-sponsor Bernie Sanders' single-payer bill, and she was one of the few people on that debate stage who wasn't expressly and immediately against Medicare for all, and even said that she had a transition bill, even though that transition program was like kind of fucking shitty, and was never going to happen because it was over the course of not 1, but 3 election cycles, 10 years. So that would have never, ever, ever been a reality. So, but having said all of that, Democrats spent an insane amount of time shitting on Medicare for all. So now Kamala Harris, being the potential president if fucking Joe Biden dies, all of a sudden throws a wrench in the plans of the Democratic Party, because now the Republicans can be like, you're the guys who literally ran against Medicare for all, and now you're the lady who wants to do socialist style Medicare for all, who's going to destroy the American country, the American cultural fabric, and, is actually communist in nature, blah, blah, blah. And Democrats are stuck now having to fucking defend Kamala Harris and having to fucking defend any sort of expansion on socialized medicine when they spent a crazy amount of time shitting on it.
This is a deranged pervert.
Thank you, Hasan,
hopefully it doesn't become a serious problem for them in the long run. And of course,
it's a decision that could take away health care for 20 million Americans. It's a decision that could take away Medicare benefits for seniors.
But thanks to the man who wrote The Art of the Deal, America's got a better deal than NAFTA. The United States-Mexico-Canada agreement is now the law of the land, and it's a win for American manufacturing and a win for America.
Mike Pence proposes further taxes in second term, roll back federal regulations to promote economic growth, fought for the passage of NAFTA, replacement USMCA. USMCA is just NAFTA with a different name. Rolling back federal regulations don't actually promote economic growth, but instead hurt the livelihood and well-being of Americans. Okay. And lastly, further tax cuts is insane. Further tax cuts in this circumstance is just going to start harming the Republican electorate, the base of voters that Republicans have, because you can't fucking add additional taxes without like seriously significantly undermining and crippling things like Medicaid, things like Medicare and Social Security. That's why Donald Trump's proposal to That's why Donald Trump's proposal to turn around and cut income taxes in its entirety is completely psychotic as far as proposals goes.
Is now the law of the land, and it's a win for American manufacturing and a win for American farmers.
To 90% of minority and women-owned small businesses did not get the benefit of the PPP.
Harris has proposed a $3 trillion middle-class tax relief plan, which, not great, especially because when we're talking about taxes, the first thing I would be going for, the first thing that I would advocate for personally is increasing taxes for the wealthy and corporations, which is very popular. I'm going to run the ad in a second. Hold on. She announced a bill to support small businesses during the pandemic, which was good. And she wanted to ban evictions during the pandemic, which is also good and necessary.
Because, unlike how Donald Trump has been concerned about the wealthy, the people who are working every day and trying to raise their families don't have the access to those kinds of relationships and have not received the benefit of something like the PPP.
Now, President Trump and I will always support the right of Americans to peaceful protest, but rioting and looting is...
Like, how is this strongly opposed to defund the police? Like, okay, how is that against Kamala Harris? She's literally the police. Like Kamala Harris is the police. Mike Pence is strongly opposing to defund the police. Kamala Harris is the police. So I don't know where we go from there. Rejects the notion that police have an implicit bias towards minorities. Of course he does.
His name is
white as
Hasan.
fucking Wonder Bread toast.
Seems like Trump really fucked himself by
Reinforced law and order message just means he just wants to do fucking racism.
Not peaceful protest. Burning businesses is not free speech, and those who do so will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
And let's be clear, there is no vaccine for racism. We've got to do the work.
As a candidate, proposed National Police Review Board, oh my God, and wants to end mass incarceration. Longtime advocate of body cameras.
Work for George.
This is so bare minimum for racial justice, by the way. Like, black female vice president for the first time ever. This is huge. She could literally become the first female president. She could become the first black female president when Joe Biden inevitably croaks because he's really fucking old. And yet, her proposals are so bare, bottom of the barrel, bare minimum proposals for police reform. Suck.
Floyd, for Breonna Taylor, for the lives of too many others to name.
Joe Biden wants to bury our economy under an avalanche of red tape. It seemed the other night that he didn't even know that he'd endorsed the Green New Deal. Next day he got off.
Skeptical that climate change is a threat. Said there's no question human behavior has had an impact. Says market forces will solve the problem. Ugh. Like, Mike Pence is a boring Republican. Mike Pence is a run-of-the-mill, old-school Mitt Romney-style Republican. Okay? Not very charismatic, very boring, says all the fucking boring shit. And I don't think the Republican Party wants that anymore. They've been spoiled with Donald Trump. You know what I mean? They've been too spoiled with someone like Donald Trump who's like at least charismatic and appeals to them. I think one backlash that you might actually get from all of these like Republicans is in the aftermath of Donald Trump. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure they're still diehard loyalists, but they might lose at least some if they ever go back to like boring Republicans like Mike Pence, these like Koch brothers cut-ups. You might actually lose some of the Donald Trump base because they're now used to having that slob force-fed down their throat.
Train and said, Green New Deal is a good plan, but our Green New Deal is a little different. I'm telling you what, both versions are job killers.
It is incumbent on us, in terms of the leadership of our nation, to take seriously the extreme changes in our climate and to do what we can to mitigate against the damage, but also what we must do to preserve the beautiful land.
And Joe Biden and the Democratic Party support abortion on demand. And Joe Biden actually supports you.
I love that, like, wants to defund Planned Parenthood, roll back reproductive rights. Like, he doesn't just want to roll back reproductive rights. He wants to ban abortion. Why do these, like, pussy-ass, both-sidist, unbiased Andys over here constantly use like such neutral and really forgiving language whenever they talk about people like Mike Pence? And then they greatly exaggerate, I would go so far as to say they greatly exaggerate the impact that, I don't know, Kamala Harris's policies might have. So weird.
Using taxpayer dollars to pay for abortion all the way up to the moment of birth. My part, I couldn't be more proud to be vice president to a president who stands without apology for the sanctity of human life.
Judge Barrett has a long record of opposing abortion and reproductive rights. There is no other issue that so disrespects and dishonors the work of Justice Ginsburg's life than undoing the seminal decision in the court's history that made it clear a woman has a right to make decisions about her own body.
And on the economy, there's a fundamental choice for the American electorate. Do you want a you're hired president in Hillary Clinton, or do you want a you're fired president in Donald Trump?
I appreciated the...
Oh, Tim Kaine. At least Tim Kaine in the membrane. Tim Kaine in the brain. You guys remember that? Actually, you know what? I'm going to play that right now. Oh, I got to run an ad. I forgot. All right, time to run a 1 minute ad. Okay. All right, top of the hour, 1 minute ad. Anyway, where was I? What was I talking about? Tim Kaine in the membrane.
This is a deranged.
Oh, I was talking about Tim Kaine. Hold on, I gotta fucking cook too before this happens. I might just go here and let this run while I go
given the way
cook.
that we came out of Veep stakes, but they might paint her as someone who's going to try to pull Joe
Tim
Biden
Kaine.
to the left. And so for the key for Kamala Harris is going to be to stay up on Joe Biden's position. She's been poring over briefing books, preparing herself to make those cases, but also making sure that she's offering defenses of her own candidacy when she was a candidate that also fall in line now with where Joe Biden is as this ticket. Because for the running mate, you have to be the attack dog, but you also have to make sure that you are putting the ticket's political brand over your own. And someone like Kamala Harris, who is young, who is widely considered the future of the party because of the way that Joe Biden has elevated her in this role, I think that's something that we're likely to see Republicans try to take advantage of. We've seen President Trump try to say that the left is radical or socialist. That's not necessarily an attack that works against Joe Biden, but in listening to allies of the president in recent days on cable news, they have been trying to lay the seeds of that argument in their early interviews. And so I'm interested to see if maybe that's something that Pence comes out with on the debate stage, trying to tag Harris with that.
His name is Hasan.
Ali, you spoke to Senator Cory Booker, one of Harris's colleagues, ahead of this debate. What did he tell you he's looking for tonight?
Cory Booker was on a call with some reporters before the debate tonight, and one of the things that he was saying is he's someone who knows her both as a political challenger. You'll remember they both ran in that large field of Democrats running for president in 2020, so they sometimes shared debate stages. But more than that, they're Senate colleagues. They've done these hearings together. They've been on the Hill together. And so he was saying that he hopes that she can continue to show Americans more of who she is, yes, on the policy front, but also as a person. And I think that's one of the interesting shifts here with Kamala Harris. And there was a great article in The Atlantic about this earlier, about how she was primed in the initial days of her political career not to talk about herself, not necessarily to talk about her story, but instead to focus on the issues and the policy. And I think a lot of women look at that and they can see something that they relate to, because for female politicians, there are so many different traps and pitfalls here. And Kamala Harris, in her own presidential race throughout 2019, she really shied away from talking about her family's immigrant story and the way that she was both Asian Pacific American, Indian, as well as Black. And we've seen her make this shift now that she's Joe Biden's running mate to talking way more about that, the comfortability level clearly there. And I think on the debate stage, that's going to be one of the keys, not just being the attack dog and prosecuting the case, but also giving the American people a sense of who she really is. That's what Cory Booker said he was really looking for, too.
Cory Booker talking about how Kamala Harris is going to show America how she is as a human being is hilarious, because, you know, Cory Booker is literally a fucking alien. That's why he's like, you know, Kamala Harris will prove that she's a human being, unlike me, Cory Booker. I'm vegan, by the way. I like to eat human food. That's vegan.
My second job. Look, I'm always interested in how women are received on debate stages by voters. And the thing that's been fascinating to me, there have been women's groups who said, even before Kamala Harris was nominated as the running mate, that they were going to have her back by calling out racist and sexist tropes, trying to disrupt them in the narrative before they happen, trying to get in front of disinformation.
Is that lady still wearing the current day shirt?
There are now groups actually that are putting millions of dollars behind that effort in terms of putting out ads that try to counter those narratives online.
She always does
that. It's going
that.
to be a big night for those groups. But then there's also the secondary piece of this, which is that the Harris campaign is more than aware of the double standards for women on those debate stages. You know the very things I'm talking about. Be aggressive, but not too aggressive. Show passion, but not too much. These are all of the things that we saw throughout the Democratic primary. And now that Harris is going to be on the debate stage, Hillary Clinton was actually one of the more vocal people about this early on, trying to, I think, prime the electorate to look out for these things so that once they're aware that sexism and racism could happen on that stage, it's a little bit easier to call out and to recognize. Hillary Clinton has been clear in saying that Harris needs to be careful because Clinton thinks that Pence is going to try to put her in some kind of box, try to make her seem like she doesn't necessarily know what she's talking about. That's also something, though, that the Pence team is aware of, and they have been clear that they need to prepare him to speak with a tone where it doesn't look like he's basically attacking the woman on the stage. And so both sides are very aware of the gender and race dynamics on that stage. And both for my day job and my other day job with this book, I'm really interested in seeing how that actually plays out on the stage.
Allie, I love how much free time you have with all these day jobs on day jobs on day jobs. And I shake my head because as a woman, I can't believe that in 2020, we are still talking about it being unusual for a woman to be on a vice presidential debate stage. But we have made some progress, but not all.
Some progress, but not all. Though I will say, Allison, in that Atlantic piece that I was talking about, it was actually fascinating, and I hadn't realized this yet, but Kamala Harris is one of the first female running mates, if not the first female running mate, chosen not as a Hail Mary pass, not like a Geraldine Ferraro or a Sarah Palin, but someone who was chosen when the candidate was ahead. It wasn't someone who was looking for a little bit of energy out of their vice presidential pick. She was chosen on the merits and on the history that she could make in this moment.
All right, that is definitely progress, that's for sure. Allie Vitale, always great to have you with us, especially on a big debate night. Thank you.
Thanks.
President Trump was back in the Oval Office less than 48 hours after he was discharged from Walter Reed. A senior administration official told NBC News he was there for a briefing on coronavirus relief and Hurricane Delta. The president breaking CDC protocol and not isolating as the White House deals with a growing outbreak of coronavirus cases. Nearly 20 people in the president's circle have contracted the virus. NBCNews.com senior White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece joining me now from D.C. Shannon, do we know how the president's getting from his private residence to the Oval Office, how many people he could come into contact with, and who was in the Oval Office with him for that briefing? I know that's quite a head count I've asked you for.
Right. Well, we were told yesterday that the president had wanted to go to the Oval Office and that precautions were being put in place today if he wanted to go there. The White House has said that people coming in contact with him are given full PPE if they're in the residence and coming into direct contact with him. I will note the West Wing is relatively empty at this point because, as you put that list up there, more than a dozen staffers have tested positive. And then there are all the people who have come in close contact with them who could also be at risk, who should be isolating. And then there's people who are just concerned for their own safety and can work from home, so they're doing it. There are obviously folks, though, who continue to come into the White House. U.S. Secret Service personnel have to be there. Some national security staffs have to work from there because they're dealing with secure communications. So the president going from the residence to the West Wing, even with a lot of precautions, there are still people that he's going to come in contact who he could potentially pose some risk to. As far as who he was with in the Oval Office, we know White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, someone who has been with the president throughout his illness, and Dan Scavino, the president's social media director, is also someone who has been in and out of meetings with the president throughout his illness. We believe that he is still there now. One of the signals that indicated the president was in the West Wing was when the Marine walked outside of that door that you can see from the White House North Lawn. Traditionally, when the president is in the West Wing, the Marine comes out. This White House has not always followed that protocol, but they certainly did today. And once we saw that, we asked the White House if the president was in the Oval, and they confirmed that he was. And as you can see, the Marines still posted out there now.
Shannon, we have a president who is considered contagious. At least 18 people in his circle have tested positive, and we are still seeing some White House staffers not wearing masks. Why does the White House continue to resist following safety protocol? What are you hearing from your sources there? Because we certainly have heard that there are folks within the White House who are concerned about their health and safety.
Right. And a memo was finally sent out to the White House, the White House staff telling them to wear masks when they can't socially distance. You can see there's some video from earlier. These are staffers from the Eisenhower Executive Office, which is adjacent to the West Wing. I will say, I had a source who was over in this building, which is not the White House, but it's right next to the White House, and a lot of staff go back and forth. They were over in this building the day the president got his results. So before the president got his results, just a few hours before, they said no one was in masks at that point. And as a few days ago, a lot of staffers, they said, were wearing masks, but not all of them, as you can see from that video. People going outside, eating lunch together. Of course, being outside, you don't necessarily have to have a mask on, but considering the number of infections, you might expect that. But obviously, as you noted, Allison, people still not following wearing masks outside, at least.
It's just startling to see, Shannon. I would think everyone would be at this point, but 2020, full of surprises. Shannon Pettypiece in Washington, thank you so much.
Thank you.
In a memo this afternoon, the White House doctor says that President Trump has not shown symptoms of COVID-19 in at least 24 hours, and we now know the president is back in the Oval Office. Dr. Marislash Davis joins me now. She's an infectious disease physician at the Washington University School of Medicine, and I hate to play favorites, but she's one of my favorite doctors to have come and visit us, so thank you for being back, Dr. Davis. First, let's talk about the president leaving the residence, spending time in the Oval Office and the West Wing. What are your medical concerns here, both for the president and for those around him at the White House?
Well, thankfully, the president has access to the highest quality of care. So I trust and hope that physicians are paying attention to both what he says he feels like and how he feels, his lab tests, radiologic findings, and all the available information to make an informed decision. But really, my greatest concern is for staffers, especially those that often don't get the limelight, right? People who have to cook, people who have to clean, people whose livelihood depends on their jobs, who are potentially in contact. These are the people I worry most about because they're the ones who the statistics thus far have been unkind to. They're the ones with the disproportionate sickness and unfortunately deaths. So for their safety, I'm hoping that all available precautions are being taken in considering what could happen.
The White House statement today also said that President Trump has coronavirus antibodies, but that his most recent labs don't have traces of COVID. As a person with no medical expertise, I really have no idea what that means. Can you explain that for us and what it tells you about where President Trump is in his recovery?
It's always hard as a physician to take information that isn't given to us with all of the necessary details that we would need. But what I can say is this. We have two modalities, two ways that we can test people. One is diagnostic tests, and those tell us, does someone have an active infection, right? We also have antibody tests, and those tell us, has the body been able to mount an immune response?
Okay, this is boring. All right, so let us talk about... Yeah, I got a bunch of sauces.
There's some whores in
Let us talk about expectations from the debate. Let us talk about what I want to see from the debate, what my expectations are, what I think will be a fucking dud overall.
I apologize for
So,
that.
first
Could I
and
please get a
foremost,
look
yes,
at being
science is
unfair?
boring. First and
Not going for
foremost,
the whole gay as an adjective thing. I'm really sorry I mischat a lot. It hurts. Please, Hasan, I'm sorry.
What?
I really hope you can find it in your heart to look at my appeal. Please, Hasan.
I got banned for the whole gay as an adjective thing. I'm really sorry. I mischat a lot. It hurts. Please, Hasan, I'm sorry. I really hope you can find it in your heart to look at my appeal. Please, Hasan. Oh my God. Using gay as an adjective gives it a connotation. How does this work? How does this work? How does this work? How can I see the appeal? Like, I don't know how this works.
Pass, P-word. Make that pullout game weak.
Leaked what? I don't know how this works. Okay, fuck this. use this instead. Well, he doesn't even have an unban request. Or no, I don't have one. Anyway, the icon on the left is 25 new. All right, whatever. All right, sure, I'll fucking unban you. Just stop being a fucking idiot, okay? I hate like fake woke bullshit. Like, oh my god, you're using gay as an adjective. Oh my god. It's like one of the most annoying, idiotic fucking... Like, I was literally talking about the YMCA saying that they are a gay band. And it's a gay anthem. And it literally is. And this motherfucker was trying to woke scold me about, like, using gay as an adjective. Anyway, let's see what the five predictions are.
There is a big showdown.
And then I'll tell you what my predictions
in Salt Lake
are.
City, Vice President Pence and Senator Kamala Harris are getting ready to debate. The contest taking on some new importance with uncertainty swirling around the rest of the campaign, to say the least. Things will look a little different, too. Apparently, there's a plexiglass divider that will divide the candidates. And we're just learning that topics will not be released ahead of time, but there will be 9, 10-minute blocks. So in case you're planning your time and your trips to the refrigerator, that's what you need to know. But I would stay glued to Fox News.
Hi, dude. How
Jesse,
are
let me
you?
start with you.
You've been
Pence is a very
entertaining me
good
and
debater.
providing
He has
some
years
good
of
content for the
experience in
past
policy
13
and
months.
politics,
Thank you for all
and
your
he's
great
been
work.
serving
Why
in
people
this
happy,
role
why
for
people
4
are
years.
happy.
That's very different from Kamala Harris, who has been in the Senate. She is a very accomplished person. She is a prosecutor. But in the debates that she had last year, she was debating people all within the same ideological framework. They were left of center to the very far left. How do you think she'll do when she has to be confronted with an opposing point of view?
Well, the bar is high because 2/3 of voters think that if Biden's elected, she will become president of the United States. And Pence is a good wingman. Like you said, he's a smooth debater. He's got policy chops. He's been in the room when every decision was made. So I expect her to be tenacious and just throw a lot of nasty haymakers and mostly focus on COVID-19. Pence will not be interrupting, so he's going to have to grin and bear it. And then he'll have to defend himself, but then he'll have to throw counter punches. You can't just play defense for 90 minutes. And if a COVID attack comes, he's going to have to turn that back into an economic conversation about Biden-Harris being for the shutdowns. They're very weak on that. He also has to turn every conversation into that populist conservative sweet spot. The no new wars, manufacturing jobs, no sanctuary cities, tough on China, lower drug prices. If he can do that and then turn it around on policy on Kamala, because remember, she hasn't answered any questions on policy for the last 2 months. She's going to be shaky. She'll be well prepared, but there will be some shaky moments for her.
Greg, I was thinking back to the Kavanaugh hearings, and of course, that's where Senator Kamala Harris really, I think she was planning to run for president even before that, but I think that's what really kind of got her into the news and into the headlines. The difference with Pence from Kavanaugh is that Kavanaugh was trying to be confirmed as a United States Supreme Court justice. He was trying to get through that as best he could.
There's something wrong with my fucking chicken, dude. It's like, I don't know. While I was cutting it earlier, as I was preparing it, I noticed that it was like a little hard. I don't know why. And I just bit into it, and it's like fucking just hard. I don't know how to describe it. It's just bad. It's not good.
I love the system. I can now remove the tinfoil hat.
Of course, he has antibodies. He is taking them as medication.
No, not fucking. Was it frozen? Yeah, it was frozen, yeah.
His name is Hasan.
Eat it. There are people starving? Yeah, I'm not gonna fucking eat it, you fucking weirdo, dude. No, it's not undercooked. Why does that happen? Like, freezer burn, maybe? That's woody chicken has gotten more common over the years. Probably freezer burn. Did you let it thaw for an adequate amount of time? Yes. No, it's not overcooked. So here's what happened. No, you guys are wrong. You guys are wrong. Here's what happened. I freeze it. I freeze my chicken, and then I thaw it overnight. Like for the entire night, it's thawed. Okay? And sometimes it's like, it rarely ever happens, but sometimes the chicken, like, the chicken breast will be a little bit, it's just like difficult to bite into. I don't know how to describe it. It's like gummy, maybe? Is that what it is? Learn to cook with dark meat. It's much more resilient. Yeah, but dark meat doesn't have the same kind of, it doesn't have the same kind of fat and protein as white meat does. That's why I only eat. It's not cartilage. No. It's the entire breast. Woody breast. American chicken is just bad sometimes. Is that what it's called? Woody breast? Cells got popped from ice crystals. Makes it cook funky and proteins get hard. I don't know what it was, but I can tell you with a certainty that I did not like it at all.
Whores in this house. There's some whores.
It was very bad. It's like not even edible. What is woody breast? Is woody breast caused by bigger, faster growing chickens? Woody breast describes a quality issue stemming from a muscle abnormality in a small percentage of chicken meat in the U.S. This condition causes, it's like hard to the touch and often pale in color. Oh, yeah, it is. It was pale in color and poor quality texture. Oh, that's disgusting. Oh, it's like rubber. Yeah, it's like rubbery and gummy. It's like rubbery. It's like rubber. It literally sounds like if you were to bite into like rubber. That's so disgusting. Oh, dude, that's so nasty. Oh, that's so fucking nasty. Dude, I hate this shit. God damn it.
Isn't that just darling?
Nasty. So nasty. Gross. American food is gross. Anyway,
argue too much, but having to defend himself. This is a very different situation for Kamala Harris tomorrow night.
I agree. First, this plexiglass divider, it reminds me of going into a liquor store in a really bad neighborhood. Like when
oh, God, Greg, you're just not a fucking funny person. When will you learn that you should just simply stop trying to be a funny person? You are not a funny person. It is pathetic. Your attempts at humor are...
when all of the cashiers are just behind this thing and you have to slip the money through.
Don't you send guys into those stores?
Which
You don't go in yourself.
Often.
I usually wait in the back of my limo. But, I think... okay, so we're looking at these two candidates, and we're looking at it in a different light because it's a more significant debate given the age of the candidates. Pence looks like he could be president. He looks like he jumped right off a Franklin Mint coin. But she seems still unsure of her own abilities. She still has that giggle thing going. But she has one advantage, and the advantage is Trump. Trump is essentially a buffet of 8 different types of food made out of Trump. So when she doesn't have an idea or a thing to say, all she has to do is run over to the buffet, get some Trump au gratin or some Trump fries or some Trump scalloped potatoes, and then come back. She will never run out of stuff to say because...
I mean, he's right. He's right that, like, Kamala Harris has an infinitely larger realm of attacks readily available for her against Donald Trump, partially because Donald Trump is fucking terrible, but Greg's never going to admit that. But this is the only way that he can mention it. Like, oh, come on, you can, like, hit him on anything, blah, blah, blah. But, like, the reality is, yes, Kamala Harris can attack Donald Trump and Mike Pence as a consequence of all the shit that Donald Trump is doing.
Peepo hi Hasan.
Why do we watch Fox,
cute,
you
chat,
bitch,
Peepo
sellout fuck? Because I'm a fucking Republican. When are you gonna learn? Because I love Republicans. Okay, that's why. That's why I always watch Fox News, because I'm a fucking Republican.
All she has to do is go back to Trump, and I think that's what she's going to do.
Earlier today, Juan,
Idiot.
I couldn't remember the name of the candidate that Pence faced off with in 2016. I was thinking Kane. It was Kane, Senator Tim Kaine of Virginia. How can Pence and Kamala Harris make this debate a little bit more memorable?
Well, Dana, you know, so much of this has to do with, is it going to move the polls? Is it going to make a difference? And I don't know that that's the case, but I think a lot of people are going to tune in because, as Greg and Jesse point out, you've got two 70-year-olds, one with COVID, and there's a real possibility that one of these two people that we're going to watch tomorrow night could become president of the United States, a higher likelihood than normal. But what strikes me is, again, I don't think that anybody's tuning in and say, I'm going to change my vote based on the outcome of this debate. Right now, though, what we're seeing is that the polls had been static, really, through the conventions and up to that first debate. But over the last week since the debate, wow, those polls have started to move. And they have not moved in a good direction for President Trump. I think now we have seen that the debate really did have some impact. And I'm not sure that this coming debate tomorrow night will have that kind of political impact, but I do think it's going to have a big audience.
Martha, Trump is, as Greg was saying, there's the Trump buffet, and Trump runs very hot, and Pence runs a little bit cooler. Biden reads as a much older person, and she reads as a much younger person to Biden. So how, is that an advantage for her going into tomorrow night?
You know, I think that it is, and I think that they both have to be more policy focused. I talked to a bunch of college kids in Utah here this morning, and they all said, gee, I just really hope that this debate is more substantive than the last one. And I think this is the opportunity for Mike Pence to really drill down on the achievements of the Trump presidency and to lay those out very clearly. And he's going to have to hold Kamala Harris's feet to the fire on things like fracking, Medicare for all. She has flip-flopped on a number of issues since she was a primary candidate, and I would look for him to try to nail down where she really stands on those things, like packing the court, which to which she said absolutely when she was asked about it just a few short months ago.
Okay, so aside from what the fucking freak show over at the 5 is saying, some of which is true, some of which is untrue, here's what I want from Kamala Harris, because Mike Pence is going to hit Kamala on a bunch of issues that they already mentioned. Flip-flopping on certain positions, which she has. Medicare for all, which is socialism, which she was an advocate for. They're going to say that she is controlling Joe Biden like a meat puppet. I don't know if Mike Pence has the charisma to be able to deliver a line like that efficiently. Probably not, but he's going to allude to stuff like that. So these are lines of attack that Mike Pence is going to hit Kamala Harris on. I doubt that he might even say defunding the police, that you want to defund the police. Maybe, if he's stupid enough to do that, even though she is a fucking cop. So what I want to see from Kamala Harris, what I unironically want to see from Kamala Harris, is actually a moment where she does not lose the radical left, but instead a moment where she wins the radical left. Now, what do I mean by that? Okay. So Kamala Harris is a total fucking, like, she is a total neoliberal, boring, run-of-the-mill, centrist Democrat who ran on positions that were a lot more progressive than what I truly believe she believes in. She was able to do that, of course, because she was as a senator under Donald Trump, knowing full well that it's not really going to do anything. But Kamala Harris also, and I will admit this, is exactly what I want out of California Democrats. Like, she was one of the most progressive Democrats out there as a senator from California. Now, I want more people like her and less people like Nancy Pelosi and less people like Dianne Feinstein. Holy shit. Where the fuck is your coffin, Dianne Feinstein? You are 7 million years old. How are you still in the Senate? So, sorry. random aside about how fucking old Dianne Feinstein is because I'm a sexist. Fucking vampire. Anyway, as I was saying, so
his name is Hasan.
I mean, literally, why do we have an 87-year-old woman in who's like runs the Judiciary Committee? Like, it's fucking insane to me. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing with like an 87-year-old woman? Like, literally the oldest fucking person in Congress. She's 84. Is she not 87? She's 84, right? How old is Dianne Feinstein? Hold on, I want to clarify. I think she's 84. Years old. I was right the first time. She's older. She's older than the rise of Nazism. What are we doing? Okay. Anyway.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
So, okay, calm down. So, Dianne Feinstein should not be running anything. And also, not only is she 87 years old, but she is also not exactly a very progressive senator. Now, here's the thing. Why the fuck do we not have deep blue members in deep blue states like California? I don't understand. Okay? I do not understand. Yes, I'm very angry about the chicken a little bit. Okay, so I want more Kamala Harris. Like, I want Kamala Harris to be the centrist in the Democratic Party. Okay? I want Kamala Harris to be the centrist, and I want even more, I want more people to run to the left of Kamala Harris. Anyway, California is a neoliberal hellhole. I know. So, oh God. What I was trying to say here is that Kamala Harris is going to get attacked a lot. Kamala Harris is going to get attacked endlessly on the socialism stuff and a bunch of other shit. And he has an opportunity here to do something for me and for the younger voters out there that I don't even know if she'll do. And that is to say, Joe Biden talks about bipartisan compromise all the time. I'm here because I don't always agree with Joe. And that's not how healthy democracies are run. I want to have disagreements with Joe Biden. I want to be a younger voice in this administration that speaks for marginalized people, that speaks for black people and brown people. And I want to be someone who oftentimes will maybe tell Joe, you're wrong on this and we should go the other way on it. That's exactly what Joe Biden did for Barack Obama, and that's why it worked well, or blah, 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 you know, something along those lines. Rather than fucking jump the gun and be like, yeah, you're wrong. I mean, yeah, you're wrong. I hate socialism. My dad is a fucking famous Marxist professor, and he disowned me. That's how much I hate socialism. I love cops. I will kill a black child on stage right now. That's how much I fucking love cops. I promise you. Like, I hope she doesn't do that fucking rush to center right nonsense that like Republicans force the hands of Democrats on a daily basis. Like, I hope she doesn't do that shit that Republicans force Democrats to do all the time. Okay? Because that would be absolutely terrible. Okay? And the reason why I say this is not for like personal reasons, because like, oh, I'm going to go not vote for Kamala Harris or vote Green Party now or anything like that. But the reason why I say this is because I truly think that populist points of view that Kamala Harris has actually advocated for functionally, even if she doesn't truly believe it, that stuff That stuff is popular, man. That will actually galvanize the Democratic Party's base, especially younger voters. She has an opportunity to at least like say some shit that might come across as a little bit radical to the Republicans when we are already comfortable with when everyone is already comfortable with Joe Biden not being a fucking radical socialist or anything like that. Anyway, now for people who are saying this debate will be viewed by no one and will matter to no one, yes, vice presidential debates are even less important than presidential debates. Ultimately, presidential debates don't actually have that much of an impact either, barring like a few different unique circumstances. But the only reason why this one matters a little bit more than any other vice presidential debate in the history of vice presidential debates is because we not only have one, but two fucking candidates that could die. Like, they literally could die. One of them could die in the next like 5 to 10 days. Now, I'm not saying it's gonna happen. I'm just saying there is a non-zero chance that Donald Trump's second flare-up with coronavirus might end up taking him out. It's not that crazy. It's a much higher percentage than ever before, okay? Which would make Mike Pence the president. And just like Joe Biden, who is 7 million gorillion years old, could fucking die because someone sneezed on him. Like, that is another realistic shot at Kamala Harris becoming president. So while most of these VP debates are often overblown and no one really fucking watches them, this VP debate is kind of different because of how close in proximity both of these vice presidents are to becoming the president. Okay? Yo, did you fucking eat it already? Be healthy, guy. No, I already ordered chicken tendies. I'm a Republican, but I do appreciate your takes on a lot of issues that challenge and make my own stances stronger. Like what? Man, Mike Pence is fucking horrible. If Trump keeps doing what he's doing, he's gonna die. It'd be pretty funny if Trump, in an effort to show the rest of the world how healthy it is, just ended up fucking dying. I'll be honest. It would be pretty funny. Like, it's already pretty funny that he literally got owned by COVID and like actually went and got COVID when he acted like it wasn't a big deal. And literally that forced him to get COVID, right? It would be infinitely funnier if, in an effort to show strength and how COVID was actually not that big of a deal, he like overexerted himself and then fucking died. It would be hilarious. Anyway.
His name is Hasan.
Biden supports Cory Booker's bill that forced low-income housing in the suburbs, which will lower property values and bring crime to your neighborhoods. If Dems win, goodbye suburbs. I mean, he's got nothing. That's a huge risk with steroid use. Do you think the U.S. military presence in the Middle East will come up in the debate tonight or any foreign policy at all? No, probably not. Oh, it will. It will actually, because here's what's going to happen. Here's my prediction on what's going to happen with American foreign policy. Mike Pence is going to say Donald Trump killed ISIS. Joe Biden, Obama, Democrats loved ISIS. They want to kiss ISIS. Kamala Harris, why do you want to hug and kiss ISIS? Okay? Like something along those lines. And then Kamala Harris is going to say, no, I actually hate ISIS more than you. Like, literally give me a drone right now. I will on stage kill a family of Arabs to prove to you how much I hate ISIS. Like, oh, is there a wedding? I will drone strike them. So that's kind of what the conversation is going to be like. If you're expecting anything else, you're silly. Don't be a silly bitch. This is what we have. So, you know, Mike Pence is going to say this administration under Donald Trump has actually, killed ISIS and ended the ISIS caliphate and Qasem Soleimani. And then, Kamala Harris is going to say something along the lines of like, I fucking love drone strikes. I've literally, the only way I can come is when I watch drone strikes happening in like Yemen. So that's the conversation that's going to happen. Pence is bringing black business owner whose shop was destroyed in Minneapolis during the unrest there to debate per Pence aides. Let's see what.
My son was in business there. He used to have a beauty salon there for 25.
I mean, this shit doesn't work when you have a fucking white dude whose take is like, this doesn't work at all when you have a white dude whose opinion is that like systemic racism isn't fucking real going against a black woman who does think systemic racism is real. Like, good luck. What are you doing? You just lost the radical black left.
5 years old.
And you told me that someone had spray painted.
Black owned.
Black owned.
But it didn't help. They still burned my business.
But the rioters burned your business and looted. I know your family's down in Arizona has talked about you coming down, but don't make any plans to leave Minneapolis. You're going to build back. You're going to build back. This community's going to be with you, and we're going to be with you.
I have to admit that there is, like, the irony is not lost on me.
My son was in business there.
Yeah. I have to admit, the irony is not lost on me that the Kamala Harris program that focuses on black entrepreneurial endeavors is not all that different than the Trump Platinum program that also wants to build opportunity zones for black entrepreneurs. So this is, of course, a hilarious situation, or rather an ironic situation in which, like, the two people that are going up against one another have very, very similar programs for black businesses and black wealth. You just lost the radical left. Let's see what the fuck this guy.
Pence is very smooth. So I think Pence will do the classic Republican stuff to try to define Harris as one of the most liberal members of the Senate, to kind of put the focus on her through some of the old Republican hits. It might have a little traction because due to Joe Biden's age, I think people are a little more interested in Harris than they would be in the generic vice presidential candidate. And Harris, I think, will do what the Biden campaign has been successful at, which is keep the spotlight on the administration's failures on COVID. So I think that'll kind of be it. But if I were Harris, no need to try to blow up the world and win the whole debate.
What is this audio
today.
artifact?
Just make it another day on the campaign, beat it to a draw, and that's a great day for the Biden campaign.
Philippe, you mentioned the plexiglass barriers, which have really been a hot topic in the last 24, 48 hours. How does the coronavirus pandemic, the limitations that it puts on this stage, how does it impact the debate and the candidates' strategies heading in?
This is bad for his political health, because the thing that is on everyone's mind is COVID. I mean, to borrow a phrase from 1992, it's the COVID, stupid. And this is essentially Mike Pence wearing a COVID tattoo across his forehead. You can't get past it, nor should we. Now, I mean, look, if you want to know what's going on with the Trump campaign, look at what Mike Pence has signaled today. He is going to go after Joe Biden tonight on terrorism. On terrorism. Not even the economy, not even on socialism, not even on any of the second, third, fourth, fifth leading topics of the election. He is going to go to some old bag of tricks, like it's Dick Cheney up there, and go after Joe Biden for being soft on terrorism. These folks, look, let's be honest, I'm not supposed to say it because it's jinxing. Unfortunately, I don't think I have that kind of power. Donald Trump is going to lose this election. It really is a matter of by how much and where, and it might not be by big, but there is an element of what Mike just said that's important. Is that the Biden-Harris team, they're now playing prevent defense. You know, they don't know if they're up by 14. They don't know if they're up by 12.
You just lost the radical left.
Enough, but with 26 days to go, that they don't have to light the place on fire. Could Kamala Harris dismantle Mike Pence? Absolutely. Does she need to? No. Should she try too hard to? No. It's not necessary.
Actually, he's kind of right.
That ticks away, I've got a clock over my shoulder that clicks down by the second. We sat here 8 days ago, and think about how much things are worse for Donald Trump. We're going to sit here 8 days from now. There might not even be a debate. If there is, it'll probably be a lot worse for Donald Trump with very little time to go. This is really just, you know, give the offensive team a couple of yards here and there. Just don't let it get past that. It's yours.
No, he's right about like
All right,
not trying to
sticking
go
with the
above and
sports,
beyond.
Reference, Philippe, you called the no-hitter in the middle of the no-hitter. We'll see what happens. Philippe and Mike, thanks to you both for being here with us tonight.
And he's right
Appreciate it.
about the fucking Republicans fumbling the bag with their
Tonight's debate will
messaging.
make history for a number of reasons. One of them, it's the first time a woman of color will take the stage as a vice presidential candidate. To help us understand why this vice presidential debate matters more than most, NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss. Michael, thanks so much for being here. The two
Allison,
most watched vice presidential debates included female candidates, Geraldine Ferraro versus then Vice President George H.W. Bush in 1984, Sarah Palin debating Joe Biden in 2008. What made those debates so memorable?
They were path breakers in 1984. People wanted to see if you can believe that things were so bad that many of the people, the viewers who were polled, said they wanted to see if a woman could look like a president, if you can believe this. 1984, and Geraldine Ferraro stood up to George H.W. Bush, who said to her, not what very good idea, he said, Mrs. Ferraro, let me help you with the difference between Iraq and Iran. And she came back and she said, Mr. Vice President, I almost resent that you feel you have to teach me about foreign policy. That set the...
And it was so bad that they never did it for years. I'm just kidding.
How has the landscape changed for Senator Harris since those two debates of the past? How do you think she will be judged on that stage tonight? Will it be harsher than it would be for a traditional male candidate?
I hope it's not. I think it will be. From everything we see from surveys, even this late in human civilization. You know, Allison, we are 100 years after women were guaranteed the right to vote by the Constitution, and still there are a lot of Americans say that they have trouble seeing a woman as president or vice president. So unfortunately, it should not be this way, but one of the things that Kamala Harris will have to do is make sure that people see her as a possible and plausible future president. And that's especially the case because she's running with a candidate, Joe Biden, who's in his late 70s. Mike Pence is doing the same. Donald Trump is in his 70s. These are two vice presidents who will not only be vice president if they're elected, but have a more than usual chance of being president. One in 4 vice presidents in history become president.
What will you be watching for in particular tonight through your historical lens, if you will?
I'll be looking to see if both of them look like people that people can feel comfortable with as a president. And that's the problem, because usually in a vice presidential debate, the two candidates are trying to defend their presidential nominees and go after the other, you know, sort of doing it in the stead of the statesman-like president. That's what Joe Biden did, for instance, with Paul Ryan in 2012. Kept on really going after him. And the problem with that is that's very different from what most people think of as a president. The worst example for them not to follow tonight would be Dan Quayle in 1988. Lloyd Bentsen, his opponent, said, "Senator, you're no Jack Kennedy," which is a not bad line. This guy's literally flexing his knowledge. Quayle completely blew it by responding. He looked like a stunned child, had almost no rejoinder. It made people think maybe Quayle is not up to being president if something should happen to George H.W.
He's just here to flex.
Career.
We have been talking so much about the added attention on tonight's debate, given the ages of the presidential candidates, given that President Trump has the coronavirus right now. We do know that historically, vice presidential debates haven't moved the needle all too much in terms of Election Day. Are we putting too much attention on this debate? Do you think it will move the needle in this one?
It's very possible. Unfortunately, it usually only moves a needle if someone makes a mistake and helps the other side. But this, as I've suggested, is a year when people are very conscious of the fact that whoever is elected vice president this fall, you may very well see in the White House at some time in the future. And the other thing, as you know well, Allison, we are in a year where people are hypercharged with politics. People who normally are not interested are obsessed with every single minute of this campaign. So I think the result tonight is we could see the vice presidential debate tonight in American history that gets the most attention of all.
Yeah, just say the real reason, because
like
both of them are going to fucking
very
die.
Well be a vice presidential debate like no other. Michael Beschloss, thanks for being with us.
Listen, here's the difference between me and mainstream media. They're fucking too cowardly to just be like, yeah, Trump has corona, he could die. Like, this is a very real possibility. Joe Biden, old as fuck, doesn't look too great, also could die. This is precisely why both of these, this is precisely why, for the first time ever, I mean, he didn't say it. I mean, he went around it. He fucking alluded. I was listening.
We've been talking about this so much. President Trump battling COVID. The vice president and Senator Harris now have elevated roles in this campaign, potentially a lot more
I'm not gonna run ads while the debate
tonight.
is going on.
Will they influence the undecided voters? And will this debate potentially influence the undecided voters you've spoken with?
I would go even, Allison, a step beyond influence to saying that tonight can be decisive. That's what they're telling me. I mean, I think Michael Beschloss was spot on. This really is unlike anything we've seen before, where, frankly, people don't even know, in many cases, the names of the vice presidential candidates. And what I'm hearing is not unique to Flagstaff, because I've been spending weeks now traveling these battleground states, and all along it's sort of been building these questions about both of the presidential candidates' age and their health, and then you add on top of that the president gets COVID, and exactly what you've been talking about, which is suddenly people start thinking, particularly these undecided voters, well, what if who's ever elected can't fulfill their term? And even if they do, even if...
Oh my God. Is this real? Trump campaign is exploring having him hold an event, not a rally, in Pittsburgh, per 3 people familiar with the discussions. Oh my God. Oh, he's doing it. The Mad Lad. Hell yeah. What a legend, dude. What a fucking legend, dude. That's awesome. That's awesome. He's literally gonna fucking kill himself in an effort to make it seem
this is a deranged
like things are fine. He's gonna either A, kill himself, or B, kill his supporters. He doesn't give a fuck. He's like, yeah, fuck yeah, spread it. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck. That coronavirus is so fucking good.
There's some whores in this house.
Ask that question always. And
it
look,
is bioterrorism.
not everyone is paying close attention. When you talk about some of the folks who have other things going on, for example, one of the people we talked to, who was a mother with 2 young kids, she's been consumed with helping them at school and trying to, situate their whole family. She's working from home. There's so many other things that are going on in some people's lives. But more than anything, I think that some of those undecideds watch the presidential debate, and the word that I heard with my panel was, what a mess. Let me play you a little bit of what I heard from a couple of the folks I talked to here in Flagstaff.
The first time I was voting was 4 years ago, and I didn't feel like voting. There wasn't any candidate that popped out at me.
It's just hard to really pick one that I'm passionate enough about to vote for.
We saw this earlier today.
So here's the other surprising thing. I asked them, so do you need another presidential debate or 2 to help you make up your mind? And not all of them did. So that just further reinforces the idea that this vice presidential debate, maybe it's with a small number of people, but a potentially important number of people who are using it to make their decision, Allison.
Chris Jansing, so interesting to hear what undecided voters in Flagstaff think. Thank you so much.
Sure.
And thank you for joining us. Chuck Todd picks up our coverage next. And stay with us for the vice presidential debate at 9 p.m. Eastern. You are watching NBC News Now.
I'm gonna bring on my guest in a little bit. Okay? But I want to see
nominee down the road.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are an hour out.
That's a lot to learn about.
We are an hour out from the vice presidential debate, ladies and gentlemen.
Debate to watch. So, as Scott Walker said, regardless of where you stand on the issues,
where boys become men,
seeing her there is a moment in history for this country,
and men become himbos.
Thank you all so very much.
Another debate is upon us. I will run an ad right now. I will run a 60-second ad break right now, but it is upon us. Most of you will not see this ad break.
They tested my DNA and it wasn't DNA. It was USATT Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, I need to eat as quickly as possible.
Senator Kamala Harris are about to engage in their first and only face-off at an urgent and uncertain moment in the coronavirus pandemic. Their meeting at the University of Utah in Salt Lake City will amount to a crisis debate as they aim to show voters that they're qualified to be a heartbeat away from the presidency. Mr. Trump's illness is driving home the advanced age of their running mates and their duty to step up if needed. The pandemic is having an impact on the debate even before the candidates are asked about COVID-19 and the administration's handling of it. Those two plexiglass barriers you see on stage are evidence of that. The Pence team agreed to the barriers after challenging and mocking them. All while a COVID outbreak was spreading through the Trump-Pence White House with more and more aides and allies testing positive. I'm joined tonight by Wolf Blitzer. Wolf, walk us through the other new measures put in place for this debate.
Yep, several measures, Anderson. The Debates Commission is trying to improve the safety of this event. President Trump may already have been infected during his debate with former Vice President Joe Biden last week. And the status of their next debates, right now, the status is up in the air. Tonight, Senator Harris will be seated at a desk 12 feet away from her opponent instead of 7 feet as originally planned. Viewers will see her on the left of their TV screens. They'll see Vice President Pence seated to the right. With those clear barriers between them, moderator Susan Page of USA Today will be 12 feet away from the candidates as well. The Debates Commission says everyone in the hall must test negative for coronavirus in order to be allowed in, including those on stage and in the very limited audience. The commission says it will remove anyone in the audience who refuses to wear a mask during the debate, as members of the Trump family did last week. Turning to the format tonight. The 90-minute debate will be divided into 9 10-minute segments. And Vice President Pence will get the first question based on a coin toss. We're covering every moment of this debate with Daniel Dale fact-checking the candidates. CNN's Sarah Seidner is with a group of undecided Arizona voters who will be watching the debate. And David Chalian will have the first word on who won from a CNN instant poll. Our correspondents are getting
undecided
late word
voters
on the
are a
candidates'
meme,
missions
dude.
tonight. Let's go to Kyung Law first. Kyung, what can we expect from Senator Harris?
What we're hearing from the campaign, Wolf, is that she is not here to eviscerate Mike Pence. She is here to connect to the pain of real Americans who are suffering through this pandemic. She wants to offer a stark contrast, and it's going to be immediately apparent. She's a woman of color, making history tonight by stepping onto this debate stage. By focusing on that, they believe that gender is actually going to be a powerful tool here. Being a woman, taking a softer approach and connect.
Did you learn nothing from 2016?
That is a message that they are going to continually drive home tonight.
Stop it!
It's something that she actually deployed.
I need like a water squirter, and I just need to like hit the Democratic consultants with the water squirter. Like, it's it. Stop it. You're trying to do the same shit that you did in 2016, and just because the way that the DNC operates is basically offering you a six-figure salary no matter if you win or lose, that doesn't mean you should always lose all the time. Nuts.
On offense or defense?
Well, there's no doubt, Wolf, that Mike Pence is prepared for attacks that will come from Kamala Harris, specifically related to the fact that President Trump has already tested positive for the coronavirus, but also the overall administration response to the coronavirus pandemic. And while he is prepared to defend the administration's response in his own personal role as the head of the coronavirus task force, he is also ready to return fire. And the Trump campaign feels that they have an opening here when talking about the coronavirus to extend the conversation out to a broader talk about health care in general. Expect Mike Pence to remind voters that during the Democratic primary, Kamala Harris was in support of Medicare for all, something that the Trump administration argues is a path to full socialized medicine. They will then take it even a step further.
Guys, imagine if the Democratic Party hadn't spent all of their fucking manpower personally attacking a deeply popular policy position. Just think about that. A policy position that like a lot of Americans want. Let's see what fucking Kamala Harris does about this. I really want to know if she will turn around and like be like, no, I fucking hate socialism. Like I would poison Castro's family if I could, you know, something along those lines. Or if she's gonna be like, you're being crazy. You guys call everything socialism. Shut the fuck up. Americans like these proposals. That's what we're supposed to do, is elect the representatives. You might have fucking forgotten.
Every battleground state across the country, they say that is one of their biggest challenges, that just simply the identity of this Democratic Party. But Republicans tonight know that the stakes are incredibly high. Wolf, I talked to a senior Republican senator on Capitol Hill just a short time ago. This is how he framed the stakes tonight. He said, if we don't stop the bleeding tonight, the remaining weeks could be very grim for the Republican Party. So that is what the stakes are.
They're not going to stop the bleeding
presidency,
tonight,
but also for the control of the Senate. So there's no question that the vice president, who's been preparing for this for weeks, I'm told since at least September 14th, has been doing mock debate sessions. He is going to try and prosecute Senator Harris's record and try and tie her to some of those positions she held during the day.
If Kamala Harris turns around and says, are you really attacking socialized medicine in the middle of a pandemic when your president just last night said he wants to make the healthcare that he got free for every American? Are you really doing that? Because we are in agreement. You guys just don't want to call it socialized medicine. It'd be fucking awesome. But instead, she's probably going to shit on Bernie.
And Vice President Pence. Let's go to Jake, Dana, and Abby. Jake, the stakes are really amazing. What's going on right now, a unique moment in American history.
Absolutely, Wolf. And Dana, as if the plexiglass isn't enough of a reminder that not only do health officials say that the administration's response to the coronavirus pandemic has been inadequate and in some cases reckless, they actually now have an outbreak in the White House. The Oval Office and the West Wing are a hot zone. And the big question, of course, that the White House refuses to answer time after time is, when did the president last test negative? In other words, when did he catch it? And has he been abiding by all the health protocols that the White House has been saying he did? Because if he had it and then went to the Gold Star event 2 Sundays ago, went to Minnesota, went to New Jersey, went to Ohio, then that's the ultimate in reckless behavior.
The question is whether the president is patient zero with the White House outbreak. And we don't know the answer to that for all the reasons that you just laid out. We need to know as American citizens, but most importantly,
yes, I'm going to be playing the debate live on stream.
In contact with, when he actually thinks that he possibly could have gotten the coronavirus. And you talked about all the people he went and saw outside the White House. What about the people who, about this time last week, we were talking about his debate prep. Almost all of the people in that room.
Guys, why the fuck wouldn't it be allowed? It's C-SPAN. It was allowed last time.
And
this is an even less important debate than the other one.
It's really an open question whether they got it from the president.
Right. And this all raises a big question. Can anyone, any of us, any people in the Biden campaign trust what this White House is saying about their testing regimen?
Trump is about to be like, I'm the best at spreading.
That's why this matters both for tonight's debate, in which Vice President Mike Pence says repeatedly he doesn't have to.
What do you mean Yasuo got a fucking warning? No, Yasuo got a warning. Explain exactly what the fuck that means right now, or I will fucking ban you by shooting you out of a rocket into the sun. Well, you can't anymore because I think you got clapped by the fucking Trump is bringing the boys home, swinging some military votes. We should have a small remaining number of brave men and women serving in Afghanistan at home by Christmas. Good. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, many people are saying I am the best spreader. Many people believe me. Anthony Fauci has said I am the greatest spreader of all time. Believe me, ladies and gentlemen. The greatest spreader. It's because I'm too powerful.
To harass and maybe prosecute Trump supporters. If Biden and Harris win, are Trump supporters in trouble? Sincere question.
Oh my God, what a pussy. Yeah. Tucker Carlson's entire shtick is about, like, trying to maintain a strong show of force, but, like, being terrified, absolutely pathetically, like a fucking babbling little baby, terrified about, I don't know, brown people coexisting with white people, or Democrats bullying you. Democrats are the biggest fucking pussies on the planet. If you're going to get bullied by the Democratic Party after Donald Trump loses, then you deserve to be bullied, okay? These people can't fucking bully anybody, all right? It's not a real thing. It's not a real threat. But once again, Tucker Carlson, as always, is able to so successfully cultivate this narrative while simultaneously considering everyone on the left snowflakes, right? Like, are you kidding me, dude? Really? Democrats are going to bully you? Who's going to bully you? The fucking non-binary Marxist like college freshmen? That's who's going to bully you? I thought they were powerless. I mean, they are powerless, by the way. They literally are powerless. And they are powerless in a Biden administration, and they're even more powerless in a Trump administration, of course.
Airing here on Fox, you can access live blogs and analysis from the Fox News Democracy 2020 live experience. Think of it as a companion to the night's debate.
It's just, they're such little babies. Like, they're fucking constantly crying about this shit. Like, oh my God, Democrats are going to bully us. Like, it's all fear-mongering.
That is not what Vice President Pence has been doing.
Wolf?
Interesting indeed. Still ahead, the White House is going to extremes as it struggles to protect staffers from a contagious president. We're taking a closer look behind the scenes. And our fact checker, Daniel Dale, is warming up for tonight's debate by breaking down the president's newest claims about the pandemic. We'll be right back.
Debate Night in America is brought to you by USA.
It's so funny. Daniel Dale is like a fucking robot. It's like, Daniel Dale, our robot is warming up right now in the other room. Is anyone in the Biden team started hammering the fact that our trade deficit is as large as it's been since 2006, and also 2019 was the most fatal domestic terrorism year since 1995 Oklahoma City bombing, with 80% of deaths from white supremacists? Dems are so shitty at messaging. You're absolutely right, brother. Trust me. Trust me. You will get no opposition from me if you say stuff like Dems are. Hey, it's Mike Liddell. It's Mike Pillow. Anyway, I cannot believe Donald Trump is Ryan coming on? Yes, he is. Yes, Ryan Grimm of The Intercept will be joining me, and also Austin Libb Show of the Show franchise, aka Mr. Show. He will also be joining me.
Long haul.
Let's see what the fuck they're talking about.
Michael Beschloss. Michael, I'm going to start with you because you and I had
let's
this
watch
conversation.
Let's watch a little bit of Cock Todd.
Happening in person tonight?
No, it absolutely should not be happening in person, and I do not know why on earth that everyone agreed to this. This is dangerous. This is the middle of a pandemic. You've got two small pieces of plexiglass. That's not going to protect anyone. And to subject the technicians in that studio, the reporters who are required to cover it, the aides to the two candidates, and these two possible future vice presidents and presidents to a life-threatening disease, I do not know why this is being done. As you know, Chuck, the third Kennedy-Nixon debate in 1960 was done from New York and Los Angeles. It was a great debate.
You know, Casey Hunt, I You know,
okay, we get it, bro.
I thought we'd hear from the commission saying, you know,
we get it, dog. You know your fucking presidential debate history. Oh my God.
Chuck, I mean, I am too, honestly. I think a lot of people are. And, you know, Vice President Pence's campaign was pretty defiant even about the plexiglass, accused Kamala Harris of, you know, hiding herself behind a fortress. But, I mean, every day we're learning that there are more people that have tested positive for COVID-19 who are connected to the White House. And we know that while the vice president has tested negative repeatedly, you test negative until you don't anymore. That's how it works. Testing is not preventative. It just tells you a little bit more information about how careful you need to be. So, I mean, it's clear both campaigns, you know, didn't want to blink in this situation. I don't think Harris's campaign wanted to either. I think they also feel it's important to demonstrate that they're not afraid. But, you know, I think this really does set Kamala Harris up in such a way from an editorial perspective, you know, as she's going after Vice President Pence on the stage tonight. I mean, he is the leader of the coronavirus task force, and here they are with plexiglass because they weren't able to control an outbreak in their own way.
It's so funny. Everybody fucking knows that, like, that was just purely a fall guy position for Mike Pence. And, like, not a single person on the planet believes that Mike Pence did anything. And I mean anything. Like, Kamala Harris is going to make it seem like coronavirus is just as much on Mike Pence as it is on Donald Trump. But let's be real. Mike Pence didn't do shit. He was just there as a patsy, a fall guy. Okay? That's precisely what his job was. I don't even know if he's going to do a good job pushing back against coronavirus claims made by Kamala Harris tonight. Because he's also not very good. He is the most humorless fucking radio talk show, conservative radio talk show I've ever met in my entire life. I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, imagine being a conservative radio show host and still having the charisma of a dry sponge, or rather a wet blanket. It is terrifying. Born again Christian Mike Pence. Horrible, incredibly boring. That's why I always say he will not be able to put together the Trump coalition. News, the head of the White House Security Office, Creed Bailey, is gravely ill with coronavirus and has been hospitalized since late September, I'm told. The Security Office handles credentialing for access to the White House, works closely with Secret Service on security measures on the compound. Oh, he became sick with the coronavirus before September 26th, the Rose Garden event. It's interesting. Oh, what is Joyanne Reid saying?
Amendment did come up when the anonymous writer wrote that piece in which they said that they're trying to stop him in various ways. This behavior, that video was bizarre. His behavior is becoming increasingly bizarre. He's sort of becoming sort of a carnival barker selling magic potions at this point. Is there still any part that any of you guys are hearing of the administration that says we have to put a stop to this for his own safety and for the safety of the country? Is there anyone left that can 25th Amendment?
More tangible than that, last November, he had Mike Pence on standby for a still unexplained medical emergency that Mike Schmidt writes about in his new book. And before that, Rod Rosenstein was known to have whipped votes for the 25th Amendment after the Comey firing. So they have flirted with ways to remove him from power throughout his presidency. And you would think this would be one of those moments. I don't know that there are enough confirmed cabinet secretaries to contemplate that. And
well, you'd have to get them probably physically in the same place, which would also be dangerous.
Here's the other thing, just to your point about admitting that you don't always see the appeal. The problem for Trump is that the people who usually do aren't seeing the appeal either.
Yeah, and that's the test. And that's the test. We are now less than an hour away from the debate, with the president putting on that new shade of makeup back at the White House tonight and proclaiming that he feels fantastic and has discovered a cure for COVID. Clearly, the pandemic is going to be a focal point tonight. To that point, let's bring in our colleague Chris Hayes, who's been looking at this today in terms of the White House.
Rachel Maddow, you literally wished him a speedy recovery. Fuck you. And I mean it. Like, with all of my might, go fuck yourself. You literally were like, oh my God, I hope my fucking cash cow doesn't die. What else am I going to milk all the way to the fucking bank every day? My golden goose, please do not die, for I need your golden eggs that you lay. what's going on with this, with these people that like, these fucking weirdo elites that unironically defend people who would, just as a talking point, just as a fucking talking point, that will give them a 1-point boost, destroy their civil liberties. Like Donald Trump, if they were like, Donald Trump, you're gonna pick up 5 points if you say we need to make sure that gay people are locked up. He was like, all right, let's do it. Meanwhile, Rachel Maddow's like, oh, I really wish you a speedy recovery, Mr. President. We wish ill on no one. Didn't Glenn Greenwald come at you for making light of Trump getting COVID? Yeah, Glenn Greenwald is 65 fucking years old, okay? He's a goddamn boomer who has lost his fucking mind for some reason. So I'm just happy that he has his moments of clarity where he's actually fighting fascism in Brazil, doing a lot more than I ever would in the comfort of Los Angeles, doing a lot more than most of the people that want to cancel him. He should perhaps focus on fighting fascism. Okay, whatever. 53 years old. Who gives a shit? He should just perhaps focus on fighting fascism, and instead of yelling about random SJWs that are completely marginal and completely powerless on the internet, like he is a fucking Gamergate YouTuber, as I said in my tweet. I mean, he got duped. Again, one of the most important investigative reporters on the fucking planet got duped by a troll account made by a right-winger that was portraying themselves as a SJW. Like, he literally retweeted that person and was like, oh my God, these SJWs are clearly out of their minds. It's like, dude, what are you doing? God damn, you're such a fucking boomer, dude. Holy shit. He's washed up? Get the fuck out of here. He's not washed up. Are you kidding me? Him and his team's reporting in Brazil have made gigantic dents in Jair Bolsonaro's popularity. They've gotten fucking Lula out of prison. Like, what are you talking about? He didn't fucking peak at all. My man is still killing it. Okay? But having said that, while he does a lot of good, he just fucking sucks on Twitter. Yeah, Bolsonaro still, to this day, wants to imprison him. I will always have respect for Glenn Greenwald. Why the fuck would you dunk on Glenn and it's embarrassing? Why? I will always have respect for Glenn Greenwald, if anything but for the fact that he's able to do something that I'm too much of a coward to do. I wouldn't be able to live in Turkey and cover the Turkish government in the same way that he lives in Brazil and covers the Brazilian government. So, that's just the truth. Anyway, are you eating tendies? Yeah, I'm done.
Of hospital overload a few weeks later in Wisconsin. 55 active outbreaks in nursing facilities in Iowa, neighboring Iowa. That's a big deal. And then lastly, what I'll say is, Chris, we're finding 2 weeks ago published research from Swiss researchers suggesting that 80% of asymptomatic individuals actually go on to develop symptoms. So they're actually potentially pre-symptomatic. Big deal if you're talking about a college-age population. They're actually developing symptoms. They might be more infectious. They just weren't symptomatic when they got tested.
That is something that seems incredibly relevant right now, particularly as we look what's happening in the White House, a place that thought it was the most tested place in the world. Dr. Van Gupta, pulmonologist, global health policy expert at the University of Washington Medical Center, thank you for being with us tonight. Rachel, back to you.
Thanks very much, Chris. Excellent summary there. I will say that I can't help but thinking that the politics around the pandemic are going to get a whole new wave of weird now that the president
sucks.
If she can let that come across, then that line of questioning about all the things that Mike Pence's boss is doing could end up being highly effective tonight.
Just so folks know, we've got a Mike Pence debate clip that we will play and also break down the next time you guys come on the air here, but I've got to sneak in a quick break. So Casey, Joshua, and Michael, stay with us. Up ahead, with 27 days to go, some voters really are still undecided. We'll hear from some of them about what they hope to take away from tonight's event. But first, all this hour, we'll be sharing memorable moments from past vice presidential debates. There's quite a few really great.
God damn, they're worse than my fucking lineup of coverage, dude. At least my coverage is a little bit more fun. Biden rally of 400 plus golfers. Golf carts. This is huge. Remember when white power folks that Trump tweeted not long ago? The villages in Florida Biden has taken over. Okay, this literally doesn't mean shit. I'm pretty sure that Florida is still... I'm pretty sure that Florida is still very... Or the villages are still very pro-Trump. Obama, Biden, crooked Hillary, and many others got caught in a treasonous act of spying and government overthrow, a criminal act. How is Biden now allowed to run for president? I'll donate $100 if you don't laugh at this. How to be a woke white person? No. I will not laugh at it because I will not watch it.
A pretty damn good football player.
Biden listing off 10 Italian guys to play football with and then saying, you think I'm kidding? I'm not kidding, folks. This is a point of politics at the highest level. Wait, did my man say Fredo Wrights? Italian Americans for Biden Harris.
And I was a pretty damn good football player. And I couldn't understand until last time why I did so well as a flanker back and a halfback. Yeah, well, Jake Minutello, Frank Deldio, Cliff Angelotti, Jimmy DeSabatino, Lenny Sanavesi, Joe Davalos, Mike D'Onofrio, Mike Tosi. And that was just the offense. You think I'm kidding? I'm not kidding.
Oh my God.
Yeah, well, Jake Minutello, Frank Deldio, Cliff Angelotti, Jimmy DeSabatino, Lenny Sanavesi, Joe Davalos, Mike D'Onofrio, Mike Tosi. And that was just the offense. You think I'm kidding? I'm not kidding.
Did he do this for me? I feel like he did this for me. Years ago, he knew that eventually in the future, there would come a time when I would have to fall in love with him to get myself to go out and vote for him. And this is it. This was the moment. This was the moment when I recognized Biden as the next president of the United States of America, dude. A man who was unafraid of standing proudly for Italian rights. Incredible. My man said, "Ugaz." Did you know this about Biden? But this wasn't the first time Biden took the law into his own hands. In 1987, a young senator jumped from his car and chased down two youthful purse snatchers, coming up with the purse, if not the culprits. Wait, really? While Joe Biden research find 40 years ago, Biden made a citizen's arrest of a young man racing his car down an abandoned road. I jumped in the car and chased. I caught him in PA. Wait. He did a fucking citizen's arrest of someone by chasing them? Do you think Trump changing his residence to Florida will give him gains in the state? I don't understand this. Didn't Trump claim to do the exact same thing, Law? Every one of these fucking weirdos has a story like this. Reminder that if George W. Bush doesn't endorse Joe Biden, he's complicit. Book West Winging It. 2019 Blacklist. TV writer. Bylines and... West Winging It, dude.
Hear any policy. That combined with the chance that this has the potential to be the last debate of the campaign season, we say could, because of all the COVID issues with the president. So if this is the last debate, period, it becomes pretty consequential, even more so than previous debates. So MSNBC senior national correspondent Chris Jansen talked to some undecided voters in Flagstaff, Arizona. So Chris, what are you hearing? I assume the one thing they don't want is yelling and spitting like last week.
Boy, did you call it. You phrased it very nicely. They had some sort of more forceful words about it. But look, this is really another instance, Chuck, where what we thought we knew about politics in 2020 gets turned on its head. I mean, not only are undecided voters telling me that tonight's debate matters, but that it could be decisive. Let that sink in for a minute. A vice presidential debate that could.
These people are all liars. They're literally trying to heighten the they're trying to heighten the importance of this for ratings. I don't believe it for a second, and neither should you. Or they found literally the dumbest fucking people. Now, I won't say troglodytes, because this is Flagstaff, Arizona is the only place where troglodyte is actually a slur. But everywhere else you can say it in the world. Fun fact, one of my favorite substitutes for the R word is troglodyte. And apparently in Flagstaff, Arizona, it is a slur used. It means caveman, by the way, but apparently in Flagstaff, Arizona, it is a slur used against Native Americans. According to fucking Urban Dictionary. You get referenced in the Dan Bongino kids song?
Paralyzed nation, sick and depressed. Gotta keep myself together. Gotta take a deep breath. All because there may never be a Gremlins 3. So tell me, where did the Gremlins go? It's been so long, but nothing to show. We could have had Gremlins versus Home Alone, or at least a cameo in Attack of the Clones. There should have been a Gremlin in Jurassic Park, or a Jaws-like movie with a Gremlin shark. 30 years later, we're all stuck at home, crying in our sleep, wondering where did the Gremlins go? It's a travesty that they've robbed us of history. We could have had Gremlins 4, Gremlins 5. Instead we got 14 Land Before Times. I close my eyes and Gremlins are old and icy. We could have had Gremlins 6 and Gremlins 7. Instead we got COVID and 9/11. So tell me, where did the Gremlins go? It's been so long, nothing to show. Imagine there's a film where Gizmo becomes a gremlin who teaches the other gremlins about democracy and philosophy. They develop a country, they name it Gremlin Nation. They ban all immigration, they have genocidal tendencies. Gizmo isn't into it, also he has a kid with a human woman played by Jennifer Aniston. We can call it Gremlins 3. There should have been a Gremlin in Jurassic Park, or a Jaws-like movie with a Gremlin shark. 30 years later, we're all stuck at home, crying in our sleep, wondering where did the Gremlins go? Joe Dante, where did the Gremlins go? Howie Mandel, where did the Gremlins go? Steven Spielberg.
If the moderators can find whoever debated me and tell me that told me that I was in this video, I would like to ban them. Thank you. Good song overall, though. Good song otherwise. No, I know he was talking about a reference to me because he said 9/11. I know. I know. That makes it worse. That doesn't make it better. That actually makes it worse. That's why I would like to ban that person.
I think it is possible they could sweep, that they could have a blowout. And if they have a blowout, it won't just be you take the White House, the Senate would, without a doubt, flip as well. This is the Democratic dream. They also think they get this electoral vote in May. Now, can the president come back? Yes, he can. But it's very important as you think about this race. People say 2016. This is not 2016. Let's take a look at the polling. One thing to look at, yes, Hillary Clinton was up 8 points nationally at about this same point in the last campaign, up 8 points. She won by about 1 or 2. If you look at the national polls, she lost in the Electoral College. She won the nationwide vote. Joe Biden is up by a bigger margin nationally, up by 11 points in our polling average right now. So a slightly bigger Biden lead, but it's when you go into the bones of the polling.
At this stage, Trump was at 39%. God damn, dude. Trump was at 39% at this point. Yo, why are we acting like... Oh, in Florida. Okay, what the fuck was the national... What was the national polls looking like at this stage?
Closely, and that's part of what I wanted to make sure that the team was prepared for, having served as mayor while he was governor, having watched him closely, and knowing some of those tricks. He's though in a very tough position too, in the sense that he's got to go out there and defend the indefensible. And I think a lot of us were taken aback by how confidently he defended just bizarre behavior in the 2016 debate. I think now that the American people can see for ourselves the consequences of that.
God, looking at 2016, I don't give a fuck about La Rata. I mean, seriously. Yeah, he's somehow even more, I guess, less repulsive with the face mask on, but still annoying. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna bring people on, but I do not understand. Oh my God, Donald Trump was doing worse, dude. Oh, Ryan Grimm is here. Donald Trump was doing worse in 2016. But, like, so was Hillary. That's nuts, dude. That shit is... What did they say? Wait, Discord is not detecting input from mic. Hello.
What's up, Holmes?
Hey, what up, Ryan? All right, I'm doing great. I'm doing a lot better now that you're on, but hold on. Nope, that's the Discord overlay. I need to try to find oh, there it is. Okay, why didn't it work? Okay, now it did. There it is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's Ryan Grimm of The Intercept. He's the Washington, D.C. bureau chief. He's also the host of the Deconstructed podcast, very popular podcast with wine moms all around the country. One of the most popular podcasts, one of the most popular politics podcasts in the country right now, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken.
I think it might be. And I just interviewed Dave Weigel for 45 minutes for the next episode. And we go into like granular detail, race by race, and it was really fun. Like, it's
Love that.
Everybody can learn from Dave Weigel, including me.
Absolutely.
And I've never seen that collected in one place before. Like, if you want to know about every single Senate race and the interesting House races, but specifically the Senate, Alaska has an interesting Senate race that Democrats might win. Stuff like
I just talked about that literally earlier today,
Ryan. There you go.
That's very cool that we are on the same. We're on
you
the
were
same.
Right.
We're thinking about the same things here. That's exactly what I talked about. Alaska, with very minimal effort, has a rather winnable seat, and we were talking about like making these marginal gains that would lead to drastically different outcomes in the way that the Senate makeup looks like, and why Democrats aren't necessarily focusing on that sort of stuff, especially because of how deeply unpopular Donald Trump is. This might be a wave election. This might be a once in a, maybe not lifetime, but certainly once in a decade or 2 decade opportunity for us to etch out some marginal victories in seats. And as you and I both know, that could mean the difference between Amy Coney Barrett not necessarily getting appointed, not getting the necessary amount of votes to become the next Supreme Court
yeah,
justice.
they'd have to slow it down at least, past the election to reshape the politics. And if Mark Kelly wins his Arizona Senate race, he's supposed to be seated by November 30th.
Yep.
That it also depends on how the COVID recovery. This is such a weird world that we're living in. There are at least 3 Senate Republicans stricken with COVID right now, and I say at least because you have people like Chuck Grassley who are refusing to get tested. Mitch McConnell has not announced that he took a test.
That's a positive. There's no other way, right? That's a positive. I refuse to believe that someone who refused to get tested,
or it's I'm not going to take one. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but like,
why
wouldn't you? Like, why would you refuse? It makes no sense.
Because you don't want to know the answer.
Plausible deniability.
Trump clearly for days, suspected that he was positive, and it was starting to be symptomatic. And whether or not he had a rapid test, it seems like he had a rapid test, and he said, "Oh, well, that's probably a false positive." But then he kept putting off, taking the bigger test. So yeah, I think that's probably what's going on there. They don't want to know, and they're all banking on the fact that they're asymptomatic and that they can just get away with it. But it turns out there aren't a whole lot of those cases. Like you're more likely to get sick.
Yeah, absolutely. As we've seen thus far, it is remarkable that we've had an insane, I would say, biblical past couple of weeks. I mean, even just the past week since the last time we had a conversation, the amount of things that have changed is truly remarkable. You had Donald Trump making fun of Joe Biden not that long ago about mask wearing and how Joe Biden's kind of a lame-o for wearing a mask and then immediately contracting COVID. This is probably
or perhaps probably infected while he was saying that. Like,
yeah,
if he was infected on Saturday at that Amy Coney Barrett event, then he was borderline feeling symptoms by Tuesday. We know that Hope Hicks was affected at around the same time, was feeling symptoms by the day after.
Yeah, there's also virtually no other reason as to why they would not reveal when the last positive test was, right? I mean, so or sorry, rather the
last negative,
the last negative test and the first positive test, sorry. And then you have Chris Christie, who also got COVID. So he was in the debate prep with Donald Trump, and I'm almost certain that he wasn't with Donald Trump outside of that debate prep situation. So he had to have gotten it before the debate, or at least like during the debate, probably before the debate though. So the fact that the White House, of course,
so what? Yeah.
No, I was going to say the fact that the White House is refusing to even engage in contact tracing, despite the CDC's better judgment, also kind of proves, I mean, not proves that, but is just yet another piece of evidence as to why it might be exactly how we fear.
And knowing everything we know about his condition and about his personality, you have to wonder, was part of this a deliberate effort to infect Biden? Like, let's say they knew going in, I would think that the possibility that they could infect him would be a feature of their strategy and not a bug, and not like, oh, it's too bad that we should fake it and see if we can make it through this. Hopefully Biden doesn't catch it. No, I would suspect that it was more likely to be, if he gets it, he gets it. If he dies,
he dies.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. Yeah, no, absolutely. I can totally see that. I would not put this past Donald Trump, and someone who's as strong as an ox, like our incredibly strong president. If you ask every Republican, he's the strongest president who has defeated coronavirus, of course, against the scientists. He might make it through, but Joe Biden, I don't think Joe Biden has a good shot of making it through coronavirus. He's barely keeping it together as is. So, that's actually something I wanted to talk to you about. Two things I want to talk to you about before we get to this. I want to hear your expert analysis on what Mitch McConnell is fucking doing. What is Mitch McConnell doing? He is pushed back on a second. He's pushed back on a second stimulus package for months now, Donald Trump and the White House has been trying desperately to put together anything, even using the limited executive authority that they do not have over the power of the purse, threatening to use that to try to get direct cash in the hands of American people. The American people are desperate for it. Every figure that is way further to the right than myself, including Jerome fucking Powell, is saying that the second stimulus is necessary, and we don't even need to actually, we don't need to implement any sort of austerity measure either. Like, we need to pump it. And yet, Mitch McConnell, I believe, called Donald Trump yesterday, earlier in the middle of the day, and said no second stimulus package is coming. And Donald Trump ended up throwing it out into the hemisphere and taking ownership in perhaps the worst political gaffe, the worst political move I've seen in a very long time, taking ownership of the halting of the negotiations. Right. What do you think Mitch McConnell's opinion is on this, and why do you think Donald Trump took ownership of the halting of the negotiations?
Well, I think Donald Trump has roided up and confused and acting irrationally. In fact, it's even worse than you pointed out. Not only did he say there's going to be no stimulus until after the election, he said there's going to be no stimulus because I want to use the time to ram through this judge, which is that's a Democratic talking point, just being punched out on Donald Trump's own Twitter feed. You could not have a more embarrassing own goal than that. But you're right. So it seems like McConnell kind of goaded him into that by telling him, "Look, Pelosi's screwing with you. You're not going to get any deal." I don't think he's thought that Trump would necessarily tweet something exactly like that. But when you're playing with Trump and you push him in a particular direction, you got to be prepared that he's going to take it to the absolute extreme. I've tried to square exactly what McConnell is doing here with this stimulus, with everything that I know about McConnell and the Senate Republicans, and it's frankly not easy to do, because the conventional take would be like, well, he knows that Trump is going to lose, so he's just trying to torch the country, and make it so that it's a wave year in 2022 for Republicans, and then they sweep back to power. But the best way for him to do that would be to maintain the Senate majority so that he could block everything that Joe Biden wanted to do.
Thank you. You and I are 100% on the same wavelength on this. I've talked to a bunch of other people, from David Dayen to Asita, who have the first reasoning, who have been saying exactly what we've been saying about Mitch McConnell's potential interest in kind of throwing the economy in disarray to leave a much worse off economy for a inevitable Joe Biden administration, only to increase and improve his chances in 2022. But it doesn't make sense, because it's not like, I guess there's technically 13 Senate seats, and it's not like Mitch McConnell is going to lose enough. He could still maintain his majority, even though you do have Mark Kelly in Arizona. Lindsey Graham is looking like a hotly contested seat now. Lindsey Graham very likely could very likely lose.
He could go down. He could.
No, it's not 2024. It's 2022 for the midterms, chat. Sorry, go ahead.
Right. So, that's right. So he's almost like forfeiting the Senate for what? And so you have to start kind of reaching further to try to figure out what could plausibly make sense. And you could land on, okay, he feels like he's about to lock in a 6-3 supermajority on the Supreme Court. He's locked down the lower ranks of the federal courts for 2 generations by stuffing them all with these 32-year-old Federalist Society nut jobs. He doesn't like Donald Trump. Like, let's guess here that he doesn't like Trump, and he wants to assure that Trump doesn't win re-election, and that if he has to take the Senate down with him to make sure that happens, that he's willing to do that, comfortable in the knowledge that that Joe Biden's not going to do much, that Mitch McConnell has a history of negotiating Joe Biden and absolutely picking his pocket every single time. That they have the courts locked down, and that in 2022 there will be reaction against Joe Biden, and then 2024 Tim Scott wins 60% of the or some Republican who's not a complete lunatic and is not and I think you're probably not going to have one of these Josh Hawley, Tom Cotton, Ted Cruz, like insanely ambitious types, because nobody likes them. But if you get a normal person like a
Senate
Tim Scott,
Republicans are signaling that they are open to cutting deals with
who can compete in the suburbs against, by just being polite and stringing sentences together. Then maybe he thinks it's worth just losing control of the Senate and the White House for 2 and then 4 years. Like at that point, like that's the only thing that I can get to make sense. That wouldn't have been my first guess, but what on earth is he doing?
Yeah, and I have some reporting from the Hill actually right here talking about how Senate Republicans are signaling that they are open to cutting deals with the Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden. This is of course from the 16th of September. This is from last month, and even back then, you and I both knew that Mitch McConnell was, for some weird reason, refusing to push for a second stimulus package. This is something that I cannot comprehend. I mean, like, it truly does not make any sense unless you purposely want Donald Trump to tank and you want him to lose, and you're literally willing to risk some Senate races as a consequence of that. This is the opposite of what anyone would do. And I know for a fact that Donald Trump is not going to throw this election. He doesn't have that kind of ideological, he doesn't have the Republican ideological project in mind. Obviously, he's no narcissist, but Mitch McConnell absolutely would have something like that in mind. He does look that far into the future. So I can see that, but it still doesn't make sense why he would jeopardize Senate seats. And worse than that, actually contested congressional seats in the House of Representatives. This is certainly going to be a problem for them if the Democrats are to weaponize this appropriately and use it as messaging against them by constantly applying pressure, saying, we in the House Democrats, we voted for a second stimulus. That's been sitting on Mitch McConnell's desk for months now. They refuse to compromise. It's their fault. Look, even the president wanted to do it until recently. Even the president wanted a compromise until recently, and then he went back on it. And then he went back on it again. But so
the only thing I can think is that he's known Joe Biden for the decent part of his life. Whenever he negotiated with Biden as a vice president, he would actually wind up usually with a better deal than he had already negotiated with Harry Reid. And maybe he thinks he has Biden's number, and he looks at a Joe Biden, and he's not afraid of having him in the White House, even if he's in the Senate minority for 2 years. And he assumes it'll be 2 years because he thinks okay, there'll be the backlash to 2022. We'll retake the Senate. Then, and we're back.
What do you think about a potential economic collapse that's inevitable, like the bubble bursting under a Democratic leadership? And how fortuitous that would look like, how fortuitous that would be for Republicans or the Republican project in general for the years after that.
Well, he's a student of history. And so the first time that the Democrats took back full control of the government after the Civil War was in the 1892 elections. And so they had gone 32 years completely shut out of power. So they come in, they sweep Republicans out. Then the panic of 1893 hits, which leads to a depression that is, arguably was actually even worse than the Great Depression, and it buried the Democratic Party basically until FDR. They snuck Woodrow Wilson in for those 2 terms, but other than that, they were bounced back out of power for like 40 years.
Yeah.
Because it was so awful. And so maybe Mitch McConnell thinks that Joe Biden will have the perfect storm of an economic, catastrophe, climate collapse all over the place, combined with ineptitude, and that Republicans can lock in some type of authoritarian minority rule for the next 40, 50 years. Who knows if
here's the tactical decision there, I think, is that Joe Biden is a tempered moderate that Mitch McConnell knows, versus Donald Trump is volatile, but also populist and hot-headed, and can actually sometimes take advantage of like an economic meltdown could play out in a very unique way under a Trump administration, who could seize control of everything and even go so far as to implement ridiculous populist measures that we would even consider leftist. Now, that I don't think that that's outside of the bounds of reason, whereas what Joe Biden would do in a potential recession. This is exactly what the Biden and Obama administration did in 2009. So that's why I think that Mitch McConnell probably feels more comfortable with an implosion of the economy, with Biden leading the recovery efforts, because he knows that is overall not going to be push the needle in a similar capacity like FDR's New Deal. Joe Biden is not a New Deal Democrat.
Right.
He's not ever going to put something comprehensive like that together that would truly give Democrats huge victories. Bernie Sanders, on the other hand, despite having severe limitations, did have the motivation, did have the energy to potentially do something like that. That was why it was a much larger threat to the future of the Republican Party. So I think that could be the reason. I'm going to bring on our liberal correspondent, Austin Show, right now into the call. Hold on one second. Yeah, we are 3 minutes out of the debate at this stage. So there was another thing I wanted to ask you outside of that. That was truly one of the most unique. The Mitch McConnell thing was really crazy, but a couple other things. So you were talking about Senate races. What do you think? Maybe. Wait, hold on.
Well, Iowa's a fun one. Yeah.
Okay. Wait, can you hear me?
Hello.
What's up, Austin?
Hello.
Wait, we're calling Ryan.
Ryan should answer. He should answer in a second.
What do you know? Hold on.
I don't know why. I'm somehow. I don't know why I know he's going to answer. I just guessed that he's going to answer to me. I'm just used to things happening and it working. I don't know.
Okay.
See, I told you. I was ahead of it.
You were ahead of it?
Mm-hmm.
Is he on here? Ryan, are you here?
Ryan, can you hear me? There Austin. He is. Yay.
Oh, there. Hey.
Hey, how's it going, perfect. Ryan?
All right,
good.
Perfect.
Perfect. We all on the same page here? Okay.
I don't know, Austin, were you listening in? Do you have any expert analysis that you want to add to what Ryan was talking about, as far as, because we were just about to talk about potential races, Senate races that Democrats could win on.
Yeah. South Carolina is looking very juicy. Lady G is getting out fundraised, and Jamie Harrison took care of him in that what do you call it? Did you see the debate between the two of them?
I did. It was all right. Yeah. I mean, it was a little bit in the nitty-gritty. Actually, Ryan, I have a question about that debate and other debates as well. Did you watch Mark Kelly last night? Or did you watch that at all? I mean, Martha McSally is like,
no.
Okay, so Martha McSally is just absolutely terrible. I mean, she is. You can't. She's just not a winner. She does not have it, and you immediately see that if you listen to her. She even went so far as to say that Kelly was a part of a radical extremist group, and when pushed further on that, she admitted that it was actually Kelly's wife Gifford's gun control group, the moderate gun control legislation that they were pushing for. That was apparently extremist. After she got shot in the head, that gun control group that she put together.
And she wants background checks.
Yeah, exactly. So that was really bad. But I wanted to hear what I'm seeing from Arizona, where there is actually a unique Never Trump constituency, unlike any other place because of John McCain. But outside of Arizona, is there really? I mean, I'm seeing people advocate for moderate positions from the Republican side with Lindsey Graham in South Carolina, and I find that very interesting. What do you have to say about that? Like, they're not running
Austin or me.
Oh no,
I was asking
Ryan, he
you,
definitely
Ryan.
wasn't asking me.
I was asking you because I'm seeing moderate messaging from the right rather than like rushing to be a Trump supporter. And we know for a fact that in Arizona, at least, there's a constituency of never Trump Republicans because of John McCain. But I'm rather surprised to see that in South Carolina as well. What's going on?
Yeah,
Ryan, any question with that degree
yeah.
of complexity is going to you. I just want to make sure that you know that.
Well, this one's pretty straightforward. You know, they're gunning for old people and for the suburbs.
Yeah,
that's where Republicans are getting absolutely hammered, and Democrats are going through this like this like evolution and kind of reorganization of the parties in which all of a sudden they're taking over the suburbs at the very time that suburbs are exploding all over the country. I mean, we've been sprawling out from cities pretty drastically over the last 10 or 15 years, but it's really picked up in the last 5 to 10. And just as people who live in the suburbs are becoming damn near a majority in this country, they're all overwhelmingly going to Democrats. And then you throw on top of that, and there's a lot of interplay with it. People over 65 now going for Biden by 30 points.
Huge swing.
You can't be a party and you can't be a national party with numbers like that. So to win those people back, they have to stop sounding like fire breathing nut jobs.
What's so key about what you said, Ryan? I'm going to focus in on the 65 plus demographic. That is so huge because, historically Republicans in the last 20 years or so have won that 65 plus category, even when Democrats won the election. Specifically last when Donald Trump won it by 7 points. Mitt Romney won 65 plus by 12 points in 2012. Not only are Democrats, edging Republicans in the 65 plus category, the swing is dramatic, as you alluded to, 21-point swing, and I believe it was Michigan. And I think this is
Michigan is a 22.5 swing.
Yeah, 22.5. This is a consistent trend that you're seeing across the United States in places where there's a high elderly population like Florida, like Arizona. And here's another stat that I really like. The unfavorability ratings in 2016. In particular, Hillary Clinton was seen as more unfavorable than Donald Trump. He doesn't have that benefit of the doubt that he had in 2016 and 2020. And I think that that's something that plays into the Democrats' favor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Very good, Austin.
Thank you. I'm
you're
so
right on the
horny.
money. You're right on the money on your polls.
Thank you.
Okay. What was I? Oh, we were talking about moderates though, Ryan. So you think that the party is going to have a Mitt Romney style swing back to moderate center right Republicanism after the chickens came home to roost, and that the Republican Party recognized that in 2016 when Trump was an outsider, his populist messaging was relatively successful, but because of how devastating he was once he was in office, that potentially they need to reel it back in a little bit, and that they are actually turning off old people? Or is it just because he was killing old people and old people hate dying more than anything else?
I think that's a lot of it. Although it was starting before the pandemic a little bit. I think what you're going to have is what the Republican Party was sort of in the 40s and 50s. You had two Republican parties. You had the national one where they would run moderate people for president like Eisenhower or Thomas Dewey, but then their Republican representatives in like the House and Senate were these kind of radical right wingers. And I think you're going to end up going back to that, because if you look at places like Virginia, and it's happening in Georgia, and Weigel and I talked about this on our podcast that'll be out soon. North Carolina, Texas, in a way, places that as they get purple, Arizona is a good example of this. As they get purple, the remaining Republican Party doesn't fight back for the moderate lane, what's left of the Republican Party is all of these hardcore right-wing activists who've been at it for decades.
Yeah.
And they drive the party that much further to the right. Like if you look at Virginia, like the Republican Party in Virginia is made up of complete crazy people. And that's not a state that's like completely unwinnable for a moderate Republican Party, but because of the way that they've positioned themselves,
right,
they've just driven that place to become bluer and bluer. And I think you're going to see a version of that play out on the national level.
The two campaigns.
All right. Well, Ryan, the debate has started. Thank you for that analysis.
I'm here,
but we'll get back to it on the next break.
The millions of Americans who are watching. One note: no one in either campaign or at the commission or anywhere else has been told in advance what topics I'll raise.
We don't watch it here.
Or
should I
what
play it
questions
separately?
I'll ask. This 90-minute debate will be divided into 9 segments of about 10 minutes.
There's a delay if you watch it from me.
I'll begin a segment by posing a question to each of you, sometimes the same question, sometimes a different question on the same topic. You will then have 2 minutes to answer without interruption by me or the other candidate. Then we'll take 6 minutes or so to discuss the issue. At that point, although there will always be more to say, we'll move on to the next topic. We want a debate that is lively, but Americans also deserve a discussion that is civil. These are tumultuous times, but we can and will have a respectful exchange about the big issues facing our nation. Let's begin with the ongoing pandemic that has cost our country so much. Senator Harris, the coronavirus is not under control. Over the past week, Johns Hopkins reports that 39 states have had more COVID cases over the past 7 days than in the week before. 9 states have set new records. Even if a vaccine is released soon, the next administration will face hard choices. What would a Biden administration do in January and February that a Trump administration wouldn't do? Would you impose new lockdowns for businesses and schools and hotspots? A federal mandate to wear masks? You have 2 minutes to respond without interruption.
Thank you, Susan. Well, the American people have witnessed what is the greatest failure of any presidential administration in the history of our country. And here are the facts. 210,000 dead people in our country in just the last several months. Over 7 million people who have contracted this disease. 1 in 5 businesses closed. We're looking at frontline workers who have been treated like sacrificial workers. We are looking at over 30 million people who in the last several months had to file for unemployment. And here's the thing. On January 28th, the vice president and the president were informed about the nature of this pandemic. They were informed that it's lethal in consequence, that it is airborne, that it will affect young people, and that it would be contracted because it is airborne. And they knew what was happening, and they didn't tell you. Can you imagine if you knew on January 28th, as opposed to March 13th, what they knew, what you might have done to prepare? They knew and they covered it up. The president said it was a hoax. They minimized the seriousness of it. The president said, you're on one side of his ledger if you wear a mask, you're on the other side of his ledger if you don't. And in spite of all of that, today they still don't have a plan. They still don't have a plan. Well, Joe Biden does. And our plan is about what we need to do around a national strategy for contact tracing, for testing, for administration of the vaccine, and making sure that it will be free for all. That is the plan that Joe Biden has and that I have, knowing that we have to get a hold of what has been going on, and we need to save our country. And Joe Biden is the best leader to do that. And frankly, this administration has forfeited their right to re-election based on this.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Vice President Pence, more than 210,000 Americans have died of COVID-19
in comparison to Biden.
The U.S. death toll as a percentage of our population is higher than that of almost every other wealthy nation on earth. For instance, our death rate is 2.5 times that of Canada next door. You head the administration's coronavirus task force. Why is the U.S. death toll as a percentage of our population higher than that of almost every other wealthy country? And you have 2 minutes to respond without interruption.
Susan, thank you. And I want to thank the Commission and the University of Utah for hosting this event. And Senator Harris, it's a privilege to be on the stage with you. Our nation has gone through a very challenging time this year. But I want the American people to know that from the very first
He's running
day,
the clock.
President Donald Trump has put the health of America first. Before, there were more than 5 cases in the United States, all people who had returned from China. President Donald Trump did what no other American president had ever done, and that was he suspended all travel from China, the second largest economy in the world. Now, Senator Joe Biden opposed that decision. He said it was xenophobic and hysterical. But I can tell you, having led the White House Coronavirus Task Force, that decision alone by President Trump bought us invaluable time to stand up the greatest national mobilization since World War II. And I believe it saved hundreds of thousands of American lives. Because with that time, we were able to reinvent testing. More than 115 million tests have been done to date. We were able to see to the delivery of billions of supplies so our doctors and nurses had the resource and support they needed. And we began, really, before the month of February was out, to develop a vaccine and to develop medicines and therapeutics that have been saving lives all along the way. And under President Trump's leadership, Operation Warp Speed, we believe, will have literally tens of millions of doses of a vaccine before the end of this year. The reality is, when you look at the Biden plan, it reads an awful lot like what President Trump and I and our task force have been doing every step of the way. I mean, quite frankly, when I look at their plan that talks about advancing testing, creating new PPE, developing a vaccine, it looks a little bit like plagiarism, which is something Joe Biden knows a little bit about. And I think the American people know that this is a president who has put the health of America first, and the American people, I believe with my heart, can be proud of the sacrifices they have made. It's saved countless American lives.
Senator Harris.
Yo,
would you like to respond?
you can't say that when the
Whatever
president...
the vice president is claiming the administration has done, clearly it hasn't worked. When you're looking at over 210,000 dead bodies in our country, American lives that have been lost, families that are grieving that loss. And you know, the vice president is the head of the task force and knew on January 28th how serious this was. And then thanks to Bob Woodward, we learned that they knew about it. And then when that was exposed, the vice president said, when asked, well, why didn't y'all tell anybody? He said, because the president wanted people to remain calm.
Well, let's get
no, but Susan, this is important.
Susan,
I want to add, but Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking.
I have to
I'm
weigh
speaking.
Yeah, you can have 15 more seconds, and then we'll give the vice president a chance to respond.
So I want to ask the American people, how calm were you when you were panicked about where you're going to get your next roll of toilet paper? How calm were you when your kids were sent home from school and you didn't know when they could go back? How calm were you when your children couldn't see your parents because you were afraid they could kill them?
Let's give Vice President Pence a chance to respond. Vice President Pence, you have 1 minute to respond.
You know, there's not a day gone by that I haven't thought of every American family that's lost a loved one. And I want all of you to know that you'll always be in our hearts and in our prayers. But when you say what the American people have done over these last 8 months hasn't worked, that's a great disservice to the sacrifices the American people have made. The reality, if I may finish, Senator, the reality is Dr. Fauci said everything that he told the president in the Oval Office, the president told the American people. Now, President Trump, I will tell you, has boundless confidence in the American people, and he always spoke with confidence that we'd get through this together. But when you say it hasn't worked, when Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx and our medical experts came to us in the second week of March, they said if the president didn't take the unprecedented step of shutting down roughly half of the American economy, that we could lose 2.2 million Americans. Now, that's the reality.
Thank you.
They also said to us if we did everything right, Susan, we could still lose more than 200,000 Americans.
Vice President
Now, one
Pence,
life lost is too many, Susan. But the American people, I believe, deserve credit for the sacrifices that they have made, putting the health of their family and their neighbors first, our doctors, our nurses, our first responders.
Thank you, Vice President Pence.
And I'm going to speak up on behalf of what the American people have done.
Vice President Pence, you were in the front row in a Rose Garden event 11 days ago at what seems to have been a super spreader event for senior administration and congressional officials. No social distancing, few masks, and now a cluster of coronavirus cases among those who were there. How can you expect Americans to follow the administration's safety guidelines to protect themselves from COVID when you at the White House have not been doing so?
Well, the American people have demonstrated over the last 8 months that when given the facts, they're willing to put the health of their families and their neighbors and people they don't even know first. President Trump and I have great confidence in the American people and their ability to take that information and put it into practice. In the height of the epidemic, when we were losing a heartbreaking number of 2,500 Americans a day, we surged resources to New Jersey and New York and New Orleans and Detroit. We told the American people what needed to be done, and the American people made the sacrifices. When the outbreak in the Sun Belt happened this summer, again, Americans stepped forward. But the reality is the work of the President of the United States goes on. A vacancy on the Supreme Court of the United States has come upon us, and the President introduced Judge Amy Coney Barrett.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice President Pence.
That, if I may say, that Rose Garden event, there's been a great deal of speculation about it. My wife Karen and I were there and honored to be there. Many of the people who were at that event, Susan, actually were tested for coronavirus, and it was an outdoor event, which all of our scientists regularly and routinely advise. The difference here is President Trump and I trust the American people to make choices in the best interest of their health. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris consistently talk about mandates, and not just mandates with the coronavirus, but a government takeover of health care,
Thank you,
the Green New Deal, all government control. We're about freedom and respecting the freedom of the American people.
Let's talk about respecting the American people. You respect the American people when you tell them the truth. You respect the American people when you have the courage to be a leader, speaking of those things that you may not want people to hear, but they need to hear so they can protect themselves. But this administration stood on information that if you had as a parent, if you had as a worker, knowing you didn't have enough money saved up, and now you're standing in a food line because of the ineptitude of an administration that was unwilling to speak the truth to the American people. So let's talk about caring about the American people. The American people have had to sacrifice far too much because of the incompetence of this administration. It is asking too much of the people.
Susan, we talked about
it is asking too much of the people. That they would not be equipped with the information they need to help themselves to protect their parents and their children.
Kamala Harris, Senator Harris, I'm sorry.
It's fine, I'm Kamala.
No, you're Senator Harris to me. For life to get back to normal, Dr. Anthony Fauci and other experts say that most of the people who can be vaccinated need to be vaccinated. But half of Americans now say they wouldn't take a vaccine if it was released now. If the Trump administration approves a vaccine before or after the election, should Americans take it, and would you take it?
That is terrifying.
If the public health professionals, if Dr. Fauci, if the doctors tell us that we should take it, I'll be the first in line to take it. Absolutely. But if Donald Trump tells us that we should take it, I'm not taking it.
Vice President Pence, there have been a lot of repercussions from this pandemic. In recent days, the president's diagnosis of COVID-19 has underscored the importance of the job that you hold and that you are seeking. That's our second topic tonight. It's the role of the vice president. One of you will make history on January 20th. You will be the vice president to the oldest president the United States has ever had. Donald Trump will be 74 years old on Inauguration Day. Joe Biden will be 78 years old. That already has raised concerns among some voters, concerns that have been sharpened by President Trump's hospitalization in recent days. Vice President Pence, have you had a conversation or reached an agreement with President Trump about safeguards or procedures when it comes to the issue of presidential disability? And if not, do you think you should? You have 2 minutes without interruption.
Well, Susan, thank you, although I would like to go back.
I think we need to move on to the issue of
thank you, but I would like to go back because the reality is that we're going to have a vaccine, Senator, in record time. in unheard of time, in less than a year. We have 5 companies in phase 3 clinical trials, and we're right now producing tens of millions of doses. So the fact that you continue to undermine public confidence in a vaccine, if the vaccine emerges during the Trump administration, I think is unconscionable. And Senator, I just ask you, stop playing politics with people's lives. The reality is
you,
we
Mike
will
Pence.
have a vaccine, we believe, before the end of this year.
I hate him so
and
much.
it will have the capacity to save countless American lives, and your continuous undermining of confidence in a vaccine is just, it's just unacceptable. And let me also say, the reality is when you talk about failure in this administration, we actually do know what failure looks like in a pandemic. It was 2009. The swine flu arrived in the United States. Thankfully, it ended up not being as lethal as the coronavirus. But before the end of the year, when Joe Biden was vice president of the United States, not 7.5 million people contracted the swine flu, 60 million Americans contracted the swine flu. If the swine flu had been as lethal as the coronavirus, in 2009, when Joe Biden was vice president, we would have lost 2 million American lives. His own chief of staff, Ron Klain, would say last year that it was pure luck.
14,000 people died.
Everything possible.
14,000 in comparison to 200.
And we
what an
learned from
insane
that.
false
They left
equivalence.
the strategic national stockpile empty.
One that hurts
They
the
left,
Republican
an
Party
empty and hollow
when you
plan,
utter
but
the actual
we still
numbers.
learn from it, and I think
Vice
the
President
American
Pence, your
people,
time is
I'm going
up.
to say again, can be proud
Vice President Pence, I'm sorry,
of
your
what
time
we
is
have
up.
done. And Senator, please
Thank you, Vice
stop
President
undermining
Pence.
confidence in a vaccine.
Senator Harris, let me ask you the
Shut
same
him
question
up.
that I asked
Sure.
Vice President Pence, which is, have you had a conversation or reached an agreement with Vice President Biden about safeguards or procedures when it comes to the issue of presidential disability? And if not, and if you win the election next month, do you think you should? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
So let me tell you, first of all, the day I got the call from Joe Biden, it was actually a Zoom call, asking me to serve with him on this ticket was probably one of the most memorable days of my life. I thought about my mother, who came to the United States at the age of 19, gave birth to me at the age of 25 at Kaiser Hospital in Oakland, California. And the thought that I'd be sitting here right now, I know would make her proud, and she must be looking down on this. Joe and I were raised in a very similar way. We were raised with values that are about hard work, about the value and the dignity of public service, and about the importance of fighting for the dignity of all people. And I think
Mike
Joe
Pence's
asked me to
dick
serve
off.
with him because
Fuck your family.
I have a career
Rip
that
his
included
fucking dick
being
off.
elected the first woman district attorney of San Francisco, where I created models of innovation for law enforcement in terms of reform of the criminal justice system. I was elected the first woman of color and black woman to be elected Attorney General of the state of California, where I ran the second largest Department of Justice in the United States, second only to the United States Department of Justice. And there I took on everything from transnational criminal organizations to the big banks that were taking advantage of homeowners to for-profit colleges that were taking advantage of veterans. And then, of course, now I serve in the United States Senate as only the second black woman ever elected to the United States Senate. I serve on the Senate Intelligence Committee, where I've been in regular receipt of classified information about
so
threats
boring.
to our
No one
nation and
cares about
hotspots
your
around the world.
background.
I've traveled the world. I've met with our soldiers in war zones. And I think Joe has asked me to serve with him because he knows that we share a purpose, which is about lifting up the American people. And after the 4 years that we have seen of Donald Trump unifying our country around our common values and principles.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Neither President Trump nor Vice President Biden has released a sort of detailed health information that had become the modern norm until the 2016 election. And in recent days, President Trump's doctors have given misleading answers or refused to answer basic questions about his health. And my question to each of you in turn
These are layups.
Is this information voters deserve to know? Vice President Pence, would you like to go first?
Well, Susan, thank you. And let me say, on behalf of the president, and the First Lady, how moved we've all been by the outpouring of prayers and concern for the President. And I do believe it's emblematic of the prayers and the concern that have ushered forth for every American impacted by the coronavirus. But the care the President received at Walter Reed Hospital, the White House doctors, was exceptional.
Socialism.
And the transparency that they practiced all along the way will continue. The American people have a right to know about the health and well-being of their president, and will continue to do that. But I'm just extremely grateful and was more than a little moved by the broad and bipartisan support. And Senator, I want to thank you and Joe Biden for your expressions of genuine concern. And I also want to congratulate you, as I did on that phone call, on the historic nature of your nomination.
Thank you.
I never expected to be on this stage 4 years ago, so I know the feeling. But the reality is,
what, as a white man?
Before the American people in the midst of this challenging year.
As a born-again
Christian?
Christian?
The stakes have never
Like,
been
what?
higher, but I think the choice has never been clear.
I want to give Senator Harris a chance to respond to the same question I asked, which is, do voters have
Rip
a right
his
to know
dick off.
more detailed health information about presidential candidates, and especially about presidents, especially when they're facing some kind of challenge?
Absolutely, and that's why Joe Biden has been so incredibly transparent, and certainly by contrast, the president has not, both in terms of health records, but also let's look at taxes. We now know, because of great investigative journalism, that Donald Trump paid $750 in taxes. When I first heard about it, I literally said, "You mean $750,000?" And it was like, no, $750.
Terrible optics.
We now know Donald Trump owes and is in debt for $400 million. And just so everyone is clear, when we say in debt, it means you owe money to somebody. And it'd be really good to know who the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief, owes money to, because the American people have a right to know what is influencing the President's decisions. And is he making those decisions on the best interest of the American people, of you, or self-interest? So, Susan, I'm glad you asked about transparency, because it has to be across the board. Joe has been incredibly transparent over many, many years. The one thing we all know about Joe, he puts it all out there. He is honest, he is forthright. But Donald Trump, on the other hand, has been about covering up everything.
Thank you, Senator Harris. I want to give you a chance to respond, Vice President.
Well, look, I respect the fact that Joe Biden spent 47 years in public life. I respect your public service as well.
Thank you.
But the American people have a president who's a businessman, he's a job creator, who's paid tens of millions of dollars in taxes, payroll taxes, property taxes. He's created tens of thousands of American jobs. And the president said those public reports are not accurate. And the president's also released literally stacks of financial disclosures the American people can review just as the law allows. But the distinction here is that Joe Biden, 47 years in public service, compared to President Donald Trump, who brought all of that experience 4 years ago.
Thank you, Vice
and
President.
turned this economy around by cutting taxes, rolling back regulation,
unleashing
American
Vice President
energy,
Pence.
fighting for free and fair trade, and all of that's on the
Vice
line
President
if
Pence.
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
You know, that's a
are
good
in the White
segue into our third topic,
segue.
which is about the economy. This has been another aspect of life for Americans that's been so affected by this coronavirus. We have a jobs crisis brewing. On Friday, we learned that the unemployment rate had declined to 7.9% in
Kamala's not
September.
dunking hard
but
enough.
the job growth had stalled, and that was before the latest round of layoffs and furloughs
I need
in
blood.
the airline
I need
industry at
bloodshed.
Disney and elsewhere. Hundreds of thousands of discouraged workers have stopped looking for work. Nearly 11 million jobs that existed at the beginning of the year haven't been replaced. Those hardest hit include Latinos, blacks, and women. Senator Harris, the Biden-Harris campaign has proposed new programs to boost the economy, and you would pay for that new spending by raising $4 trillion in taxes on wealthy individuals and corporations. Some economists warn that could curb entrepreneurial ventures that fuel growth and create jobs. Would raising taxes put the recovery at risk? And you have 2 minutes to answer uninterrupted.
Thank you. On the issue of the economy, I think there couldn't be a more fundamental difference between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Joe Biden believes you measure the health and the strength of America's economy based on the health and the strength of the American worker and the American family. On the other hand, you have Donald Trump, who measures the strength of the economy based on how rich people are doing, which is why he passed a tax bill benefiting the top 1% and the biggest corporations of America, leading to a $2 trillion deficit that the
These
American
questions
people now
suck.
have
They
to
just
pay for.
are
On day
letting
one, Joe
these guys
Biden
do talking points.
will repeal that tax
Yeah,
bill.
couldn't
He'll
agree
get
more.
rid of
Ryan.
it.
Couldn't agree more.
And what
They're
he'll
not
do
letting-
with the
there
money
no-
is
there's
invest
no
it in the
interaction.
American people.
A lot gets
and
left on the
through
table.
a plan that is about investing in infrastructure, something that Donald
My
Trump
wife's
said
point
he
here
would
is
do.
that
I remember hearing
they're
about
scared.
some
They don't want to
infrastructure
start a
week. I don't
fight.
think it ever happened.
So they're making, just
But Joe
giving them
Biden will do that. He'll
boilerplate
invest in infrastructure. It's about upgrading our roads and bridges, but also investing in clean energy and renewable energy. Joe is going to invest that money in what we need to do around innovation. There was a time when our country believed in science and invested in research and development so that we were an innovation leader on the globe. Joe Biden will use that money to invest in education. So, for example, for folks who want to go to a 2-year community college, it will be free. If you come from a family that makes less than $125,000, you'll go to a public university for free. And across the board, we'll make sure that if you have student loan debt, it's cut by $10,000. That's how Joe Biden thinks about the
How
economy.
do
which is
Democrats
about investing
fail
in the
at
people of our
delivering
country,
policy
as opposed to passing
in
a
a
tax
marketable
bill,
way
which had the benefit of
every
letting
time?
American corporations go offshore to do their business.
Thank you,
Go
Senator
back to the
Harris.
taxes.
Vice President Pence, your
Go back to
administration
the
has been
taxes.
predicting a rapid
There's
and robust
so many lines of
recovery.
attack here.
But the latest economic report suggests that's not happening. Should Americans be braced for an economic comeback that is going to take not months, but a year or more? You have 2 minutes to answer uninterrupted.
When President Trump and I took office, America had gone through the slowest economic recovery since the Great Depression. Because when Joe Biden was vice president, they tried to tax and spend and regulate and bail our way back to a growing economy. President Trump cut taxes across the board. Despite what Senator Harris says, the average American family of 4 had $2,000 in savings in taxes. And with the rise in wages that occurred, most predominantly for blue-collar, hardworking Americans, the average household income for a family of 4 increased by $4,000 following President Trump's tax cuts. But America, you just heard Senator Harris tell you, on day one, Joe Biden's going to raise your taxes. It's really remarkable to think, Susan. I mean, right after a time where we're going through a pandemic that lost 22 million jobs at the height, we've already added back 11.6 million jobs because we had a president who cut taxes, rolled back regulation, unleashed American energy, fought for free and fair trade, and secured $4 trillion from the Congress of the United States to give direct payments to families, save 50 million jobs through the Paycheck Protection Program. We literally have spared no expense to help the American people and the American worker through this.
Talk about the Senate.
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris
Talk about
want
the
to
second
raise
stimulus.
taxes. They want to bury our economy under a $2 trillion Green New Deal, which you were one of the original co-sponsors of in the United States Senate. They want to abolish fossil fuels and ban fracking, which would cost hundreds of thousands of American jobs all across the heartland. And Joe Biden wants to go back to the economic surrender to China, that when we took office, half of our international trade deficit was with China alone. And Joe Biden wants to repeal all of the tariffs that President Trump put into effect to fight for American jobs and American workers. Joe Biden says democracy's on the ballot. Make no mistake about it, Susan. The American economy, the American comeback is on the ballot with 4 more years of growth and opportunity, 4 more years of President
on the
Donald
latest
Trump.
negotiations.
2021 is going to be the biggest economic
This is
year
a
in the history of
perfect
this
opportunity
country.
for the latest negotiations for her to like fucking spear dick that.
Well, I mean, I thought we saw enough of it in last week's debate, but I think this is supposed to be a debate based on fact and truth. And the truth and the fact is, Joe Biden has been very clear. He will not raise taxes on anybody who makes less than $400,000 a year.
He said he's going to repeal the Trump tax cuts.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking.
Well, wait.
I'm speaking.
It'd be important if you said the truth. Joe Biden said twice in the debate last week that he's going to repeal the Trump tax cuts.
Every
That
time
was
Kamala
tax
Harris
cuts
does
that
that
gave
fake
the average
laugh
working family
and lets Mike Pence roll over her,
$2,000 in a tax
1,000
break
people
every
decide not to
single
vote for
Senator,
her.
That is
that's the math.
absolutely
It is
not true.
textbook
Is he
That's
only
Hillary
cutting?
fucking
Is he only going to
Clinton.
repeal part of
How?
the Trump tax cuts?
If you don't mind letting me finish, we can then have a conversation, okay?
Please.
Okay. Joe Biden will not raise taxes on anyone who makes less than $400,000 a year. He has been very clear about that. Joe Biden will not end fracking. He has been very clear about that. Joe Biden is the one who, during the Great Recession, was responsible for the Recovery Act that brought America back. And now the Trump-Pence administration wants to take credit when they rode the coattails of Joe Biden's success for the economy that they had at the beginning of their term. Of course, now the economy is a complete disaster. But Joe Biden, on the one hand, did that. On the other hand, you have Donald Trump, who has reigned over a recession that is being compared to the Great Depression. On the one hand, you have Joe Biden, who was responsible with President Barack Obama for the Affordable Care Act, which brought health care to over 20 million Americans and protected people with pre-existing conditions. And what it also did is it saved those families who otherwise were going bankrupt because of hospital bills they could not afford. On the other hand, you have Donald Trump, who's in court right now, trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, which means that you will lose protections if you have pre-existing conditions. And this is very important, Susan.
Yes,
and it's
but
important.
we need to give Vice President.
I'd just like to, he interrupted me, and I'd like to just finish, please. If you have a pre-existing condition, heart disease, diabetes, breast cancer, they're coming for you. If you love someone who has a pre-existing condition, they're coming for you. If you are under the age of 26 on your parents' coverage, they're coming for you.
Senator Harris, thank you.
You're welcome.
Let me give you a chance to respond.
Well, I hope we have a chance to talk about health care because Obamacare was a disaster. The American people remember it well.
Pence is dominating this
President
debate,
Trump and I have a plan
and he is literally a wet blanket. How the fuck is this happening right now?
Pre-existing conditions for every American.
How?
But look, Senator Harris, you're entitled to your own opinion, but you're not entitled to your own facts.
Oh my God.
You yourself said on multiple occasions when you were running for president that you would ban fracking. Joe Biden looked at a supporter in the eye and pointed and said, I guarantee that we will abolish fossil fuels. They have a $2 trillion version of the Green New Deal, Susan, that your newspaper, USA Today, said really wasn't that very different from the original Green New Deal. More taxes, more regulation, banning fracking, abolishing fossil fuel, crushing American energy, and economic surrender to China is a prescription for economic decline. President Trump and I will keep America growing. The V-shaped recovery that's underway right now will continue with 4 more years of President Donald Trump.
Thank you very, very much, Vice President Pence. Once again, you've
If the media wasn't so fucking liberal, I would literally think this is a setup with the way that this
and
format
Vice President
is.
Pence, I'd like to pose the
It is
first
designed
question
so that
to
Pence
you.
can just fucking do whatever he wants.
This year, we've seen
and not answer
record-setting
questions.
hurricanes in the South.
It's
Another one,
crazy.
Hurricane Delta, is now threatening the Gulf. And we have seen record-setting wildfires in the West. Do you believe, as the scientific community has concluded, that man-made climate change has made wildfires bigger, hotter, and more deadly, and have made hurricanes wetter, slower, and more damaging? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Thank you, Susan. Well, first, I'm very proud of our record on the environment and on conservation. According to all of the best estimates, our air and land are cleaner than any time ever recorded. Our water is among the cleanest in the world. And just a little while ago, the President signed the Outdoors Act. It's the largest investment in our public lands and public parks in 100 years. So President Trump has made a commitment to conservation and to the environment. Now, with regard to climate change, the climate is changing. But the issue is, what's the cause and what do we do about it? President Trump has made it clear that we're going to continue to listen to the science. Now, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris would put us back in the Paris Climate Accord. They'd impose the Green New Deal, which would crush American energy, would increase the energy costs of American families in their homes, and literally would crush American jobs. And President Trump and I believe that the progress that we have made in a cleaner environment has been happening precisely because we have a strong free market economy. You know, what's remarkable is the United States has reduced CO2 more than the countries that are still in the Paris Climate Accord, but we've done it through innovation, and we've done it through natural gas and fracking, which, Senator, the American people can go look at the record. I know Joe Biden says otherwise now, as you do, but the both of you repeatedly committed to abolishing fossil fuel and banning fracking. And so by creating the kind of American innovation, we're actually steering toward a stronger and better environment. With regard to wildfires, President Trump and I believe that forest management has to be front and center, and even Governor Gavin Newsom from your state has agreed we've got to work on forest management. And with regard to hurricanes, the National Oceanic Administration tells us that actually as difficult as they are,
Thank you, Vice President.
There are no more hurricanes today than there were 100 years ago.
Thank you.
But many of the climate alarmists use hurricanes and wildfires to try and sell their bill of goods of a Green New Deal. And President Trump and I are going to always put American jobs and American workers first.
Senator Harris, as the Vice President mentioned, you co-sponsored the Green New Deal in Congress. But Vice President Biden said in last week's debate that he does not support the Green New Deal. But if you look at the Biden-Harris campaign website, it describes the Green New Deal as a crucial framework. What exactly would be the stance of a Biden-Harris administration toward the Green New Deal? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Sure. So first of all, I will repeat, and the American people know, that Joe Biden will not ban fracking. That is a fact. That is a fact.
Oh, sick, dude.
I will repeat that Joe Biden has been very clear that he thinks about growing jobs, which is why he will not increase taxes for anyone who makes less than $400,000 a year. Joe Biden's economic plan, Moody's, which is a reputable Wall Street firm, has said will create 7 million more jobs than Donald Trump's. And part of those jobs that will be created by Joe Biden are going to be about clean energy and renewable energy. Because you see, Joe understands that the west coast of our country is burning, including my home state of California. Joe sees what is happening on the Gulf states, which are being battered by storms. Joe has seen and talked with the farmers in Iowa, whose entire crops have been destroyed because of floods. And so Joe believes, again, in science. I'll tell you something, Susan. I served, when I first got to the Senate, on the committee that's responsible for the environment. Do you know this administration took the word science off the website and then took the phrase climate change off the website? We have seen a pattern with this administration, which is they don't believe in science. And Joe's plan is about saying we're going to deal with it, but we're also going to create jobs.
Our websites are up to date.
Donald Trump, when asked about the wildfires in California, and the question was, you know, the science is telling us this. You know what Donald Trump said? Science doesn't know. So let's talk about who is prepared to lead our country over the course of the next 4 years on what is an existential threat to us as human beings. Joe is about saying we're going to invest that in renewable energy. It's going to be about the creation of millions of jobs. We will achieve net zero emissions by 2050, carbon neutral by 2035. Joe has a plan. This has been a lot of talk from the Trump administration, and really it has been to go backward instead of forward. We will also re-enter the climate agreement with pride.
Senator Harris just said that climate change is an existential threat.
Vice
President Pence, do you believe that climate change
understands that climate change is an existential threat, but continues to use fossil fuels?
As I said, Susan,
the other one denies it at least.
Changing. We'll follow the science.
It's almost worse. It's almost worse to admit it and
Senator
still do
Harris,
it.
Is denying the fact that they're going to raise taxes on every American. Joe Biden said twice in the debate last week that on day one he was going to repeal the Trump tax cuts. Those tax cuts delivered $2,000 in tax relief to the average family of four across America. And with regard to banning fracking, I just recommend that people look at the record. You yourself said repeatedly that you would ban fracking. You were the first Senate co-sponsor of the Green New Deal. And while Joe Biden denied the Green New Deal, Susan, thank you for pointing out, the Green New Deal is on their campaign website. And as USA Today said, it's essentially the same plan as you co-sponsored with AOC when she submitted it in the Senate. And you just heard the senator say that she's going to resubmit America to the Paris Climate Accord. Look, the American people have
Kamala Harris about to pull a Hickenlooper and drink fracking juice on stage.
Reducing CO2 emissions through American innovation and the development of natural gas through fracking. We don't need a massive $2 trillion Green New Deal that would impose all new mandates on American businesses and American families.
Thank you.
Joe Biden wants us to retrofit 4 million American business buildings. It makes no sense. It will cost jobs. President Trump is going to put America first. He's going to put jobs first, and we're going to take care of our environment and follow the science.
Thank you, Vice President. On the issue of jobs,
Senator Harris.
Let's talk about that. The Vice President earlier referred to, as part of what he thinks is an accomplishment, the President's trade war with China. You lost that trade war. You lost it. What ended up happening is because of a so-called trade war with China, America lost 300,000 manufacturing jobs. Farmers have experienced bankruptcy because of it. We are in a manufacturing recession because of it. And when we look at where this administration has been, there are estimates that by the end of the term of this administration, they will have lost more jobs than almost any other presidential administration. And the American people know what I'm talking about. You know, I think about 20-year-olds. You know, we have a 20-year-old, a 20-something-year-old who are coming out of high school and college right now, and you're wondering, is there going to be a job there for me? We're looking at people who are trying to figure out how they're going to pay rent by the end of the month. Almost half of American renters are worried about whether they're going to be able to pay rent by the end of the month. This is where the economy is in America right now, and it is because of the catastrophe and the failure of leadership of this administration.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Vice President Pence, let me give you just 15 seconds to respond, because then I want to move on to
I'd love to respond. Look, lost the trade war with China. Joe Biden never fought it. Joe Biden has been a cheerleader for communist China over the last several decades. And again, Senator Harris, you're entitled to your opinion. You're not entitled to your own facts. When Joe Biden was vice president, we lost 200,000 manufacturing jobs, and President Obama said they were never coming back. He said we needed a magic wand to bring them back. In our first 3 years after we cut taxes, rolled back regulation, unleashed American energy, this administration saw 500,000 manufacturing jobs created. And that's exactly the kind of growth we're going to continue to see as we bring our nation through this pandemic. But a Green New Deal, your massive new mandates, your Paris Climate Accord, it's going to kill jobs this time, just like it killed jobs.
I just need to respond very briefly. Thank you. Joe Biden is responsible for saving America's auto industry, and you voted against it. So let's set the record straight. Thank you.
I'd like to talk about China. We have, as our next topic, we have no more complicated or consequential foreign relationship than the one with China. It is a huge market for American agricultural goods. It's a potential partner in dealing with climate change in North Korea. And in a video tonight, President Trump again blamed it for the coronavirus, saying China will pay. Vice President Pence, how would you describe our fundamental relationship with China? Competitors, adversaries, enemies? You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Susan. Well, before I leave that, let me speak to voting records if I can. You know, everybody knows that NAFTA cost literally thousands of American factories to close. We saw automotive jobs go south of the border. President Trump fought to renegotiate NAFTA. And the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement is now the law of the land. American people deserve to know Senator Kamala Harris was one of only 10 members of the Senate to vote against the USMCA. It was a huge win for American auto workers. It was a huge win for American farmers, especially dairy in the upper Midwest. But Senator, you said it didn't go far enough. She could pull
I'm the real isolationist here, which would be awesome.
You put your radical environmental agenda ahead of American auto workers and ahead of American jobs. The American people deserve to know that. It's probably why Newsweek magazine said that Kamala Harris was the most liberal member of the United States Senate in 2019, more liberal than Bernie Sanders, more liberal than any of the others.
Kamala Harris not voting for USMCA was actually
with
good.
regard to China,
and she could fucking destroy him here. I think
China is to blame for the coronavirus, and President Trump is not happy about it. He's made that very clear. Made it clear again today. China and the World Health Organization did not play straight with the American people. They did not let our personnel into China to get information on the coronavirus until the middle of February. Fortunately, President Trump, dealing with China from the outset of this administration, standing up to China that had been taking advantage of America for decades in the wake of Joe Biden's cheerleading for China, President Trump made that decision before the end of January to suspend all travel from China. And again, the American people deserve to know Joe Biden opposed President Trump's decision to suspend all travel from China. He said it was hysterical. He said it was xenophobic.
Vice President Pence.
But President Trump has stood up to China. We're going to continue to stand strong.
Thank you, Vice President Pence.
We want to improve the relationship, but we're going to level the playing field, and we're going to hold China accountable for what they did to America with the coronavirus.
Cut him off!
Thank you. Senator Harris, let me ask you the same question that I asked the Vice President. How would you describe our fundamental relationship with China? Are we competitors, adversaries, enemies? You'll have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Susan, the Trump administration's perspective and approach to China has resulted in the loss of American lives, American jobs, and America's standing. There's a weird obsession that President Trump has had with getting rid of whatever accomplishment was achieved by President Obama and Vice President Biden. For example, they created within the White House an office that basically was responsible for monitoring pandemics. They got rid of it.
Not true.
There was a team of disease experts that President Obama and Vice President Biden dispatched to China to monitor what is now predictable and what might happen. They pulled them out. We now are looking at 210,000 Americans who have lost their lives. Let's look at the job situation. We mentioned before the trade deal, the trade war, they wanted to call it, with China. It resulted in the loss of over 300 manufacturing jobs and a manufacturing recession, and the American consumer paying thousands of dollars more for goods because of that failed war that they called it.
I have no idea how the trade war is playing out in the Rust Belt.
A reputable research firm has done an analysis that shows that leaders of all of our formerly
Did the
allied
subsidies not help?
have now decided that they hold in greater esteem and respect.
No, there's
Xi
some real
Jinping,
support for it.
Yeah,
the head of the Chinese Communist Party, than they do Donald Trump, the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief of the United States. This is where we are today.
I think this is a shitty
because
conversation
of a
point.
failure of leadership by this administration.
A better one would be to say that
Senator
it's similar
Harris,
to NAFTA.
we've seen changes in the
USMCA is
role
similar
of the
to
United
NAFTA, and that's
States
why
in
Joe
terms of
Biden
global
is
leadership
supported by unions,
over the past 4 years.
even though
And
most
of course,
unions
times
were
do
also
change.
extremely critical of NAFTA.
Sure, definition.
USMCA as
We've
well.
seen strains with China, of course, as the Vice President mentioned. We've seen strains with our traditional allies in NATO and elsewhere. What is your definition of the role of American leadership in 2020?
So, Joe I love talking with Joe about a lot of these issues. And, Joe, I think he said it quite well. He says, foreign policy, it might sound complicated, but really it's relationships. So just think about it as relationships. And so we know this in our personal and professional relationships. You got to keep your word to your friends. Got to be loyal to your friends. People who've stood with you, got to stand with them. You got to know who your adversaries are and keep them in check. But what we have seen with Donald Trump is that he has betrayed our friends and embraced dictators around the world. Let's take, for example, Russia.
Oh, no.
So, Russia, I serve on the Intelligence Committee of the United States Senate. America's intelligence community told us Russia interfered in the election of the President of the United States in 2016 and is playing in 2020. Christopher Wray, the director of the FBI said the same. But Donald Trump, the commander-in-chief of the United States of America, prefers to take the word of Vladimir Putin over the word of the American intelligence community. You look at our friends at NATO. He has walked away from agreements. You can look at the Iran nuclear deal, which now has put us in a position where we are less safe because they are building up what might end up being a significant nuclear arsenal. We were in that deal, guys. We were in the Iran nuclear deal with friends, with allies around the country. And because of Donald Trump's unilateral approach to foreign policy, coupled with his isolationism, he pulled us out and has made America less safe. So, Susan, it's about relationships. And the thing that has always been part of the strength of our nation, in addition to our great military, has been that we keep our word. But Donald Trump doesn't understand that because he doesn't understand what it means to be honest.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Vice President Pence, let me give you a chance to respond.
Well, thank you. Well, President Trump kept his word when we moved the American embassy to Jerusalem, the capital of the state of Israel. When Joe Biden was vice president, they promised to do that, and they never did. We've stood strong with our allies, but we've been demanding. NATO is now contributing more to our common defense than ever before, thanks to President Trump's leadership. We've strengthened our alliances across the Asia-Pacific, and we've stood strong against those who would do us harm. You know, when President Trump came into office, ISIS had captured an area of the Middle East the size of Pennsylvania. But President Trump unleashed the American military, and our armed forces destroyed the ISIS caliphate and took down their leader, al-Baghdadi, without one American casualty. Al-Baghdadi was responsible for the death of thousands. But notably, America's hearts today are with the family of Kayla Mueller, her parents of which are here with us tonight in Salt Lake City. Today, 2 of the ISIS killers responsible for Kayla Mueller's murder were brought to justice in the United States. Jihadi John was killed on the battlefield along with the other Beetle. The reality is that when Joe Biden was vice president, we had an opportunity to save Kayla Mueller. It breaks my heart to reflect on it, but the military came into the Oval Office, presented a plan. They said they knew where Kayla was. Baghdadi had held her for 18 months, abused her mercilessly before they killed her. But when Joe Biden was vice president, they hesitated for a month. And when armed forces finally went in, it was clear she'd been moved 2 days earlier. And her family says with a heart that broke the heart of every American that if President Donald Trump had been president, they believe Kayla would be alive today.
Thank you, Vice
Look,
President.
we destroyed the ISIS caliphate. And you talk about re-entering the Iran nuclear
Bro, where's
deal.
the mute button?
The last administration transferred
Where's the fucking mute
$1.8
button?
billion
This looks so
to
terrible.
the leading state sponsor
Thank you, Vice
of
President.
terrorism.
Not only that,
President Donald
but I
Trump got
cannot
us
wait
out of
for
the deal.
every article to talk about how
And
Mike Pence
Qasem
was being a
Soleimani was
sexist
traveling
misogynist,
to Baghdad.
talking over the
and
moderator,
armed to Americans.
talking over Kamala
President
Harris,
Donald Trump
and then
took
completely
him out.
ruining the rest
And
of the fucking
America
debate because
is
women
safer,
and men do not
our
give a
allies
fuck about
are
misogyny,
safer.
as we
American people
saw
know
in the
President
2016
Donald
election
Trump will
cycle.
never
Thank you, Vice President
take
Pence.
action.
I would like to give Senator Harris
Every
a
article is
chance to
going to talk
respond,
about how
but not
Mike
at
Pence
such
was a
great length because,
toxically
of course, there are other
masculine,
topics we want to
misogynist
talk about.
But I
person.
would like equal time.
And
Yes.
therefore, it's a
Please go ahead.
holy fucking throw. The
First of
entire
all, to
debate's
the
a throw
Mueller
after
family,
that.
I know about your daughter's case, and I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. What happened to her is awful, and it should have never happened. And I know Joe feels the same way. And I know that President Obama feels the same way. But you mentioned Soleimani. Let's start there. So after the strike on Soleimani, there was a counter strike on our troops in Iraq. And they suffered serious brain injuries. And do you know what Donald Trump dismissed them as? Headaches. And this is about a pattern of Donald Trump's, where he has referred to our men who are serving in our military as suckers and losers. Donald Trump, who went to Arlington Cemetery and stood above the graves of our fallen heroes and said, what's in it for them? Because, of course, he only thinks about what's in it for him. Let's take what he said about John McCain, a great American hero.
So much was left on the table
Donald
up
Trump
until this
says
moment.
He doesn't deserve to be called a hero because he was a prisoner of war. And this is very important when you want to talk about who is the current commander-in-chief and what they care about and what they don't care about. Public reporting that Russia had bounties on the heads of American soldiers. And you know what a bounty is? It's somebody puts a price on your head and they will pay it if you are killed. And Donald Trump had talked at least 6 times to Vladimir Putin and never brought up the subject. Joe Biden would never do that.
Thank you.
Joe Biden would, but Joe Biden would hold Russia to account for any threat to our nation's security or to our troops who are sacrificing their lives for the sake of our democracy and our safety.
Thank you, Senator Harris. This is such an important issue, but we have other important issues as well. And Susan, I want to make sure we have a chance
I really have
to talk
to respond to that. Look,
she has 15 seconds because
I got to have more than that. Look,
I'm sorry, but Vice President Pence, you've had more time than she's had so far.
Slanders against President Donald Trump regarding men and women of our armed forces are absurd.
I'm sorry, Vice President Pence.
My son is a captain in the United States Marine Corps. My son-in-law is deployed in the United States Navy. I can assure all of you, with sons and daughters serving in our military, President Donald Trump not only respects but reveres all of those who serve in our armed forces, and any suggestion otherwise is ridiculous.
Thank you, Vice President Pence.
The American people deserve, Susan, the American people deserve to know.
Vice President Pence, I did not, excuse me,
Susan,
I did not create the rules for tonight.
Joe Biden.
Your campaigns agreed to the rules for tonight's debate with the Commission on Presidential Debates. I'm here to enforce them, which involves moving from one topic to another, giving roughly equal time to both of you, which is what I'm trying very hard to do.
Go right ahead.
So I want to go ahead and move to the next topic, which is an important one, as the last topic was, and that is the Supreme Court. On Monday, the Senate Judiciary Committee is scheduled to open hearings on Amy Coney Barrett's nomination to the Supreme Court. Senator Harris, you'll be there as a member of the committee. Yes. Her confirmation would cement the court's conservative majority and make it likely open to more abortion restrictions, even to overturning the landmark Roe v. Wade ruling. Access to abortion would then be up to the states. Vice President Pence, you're the former governor of Indiana. If Roe v. Wade is overturned, what would you want Indiana to do? Would you want your home state to ban all abortions? You have 2 minutes, uninterrupted.
Well, thank you for the question, but I'll use a little bit of my time to respond to that very important issue before.
He has so much time because he walks over everyone else.
Soleimani, the Iranian
so he
general,
can just stall for half the debate.
Hundreds of American service members. When the opportunity came, we saw him headed to Baghdad to kill more Americans. President Trump didn't hesitate, and Qasem Soleimani is gone. But you deserve to know that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris actually criticized the decision to take out Qasem Soleimani. It's really inexplicable, but with regard to Joe Biden, it's explainable. Because history records that Joe Biden actually opposed the raid against Osama bin Laden. It's absolutely essential that we have a commander-in-chief who will not hesitate to act to protect American lives and to protect American service members, and that's what you have in President Donald Trump. Now, with regard to the Supreme Court of the United States, let me say President Trump and I could not be more enthusiastic about the opportunity to see Judge Amy Coney Barrett become Justice Amy Coney Barrett. Now, she's a brilliant woman, and she will bring a lifetime of experience and a sizable American family to the Supreme Court of the United States. And our hope is, in the hearing next week, unlike Justice Kavanaugh received with treatment from you and others, we hope she gets a fair hearing. And we particularly hope that we don't see the kind of attacks on her Christian faith that we saw before.
I hope this angers people to go out and at least vote.
Of the Judiciary Committee before.
Because I hate letting them get away with this
Judge
shit.
Barrett was being
They're
confirmed
so good
for the
at
Court of
lying.
Appeals. expressed concern that the dogma
He's so
of
good
her
at
faith
dodging.
lived
Like, he
loudly in
misdirected
her.
it back to, like,
Dick Durbin of Illinois
attacks
said
on
that it was a
Amy
concern.
Coney Barrett's Christianity.
Senator, I know one of our judicial nominees, you actually
Also, did you notice his
attacked
pause?
because they were a member of the Catholic
And
Knights
instead of saying
Columbus,
Catholic, he went with Christian.
just because the Knights
Yeah.
of Columbus holds pro-life views and
Thank you.
pro-marriage views.
Thank you, Vice President
So
Pence. Your
my
time
hope
is
is
up.
that when the hearing
Normal
takes place,
Catholicism,
Thank
she's
you,
a
Vice
fucking
President.
cult
that
freak.
Judge Amy Coney Barrett will be respected,
Thank you,
treated
Vice President
respectfully,
Pence.
voted and confirmed
Thank
to the
you.
Supreme Court of the United States.
Senator Harris, you're the senator from and former Attorney General of California. So let me ask you a parallel question to the one I posed to the Vice President. If Roe v. Wade is overturned, what would you want California to do? Would you want your home state to enact no restrictions on access to abortion? And you have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Thank you, Susan. First of all, Joe Biden and I are both people of faith, and it's insulting to suggest that we would knock anyone for their faith. And in fact, Joe, if elected, will be only the second practicing Catholic as President of the United States. On the issue of this nomination, Joe and I are very clear, as are the majority of the American people. We are 27 days before the decision about who will be the next president of the United States. And, you know, before, when this conversation has come up, you know, it's been about election year or election time. We're literally in an election. Over 4 million people have voted. People are in the process of voting right now. And so Joe has been very clear, as the American people are. Let the American people fill that seat in the White House, and then we'll fill that seat on the United States Supreme Court. And to your point, Susan, the issues before us couldn't be more serious. There's the issue of choice, and I will always fight for a woman's right to make a decision about her own body. It should be her decision and not that of Donald Trump and the Vice President, Michael Pence. But let's also look at what else is before the court. It's the Affordable Care Act. Like, literally in the midst of a public health pandemic.
Good.
When over 210,000 people have died and 7 million people probably have what will be in the future considered a pre-existing condition because you contracted the virus. Donald Trump is in court right now trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act.
Good.
And I said it before, and it bears repeating. This means that there will be no more protections if they win
tied to the
for
negotiations.
People with pre-existing conditions.
Tied to the negotiations.
This means that over 20 million people will lose your coverage. It means that if you're under the age of 26, you can't stay on your parents' coverage anymore.
Donald Trump cares more about Amy Coney Barrett than the fucking stimulus negotiations.
They're trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. Joe Biden is saying, let's expand coverage. Let's give you a choice of a public option or private coverage. Let's bring down premiums.
Thank you, Senator
Let's
Harris.
lower Medicare eligibility to 60.
Thank you, Senator.
That's true
Harris.
leadership.
You know, you mentioned earlier, Vice President Pence, that the president was committed to maintaining protections for people with pre-existing conditions. But you do have this court case that you are supporting, your administration supporting, that would strike down the Affordable Care Act. The president says, President Trump says that he's going to protect people with pre-existing conditions, but he has not explained how he would do that. And that was one of the toughest nuts to crack when they were passing the Affordable Care Act. So tell us specifically, how would your administration protect Americans with pre-existing conditions to have access to affordable insurance if the Affordable Care Act is struck down?
Well, thank you, Susan. But let me just say, addressing your very first question, I couldn't be more proud to serve as vice president to a president who stands without apology for the sanctity of human life. I'm pro-life. I don't apologize for it. And this is another one of those cases where there's such
Pence
a
is like,
dramatic
we're going down, at least I'm going to go down.
Joe Biden and Kamala
preaching
Harris
my
support
anti-abortion
taxpayer
gospel
funding
to the
of
American
abortion
people.
all the way
I
up
don't
to
care
normal
where it
birth.
hurts us.
Late-term abortion. They want to increase funding to Planned Parenthood of America. Now, for our part, I would never presume how Judge Amy Coney Barrett would
He
rule
dodged the
on
direct
Supreme
question.
Court of the United States, but
and now
we'll
he's
continue
answering
to
the
stand
previous
strong
question
for the right to
again. Why
life.
does he keep doing this?
When you speak about the Supreme Court, though, I think the American people really deserve an answer, Senator Harris. Are you and Joe Biden going to pack the court if Judge Amy Coney Barrett is confirmed? I mean, there have been 29 vacancies on the Supreme Court during presidential election years, from George Washington to Barack Obama. Presidents have nominated in all 29 cases. But your party is actually openly advocating adding seats to the Supreme Court, which has had 9 seats for 150 years, if you don't get your way. This is a classic case of if you can't win by the rules, you're going to change the rules. Now, you've refused to answer the question. Joe Biden has refused to answer the question. So I think the American people would really like to know, if Judge Amy Coney Barrett is confirmed to the Supreme Court of the United States, are you and Joe Biden, if somehow you win this election, going to pack the Supreme Court to get your way?
I'm so glad we went through a little history lesson. Let's do that a little more. In 1864...
Well, I'd like you to answer the question.
No, Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking. I'm speaking. Okay.
Don't get frazzled,
In
Kamala.
1864...
You look weak.
One of the, I think, political heroes, certainly of the president, I assume if you also, Mr. Vice President, is Abraham Lincoln.
Mm-hmm.
Abraham Lincoln was up for re-election. And it was 27 days before the election. And a seat became open on the United States Supreme Court. Abraham Lincoln's party was in charge not only of the White House, but the Senate. But Honest Abe said it's not the right thing to do. The American people deserve to make the decision about who will be the next president of the United States. And then that person can select who will serve for a lifetime on the highest court of our land.
Tie it back to how Trump
and so
references
Joe and I are
Lincoln
very
all the
clear.
time.
The American people are voting right now, and it should be their decision about who will serve on this most important body for a lifetime.
Thank you,
And
Senator
the
Harris.
People, Susan, are voting right now. They'd like to know if you and Joe Biden are going to pack the Supreme Court if you don't get your way in this nomination.
Let's talk about packing.
You once
Come
again
on.
gave a non-answer. Joe Biden gave a non-answer.
Trying to answer you.
The
Talk
American
about the
people
issue
deserve
at
a straight
hand.
answer.
You won't
And if you
answer
haven't figured it out
pre-existing
yet, the
conditions.
straight answer is they
Why?
are going
We'll cross
to
that
pack
bridge
the
when we
Supreme
get
Court
there. Why
if
the
they somehow
fuck
win this
is he
election.
not answering any questions?
Men and women,
And literally-
I got to tell you, people across this country, if you cherish our Supreme Court, if you cherish the separation of powers, you need to reject the Biden-Harris ticket. Come November the 3rd, re-elect President Donald Trump, and we'll stand
It's
by
the
that
one
separation
fucking
of
thing
powers
they
and
have. It's like
9-seat
literally the
Supreme
one
Court.
Yeah,
weapon
let's
that
talk
they can
about
wield.
packing the court then. Let's talk about the
Please.
fact. Yeah, I'm about to.
Stop! Don't fucking
So,
stop. Just roll over him.
The Trump-Pence administration has been, because I sit on the Senate Judiciary Committee, Susan, as you mentioned, and I've witnessed the appointments for lifetime appointments to the federal courts, district courts, courts of appeal. People who are purely ideological, people who have been reviewed by legal professional organizations and found to have been not competent, are substandard. And do you know that of the 50 people who President Trump appointed to the Court of Appeals for lifetime appointments, not one is black? This is what they've been doing. You want to talk about packing a court? Let's have that discussion.
All right,
What?
thank you, Senator. Let's go
What?
on and talk about the issue of racial justice.
I just want the record to reflect she never answered the question. So
Neither did you.
maybe the next
You've
debate,
answered
Joe
zero
Biden will answer the
questions.
question.
Thank you-
But I think
thank
the
you.
American people know the answer.
Thank you, Vice President. In March, Breonna Taylor, a 26-year-old emergency room technician in Louisville, was shot and killed after police officers executing a search warrant in a narcotics investigation broke into her apartment. The police said they identified themselves. Taylor's boyfriend said he didn't hear them do that. He used a gun registered to him to fire a shot, which wounded an officer. The officers then fired more than 20 rounds into the apartment. They say they were acting in self-defense. None of them have been indicted in connection with her death. Senator Harris, in the case of Breonna Taylor, was justice done? You have 2 minutes.
I don't believe so. And I've talked with Breonna's mother, Tamika Palmer, and her family. And her family deserves justice. She was a beautiful young woman. She had as her life goal to become a nurse, and she wanted to become an EMT to first learn what's going on out on the street so she could then become a nurse and save lives. And her life was taken unjustifiably and tragically and violently. And it brings me to, the 8 minutes and 46 seconds that America witnessed, during which an American man was tortured and killed under the knee of an armed, uniformed police officer. And people around our country of every race, of every age, of every gender, perfect strangers to each other, marched shoulder to shoulder, arm in arm, fighting for us to finally achieve that ideal of equal justice under law. And I was a part of those peaceful protests. And I believe strongly that, first of all, we are never going to condone violence, but we always must fight for the values that we hold dear, including the fight to achieve our ideals. And that's why Joe Biden and I have said on this subject, look, and I'm a former career prosecutor. I know what I'm talking about. Bad cops are bad for good cops. We need reform of our policing in America and our criminal justice system, which is why Joe and I will immediately ban chokeholds and carotid holds. George Floyd would be alive today if we did that. We will require a national registry for police officers who break the law. We will, on the issue of criminal justice reform, get rid of private prisons and cash bail, and we will decriminalize marijuana, and we will expunge the records of those who have been convicted of marijuana. This is a time for leadership on a tragic issue of unarmed Black people in America who have been killed.
Senator Harris. Vice President Pence, let me pose the same question to you. In the case of Breonna Taylor, was justice done? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Well, our heart breaks for the loss of any innocent American life. And the family of Breonna Taylor has our sympathies. But I trust our justice system, a grand jury that refused the evidence. And it really is remarkable that as a former prosecutor, you would assume that an impaneled grand jury looking at all the evidence got it wrong. But you're entitled to your opinion, Senator. I think, look, and with
a prosecutor can indict
Floyd,
a ham
no
sandwich.
To George Floyd. And justice will be served.
We now know the prosecutor
but there's also no excuse for the rioting.
Never brought evidence. Daniel Cameron, Mitch McConnell's protege, by the way.
It really is astonishing. Flora Westbrook is with us here tonight in Salt Lake City.
Best response she can't really say.
Just a few weeks ago, I stood
as a
at
prosecutor.
What used to be
I could indict anybody. Didn't matter if they were guilty.
Yeah,
was burned to the ground.
But she could say,
by
as
rioters
a prosecutor,
and
I dislike what Daniel Cameron
Flora
did.
is still trying to put her life,
especially after the grand jury itself, in an unprecedented manner, decided to force him to reveal the information.
From Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, that America is systemically racist. And that, as Joe Biden said, that he believes that law enforcement has an implicit bias against minorities is a great insult to the men and women who serve in law enforcement. And I want everyone to know who puts on the uniform.
Oh my God, there's a fly on his head.
Every day. And President Trump
oh my God, there's a fly on his head.
With you. And it is remarkable that, that when Senator Tim Scott tried to pass a police reform bill, brought together a group of Republicans and Democrats, Senator Harris, you got up and walked out of the room.
Still there.
And then you filibustered Senator Tim Scott's bill on the Senate floor that would have provided new accountability, new resources. Look, we don't have to choose between
that's going to be the headline.
You can't recover from that.
No, it's over. It's over. Oh, he just lost.
And all of our minorities.
Oh my God.
Under President Trump's leadership, we'll always stand with law enforcement and we'll do what we've done from day one, and improve the lives of African Americans, record unemployment, record investments in education, and we'll fight for school choice for all of our
this is like
I'd like to respond.
She's going to
Old
start
Testament level, like
I will not sit here and be lectured by the Vice President
for the Democrats
on what it means to enforce the laws of our country. I am the only one on this stage who
without
was
a fly on her
prosecuted.
head.
Everything from child sexual assault to homicide. I'm the only one on this stage who has prosecuted the big banks for taking advantage of America's homeowners. I'm the only one on this stage who prosecuted for-profit colleges for taking advantage of our veterans. And the reality of this is
he can't keep coronavirus out of the White House.
About an election in 27 days, where last week the President of the United States took a debate stage in front of 70 million Americans.
Oh, the fly is still
and
there.
refused to condemn white supremacists.
Not true.
And
not true.
It wasn't like he didn't have a chance.
He's rotting.
He didn't do it, and then he doubled down. And then he said, when pressed, stand back. Stand by.
It looks like it's gone.
No,
And
it's still there.
This is a part of a
No, it's still there.
pattern of Donald Trump's. He
flew
called
away.
Mexicans rapists and criminals. He instituted as his first act a Muslim ban. He, on the issue of Charlottesville, where people were peacefully
Dave Wasserman,
protesting
I've seen enough.
the need for racial justice, where a young woman was killed. And on the other side, there were neo-Nazis carrying tiki torches, shouting racial epithets.
If it comes back, I'll die.
Anti-Semitic slurs. And Donald
You
Trump,
don't
when
have it
asked
in you to
about it,
survive that, I
said
don't think.
there were fine people on both sides. This is who we have as the President of the United States. And America, you deserve better. Joe Biden will be a president who brings our country together.
Senator Harris,
and recognizes the beauty in our diversity and the fact that we
Senator
all
Harris,
have
thank
so
you.
much more in common than what separates us.
Vice President Pence, let me give you a minute to respond.
Thank you, Susan. I appreciate that very much. You know, I think this is one of the things that makes people dislike the media so much in this country, Susan, is that you selectively edit, just like Senator Harris did, comments that President Trump and I and others on our side of the aisle make. I mean, Senator Harris conveniently omitted, after the president made comments about people on either side of the debate over monuments, he condemned the KKK, neo-Nazis, and white supremacists, and has done so repeatedly. You're concerned that he doesn't condemn neo-Nazis. President Trump has Jewish grandchildren. His daughter and son-in-law are Jewish. This is a president who respects and cherishes
But he
all
still
of the
said it.
American
Who
people.
gives a shit?
But you talk about having personally prosecuted. I'm glad you brought up your record, Senator.
Thank you.
I really need to make this point. When you were DA in San Francisco, when you left office, African Americans were 19 times more likely to be prosecuted for minor drug offenses
ripping off
than whites
Tulsi.
and Hispanics. When you were Attorney General of California,
Thank you,
you
Vice President.
increased the disproportionate incarceration of
Thank
blacks
you.
in California. You did nothing on criminal justice reform in California. You didn't lift a finger to pass the First Step Act on Capitol
Oh,
Hill.
God, every time
I mean,
Kamala
the
laughs
reality
like that,
is your
it's
record
so
speaks for
bad.
itself. President Trump
I just
and
get
I have
Hillary
fought
Clinton flashbacks.
for criminal justice reform.
Thank you, Vice President
We fought for
Pence.
educational choice and opportunities for African Americans, all of our
Thank you,
minorities.
sir.
And we'll do it for 4 more
Thank
years.
you. You know, there is no more important issue than the final issue
My
that
man
we're
said
going to talk about
blacks.
tonight, and that is the issue of the election
But
itself.
Susan, he attacked my record. I would like an opportunity to respond.
Let me give you 30 seconds because we're running out of time.
I appreciate that. First of all, having served as the Attorney General of the state of California, the work that I did is a model of what our nation needs to do, and we will be able to do under a Joe Biden presidency. Our agenda includes what this administration has failed to do. It will be about not only instituting a ban on chokeholds and carotid holes.
Thank you.
Not only.
Thank you, Senator
I would
Harris.
like to go through.
These are points that you made earlier in the hour, and I want to talk about the election itself
God.
before we have
She's
to.
But I want to
literally
talk
rolling
about
over
the connection
Kamala
between what
because
Joe and I
she's
will do
also
and
a
my
woman,
record,
so
which
she'll
includes
stop
I was
talking
the first
because she can't do it
statewide
against
officer to
fucking
institute
Pence.
a requirement that my agents would wear body cameras and keep them on full time. We were the first to initiate a requirement that there would be a training for law enforcement on implicit bias because, yes, Joe Biden and I recognize that implicit bias does exist, Mr. Vice President, contrary to what you may believe. We did the work of instituting reforms that were about investing in reentry. This is the work that we have done and the work we will do going forward. And again, I will not be lectured by the Vice President on our record of what we have done in terms of law enforcement and keeping our communities safe and a commitment to reforming the criminal justice system of America.
Thank you, Senator Harris. And I'd like to pose I'd like you to respond first to the question on our final topic, the election itself. President Trump has several times refused to commit himself to a peaceful transfer of power after the election. If your ticket wins and President Trump refuses to accept a peaceful transfer of power, what steps would you and Vice President Biden then take? What would happen next? You have 2 minutes.
So I'll tell you, Joe and I are, I think, particularly proud of the coalition that we've built around our campaign. We probably have one of the broadest coalitions of folks that you've ever seen in a presidential race. Of course, we have the support of Democrats, but also independents and Republicans. In fact, 7 members of President George W. Bush's cabinet are supporting our ticket. We have the support of Colin Powell, Cindy McCain, John Kasich, over 500 generals, retired generals, and former national security experts and advisors are supporting our campaign. And I believe they are doing that because they know that Joe Biden has a deep, deep-seated commitment to fight for our democracy and to fight for the integrity of our democracy and to bring integrity back to the White House. And so we believe in the American people. We believe in our democracy. And here's what I'd like to say to everybody. Vote. Please vote. Vote early. Come up with a plan to vote. Go to iwillvote.com. You can also go to joebiden.com. We have it within our power in these next 27 days to make the decision about what will be the course of our country for the next 4 years. And it is within our power, and if we use our vote and we use our voice, we will win. And we will not let anyone subvert our democracy with what Donald Trump has been doing, as he did on the debate stage last week, when again in front of 70 million people, he openly attempted to suppress the vote. Joe Biden, on the other hand, on that same debate stage, because clearly Donald Trump doesn't think he can run on a record because it's a failed record, Joe Biden on that stage said, hey, just please vote. So I'll repeat what Joe said. Please vote.
Thank you, Senator. Vice President Pence, President Trump has several times refused to commit himself to a peaceful transfer of power after the election. If Vice President Biden is declared the winner and President Trump refuses to accept a peaceful transfer of power, what would be your role and responsibility as vice president? What would you personally do? You have 2 minutes.
Well, Susan, first and foremost, I think we're going to win this election. Because while Joe Biden and Kamala Harris rattle off a long litany of the establishment in Washington, D.C., an establishment that Joe Biden's been a part of for 47 years, President Donald Trump has launched a movement of everyday Americans from every walk of life. And I have every confidence that those same Americans that delivered that historic victory in 2016, they see this president's record where we rebuild our military. We revived our economy through tax cuts and rolling back regulation, fighting for fair trade, unleashing American energy. We appointed conservatives to our federal courts at every level. And we stood with the men and women of law enforcement every single day. And I think that movement of Americans has only grown stronger in the last 4 years. But when you talk about accepting the outcome of the election, I must tell you, Senator, your party has spent the last 3.5 years trying to overturn the results of the last election. It's amazing. When Joe Biden was vice president of the United States, the FBI actually spied on President Trump and my campaign. I mean, there were documents released this week that the CIA actually made a referral to the FBI documenting that those allegations were coming from the Hillary Clinton campaign. And of course, we've all seen the avalanche, what you put the country through for the better part of 3 years until it was found that there was no obstruction, no collusion, case closed. And then Senator Harris, you and your colleagues in the Congress tried to impeach the President of the United States over a phone call. And now Hillary Clinton has actually said to Joe Biden that in her words, under no circumstances should he concede the election. So let me just say, I think we're going to win this election. President Trump and I are fighting every day in courthouses to prevent Joe Biden and Kamala Harris from changing the rules and creating this universal mail-in voting that will create a massive opportunity for voter fraud. And we have a free and fair election. We know we're going to have confidence in it. And I believe in all my heart that President Donald Trump's going to be reelected for 4 more years.
You know, I've written all the questions that I've asked tonight, but for the final question of the debate, I'd like to read a question that someone else wrote. The Utah Debate Commission asked students in the state to write essays about what they would like to ask you. And I want to close tonight's debate with the question posed by Brecklin Brown. She's an 8th grader at Springville Junior High in Springville, Utah. And here's what she wrote, quote, "When I watch the news, all I see is arguing between Democrats and Republicans. When I watch the news, all I see is citizen fighting against citizen. When I watch the news, all I see are two candidates from opposing parties trying to tear each other down. If our leaders can't get along, how are the citizens supposed to get along? And then she added, your examples could make all the difference to bring us together, end quote. So to each of you in turn, I'd like you to take 1 minute and respond to Brecklin. Vice President Pence, you have 1 minute.
Brecklin, it's a wonderful question. And let me just commend you for taking an interest in public life. I started following the news when I was very young. And in America, we believe in a free and open exchange of debate. And we celebrate that. And it's how we've created literally the freest and most prosperous nation in the history of the world. But I would tell you that don't assume that what you're seeing on your local news networks is synonymous with the American people. You know, I look at the relationship between Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the late justice who we just lost from the Supreme Court, and the late Justice Antonin Scalia. They were on polar opposites on the Supreme Court of the United States, one very liberal, one very conservative. But what's been learned since her passing was the two of them and their families were the very closest of friends. I mean, here in America, we can disagree. We can debate vigorously, as Senator Harris and I have on this stage tonight. But when the debate is over, we come together as Americans. And that's what people do in big cities and small towns all across this country. So I just want to encourage you, Brecklin. I want to tell you that we're going to work every day to have government as good as our people. And the American people each and every day love a good debate. We love a good argument. But we always come together and are always there for one another.
Thank you,
in times of need. And we've especially learned that through the difficulties of this year.
Senator Harris, what would you say to Brecklin?
First of all, I love hearing from our young leaders. And when I hear her words, when I hear your words, Brecklin, I know our future is bright because it is that perspective on who we are and who we should be. That is a sign of leadership and is something we should all aspire to be. And that, that brings me to Joe. Joe Biden, one of the reasons that Joe decided to run for president is after Charlottesville, which we talked about earlier. It so troubled him and upset him like it did all of us, that there was that kind of hate and division. What propelled Joe to run for president was to see that over the course of the last 4 years, what Brecklin described has been happening. Joe has a long-standing reputation of working across the aisle and working in a bipartisan way. And that's what he's going to do as president. Joe Biden has a history of lifting people up and fighting for their dignity. You have to know Joe's story to know that Joe has known pain, he has known suffering, and he has known love. And so, Brecklin, when you think about the future, I do believe the future is bright. And it will be because of your leadership, and it will be because we fight for each person's voice through their vote, and we get engaged in this election because you have the ability through your work and through eventually your vote
Thank you,
to
Senator
determine
Harris.
the future of our country and what its leadership looks like.
Thank you,
These
Senator
are kind of
Harris.
lame.
Thank you, Vice President
Like the
Pence. Thank you
civic,
so
the
much for
calls
being
for
with us
civic
tonight.
duty and unity.
We
I
want to
always
thank
find
also the University of Utah for its hospitality.
to be kind of lame.
And
Maybe
most
it's
of
just
all,
me, though.
our thanks to all the Americans who watched this debate tonight. Again, our best wishes for a quick recovery to President Trump, the First Lady, and everyone who is battling COVID-19. The second presidential debate is next week on October 15th.
God, Susan
a town
Page
hall-style
was
debate
so
in Miami.
ass.
We hope you'll join us then.
Yeah, not an impressive performance at all.
God damn, she was so doo-doo. Holy shit. Okay, can I just, before we even get started, can I just say how insane it is, how absolute dog shit it is that Mike Pence, who is supposed to be the fucking coronavirus task force leader, who literally got away with the murder of 210,000 Americans and counting thus far in the beginning of this debate, where whether it's a consequence of the format itself or whether because Kamala Harris did not stress it enough or a combination of the two, like the fact that this guy was able to not address so much of the rampant corruption and criminal negligence, like that is a dub on its own. Luckily, vice presidential debates don't mean anything. They're even less meaningless than the presidential debates. They're not going to change people's minds. But my fucking God, that was unacceptable. That was completely unacceptable, if you ask me. I think that, I don't know. I mean, I have so many thoughts. I want to ask you guys what you think. I'm not going to speak any further for the time being, but what did you guys think about all that?
Ryan, do you want to go?
No, go ahead.
Look, I thought the debate was, I hated the questions. I didn't like the questions. And I think that Kamala yielded too much to the actual rules of the debate, and Mike Pence didn't. And as a result of that, she looked like she got steamrolled on multiple occasions, in my opinion, where, you know, she had an opportunity to respond back. He didn't even answer the question, and he would just attack her on her previous point, and then that would be the end of it. He would have the last word, and then they'd move on, and Kamala wouldn't have anything to say about it. I thought that Mike Pence didn't yield to the rules of the debate, but I don't think that really. I don't think people are going to really. I don't know. I hope that people see it that way, but you know, I'm having a hard time gathering my thoughts. Ryan, why don't you go? Why don't you go first?
Yes.
Let me think a little bit more.
To pick up on that, kind of, you know, Kamala is not much of a poker player, so you can pretty much read on her what she's up to. And very early on, the first time Mike Pence like even piped up a tiny bit while she was in her 2 minutes of uninterrupted time, she kind of theatrically said, you know, "I am speaking." You know,
yeah, that sucks.
And she repeated that phrase, "I am speaking," probably 5, 6, 7 times throughout the debate, which means that was a strategy. Like that was something she practiced. So why is she doing that? I think she didn't exactly get steamrolled. I think she allowed him to steamroll her.
Yes.
Because she wanted him to look like a boob in front of the voters that she's trying to cement. And those are the people that we were talking about earlier, older people and suburban voters.
Yes. And I hate that. I hate that more than anything. You're absolutely right. That's exactly what I was thinking as well. And that frustrates me more than anything else. That is a classic. That's a textbook. Like, look at this. Look at him being an asshole, which the debate format does not lend itself to Mike Pence looking like an asshole as much as Donald Trump, because Mike Pence is a better, more trained debater / politician than Donald Trump. We forget he's like a Koch brothers. He's like Koch brothers inside guy in the administration. He's not going to fuck that up. So it wasn't going to happen. It wasn't going to happen in the same way that Donald Trump did. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe liberals saw it differently. But what I'm deeply frustrated by is that, look, that is a telltale way to signal misogyny and toxic masculinity, right? Here's another woman being cut off again by another guy, by an older guy. Once again, a qualified woman being cut off. And I think that's a horrible strategy. It's a horrible strategy to win the optics game, because the American people demonstrably have not cared and still do not care about misogyny. And I mean white women specifically, that voted, the majority of which voted for Donald Trump over Hillary Clinton in 2016. I don't think that that's a winning strategy, and that triggers the fuck out of me. I'm not going to lie. What do you think? Maybe I'm wrong, though. Do you think that was good? Ryan?
So I think the American people have to be broken down into the demographics that Harris is going for in this debate. She's not, you know, we're not at a place where she's speaking to all of the American people. You know, she has a very narrow set of folks that she's going for, and those are the folks that are pushing them over the top at this point. Those groups we talked about, and I think that because so many of the people in the suburbs and some of the senior citizens 65 plus have turned on Trump because of his style, that they're trying to kind of shoehorn Pence into that same style. Look, he's a bully, he's a ruffian, just like Trump, and so it might work for that select demographic that they're going for. And her, ultimately her goal was to not lose this. This is a team that feels like it's up by 10 points with a couple minutes left. They're just trying to run the clock out here. Yeah. Every day, another million people are voting as we get closer to November 3rd. So this is a very simple thing to do. You just repeat some of your talking points. When he interrupts you, you become indignant about it, and then you make a lot of the news coverage and the commentary after the debate a question of, was he rude? Was he a bore? What, was he misogynistic, and did he cut her off? And if that's what you can get the pundits talking about and get the hot takes, ripping about the next day, then you've got at least a push, if not a win. And a push is a win at this stage of the election.
And the fly, and I think that the fly, like, seriously, it's so stupid, but like everybody, that's going to be what everybody's talking about. It's what everybody's for sure. It's so dumb, but that fly on his head, we're at a point in American politics where that is going to be the headliner, and it is going to feed into just the state of the Trump campaign and Trump administration. Hot pile of dog shit, right? And flies are racing to land and feast on it, right? That's what's gonna take over the debate, and I think that's a win for the Biden campaign to some degree.
If we know anything about the media, they cannot resist a good metaphor.
That's for sure. This is the most, but beyond the fly, like the fly is basically the straw that broke the camel's back in the circumstances, but like this has been the most biblical fucking like election cycle I've ever witnessed in my entire life, in my limited amount of like looking at election cycles. I mean, the skies have opened up. You have a plague. Locusts. You have a plague. You have fucking locusts. I mean, what the fuck is going on? I'm not necessarily a spiritual person, but my God, it sure looks like we are in the end times here. Joe Biden also very quickly capitalized on that. The fly thing. He said, pitch in $5 to help this campaign fly, Jack. And it's him holding up a fly swatter that already has 57,000 retweets. And that has been up for 10 minutes. So it's blowing up. I even retweeted it. It's actually pretty good. But
wait, which one was this?
I just retweeted it. If you look on the screen,
I can't wait.
Yeah, so
2 minutes is the time that this fly was occupying his
it's
white hair.
Insane. It's absolutely insane that thing fucking stood on. That thing stood on top of Mike Pence's dome for way too long. So yeah, that was really bad. That was terrible optics overall. His eye was bloodshot a little bit on the leftmost side. That was not good optics either. But
which people were pointing out as a COVID symptom.
Yeah, which is a COVID symptom as well.
1 to 3% or so. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he tested negative earlier. I don't know if he actually got it, but I don't know if he actually has it. But regardless, I was just trying to say, and I know people will get mad at me for this, so do not misunderstand what I'm trying to say. What I understand that talking over women is frustrating to women. Except women don't vote that way demonstrably. Like, they don't vote because they saw another woman get talked over. Maybe you might be that way, but ultimately, in 2016, we literally saw women not give a fuck about Donald Trump, saying that he would grab women by the pussy. So my point is, the patriarchy is so strong that internalized misogyny and paired up with white supremacy still pushes women to vote not along gender lines, but instead along the lines with whatever party they associate with. So trying to hammer on that point instead of fucking rolling over Mike Pence like Kamala Harris had the capacity to do was, in my opinion, truly a lost moment. I mean, I wanted to see way more from Kamala Harris. And like, agreed. She was kind of dog shit in the primaries too, with a few notable exceptions, like I was that girl or whatever, that moment against Joe Biden. But I really thought she could roll over Mike Pence a little bit more. And every single every single time I see Kamala Harris like pull back deliberately, as you pointed out, Ryan, it is deeply frustrating because I want to see her fucking choke slam him. I wanted to see her verbally abuse Mike Pence. I've said this about Donald Trump and Joe Biden last debate. I think Americans are, they want to return to normalcy, but they also want someone to be a vector for all the frustration that they feel. And I was personally incredibly frustrated, even with the allegiance that I have cultivated with the Kamala Harris-Joe Biden campaign in this situation, regardless of whether I agree with their worldview or not. I wanted them to get one on the administration, like finally hold them fucking accountable. You know what I mean? Like, and the fact that Mike Pence, the leader of the coronavirus task force, got away with straight up murder was devastating, if you ask me. But it doesn't matter overall. You're right. We're 10-point lead, and all Kamala has to do is not lose, and she did not. She did not lose at all. But still a lost opportunity.
Frustrating for me as a lib to watch, layup opportunities such as, most frustratingly, the stimulus. I mean, opportunity to call out Donald Trump for backing out of the stimulus negotiations, and there were multiple opportunities to do so, and she didn't capitalize on those opportunities. It was frustrating to watch her, at times, Pence roll over Harris, and then she would just take it and then move on to the next topic. Again, going back to what I originally said about him getting the last word, I want to see her respond to him, and I want to see her call him out. I wanted to see her call him out a little bit more and hold him accountable. And I think he got away with a lot tonight.
Yeah, the irony is that the good libs like Austin, were excited when Kamala Harris was picked as VP, not for any other reason other than they were like, she's going to rip his face off at the debate. Like you scroll through the K-Hive mentions, they're like, R.I.P. Mike Pence. Like your days are numbered. Like, enjoy the final days that you walk upon this.
Yeah, I think I was more K-Hive than the K-Hive during this debate. I did want her to fucking rip his dick off and like throw it in the kitchen sink or something, and that did not happen. Probably because angry black woman, classic stereotype. She's probably
some of that. Yeah,
she's probably been conditioned to avoid that as best as possible. Perhaps throughout her entire professional career, that comes back, and that's part of the reason why she's like more reserved. But I don't know.
There's so. I mean, she can do it. Like, and the reason that people were like, she's going to do it, is because not just what she did, here and there during the primary, but at the Judiciary Committee. People have watched her, shred witnesses. But you're right that walking that fine line, and not getting accused of being this angry black woman was certainly had to be at the front of the mind of her advisors and of her, and it's wrong that we're in a place in our society that's the case. But you could imagine them thinking like, look, this is a high risk, high reward move if we go for it. We're up by whatever we're up by. Let's just pocket the W and live to fight another day.
Yeah, and I think implications of the election. I think if you're a Democrat, you think Harris won this debate. If you're a Republican, I think you think Mike Pence won this debate. And if you're in the margins, I think that you're probably in the same spot that you were before the debate.
You were bored as hell by this.
Yeah, and to Hasan's point, how the fuck are you undecided at this point? To me, if you're undecided, you're not voting. And if you're undecided right now, I just don't know where you've been for months.
No. Undecided voters at this stage are like it's a.
They didn't watch this debate.
Yeah, they're also
true.
The real voting block is not undecided voters, but rather in this election, just like every other election, are the non-voters. And nothing that you see here is going to get them to go out and vote. They have to be carefully handled. They have to be carefully messaged to. And for some reason, neither party wishes to do that. It's like a race to. It's like a race from both ends, Democrats with their messaging or lack of messaging rather, and Republicans with their deliberate attempts to suppress the vote. It's getting to a point where like 12 people are going to be able to vote in this fucking country in the 4 upcoming election cycles if we last that long, where like it's literally just 3 people voting at this stage. And and then they govern.
But where it's gonna backfire on them is that now that Democrats are controlling the suburbs, people in the suburbs, they have their IDs, they have their ducks in a row. Like you can throw up all sorts of obstacles in their way, and they're going to still figure out how to vote. Whereas
disposable income, time on their hands, probably a better opportunity to take off work to go out and vote on a Tuesday, all that sort of stuff.
Right.
Yeah. All that kind of stuff.
So suppression is going to be less of a avenue for them if that becomes the Dem coalition.
Do you think to some degree, Ryan, this might be a ridiculous question, forgive me, but do you think to some degree the Republican deliberate attempt at voter suppression backfires a little bit by in regards to turnout?
Statistically, and this has been studied so far, it almost always has. That, well, let me put it this way: when they go for it and it becomes an issue, that election, it backfires, and there's enough Democratic turnout to wash out the voter suppression. But they've then locked in whatever voter suppression mechanism they implanted that cycle, and so it does reduce the vote the next time. Right. And you only get that effect again if they keep going for it.
Right. Okay. Good to know.
So they can structurally they can notch a structural win even if they don't win that particular cycle.
Okay, can we talk about now? I want to qualify this by what I'm about to say by, of course, starting off the conversation by once again admitting that these debates overall are not that significant. It's not even the fucking presidential debate, but the vice presidential debate. So, hold your horses, guys. Not going to move the needle one way or the other all that significantly, in my opinion. I'll reconsider that statement once I see ratings. But now that I've qualified that, I have to say it is really, really fucking awful that we have two candidates on stage. One's like, yeah, I don't give a fuck about climate change. It's not real. The other one's like, oh, we believe the science, but also not only do we believe the science, but we still will continue fracking. We love to frack. I promise you, I will kiss every fracker in this country. Now, there are electoral reasons for why you got to do that. Pennsylvania being one of the key reasons why Joe Biden has been in support of fracking since the primaries, and very rarely talks about like whether or not he would ban it or when he would actually phase fracking out by 2050. That's rarely ever mentioned on purpose. It's the biggest reason between Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders, for example, in the primaries that everyone was talking about. But it is truly an indication for someone like myself who likes to look to the future of what a Democrat-run White House would look like. It is spelling disaster. It just reminds me of Barack Obama sitting in front of that massive crowd saying, a lot of people won't know this, but a lot of people act like this isn't true, but fracking grew under my administration. Yeah. Like, that's what it reminds me of. It reminds me of Gavin Newsom saying, climate change is real, pass it on. Oh, like a month after he gave one of his friends like an allowance to go out and frack in the state of California. You know what I mean? It's the whole like Democrats saying like we love fracking, but we also love the environment, while Republicans saying we love fracking and we don't give a fuck about the environment. Like as though that dynamic will like truly change the course of history away from the inevitable cataclysmic climate disaster that we're facing right now.
Right. You can't say we are going to be led by the science and then say we absolutely will not ban fracking.
Yeah, we love the frack.
You can't say those two things. Like the science dictates a ban on fracking. Like there's no other way around it. That's what the science says. The politics are not even actually that bad. I interviewed John Fetterman today, Lieutenant Governor of Pennsylvania, who gave this interview to the Daily, the New York Times podcast. Like 8 months ago, he was like, "Be careful in Pennsylvania if you say you're going to ban fracking, it's really going to hurt you." So I asked him about that. I said, "How is that going now, by the way?" that question of fracking. He's like, nobody cares about fracking right now. It's not remotely an issue that anybody's voting on. I mean, we're in the middle of a pandemic. This maniac in the White House is just not. Nobody cares right now.
Exactly.
Like they could have been like, yeah, like we're following the science. We need to phase out fracking.
Okay, but regardless of what they say, you are nailing it, which is that's what the Rust Belt gives a fuck about, okay? A second stimulus package that is an absolute necessity, that has not been that's been deemed an absolute necessity by not just the average Joe, which of course both parties can overlook and not give a fuck about openly, but also economists are saying that we need a second stimulus package immediately. And the fact that that was not discussed, like that wasn't the main point of contention tonight, is such a fucking missed opportunity that if we were not going up against a horrible administration, if the Democrats were not running against the Trump administration that has been demonstrably catastrophic to America in the aftermath of ongoing racial strife and also, of course, economic devastation caused by a pandemic that they otherwise avoided and still continue to misinform the public on, oh my God, they would be getting fucking rolled. Like, I can't stop but think that, I can't help but notice that if Donald Trump had not destroyed his coronavirus response, he would be destroying the election right now. He would be winning. The economy would look otherwise the same. Like the economy would look pretty much the same, which he's done decently on until recently, especially from the point of the stock markets, right? Especially from the point of markets, he would be absolutely destroying the Democratic opposition right now. So we are, I guess, in a weird way, misfortunate for having Donald Trump in power, but also fortunate from the point of view of like Democrats winning no matter what.
Yeah, right. And that's the other thing. If you ride to the White House on the back of 65 plus and suburban voters, all Republicans need to do is find somebody reasonable who can say, you know what, Trump was a little bit crazy. Now, can that person get through a primary? That's going to be the interesting question.
Yeah. I feel like Republicans now with Donald Trump are going to run into the opposite problem of the Democrats in their primaries, where like Democrats have their primary audience on lock, which oftentimes is not necessarily the best candidate for the general, no matter how much they try to sell it. I think, whereas I feel like Republicans are going to run into the opposite problem of like constantly having a populace that agitates the working class Republicans that are diehard Republican voters to go out and vote for him no matter what, that will perform or at least remind people of Donald Trump. I don't know if we're jinxing it by talking about it as though Donald Trump definitely lost and got wiped by Joe Biden, but I'm just looking to the future and it.
Well, the beauty of running against Donald Trump is the fact that he consistently beats himself, which is as you said, Hasan, it's not Joe Biden beating Donald Trump. It's Donald Trump beating Donald Trump. There's a gift day after day, like I wouldn't be surprised if, I probably shouldn't say it, but like, I don't know, like Donald Trump, I just can't say it. Never mind. I'm afraid. Never mind. But you know what I mean? He make a mistake tomorrow. I'm sure I'll come out with another gaffe,
Well, yeah, he hasn't reeled it back in. This last second, like stimulus negotiations being halted by him, like him taking ownership of that was a huge misstep. Like he should be making zero mistakes right now. He cannot afford to make any mistakes whatsoever, and he keeps making mistakes. But going back to the debate, because there was a lot that we haven't talked about yet from that debate. We talked about fracking. I'm of course disappointed in Kamala because she wasn't angry enough. I wish she did. She was. I wish she like absolutely showed us a bloodbath there. But overall, what did you guys think about Mike Pence's performance?
He's clearly, he's a good debater. He was much more prepared. I mean, compared to Donald Trump, I mean, it's like night and day. He's prepared. He was able to, I think, dodge questions and pivot very successfully. There were times where she would ask him a question and he would answer the question that he had just answered, but in a different way to avoid answering the question that she asked. And the moderator didn't hold him accountable at all. So I think he was effective actually in multiple areas, including that and the fact that he dominated the moderator and was able to control the topic at times and the question that was being answered.
But you're the lib. So
I know.
to me, look,
narrative.
you were right on your opinion was reflected, or it was closer to the opinion of the broader electorate than mine in the last debate. So I'm asking you, like, did it look bad to you, or did it not look as bad as Donald Trump bullying Joe Biden mercilessly? Because I feel like Biden is a little bit, not Biden, sorry. Mike Pence is a bit more of a smooth operator than Trump is, so he could do it in a kind manner. He could interject in a much kinder capacity, and Americans respond positively to civility more than anything else.
I don't think the perception is going to be from the American people that Mike Pence completely had no regard for the rules of the debate. I think that that would be general. I mean, I think that Democrats will say that, but generally speaking, across the board, I don't think that that'll be the general feel relative to what we saw in the first debate. But I think it was clear that he definitely talked. If anything, I think that the perception is going to be that the moderator didn't take control of the debate when she should have, and unfortunately, that's just kind of where we're at.
The thing about Pence is that he's known for being an adept politician when it comes to mouthing talking points. He's gonna give it to you with conviction, with passion. He's gonna have facts that he can marshal. Very C-level or sometimes above kind of performance. The knock on him is that if he gets pressed, he's not quick. He's not adept. He doesn't have like a sharp enough intellect to kind of joust with a moderator or with somebody who's going back and forth with him. And so it would have been interesting to see what would have happened if he'd have been pushed. Say, you didn't actually answer that question.
Yeah,
could you answer the question to
That
see if
was
he got
insane,
cranky?
by the way.
Yeah.
Mike Pence literally dodged every fucking question the entire debate and would continue responding to the previous question or whatever he wanted to at any given moment. And the audacity of Mike Pence to turn around and be like, well, you're not answering the court pack question, which, by the way, was a good thing to do in the debate. I think that was a smart thing for Mike Pence to do, understandably. But that was deeply frustrating. I mean, it was so annoying. And
it's not just on Susan Page, who I think did a bad job. Like she could have done much more. But I also think it's not totally on moderators to do a good job. Like, we're not electing moderators, we're electing politicians. It's really up to Kamala to say, he didn't answer that question. Like, nothing was stopping her from saying that, and she just chose not to, because she didn't answer any questions either. And so I didn't think she didn't want the standard to start being applied to her. What she said, like, there was one question that said something about should Joe Biden, something about Joe Biden's cognitive ability and whether he could manage. There should be a plan if he can't manage as president. And she talked about being born in Oakland and how like her mother would have.
Yeah, that was terrible.
She thought about her mother the day that she was asked to be on the ticket and just filibustered for 2 straight minutes.
Well,
and you're like, what was the question? Oh,
I think the question's terrible, right?
Yeah, the questions were bad too, for sure.
That question
too,
in particular, what happened? Do you guys have a plan in place for your old elderly running mate when they inevitably kill over? Like, the American people don't want to hear that. Of course, the vice president's not going to or candidate isn't going to answer that question the way that it was written. I think it was a terrible question.
I think a great way to answer every single question that was that Mike Pence tried to launch towards Kamala Harris, including the court packing, would have been like, I don't care about court packing right now when Americans don't know if they're going to be able to put food on their tables by the end of this month, and your president is gambling with their lives. That is a incredible fucking talking point and an opportunity that Donald Trump literally soft served the Democratic Party and their fucking campaign. And the fact that this was not manipulated and used to their own goals every fucking moment is insane to me. It makes me very disappointed in the Democratic Party. This is what I mean when I say they cannot channel the frustration that everyday Americans feel because they're so fucking out of touch. And even in moments where they have every opportunity to take advantage, every opportunity to like win, even if they don't give a fuck to win, they can't pull through. God damn it, dude. I'm sick and fucking tired of these people. And I'm sick and tired of like allowing the media to do their work for them. Like they're so used to people like even S.E. Cupp right now who's saying Pence is mansplaining, interrupting, and condescending. And General Smarmimus is at an 11 tonight. No wonder suburban women have left the Republican Party in droves. I'm sorry. I don't think suburban women left the Republican Party because of the mansplaining. I think that if that was a problem, they probably wouldn't have fucking voted overwhelmingly for Donald Trump in 2016. I think suburban women left because they started recognizing that the Trump administration was devastating for not just suburban women, but just people across the board. That's why they just did not want that chaos in their lives anymore. I think that's a much more reasonable answer, because otherwise they would have fucking voted against Donald Trump in 2016 as well.
I will say, though, I don't think his pussy-grabbing tendencies help him, really.
No, of course not. Of course
they definitely
not.
don't help. I mean, maybe it helps him get over the edge, just a little bit.
Of course not. It doesn't help. Obviously, it doesn't help. My point always has been, it's correct. That take is correct, okay? But it's not a helpful one. Because I think you're using your energy on the wrong thing. Talk about what is impacting every American's lives right now. There are so many better talking opportunities. So like for you to craft a messaging strategy around like, how Mike Pence was bullying you and being a misogynist is such silly and such typical textbook Democrat that it makes me very, very frustrated. And I hope people don't misunderstand what I'm trying to say here, because I do understand that is real. That is a real problem, that Mike Pence absolutely is mansplaining, cutting her off, and truly engaging in toxic masculinity. I get that. I just know that women themselves don't even give a fuck about that.
I think you're right, actually. I think that the only who that really works for is people that are already voting for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Right, but I think they were just trying to keep them engaged and get them donating and get them make sure they go out and vote. And yeah, I think you're right. I think it was to appeal to people who were already Biden or strongly leading Biden to be like, you know what, fine, yes, I'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
One of the best moments for the left, at least, was Kamala refusing to take the bait on the court packing question. And that's all that Fox is talking about tonight. And it's all the right wing I'll talk about for the next couple of days. And I think it's a loser issue for them. They think that they're going to be able to like make some significant hay out of the possibility that Biden is going to pack the Supreme Court, but with who? Like their evangelical voters are already turning out for them, so they're not going to, they're not going to increase margins there, and Democrats are totally fine with that. So the more that they say that Biden might do that, the more you're going to tell Democrats that maybe I actually might as well get out and vote for him. It's quite something that an institutionalist like Joe Biden, who's been in the Senate since 1972, is willing to keep open the possibility of packing the court, and it's a real signal that we're in a new era of politics. And Biden is, he's just a politician, so he's going to slide wherever he thinks the center is. He doesn't care one way or another, and if he thinks that the only way he's going to have a legacy as a successful president is blowing up the filibuster and packing the court so that he can get an agenda through rather than just be stonewalled like he watched his boss be, then I think it's possible he'll do it. And I don't think they're going to be that Fox is going to be able to scaremonger the issue very well.
And I think that the Republicans are losing on the talking points that are most important to the voters at this point in the campaign. And so when you see Republicans land a hit, I don't think it really is effective because currently the Democrats are controlling the narrative, the news cycle narrative, the coronavirus,
right?
The economy. Yeah.
And it just sounds like whining. Like anybody who's paying attention enough to know what packing the court is also knows that Mitch McConnell held open a Supreme Court seat for a year so that he could, block Obama from appointing a justice, and is now ramming through a new justice, completely flipping on his previous doctrine. So it just sounds like lame whining to say that, oh, they're gonna pack the court. It's like who's complaining over it? You guys are complaining about busting norms? The hell out of here.
Yeah,
and for most people, they're not paying any attention at all to an issue like that.
I wish someone would call that out. Like I just, that's my frustration, is that like they're not doing that. They're not doing that enough, and they're just letting the Trump administration speak for itself. Like they're letting the Trump administration fumble the bag on their own, and I don't know. She
went back to Abraham Lincoln to say that he was this responsible steward of the Supreme Court who didn't fill a seat in the last month of the 1964 election. Abraham Lincoln packed the Supreme Court before that. He didn't need to. And he literally packed the Supreme Court. I was like, what? Okay.
Well, regardless of Abraham Lincoln, like, why the fuck won't you just go back to Merrick Garland? Like, you don't need to go anywhere else. It is remarkable that make Mike Pence look like a fucking asshole for trying to pull Supreme Court seats from like the fucking 18th century. Make him look like an asshole by being like, what are we talking about here? Okay. Back then, half those times, like, I was not considered a full human being, and you're over here talking about this shit when we should instead be talking about literally the last election cycle, not the 2018 primaries, but midterms, but the last election fucking cycle where, with 100 days remaining, it was in a presidential year, Mitch McConnell robbed a Supreme Court seat, and now for a fact that the American people are not going to vote for Donald Trump again, so you're afraid, so you're just trying to cheat your way into another Supreme Court seat. Like, that's not democratic at all. Let the American people decide. Why are you not saying this? Like, there should never, ever, ever have been even a conversation about court packing or anything like that. Leave it up. Leave it on the table. Who cares? Democrats love never taking a position on any sort of issue, leaving it vague anyway. So leave that shit vague, but talk about like what actually matters, where Republicans are truly failing the American people. There was another thing that I wanted to talk about, but what else was it? With criminal justice, there was some missed opportunities there, obviously. Of course, it is really sad that both Kamala Harris and the Republicans are advocating for nearly identical things. At least on messaging, they literally both say it's bad apples. So that's not that much of a distinction there. When you hear the historic black woman vice president on a ticket talk about like criminal justice reform or rather police reform in nearly identical terms as the Republican candidate saying, well, it's just like, bad cops that make it worse for good cops as well. That is frustrating for me. Like, you have to talk about accountability. Like, accountability should be key. They talked a little bit about like banning chokeholds and stuff. Those proposals are really bad. Like, I think that those are outdated. Overall, I don't like it as policy. I don't like it as politics. I wish they would go a little bit further. And as I mentioned, then Kamala Harris could have utilized her background as a prosecutor to say Daniel Cameron, who is Mitch McConnell's protege, absolutely did a disservice to the court, that did a disservice to the criminal justice system, so much so that in an unprecedented manner, grand jury members were talking about how we need like the people to know what was presented to us.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's just not enough. Obviously, there are big differences with like Mike Pence literally saying systemic racism does not exist, but I don't know.
And then citing a bunch of racial disparity stats in Kamala's prosecution, well, as DA and as state attorney general. So if there's no systemic racism, his only remaining possibility is that he's saying Kamala herself is personally motivated by racism, which is kind of interesting line of argument for him.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't need to make sense. They're just flinging shit and seeing what sticks. That's unfortunately an all too successful Republican strategy throughout these debates. Usually, is just they just kind of throw it up on the board, and it works. So, I mean, I guess it doesn't work. Oh yeah, the other one was Trump has Jewish grandkids, so him supporting neo-Nazis in the way that he did is all right, I guess, or he just can't. He just can't support neo-Nazis. Anyway, that was great. I wish I guess the Russia focus was a little annoying for me personally, but I don't know. It's just overall, I think that it's still, it's not going to change anything because it's the vice presidential debate anyway. But, but whenever I look at these sorts of things, I also look at it from a messaging point of view and what that says about the Democratic Party and their strategies in general. And that's why I get so frustrated, despite the fact that it's not all that significant. And most people, like you guys also pointed out, will be talking about the fly, and also we'll be talking about, Mike Pence's eye that's bleeding and how much he mansplained and talked over Kamala Harris. So, yeah.
Yep. Sounds right.
You guys have anything else?
My dad, again, this is from Liberal America. My dad texted me and says, "Did you see the fly? Your fly is showing shit attracts," is what he said. Is what he said to me. Even my parents who are in their 60s, it is, I'm telling you, it's the headline of the debate is the fly.
Yeah, my mom sent me throwing up emojis that said, "This guy is making me sick." Bullshit. Angry face, angry face, angry face. He is lying to a little child. This was in response to when the kid was asking a question, or like she was reading the kid's question. She is too soft-spoken, and I hate this constant Joe this, Joe said that. She did not like that Kamala Harris was running defense for Joe Biden so much, which I kind of agree with her. Obviously this is the VP debate, so it's always going to be my daddy this, my daddy that, my daddy could beat up your daddy. That's usually the energy that you get from these sorts of debates. But overall, I wanted Kamala to paint a different vision, to be a balancing act for Joe Biden from a more center left perspective. But I guess I was expecting too much. I mean, I didn't think that she was going to do that, but I was hoping that she would do that. I was hoping for, once again, something that she is not, just like I hope Joe Biden is someone that he is not.
I think they're just, I like what Ryan said. They're playing it safe, very much playing it safe. And I think that, she probably held back for that reason, just to play it safe. And, they've got to feel like a healthy lead and don't want to make any disastrous mistakes.
Yeah, and I don't think there's ever been a vice presidential debate that anybody thinks had any influence on the outcome of the election.
I don't even remember the last one.
Days.
Yeah, again, I don't know. Donald Trump was going to come out in blackface or something tomorrow or something, and that's what the news headline is going to be. He's going to take his mask off and be in blackface.
You can put a wig on and wear blackface and be like, "I'm Kamala, look at me. I'm Kamala." like
He might.
I mean, dude, literally everything that they could do horribly wrong they have done so far, so that's not outside of the realm of possibility in my mind.
The Biden campaign is capitalizing on this fly meme. Like, they've already got fly swatters in their store. They've got multiple. They've got the Fly Will Vote domain that redirects to I Will Vote. I think they're making the most out of it, honestly.
Yeah, because there's an idea out there which I actually subscribe to, which is that the best way to deal with like an authoritarian or a dictator is to laugh at them. Like the way that you strip somebody of their power, like a Trump or Trump administration, is mockery, not outrage, not chalkboards ginning up conspiracies. You laugh at them. Everybody laughing at the king, and all of a sudden he just crumbles. And people are laughing like crazy at him right now.
Yeah. I mean, I thought historically Republicans have been the funny ones, or the people that we've laughed at more. I think that the Democrats sort of taken a play out of the Republicans' playbook a little bit here, and
right, yeah, it's surprising almost,
and doing a good job of it. I actually think they're actually doing a pretty good job. Yeah, they're usually it's super when Democrats do it. Admittedly, it's super cringe.
Yeah,
and I know SNL is going to capitalize on this, and it's going to be all about Kamala and her, her look, her expressions, her I'm talking. That's what SNL is going to be about, and it's going to be painful, and that's just what they're going to do. But this is actually pretty funny with the Joe Biden and the fly swatter thing.
Yeah, it's good. It's good that they're capitalizing on it. It's the only thing that is the only thing that was like memorable.
Oh, and the fly too. The fly, and then I if I'm SNL, I bet Jim Carrey comes back with the fly swatter and hits whoever's playing Mike Pence over the head with it. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of how they do it.
Yeah.
Hey, you know who's happy about this debate? Lecture fan. Oh yeah.
Okay, dude. Come on. Who cares? Jesus Christ, dude. Come on.
He's feeling it, dude. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, everybody stop saying the flies Pence's only black friend. Like, you're just exposing yourself for how fucking Caucasian you are with repeating that fucking tweet that you saw, okay? On the timeline. That's it. Like, everybody who keeps coming in here and is like, oh my God, the flies Mike Pence's only black friend. It's so funny. Okay, got it. All right, I got it. You're white. You think that's a funny joke. I'm aware. Okay?
Also, do not do the Black Lives Matter joke either. That's also bad.
Oh, they've already. Oh, Ryan, they're there already. Oh, they're there. Oh, they're there already. Anyway,
Go on, step up your joke game.
No, here's how Democrats win. Okay, by comparing flies, insects to black people, and also talking about how much they love to frack. I mean, oh my God, this is the winning strategy. I think this is how you put together a winning coalition. Thank God Donald Trump is fucking garbage. Holy shit. Otherwise, I don't know what the fuck we would be doing here right now. Anyway, okay. Yeah, no, Mike Pence was rotting on stage, which is kind of weird. I don't know why no one was calling that out, but thank God for the plexiglass, I guess. So, okay. Well, if you guys have nothing else going on.
That's all I got.
That's it.
It's understandable that it wasn't all that memorable. Like, it's understandable that there wasn't more to talk about from this debate because it is the vice presidential debate.
Right.
So
if Saturday Night Live even bothers to do it, people will be like, oh, yeah, there was that debate.
Yeah. It's forgettable. Forgettable, which is a win for the Biden campaign again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By default.
So what do you think about the future, though? Do you think that the second debate is going to happen?
Unless it's over Zoom, why would Joe Biden agree to that?
I don't
know. They're talking about doing it outdoors, but
absolutely not.
Like, who wants to be anywhere near?
Are you ready?
This?
Are you ready for this, Ryan? I was thinking about this while I was in the shower earlier this morning. I was thinking about this. The only way that Joe Biden should be willing to debate is if Donald Trump is in a bubble like Bubble Boy.
Yes.
I think optics on that look terrible for Donald Trump. Or if he's in like a little plexiglass container, I think that they should just be like, oh no, I'd love to debate Jack. I'd love to debate Jack, but you got to be in a bubble like Bubble Boy. So that's what
Is he clear if he gets a negative test? Like, has he gotten a negative test yet? They say he's not showing any symptoms.
But who would believe it?
That's a good point.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I guess that's not enough though. Like if he does get a negative, test, or at least like 2 in a row, I think that people will be forced. Like they'd be forced to be around Biden. But they've already lied. They won't even tell. They won't even mention if they won't even mention if Donald Trump was already positive when he did the debate the first time. Like he was trying to assassinate Joe Biden. Insane. But yeah, you bet your ass if he does test negative, we will hear about it. We will be the first to hear about it from our brilliant leader, who is definitely having a normal one, definitely very healthy, defeated coronavirus in 2 days. And what is a better representation than defeating coronavirus than not even being in front of any cameras whatsoever outside of like 5-minute outside of like being in front of cameras for 5 minutes in a pre-recorded Twitter video.
Was he breathing hard in that one? I haven't seen it yet.
He was wheezing a little bit by the end of it, but it's just like, it's so silly to think that like Mr. I can't fucking stop being on television all of a sudden can't even fucking call into Sean Hannity for like 2.5 hours. Really? If he's doing so well for 2.5 uninterrupted hours, he can't call into Sean Hannity? No, he's not doing fucking well. There's no way. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
What do you think, Ryan?
What'd you say? I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, you
to
were
that
not
last
listening.
part.
Okay, it's fine. I said that I think that if Donald Trump was doing well, he would be constantly calling into like Sean Hannity, Fox and Friends, wherever the fuck he can.
Oh, of course, 1,000%.
And the fact that he's not doing that is an implication that he is not, an indication that he's not doing well at all.
Right. Yeah, Donald Trump is totally fine. Here are a few snippets of staged video plus completely maniacal tweets that are up. Like, he's always perfectly channeling his mind onto his Twitter feed, and his mind is obviously not right now. And he's in some weird mania delirium. So we can tell that like off the bat. And the fact that he's not calling in to Fox and Friends for an hour.
Yeah.
He's roided out.
No, what you simply failed to recognize is that he's not obese. He's got big bones, and also, best lung scans in the game. They just don't want to show it because Americans would be jealous if they saw how perfectly healthy his lungs were. Nothing screams like a picture of health when your fucking dipshit doctor crew is scrambling to put together a consistent message about how well you're doing on national television.
And maybe his brush with death has had him reflect on his life choices, and he's just decided that spending his precious moments on this earth talking to the people on Fox and Friends just isn't where he's going to find his meaning.
Yeah. He's done. He's done with Fox and Friends now. He's just trying to be a good leader and lead the country. He learned from his mistakes. Anyway, Ryan, I don't want to hold you for any longer. If you're.
Yeah, I should hit it. It's always great to see you guys.
Thank you, Ryan.
This
Pleasure.
was awesome.
Everybody go and plug that podcast again. Let's go to Intercept and subscribe to the Deconstructed podcast. Actually, don't go to the Intercept. You go to wherever you get a podcast.
Damn, Ryan, you're doing a great job plugging your podcast. Literally, by the way, Ryan is not doing a good job selling his own podcast, but like literally one of the most popular political podcasts out there right now. Probably like always on the top of the leaderboards, and it's brilliant. It's really informative. I am super stoked to hear your conversation with Dave Weigel coming up. I love Dave. I think he's also very smart. Can't wait to, as always, steal information from that and make it seem like I came up with it on my own. Even though the Alaska thing I did see and did talk about earlier today.
There you go.
Thank you. That's Ryan Grimm, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Author also of We've Got People.
Thank you, Ryan.
And brilliant all around Washington, D.C. bureau chief of The Intercept. So very cool to have him on always. Austin, you got any more takes, or are you also out?
I'm fresh out of takes. I need to get some good sleep so I can wake up and check the polls.
I'm really proud of you. I'm really proud of you. I think you're.
Thank you.
You have grown so much as a pundit.
Thank you.
In the period of time that I've known you, I'm not even kidding. You actually bring good insight into the conversation.
Thank you.
And you're not just like repeating facts that you heard, like just so you can come across as like someone who knows what they're talking about. You're not doing that anymore. You used to do that back in the day.
Yeah, I definitely have been. I'm definitely really into the election cycle right now. Like I was telling Hasan, I'm living my life like a 75-year-old retiree. I wake up at 6:30 in the morning. I roll over. I open up my phone. I check the polls. I go to the gym. I get back. I'm ready for when the daycare opens at 11 a.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. Eastern. I'm an offliner. I am super libbed up. I'm so horny for the headlines. I'm a little depressed right now because the debate's over and it was the highlight. Well, I thought it was like the peak of the week. I hope some really juicy news comes out by the end of the week, and hopefully, I don't know. I kind of want to see another debate.
Me too.
I really want to see another debate. I really want to see, Joe and Trump go at it. And by the way, in post, I will finish with this. I actually think that the polls moved in favor of Joe Biden after the last debate, which was unexpected, I think, by everybody. And I think the reason for that is the fact that, again, the bar was set so low for Joe Biden. And a lot of people thought that this was sort of the going to be the turning point in favor of Donald Trump, and it wasn't. And I think that it sort of led to actually moving the needle in favor of Joe Biden because of how much of just a crazy psycho Donald Trump looked like. So I think things are really good. I'm feeling really good about it. We don't know what's going to happen, but a lot of positive signs, and I'll continue watching.
I think that it was a little too close to call there with how close it was to like Donald Trump's like COVID revelation, but still people were saying that they appreciated Joe's performance because of how much they hated Trump's performance, which is understandable. He really fucked it all. He really fucked it up over and over again.
The thing is a lot of Americans look back to that debate and they were so frustrated with how annoying and just crazy it was. And I think they point the finger at Donald Trump for that. I think a lot of people do. So it's a victory for the Biden campaign. And I think another victory tonight where the fly sort of takes the headlines and will be on the front page of every major newspaper in the country come tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure.
Fly wins the debate. Thank you, Hasan, for having me.
Austin, shout out your channel.
Yes.
That's the end of the road for you.
Yes, twitch.tv/Austin Show. I have a show this Sunday. Lover host.
Hell yeah. Who's on it?
Carl Jacobs. Poggers.
Is that another like Minecraft guy? Like a Minecraft superstar?
Yes, a Minecraft superstar.
Can't wait for another 200K debate show that breaks Twitter.
I don't know. We'll see what happens. Okay, thank you so much, Hasan, for having me.
All right. Once again, thank you for coming on, Austin.
Yes,
always a pleasure.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so it's time for us to be together alone and go through everything that we just saw. Can you address how radical Christian extremism causes voters to fall in line with anyone who's anti-abortion, pro-white supremacy, anti-science? No, not right now. Okay, let's take a look. I missed you, Chad. I haven't been able to pay attention to
Original
you.
co-sponsors of in the United States Senate.
Wait, they were just like, are they replaying the debate or something? All right, let's see what the fuck people are saying. Oh, undecided voters!
The men tended to be much more decisive, much more emotional about what they strongly agreed with, and they went up quite a few times.
Fake.
I'm going to start back here with Dennis. Dennis,
undecided voters are fake.
This was a strong reaction from the men as much as anyone, but the women as well strongly reacted when Kamala Harris went on the attack and said, look, the president knew very early on, before the American public, that indeed COVID was dangerous, and he hid that from the public. What did you think of that response?
Well, hiding it from the public, or perhaps trying to protect the public from fear, maybe the terms that I might use. But I will also say that, in talking about the large number of deaths that we had, if we look at Americans in general, we're not really a whole bunch of conformists, and so I think we may have contributed to that, not because the president didn't take any specific action or enough action, but perhaps because we independently maybe didn't think it was necessary or hadn't bought into the seriousness.
Let me follow up with you, talking about the American public sort of wanting to have things their own way, and they don't always follow all the...
That's why we need a stronger government to make rules. That's why. Because of guys like that, okay?
See him wearing a mask often. Do you think he played into the American idea that, like, I don't have to do this?
Well, I think some Americans might have read that. For sure, is that it wasn't serious in that respect. But let's face it, Pence was thrown into the limelight when he started running the coronavirus task force, and it was very straightforward. They had the science there. They had the facts and the science, and they seemed to be working with it.
Okay.
I trusted it.
Thank you very much for your answer. We're going to go to Anessa.
What?
Anessa, what did you think of Kamala Harris's, Senator Harris's response when she said, you all knew this and you kept it from us and put Americans in danger?
I think it was valid of her to bring up. However, I don't necessarily agree that that the president was jeopardizing Americans. I feel like Americans do their own research. They're well aware of what was going on with the virus. And I think Trump did, as soon as he was aware of the severity of it, I mean, they did put together a task force. They did what they could. So that's what I think.
Okay, and that's how you feel. Joseph, I'm gonna go to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what the fuck they're doing at CNN, but I would like to remind you once again that none of these people, and absolutely none of them, have. First of all, they're so far removed from reality, but they're also not reflective of the overall opinion and attitude of the American public. If you look at the fucking polls, well, no wonder. They're also an insanely tiny group of people. But also, if you look at the polls, like, the overwhelming majority think Trump mishandled it, okay?
Preventative, except staying at home when we knew that it was really bad, and we knew it was bad early.
Okay.
And to blame it on China, it's our fault because we didn't do our own research and we didn't push to make sure that we were protecting the American people, and just being upfront and letting us make the decision. Telling us that it's going away, it's going to be fine, is not acceptable.
Do you feel like you were lied to?
Yes.
Okay.
We were.
So you heard there sort of the differing ideas of how this went down, but that was a very, very strong reaction from this group. Wolf.
Sarah, do the voters there with you think there was a clear winner tonight?
I'm going to ask that question. Show of hands. How many of you think that there was a clear winner tonight in this debate? 1, 2, 2 out of 10.
Undecided people are so undecided.
Only 2 out of 10. So there's your answer, Wolf. Only 2 out of 10 people thought there was a clear winner, and I'm going to ask them now who they think there was. How many of you think that Vice President Pence won this debate? Raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 people out of 10. How many of you think Kamala Harris won this debate? Senator Harris, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's a tie. 4 people think, and then there are obviously people, we only have 8 people who think so. The other people who have not raised their hands, it was a wash. But 4 people think Kamala Harris won this debate, and 4 people out of 10 think that Vice President Pence won the debate.
Yeah,
Wolf?
very interesting indeed. Sarah, thank you. Thank the
These are
voters
so
for us as
stupid.
well. Coming up, we're going to get the first results of our instant poll of debate.
Listen, these are so stupid, but they're so fun to watch because of how stupid they are, okay? They're so insanely dumb, but they're only fun to watch because of how dumb they are.
Well,
Speaking of fucking idiotic, speaking of idiots, one of the worst, one of the most annoying black conservatives ever to have ever existed. I don't even know his fucking name, but every time he's on, I lose brain cells. And then, of course, Sarah Huckabee Sanders is pop over here. Let's see what they have to say.
Her tonight, and he had to do it in a way that was convincing that she could not be vice president. That did not happen. She had
I need a drink.
Guys,
I need a drink.
second.
I need a drink.
I'm a Republican.
You didn't see the same thing I saw.
Well, let me bring up something else here. This did not come up tonight. She is now for defunding the police. She compared ICE to the KKK. She, in the debate with Joe Biden, accused Joe of coddling the reputations of segregationists like Robert Byrd. She said she wouldn't be a member of the U.S. Senate if those men that Joe Biden praised had their way. She also, by the way, supported this Minnesota Defense Fund.
She blocked Tim Scott on the police reform bill. She blocked Tim Scott on the police reform bill, Geraldo. What about that?
This
Did
is
you see
now
the same
substance.
debate?
Governor
That's
Huckabee.
a good point. I think that Governor Huckabee's point is a better point, that whenever the Republicans ask Donald Trump if he's going to give up his seat, just hit the Democrats and say, you haven't allowed Donald Trump a minute of peace in the whole time he's been president. You've, with this phony Russia hoax, you've tried your best to undermine him. What's that impeachment? When you should have been concentrating on COVID, you were worried about this phony
Governor
impeachment.
Huckabee, last
I think
word.
that the Republicans have a way to hit back.
Governor.
I feel like I'm debating Kamala Harris and Mike Pence right now. Let me just add this. I think the most amazing thing that I wish somehow could have come out tonight is asking Kamala Harris, you went to the hospital bed in Wisconsin of a man who was accused of sexual assault of a woman when you said we ought to believe the women. How come you didn't believe that one? But when 2 cops in your own state were shot in the face by a cowardly thug, why didn't you go to the hospital room? And then you said you were proud of the man in Wisconsin who was accused of sexual assault. Were you proud of the 2 cops in your own state? And if you weren't, why weren't you?
I love that they're like, you did this symbolic thing that's overall bullshit for this one issue, and we know it's symbolic. Why didn't you do that same symbolic bullshit in this other situation? You know both of them are fucking empty. Just talk about the advocacy. Talk about what kind of legislation they're going to pass. Look at these fucking geriatric morons jerking each other off. God damn, dude.
Geraldo, come on. Now, according to instant polls that have come out, Vice President Pence overwhelmingly won tonight's debate. It wasn't even close. In a poll on the Drudge Report, Vice President is polling 70% to Harris's 30%. Another flash poll put out by WGN, they had 69% Mike Pence, 29% for Kamala Harris. Joining us now with more reactions to tonight's debate is South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem. Governor, let me pick up where Mike Huckabee left off. Kamala Harris did say she believed Joe Biden's accusers. She did have that now infamous line that I was that little girl, a victim of Biden's anti-school integration, and he didn't want his kids going to schools that were integrated, that were, quote, racial
and here's
jungles.
Some evidence to back that up.
She did accuse.
What winning the debate means,
this is why America's divided, okay?
From where you went.
Look at these instant polls, dude.
Before the debate of both candidates and after. Look at the progress that Harris made. Before the debate, 56% said they had a favorable opinion of her. After the debate, 63%. She increased her favorability by 7%. Mike Pence held steady. He didn't lose any ground, but he didn't make up any ground. 41% before the debate favorable, 41% after the debate favorable. The critical question for a VP candidate, are they qualified to be president? Can they step into that top job? 63%, nearly 2/3 of debate watchers will say yes, Kamala Harris is ready and qualified to be president. And Mike Pence.
Kamala Harris is more qualified to be president than Joe Biden is, dude. And so is Mike Pence than Donald Trump. Like, this is a unique circumstance where, like, the main guys running the show are less qualified overall and just worse off for the country's future than the VPs. Even though Mike Pence is still horrible, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, in comparison to Donald Trump.
Leaned on the CDC and the FDA to help him get reelected by getting a vaccine out or therapeutics out or whatever, to the point that people who work at the CDC and FDA are worried about their agencies being tainted. One of the interesting moments was Vice President Pence telling Senator Harris not to play politics with the coronavirus vaccine.
I mean, it was the ultimate brazen move by the vice president. You know, we're used to seeing and hearing the guy at the top of the ticket project. That's kind of one of his moves, that when there's something happening to him or something that is, you know, either bad or a liability or just generally things that happened, he says, okay, that this is happening to somebody else. And that's exactly what Vice President Pence did tonight. I mean, the idea that he had the gall to say to Senator Harris, please don't stop playing politics with the corona or with people's lives about the coronavirus is, I mean, I don't know how she held it together to not respond to that one.
You know what really strikes me about that moment in particular, but several other moments in tonight's debate? Mike Pence says exactly the same thing that Donald Trump says, but in a more polished demeanor. They're not on different pages on the substance of these issues. And that's actually one of the reasons Mike Pence has remained in such good standing with this president. It's the way that he says it, but
He's right. And more people respond positively to that. He's right. Mike Pence is just as evil and just as vicious as Donald Trump. He's less charismatic than Donald Trump, but ultimately, what? Champagne socialist bitch, you're the worst. My boy is always right. Okay. Kind of weird. But anyway, he's more polished and therefore more appealing to liberals and I would even go so far as to say people in the suburbs.
Ago, questioned an actual scientist telling him that climate change is contributing to wildfires in California and in the West. The president was on national television and said, you know, I don't think the science really knows anything about this.
By the way, while he was in California dealing with the wildfires.
California after ignoring the wildfires for several weeks. Look, just because it's being said with a pleasant demeanor doesn't mean that it's true. And that was one of those clear cases where
Mike Pence do tonight. Here are my top 10 whoppers from the vice presidential debate. At the outset of the debate, the vice president said Donald Trump put a ban on travel from China. He said it again later in the debate. It's false. There was no ban. More than 40,000 people flew from China into the U.S. in the 2 months after that so-called ban was put in place. The vice.
Come on, Mandy. Why you gotta have Zerlina Maxwell on, dude? Like on your first episode, too? No, not better, Hasan, chat.
The president said Donald Trump has been standing up to China from the outset of this crisis. A lie. He said the Chinese were doing a, quote, very good job fighting the virus, in fact. The vice president said the administration always warned there could be 200,000 dead. We always warned that would be the case. False. The president in February said the cases would soon go down to zero. Zero. The vice president said the strategic national stockpile was empty when they came into office. False. They inherited 19,000 ventilators from the Obama administration. The vice president said the White House event to celebrate Judge Amy Coney Barrett's nomination to the Supreme Court was an outdoor event. Yeah, but there were indoor events too, without masks, on camera. Yeah, don't believe your own lying eyes. The vice president said Joe Biden plans to end fracking. If only, Mike Pence, if only, but false. No, Biden will allow, sadly, existing fracking to continue. The vice president said, quote, Joe Biden has been a cheerleader for communist China for decades. That's just too dumb to even fact.
I forgot to mention that. That's pretty awesome. I love that line. But most importantly, I don't understand how you don't have a well thought out, well crafted counter to that. Like, oh yeah? Yeah, you think I'm a dentist? So here's the thing. Who went overseas? It's not like the Democrats or the Republicans were literally like forcing American capital to move its manufacturing overseas. It was the corporations. So don't fucking tell me that, like, I'm on board with China or whatever and, like, want China to thrive while simultaneously advocating for a fucking billionaire who manufactured everything in China, okay, and still does to this day, whose daughter manufactures all her shit in China. You are literally the wealthy and the corporations that decided to move their manufacturing overseas. Like, you can't say it's just the Democrats or the Republicans. It's the people that It's absolutely the corporations that decided to take advantage of that. Okay? It's total fucking cope. And not only that, but you turned around. And then on top of that, what? Lol, champagne shows you, bitch, you're the worst. My boys always are. Also, please tell me where I can get that hat. No. Suck my dick. But not only that, but also, you turned around and gave those corporations and the wealthy who made out like bandits from that move, from moving manufacturing overseas, you gave those guys massive tax cuts. Unacceptable.
Check. The vice president said he and Trump have a plan to protect pre-existing conditions. False. The Trump administration has literally been in court trying to scrap protection for pre-existing conditions. The vice president said President Trump reveres all of you who serve in the armed forces, he said, looking down the barrel of the camera. Lie. The late John McCain, among others, may disagree with that. Finally, the biggest lie of the night from the vice president, that he and Donald Trump have always told the truth to the American people. Ha!
Manty's at his best when he's ripping people. CNN in 2016, who won the VP debate? Pence by 48, came by 42. I mean, yeah, it doesn't really matter because Kamala Harris is better than Kane is, and Joe Biden is better than Hillary. And also, everybody knows what the fuck Donald Trump represents now, so. Tim Kaine sucks so bad. Okay, let's watch Fox News.
Back to my original question about the things that, you know, when you run for president, you have a record on all of these issues. And then we've seen that record and her stance on them changing over time. So there's no doubt she's going to be asked about that tonight. Can you give us some insight into what she might say to justify why she was for Medicare for all then and is not for it now, for example?
Well, there's a classic parlor game of trying to find a little bit of daylight between running mates. And if people want to play that game, we could look into why an evangelical Christian like Mike Pence wants to be on a ticket with the president caught with a porn star, or how he feels about the immigration policy that he called unconstitutional before he decided to team up with Donald Trump. If folks want to play that game.
Honestly, this is exactly how you operate. This is how Republicans operate. This is how debate lords operate. I don't know why more Democrats don't do this. I hate to hand it to La Rata, but his rat-like tactics in this circumstance were it was good. Good job on the rat-like tactics.
Game, we could do it all night, but I think what most Americans want to hear about is, are our families going to be better protected than they have been by this president who's failed to secure America in the face of one of the most dangerous things ever to happen to our country?
Pretty good. What's wrong with being a porn star? Absolutely nothing wrong with being a porn star. But if you're a fucking evangelical Christian, it's a little different. From your worldview, I don't think you're too fond of porn stars. The hypocrisy of it all. You live there, you can literally see your apartment from the screen. Actual real good take on manufacturing, no cap, but what would you say to the response to a corporation's job is to make profit, so they just pursue that goal? A corporation's job is to make profit, and a government's job is to protect its citizens. A government's job is not to destroy labor unions. A government's job is to let labor unions flourish so they have more power, so they can actually collectively bargain to ensure that such moves don't happen. A government has destroyed its own responsibility in that circumstance. Both parties have. Anyway. The biggest issue was during the China travel ban. In fact, they were coming in from Europe the whole time. I fucking hate that talking about because it didn't work anyway. I know. Like, the greatest example is, you really think it worked? Are you trying to sell me? Are you trying to sell me on this idea that, like, can you sit here and tell me right now, look me dead in the fucking eyes and tell me that 211,000 Americans died and that's good? That's successful? Say it. Say it with your fucking mouth. I want to hear the words come out of your fucking mouth that 211,000 Americans died and that's success. Say it. It's over. There is no fucking way Mike Pence or Donald Trump or anyone says that. Actually, Donald Trump might. Oh yeah? You think the China travel ban was effective? Well, say that. Say that your response was so effective that it's all right that 211,000 Americans died so far. Yeah, say 211,000 Americans died and that's success. Say it. Anyway. Warren is convinced because Harris didn't hit back too hard, defying the angry black woman stereotype. No, that's definitely the reason. I mentioned it already. Like, people say it's not failure. Fauci said we don't need masks in March. Okay, what about in May? What about in April? What about in June? What about in July? What about in August? What about literally last fucking week, when this far out in the game, we already know that masks are an absolute necessity. This far out in the game, when Donald Trump was 2 days before testing positive publicly for COVID, making fun of Joe Biden for wearing a mask. What's up? Are we still back in March? People used to get lobotomies. Doctors said that lobotomies are a good way to deal with like medical complications. Are you going to go out and get a lobotomy? Do you still think that cigarettes are actually healthy for you? Oh, if a scientist says one thing at a certain point in time, I just adjust everything to that point in time. Science can never change. Exactly every COVID argument is March. Now argument like the rest of the time didn't happen. Yeah. If you're such a fucking free thinker, why didn't you decide that Fauci was wrong back then and recognize that you need masks? Fuck it, I'm saying it. Gray names should be auto banned. True.
And Senator, I want to thank you and Joe Biden for your expressions of genuine concern. And I also want to congratulate you, as I did on that phone call, on the historic nature of your nomination.
Thank you.
Oh my God, look at this. What the fuck? Dude, Fox News ads are on a different planet, dude. Pence instinctively addresses Harris's husband and audience during debate responses. Oh, pretty good. Okay, I'm going to run an ad right now. I'm going to run a 1 minute ad. Wait, was that hat $800? Whatever the fuck was going on in that hat? Crazy. All right, 60-second ad break, boys. Most of you won't see it anyway, but if you subscribe, you will not get the ad. You know what I'm saying? If you subscribe, then you duck the ad itself. You avoid the ad. You don't become one with the ad. Anyway. Have you seen Vinny voicing the fly?
God, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I fly in because I smell a little bit of a poop. But it is no poop. It is a dead man. So I sit on top of a dead man corpse and I rub my hands together like this. I rub my hands together like this. But it's hard to stand still because he keep talking. He keep talking. So I rub my hands together like this. And I fly over to the other lady. I fly to the other lady, but she said, I'm talking. And I said, oh, I'm so sorry. And I fly back to the man and I sit on top of a snowball hair and I rub my hands together like this. I rub my hands together like this. I love it. I love it. Because
this is what you look like when you do accents? Oh, you mean fucking hilarious? Yeah, I know. Thanks.
Because he smells like a dead man and he has a little dead man eyes, a little sunken dead man eyes and crusty dead man lips.
Bro, this joke should have been literally 15 seconds. It would have been funnier if it was just 15 seconds. Italiaphobia is only funny for extended periods of time if I'm doing it. And it's usually, there's like a brief moment. There's usually a brief moment where it's not funny. You know what I mean? The first 50 seconds are funny when I do Italiaphobia. And then it's not funny for like 30 seconds. And then it's funny again because of how long it's gone on for. He didn't do a good job. Dude, we need to let Haas know about his impressions. Okay. Just never do a Mexican accent, please. I don't know if I can do a Mexican accent. Ben Shabino, but everybody thought Pence spoke more, which demonstrates how effective he was. Harris's performance, which will be covered up by the Biden sycophantic media, was disastrously bad. You're acting like Trump now, only when you do it? Yes, I am exactly like Donald Trump. Sarah Cooper Pence, stop playing politics with people's lives. Trump, you better vote for me if you want a relief bill. It's true. Actually, good fucking take from Sarah Cooper for once. It's nuts how much we leave on the table, honestly. LMAO, she said 8th grader and Pence started licking his lips. The tweet that said Mike Pence's only black friend referring to the fly has already been deleted. Just do a Cholo accent. I can't do it. I can't. True, don't listen to what Chess says, boo-boo. They're just jealous. Your impressions are funny as fuck. Thank you. Thank you, Senpai Sauce. Ash Kneebot says, I want my meat in your mouth. No thanks. Ew. The fly meme is already becoming cringe. Of course it was going to become cringe. Rand Paul says the deep state planted a bug on the VP. The illegal spying is really out of control. Ugh. I just don't like when Rand Paul tries to be funny. Like, you're not funny, Rand Paul. The only thing funny about you is your fucking stupid hair and the fact that your neighbor beat the shit out of you and your ribs are literally, they're brittle. You have brittle bones. Like, that's funny to me. But everything else is just not funny. Also, one time he had to go to Canada, I think, right? Or was that Ron Paul? The fly was funny, but the memes aren't funny. Yeah, ramen noodle dick and ramen noodle hair. Why don't Dems talk about the massive wealth inequality we have on or with the Great Depression? Also thoughts on worker co-ops and Richard Wolff. Good stuff overall. I'm so proud of Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg says in the most Patrick Bateman tone. Discussing the senator's VP debate, the VP kept trying to create this picture that everything is going to be just fine in America, and she poked right through that. No, she didn't. Yeah, here you go. Kamala Harris.
Packed the Supreme Court if you don't get your way in this nomination.
There you go. They're already running it.
50 people who President Trump appointed to the Court of Appeals for lifetime appointments, not one is black. This is what they've been doing. You want to talk about packing a court?
No, the question was about packing the court. Maybe she should have just asked if she could have bought a vowel or something. Well, but true to, to be honest here,
you already know this because I am horrifically talentless, but like it really takes no talent whatsoever or no humor whatsoever to be a fucking pundit. I mean, you guys already know I'm preaching the fucking choir because you watch me and I'm a hack, but goddamn, like, how the fuck do you make millions of dollars a year being this bad at your fucking job?
This tonight is obfuscate and
she literally has writers, you know what I mean? At least I'm just like, I'm an idiot. I'm like half the time I'm like scratching my balls while I talk to you, no matter how many people are in here. Okay? I got fucking shorts on. Okay? Business up top, party in the bottom. I got shorts on right now. They are like legitimate media broadcasters with like 30 people writing for them, and that's the best you could come up with. That's shit. Actual shit. So sad. And it's only because like party affiliation is so strong that they'll just watch whatever
so many questions
hot
surrounding
slob they serve them,
which of course lead to the future of the next presidential debate. But as of now, both sides say they're willing to go forward having these negotiations tomorrow. But Wolf, many questions surrounding this. And of course, a week ago, we could not have predicted what happened with the president's health. So we're still in a very uncertain situation.
Very uncertain, and it's clearly unacceptable that the president's doctor is refusing to answer reporters' questions about the president's health 2 days in a row now. No news conference with the president's doctor. All right, Jeff, thank you very much. Let's check in with Ryan Nobles right now. So, Ryan, how's the Trump campaign reacting to tonight's debate?
Well, Wolf, the Trump campaign and Vice President Pence had a very specific goal here tonight in Utah. They wanted to get on the record a few wedge issues that they believe the Trump campaign is on the right side of and that the Biden-Harris ticket is on the wrong side of. They tried to get them on the record as it relates to fracking. You saw Senator Harris push back.
Court packing, fracking, police, defunding the police.
President Biden is not in favor of banning fracking. But the one issue where they feel that Vice President Pence scored a big victory was when he pressed Senator Harris on the issue of what a Biden administration would do as it relates to the Supreme Court. Of course, the Trump campaign firmly believes that the appointment of Amy Coney Barrett is a strong way for them to reach out to conservative voters across the country, but it could be a little dicey with moderate and liberal voters. So they're trying to shift that conversation away as to what could happen in the future. And there is a fear among Republicans that if Amy Coney Barrett's nomination goes through, that perhaps the next Democratic president, if that's Joe Biden, could just add new members to the court, liberal members to the court, that would change the balance and the scope of the court. In a post-game press conference call with the Vice President's Chief of Staff, Mark Short, and Jason Miller, who's a senior advisor, they repeatedly brought this up, saying that the fact that Senator Harris would not answer that question, even though she was repeatedly pressed on it, is a sign that Joe Biden is at least open to that idea. So, Wolf, expect this to come up over.
Are you talking about my hairline? Guys, the hairline really went like, fuck you, man.
People might have a mixed opinion as to whether or not adding more Supreme Court justices is a good idea. Most polls show that many Americans would like to see the outcome of this election before the eventual replacement to Ruth Bader Ginsburg is seated.
Are you talking about?
At the same time, though,
are you talking about him? He's
the
a
Trump
good dude.
campaign clearly wants to talk about the Supreme Court. They don't want to talk about coronavirus. Ryan, thank you very much. Anderson, back to you.
Well, thanks very much. I want to go to Andrew Yang. Andrew, I'm wondering, this is the first time we're all talking, so let's just quickly hear your headlines from the debate.
It was a tremendous night for Joe, Kamala, and the Democrats, Anderson, because of where we are in this race. Even since last week, the polls have gone sharply for Joe. According to Quinnipiac, he's up by 11 in Florida, by 5 in Iowa, which is a state that...
I swear to God, I'm not saying this because he's my friend. I think Austin would do a better job as a lib pundit than Andrew Yang. Like, that's not even a meme. That's 100%. He would... Like, this is kind of a diss on Yang in general, but like Austin would do a better job.
See? How do you see it?
Well, let me just start by saying I know Mike Pence. I've met Mike Pence. I've interviewed Mike Pence, and at one time I found him very impressive. Tonight, he made my skin crawl, and I think showed that you can be insulting without using insults. The constant interruptions, the mansplaining, the condescending to both of the women on that stage tonight, and the not answering questions, the gaslighting, I found infuriating. And if you were looking for the reasons why white suburban women have been leaving the Republican Party in droves, yes, it's the
we get it, Essie. We saw you tweet that earlier.
Corruption. It's also the tone. And Mike Pence and Donald Trump have very different styles, but I found his dismissiveness and disrespect tonight very much cut from the same cloth. And I think suburban white women voters who were watching probably heard it the same.
Scott?
First, I'd like to compliment the moderator, Susan Page. I thought she did a nice job tonight. That's
I
number
can't
one.
wait for
Number
this
two,
guy.
Republicans have been waiting for a good day.
Republican
I don't know
take
if
coming
you guys
in.
have been watching the news or not, but it hasn't been exactly a banner period for Republicans who are trying to hope for the Trump-Pence campaign to get it together. So Mike Pence came out tonight with a lot of weight on his shoulders. And yeah, he came out with a lot of weight on his shoulders, and he delivered. Republicans think he did a fine job tonight, delivering on virtually every substantive exchange. He really, I think, won the exchanges on taxes, the economy, on fracking, on the Green New Deal. I do think Harris scored some points on coronavirus and on health care, so that was good for their side. I sort of look at this through the lens of audiences. I think the audience where the Trump-Pence ticket has been bleeding a bit is senior citizens. And a lot of the latest polls that Andrew was mentioning show seniors going towards Biden. I do think seniors would have liked Mike Pence's performance tonight. I think that's the kind of Republican performance they've been looking for and that they could see themselves voting for because that's what they voted for in the past. So overall, Republicans are very happy, breathing a sigh of relief that Mike Pence got it done tonight.
You know,
listen, y'all got white suburban moms. Ask them, are they more mad at Mike Pence interrupting or are they more mad at just the Trump and Pence administration fucking over their lives? I mean, it's anecdotal overall, but like Mike Pence interrupting from a sexism point of view, I don't think that the majority of women vote that way. And the reason why I say this is because they haven't. Like, they didn't in 2016, and they just don't. My mom's mad you won't call her back. I don't ignore you, Pajama Llama.
Of policies and stats and talking points. And I think, yeah, by anyone's estimation, he seemed very clear-eyed. And same for Kamala Harris. I don't think their competence was the issue. I think you might have a different idea of who came off as more trustworthy. I'm sure that's partisan. But I think in terms of shiftiness and answering questions and trying to sort of, be forthright.
God damn, a lot of your fucking moms love Donald Trump or are QAnon supporters. I'm terrified. What the fuck? I should have never asked this question, dude. I didn't realize when I say I fucked your mom, it hit really different. Like, now I'm recognizing that like I'm half the time when I say I fuck your mom, like I was fucking your QAnon mom. This is scary. This is a scary revelation.
Kamala on the Dems, for her to seem like she could fit right into that second seat, and she passed that threshold and then some in my book. She was smart, thoughtful, empathetic, confident, competent. I think that millions of Americans became very comfortable with the idea of her as vice president tonight.
Scott, does the race change at all because of this?
I don't typically think vice presidential picks matter all that much or the debate matters all that much. I do think in this case, as you pointed out, with look, Trump's kind of a wounded duck and Biden's no spring chicken. So, I mean, both of these vice presidents' possibilities should matter to people because of the age and the health of their running mates. And so, but politically, historically, these things haven't mattered all that much. Also, look, this cake, I think, after last week and with everything else and the polarization in this race, is largely baked. I don't know how many persuadable voters are left
He's right.
And if you are left, I'm not sure if watching the vice presidential debate tonight was what was going to make up your mind. I will say this, for wobbly Republicans, for conservative seniors, for some audiences that have been very, very troubled with Trump's performance, Pence, I think, would have shored those up. So it wouldn't surprise me, Anderson, if you do see a little bit of a bounce back in some of this polling from wobbly Republicans or wobbly conservatives who've been nervous about Trump lately.
Although, SC, I mean, just the way things are going, by tomorrow, who knows what the president will have tweeted in all caps. You know, just before this debate, he put out a video, unclear when it was actually shot. The White House claims it was shot today. Some indication maybe it was shot yesterday because he said he'd gotten back to the White House the day before. You know, in which he said that for him, getting COVID is like a blessing from God. He said, you know, that he's discovered essentially a cure in remdesivir. So there's no telling what will happen tomorrow.
He's just a great entertainer, dude.
Right, and if we believe
when you put it like that, Anderson,
Republicans think this was a good
the way you like just mention Donald Trump
in the next
and the
day.
shit he does on a daily basis, it's like it's so fucked that this dude is running the country. Oh, Jesus Christ.
And so I tend to think actually this debate was very important. I think it was important for all the reasons we said, but also
what happens to my content if Trump loses? Dude, oh my God. This is my favorite line. So many people before you, my friend, and probably even smarter people than you, have inaccurately predicted that, like, once Bernie dies, I'm back to being a 1K Andy. Once Trump dies, I'm back to being a 1K Andy. I'll be a 1K Andy eventually, okay? Don't worry. It'll happen, all right? It's just like, I don't know why people constantly make these predictions. What happens to the real question is, what happens to my content if Trump wins? It's in which case it'll be difficult to fucking stream from jail on sedition charges. They said that about Chapo in 2016. Lol, don't worry, you'll be fine. I mean, I was around in 2016 as well. Ask Chad if they wanted Trump to die from COVID, LMAO. No, also, you're the one who asked me to... Where are you? You're the one who asked me to suck your dick. And you said Yang is fire. Get fucking banned, bitch.
Too little.
Just the right amount of crap.
And I do think it would be a good strategy to follow.
He brought just the right amount of crap. I'm not sure Pence wants to meet with President Trump. Maybe a call would do at this point.
They have secure video conferencing. They're the president and vice president.
Okay.
And they get
All right. All right. I'm not sure there's anyone left in the White House to actually operate put the call through. But Andrew Yang, I mean, I know we've got results from debate watchers, but do you think this, I mean, tomorrow, does this, I feel like last week's debate seems like a year ago, given all that has happened since then. By tomorrow afternoon, will anybody be talking about tonight's debate?
Well, we've had a very big week, Anderson. But I agree with Scott that I thought Mike Pence did a great job reassuring parts of the base. And at this point, our attention should be on the Senate, on these House races around the country. Because if you're looking at something like a 10 to 12 point swing, you could see Democrats win in places like Texas and Alaska that they have not won in a long time. So tonight's going to matter a lot in terms of setting the stage, not just for the top of the ticket and the vice presidential nominations, but also what's going to happen around the country in terms of turnout for a lot of these congressional races.
You know what I'm going to be doing the week of November? Probably playing the new PlayStation and also Cyberpunk when it comes out. In between my round-the-clock endless coverage on. Okay, here are the polls one more time.
38% said Mike Pence. That's not just a small win. That's a big, significant 21-point win there for Kamala Harris. But just like Jake and Dana and Abby were talking about the gender gap before, calling it a chasm, look at this. Among women who watched the debate tonight in this poll, 69% said Harris won the debate, 30% said Pence won. Compare that to how men saw who won the debate, it was basically tied. Harris got 48%, Pence got 46%. This is kind of mirroring what we're seeing in national polling and why Joe Biden is so far ahead. This huge gap with women, an advantage there, and then competitive with men. We also asked two key questions. Who did that key job that a VP has to do, which is defending your running mate? 64% said Kamala Harris did the better job of defending her running mate. 34% said that of Mike Pence. And which candidate spent more time attacking their opponent? 56%, a majority, said Mike Pence did that. Only 36% of debate watchers said Kamala Harris did that. That gender chasm is a defining characteristic of this race, Jake.
That's right, David. And it's time right now for another fact check of what we heard in tonight's debate. Daniel Dale is back. Daniel, I don't think I told you, but you're one of my mom's favorites.
Just thank you, Jake's mom.
No, she was born in Canada just like yourself, so that might be part of it also.
She's biased, absolutely.
That's right, she's very biased. So on healthcare, Vice President Pence claimed that the Trump administration has a plan to protect Americans with pre-existing conditions. Here's how he said it.
Well, I hope we have a chance to talk about healthcare because Obamacare was a disaster. The American people remember it well. And President Trump and I have a plan to improve healthcare and to protect pre-existing conditions for every American.
I think I know the answer to this, Daniel, but is that true?
Jake, it is indeed false. Now, when they first said this, they have a plan. I gave them the benefit of the doubt. You know, maybe it was coming in a few days, in a few weeks. But this plan has been perpetually 2 weeks away, and it has never arrived. Let's just do a brief review.
Jake Tapper asked me to apologize to every woman at CNN because I said these establishment media cunts.
Obamacare. At present, right now, the administration is...
I'm just saying it because, like, everyone, whenever I watch Jake Tapper on the show, there's always a bunch of fucking people that immediately like, what did Jake Tapper make you say again? And I didn't. I called him a cunt. I said he was the top cunt.
And it just says that it is the policy of the United States to basically protect people with pre-existing conditions. Frankly, that executive order is not worth anything. That is not a law. That is not a replacement for Obamacare if the courts rule in their favor. So no, bottom line, this claim is false. There is no plan to protect people, certainly not to the extent they're protected under Obamacare, Jake.
That's right. Under Obamacare, not only do insurance companies have to offer plans to people with pre-existing conditions, they can't charge
I like Daniel
them more,
Dale as well.
which is very significant. Vice President Pence was also asked about this now infamous Rose Garden ceremony 11 days ago. It appears to have been a coronavirus super spreader event. Listen to how Pence recalled that event.
If I may say, that Rose Garden event, there's been a great deal of speculation about it. My wife Karen and I were there and honored to be there. Many of the people who were at that event, Susan, actually were tested for coronavirus. And it was an outdoor event, which all of our scientists regularly and routinely advise.
Was this strictly an outdoor event, Daniel?
It was not, Jake. This claim, I'll say, is misleading because those festivities for nominee Judge Amy Coney Barrett involved more than that Rose Garden ceremony. Both before and after that ceremony, there were indoor festivities. Before heading to the Rose Garden, some of the attendees gathered inside White House reception rooms. There were hugs, there were handshakes. And afterwards, dozens of them gathered inside the diplomatic reception room in the adjoining hallway for 30 to 45 minutes, a source told CNN. And we have photos from that gathering from the New York Times that show President Trump and others chatting inside without masks, and people gathered quite closely together, no distancing. Now, this is the second straight debate where Trump or Pence has inaccurately used this kind of, it was just outdoors excuse. Last time, Trump himself insisted his rallies were outside, even though some of them we know have been inside, again, with no distancing, again, with very few masks. Jake?
All right, Daniel, thanks so much. Let's talk about this for a second, because one of the things that's so appalling about the administration's handling or mishandling of the coronavirus pandemic, where we lead the world in cases and deaths, is that not only has their mishandling resulted in how it's affecting all of our lives, but also their recklessness.
Right.
Holding these events indoors and outdoors, no distancing, no masks required, has now led to a super spreader event that might be one of the biggest ones in Washington, D.C. this year.
And surprisingly, it...
Okay, this is just a repeat. All right. Ben Shapiro with a fact check. This is my favorite image. No. Y'all are just like telling on yourselves, DGGers. Take it like a woman. Don't make faces. Yo, this is what I mean, though. Like, this is literally what I mean. So many white women have internalized, like, misogyny aggressively. For the record, like, when I was criticizing Kamala, I knew for a fact that there were going to be fucking people who absolutely are going to have this take. People always fucking retaliate in hyper misogynistic ways to, like, the women doing this shit. Is Megan a liberal or Republican? She's a gigantic Republican, dude. She's fucking terrible. Didn't you criticize her for making faces and nervous laughing? I did. Because I know other people are gonna... Because I constantly am fucking fighting with my inner demons of misogyny on a daily basis. So I know how other motherfuckers are gonna react to that shit. How? Why do you... Like, you have to know at that point. You have to work against it. And by the way, it's not just women, but like, even if a fucking man made a face like that, then that would be... something that people hyper focus on, but they absolutely will hyper focus on women doing shit like that because we are all fucking misogynistic. I just wish, like, I wish she fucking rolled over. Like, she absolutely fucking rolled over Mike Pence, though. I was like a fucking K-Hive supporter, pretty much. Like, I was freaking out because I wanted her to fucking rip his throat. Like, give me some blood, dude. What is this shit? I was saying the left is saying Pence is mansplaining. The right is saying Harris not being a strong woman. No, the right doesn't give a shit. Yeah, I mean, I shit on Joe, too. You thought Trump won? What did I say from the jump on this debate as well? What did I say from this debate and the previous debate? It doesn't matter, okay? Joe Biden wins by default no matter what. Just like Kamala Harris won by default no matter what. Daniel is a himbo like you? No, he's not. Daniel is... How dare you? Didn't you think Hillary was going to win in 2016? Yeah, I did. I did. Literally, you now have over 100 gifted Grey Name subs. You got to wait for a month to call them. I do. I really do. You think Kamala was just nervous today, or was it a strategy to be more quiet? No, I mean, if you remember, she was not that great at debating during the primary debates either. She's very good at, like, she's good at being a prosecutor. She was good in those moments during the Brett Kavanaugh trial, which, like, Republicans will never forgive or forget her for, which I think is funny because, you know, fuck them. And she was very good. She was absolutely very, very good at Brett Kavanaugh, the Brett Kavanaugh, like, hearings. Not trial, but a hearing. But she's not a good debater. The Lincoln Project.
No longer is adultery no longer a big deal in Indiana and in America. I'd just love to know your thoughts.
Fuck, dude. God damn it. They sometimes do a good job. This is one of those times. I hate to give it to the Lincoln Project, but I mean, this is just for me. I feel like they just made this for me specifically.
I I, for one, believe that the seventh commandment, contained in the 10 Commandments, is still a big deal. It's the most important promise you'll ever make. And holding people accountable to those promises and holding people accountable to respecting the promises.
I mean, overall, I think that no one really gives a shit about, like, sexual improprieties at this point. We live in a post-Trump world. Was Mike Pence a streamer? Yes, he was. When you're a Republican, you can be a commentator and run for office. You can't really do that as a Democrat. And Al Franken is a great example of this.
That other people make. To me, what could possibly be a bigger deal?
You can do anything. Grab them by the...
The Lincoln Project is responsible.
I think Kamala really dropped the ball when she was trying to say Trump was packing the court with a bunch of racist white people. Yeah, I didn't like that, but no one will remember that, so it doesn't matter. Like, it's like a weird... Like, just talk about court packing across the board. Because, like, when you talk about not having a single fucking black judge or whatever, Republicans don't give a fuck. And they will literally turn around and be like, what about Ruth Bader Ginsburg? Out of 100 clerks, only one of them was black. You think Ruth Bader Ginsburg was a racist? Why are you saying Ruth Bader Ginsburg was a racist? That's the counter to that. By the way, I would say that. I would say Ruth Bader Ginsburg was probably kind of racist. Not probably. She was as racist as an 87-year-old white lady would be. Of course she was fucking racist. She was 87 fucking years old and an old, rich white lady. There is definitely some racism there. She literally said Colin Kaepernick's BLM protest taking a knee for the national anthem was dumb and stupid and childish. Doesn't get more fucking old, racist white lady than that. I mean, it's showing the sex scandals don't matter. Look at the NC Senate race where the Dem was sexting shit, yet new polls show them up 11 lol. Yeah, of course. It doesn't. No one thinks she was a master orator. Or at least I don't think she was a master orator. She got rolled over by fucking Tulsi. She got rolled over by 30 IQ Tulsi Gabbard, okay? Like, you're not a fucking skillful debater if Tulsi motherfucking yoga mom Gabbard can destroy you in the marketplace of ideas, okay? You're not, like, she's arguably one of the dumbest people on that stage. Tulsi motherfucking Project Veritas Gabbard. Okay? Tulsi, I have all my yoga compilations on like white supremacist websites Gabbard. That's not a joke, by the way. I don't know if you guys know this, but Tulsi Gabbard literally used to have her yoga compilations, like her like working out and stuff, her CrossFit compilations get posted on those like 14 word websites. What was it? Fuck. The most famous one. Defending the West. Starts with a V, not Stormfront. It's like not as openly Nazi as Stormfront. No, I've looked at it on. I've looked at it on VDare. Exactly. Yeah, VDare. VDare literally used to post their fucking yoga comps, dude, and fitness comps. Thank you for the chatter. Who knows what that is? For those of you who don't know, VDare is a white supremacist, anti-immigration, of course, Republican think tank / media operation. Oof. What did Kanye West say? For Kanye West for 2020? Bro, he's so pathetic. How is that a reflection of her? They were trying to smear her as she would be the opposition? Wait, You think white supremacists thought Tulsi Gabbard was the opposition? What planet are you living on, dude? She was like 4chan's fucking favorite candidate. Yeah, David Duke endorsed her. I mean, so did Richard Spencer. Richard Spencer endorsed fucking Joe Biden.
Science,
So.
or let's not, politicize American deaths. I wanted her to.
Okay, I just don't like SE Cup. I hate that like Republicans have these platforms. It's really annoying. In an effort to make it seem like they are impartial, but on CNN, Rick Santorum says Pence made the best case possible for COVID. Richard Spencer did endorse Joe Biden, yes. No, I'm not clicking a Claudia Conway tweet. Man, I'm tired as fuck. All right, boys. Gotta run some ads here because I fucking did not run ads at all. I'm gonna run 2 minutes of ads here. But god damn, I'm tired. Did you guys enjoy that? Was that enjoyable coverage? I hope you guys liked it. I've lost my voice completely. I think this is it. I officially yelled too much today. I have officially yelled too much today. Crazy. How many hours of ads didn't I run? How many hours of ads did I miss? I haven't run a single ad since like 5 p.m., right? I gotta run like fucking 3 minutes of ads at least. At least. Okay, I'll do another one. I'll do another one right now. Running a... Oh shit, you can't start an ad? Wait. Why is it not letting me do it? Oh fuck, I can't run it. Oops. It says error. Don't you think it's hypocritical for you to call yourself a communist while running ads? No. I don't. I don't even call myself a communist, but I don't think it's hypocritical at all. And also, I don't care if you do. Motherfuckers being here for 10 hours for free and then still complain. It's nuts. Shut up. If you cannot figure out how to do a fucking U-block cheat, it's not my fault, bitch. Okay? It's literally your fault. Okay? Figure it out. You've been on the internet for far too long. Literally figure it out on your own. My lord. You just lost the radical left with that statement, bucko. Dude, I love that. I love that take. I love losing the radical left. Believe me. I love losing the radical left. Believe me. Okay. I hope that was good. I hope, when I do these sorts of things, when I do these sorts of streams, I always hope that like it's impactful, and I hope that people actually watch and tune in and get informed. But anyway, I love you all. Hopefully you'll come back tomorrow for more coverage. I am so happy that this community is growing. I'm so fucking fortunate. I'm so blessed. And see you tomorrow, as always. Same time, same space, same place. You already know what it is, baby. Oh, also, I'm going to get a haircut tomorrow on stream, so there's that. Love you all. Good night.